The young herdsman Yihan inadvertently lost his cattle, but by a twist of fate, stumbled upon a mysterious purple cauldron, capable of devouring the very essence of the world. Witness how this seemingly unremarkable youth, through the power of the cauldron, surges against the current to ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal realm. The name Yihan shall ultimately resonate across the myriad realms, transcending the five elements, as he roams the skies beyond the nine heavens. In a pile of hay, a boy named Erwa lay sprawled, a tattered straw hat shading half of his face, chewing on a root of grass that imparted a bittersweet flavor. In the distance, 5 cows leisurely grazed on the parched grass. One elderly cow, having feasted, let out a resounding plop, releasing the aromatic scent of dung into the air. The early winter sun bathed him in warmth, inducing a drowsy sensation. Erwa contentedly mused that it would be splendid if the sun could also warm him at night, oblivious to the fact that a sunlit night would no longer be considered night. This fanciful thought arose from his reality of having to sleep in Wang Laokai's hayloft, where the only company was the cold, highlighting his impractical desires. Last night's chill had robbed him of sleep, leaving him still weary. However, he could not afford to doze off. He needed to keep his wits about him and watch over the cows. These cows belonged to Wang Laokai, for whom he worked daily, receiving a meal in return. On good days, Wang Laokai's wife would offer him some leftover scraps, but on bad days, he might only receive a coarse grain bun to tide him over. Despite this, Erwa cherished his role greatly, for Qingniu village was steeped in poverty, and most villagers struggled to feed their own families, leaving no surplus for an orphan like him. With only one meal a day, he was as thin as a rake, and he knew that continued like this might lead to his demise. In addition to herding cows for Wang Laokai, he would assist Mr. Lanqing with laundry and cleaning, not for any reward but merely to hear Mr. Lanqing's lessons, learning to read and write. Mr. Lanqing was the only literate person in the village, teaching the village children in exchange for food. Since the other children's families provided grains, and he had none to offer, Mr. Lanqing allowed him to listen from outside the courtyard. Otherwise, he would be at a loss with no one willing to pay him heed. However, Erwa possessed a keen intellect and a remarkable memory. Often, he grasped lessons after a single explanation, unlike some children who seemed as dense as wood, unable to comprehend. Once during a lesson, Mr. Lanqing posed a question that stumped the children in the courtyard, but Erwa, from outside, answered promptly. Mr. Lanqing then inquired what reward he desired. Since he could remember, the villagers had always called him Erwa, and he was unaware of the reason behind this name, which he learned was used during his parents' time. He then requested Mr. Lanqing to give him a proper name. Discovering his surname was Yi, Mr. Lanqing pondered briefly before naming him Yihan. When Erwa inquired about the meaning, Mr. Lanqing explained that it signified a humble birth and a life of poverty, wishing him to endure the cold and not forget his roots when he attains wealth in the future. Erwa held great affection for this name at first. When others called him Erwa, he would correct them, insisting he should be called Yihan. Yet, people continued to refer to him as Erwa. However, compared to other children named Dog Egg, Second Dog, Silly Two, Cow's Butt, Little Black, and Little White, at least Erwa sounded a tad better, and he could only find solace in this small comfort. Having endured a frigid night, Erwa contemplated that once he weathered this winter, he would leave Qingniu village to explore the wider world. He knew that if he remained in this destitute place, he would never be called Yihan. He had heard Mr. Lanqing speak of the bustling and prosperous life beyond, and he did not wish to spend his days herding cows for Wang Laokai, living from meal to meal. Perhaps after a few years of adventure, he could become the refined and prosperous individual Mr. Lanqing described. Perhaps due to his restless night or the warmth of the sun, he dozed off unknowingly. Upon awakening, he was greeted by a gust of wind that sent the tattered straw hat flying from his face. Rubbing the back of his head, he was startled to realize that the sun was now high, nearly noon, and the warmth was making him feel slightly feverish. Gurgle! His stomach protested. Erwa felt hungrier than ever, a consequence of being at that awkward age when one grows rapidly. He retrieved half a coarse bun from his pocket, saved from the previous night, and devoured it in a few bites, feeling somewhat satisfied, though still parched. However, after basking in the sun for too long and eating the dry bun, he sought water to quench his thirst. Suddenly, Erwa's expression shifted drastically. Something felt amiss. He sprang up, scanning his surroundings. Where were the cows? The area was eerily silent. The cows that had been grazing nearby had vanished. He tiptoed, eyes darting, bewildered as to their whereabouts. If Wang Laokai discovered he had dozed off and lost the cattle, he would surely be in dire trouble. Typically, once the cows were full, he would tether them and head to Mr. Lanking's for lessons. But after a night of shivering, he had fallen asleep, and now the cows were nowhere to be seen. In the entire Qingniu village, apart from Wang Laokai, who owned 5 cows, the others had only 1 or 2, and cattle theft occasionally occurred, either taken by villagers or devoured by fierce beasts from the mountains. Where could they have gone? Erwa exclaimed in a panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He climbed onto a large rock on the hillside, scanning the area, but there was no sign of the cows. If he lost all 5, Wang Laokai would undoubtedly punish him severely, perhaps even forcing him to work as a cowherd for the rest of his days. Yet Erwa was the cleverest child in the village. A thought struck him. Yes, the dung. Cows often defecate while grazing, and by following the fresh droppings, he might trace their path. After walking a short distance, he discovered a pile of fresh dung, and his heart raced with hope as he followed the trail. But with each step deeper into the woods, his expression darkened. The path led him further into the mountains, where fierce beasts lurked, and if the cows had ventured there, it would spell trouble. Last year, a group of hunters had entered the mountains and never returned. The villagers searched, but only found a pile of bones, instilling fear in everyone and deterring them from hunting in the mountains since. The thought of losing the cows filled Erwa with dread, but he steeled himself and pressed on into the woods. The early winter air rendered the grass outside withered, yet within the mountains, the foliage remained lush and green. No wonder those wretched cows had wandered into the woods to graze. He hoped they had not strayed too far. Praying fervently, Erwa followed the cows' trail deeper into the forest. The denser the woods grew, the more lost he felt, and soon the path back was obscured. As dusk approached, the sun dipped low in the sky. I cannot venture further. I might not find my way back, he murmured to himself, realizing that he shouldn't risk his life for a few cows. If it came to it, he would flee the village under the cover of night. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden sound pierced the air. Moo! The call of a cow echoed from a nearby gorge. Where are the cows? Erwa exclaimed in delight, sprinting towards the gorge. However, as he neared, a potent scent of blood assailed his senses. Having advanced only a short distance, he stumbled upon a skeletal frame of a yellow cow at the gorge's entrance, remnants of fresh meat scattered about, and entrails strewn across the ground, the blood pooling ominously. It was clear that a ferocious beast had claimed its meal. What had happened? Overwhelmed with fear, he dared not enter the gorge and swiftly turned to flee. However, a feral roar erupted behind him, followed by a violent rush of wind, and before he could react, a colossal shadow, larger than a cow, collided with him, sending his head crashing against the rocky wall, plunging him into unconsciousness. Chapter 2. The Purple Cauldron. Erwa had a dream in which he found himself lying on a warm bed, 2 figures conversing before him. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he could not discern their features. Their forms felt hauntingly familiar, their voices tender, accompanied by the distant sound of a rattle it hurt. The hazy images shattered, and a sharp pain surged from the back of his head, mingling with a potent metallic scent of blood, tainted by a repugnant, nauseating odor. Indeed, far worse than that of a cattle pin. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to behold a bovine eye glaring at him, nearly causing him to leap up in shock. However, he quickly regained his composure, remaining still, for before him lay the head of a dead bull, belonging to Wang Laokai, with 2 other lifeless cattle sprawled alongside it, pinning him in their midst. Huff. Then, he heard the heavy breaths of a beast, more terrifying than the snoring of cattle. Typically, Erwa would sleep beside the hay barn, where the cows emitted deep, rumbling breaths, but this sound was far more menacing. He cautiously raised his gaze, only to be met with a shocking sight. Above him, faint light flickered, illuminating a colossal creature that dwarfed even 3 or 4 bulls, lying with its back turned towards him. This behemoth was adorned with dark red scales resembling serpentine hide, and its neck was encircled with coarse, black fur thicker than a man's fingers, rising and falling with its breath, stirring a fetid wind within the cave. What manner of monster is this? It is far too large. How did I end up here? Urwa's complexion paled as he suddenly recalled the violent impact that had rendered him unconscious. Undoubtedly, it was this creature that had struck him down. He bit his lip hard to stifle any sound. Should he rouse this beast, his fate would be sealed. This monstrous entity had slain Wang Laotsai's cattle and dragged them into the cave, leaving him unconscious amidst the carcasses. Good heavens! This terrifying creature is hoarding food. Understanding dawned upon him. He had often heard the old hunters speak of ferocious beasts that would capture prey to store for later consumption. I have become food to be stockpiled. I must find a way to escape. The creature is sleeping, Urwa thought to himself as he cautiously rose, careful not to make a sound. Despite the lingering pain at the back of his head, he held his breath and stealthily shifted his body, only to suddenly notice an alarming sight surrounding him. Pale, white bones littered the ground, remnants of both beasts and humans. A chill ran down Urwa's spine, and the hairs on his neck stood on end. When confronted by wild beasts, one must not succumb to fear, for fear equates to certain death. He recalled the old hunter's advice, and with a sharp bite of his lip, the acute pain steadied his resolve. There is nothing to fear. What does Urwa have to be afraid of? Survival is paramount. Encouraging himself, he moved cautiously, step by step, inching toward the cave's mouth. As he crept forward, he observed the massive creature more closely. It bore a single horn adorned with peculiar patterns. Above the creature, several fist-sized stones emitted a faint glow. These stones must be treasures, Urwa thought, recalling Mr. Launching's tales of gems. However, it would be unwise to pursue such treasures. This beast could easily crush him underfoot, and risking awakening it for a mere gemstone would be tantamount to courting death. Suppressing his greed, Urwa continued to inch toward the cave's entrance. Just as he was about to reach the exit, he suddenly heard a crack. The ground beneath him softened, accompanied by the sound of bones crunching and sharp objects scraping against his feet. A wave of dread washed over him, and he turned his gaze to the creature. Fortunately, it remained in slumber, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He exhaled in relief, glancing down to discover a patch of soil riddled with bones beneath the surface. This is terrifying. Awakening the beast would spell doom. Urwa cautiously lifted his foot, his toes brushing against a stone that emitted a faint purple glow. What could this be? He knelt down, gently clearing the dirt away, only to uncover a small purple jade cauldron. No larger than a walnut, caked in soil. This item must be of great value. With this thought in mind, Urwa seized the purple jade cauldron and tucked it into his pocket without hesitation. With this treasure, I could exchange it for silver in the city, perhaps even secure a better life. Feeling the weight of the jade cauldron in his pocket, he was filled with excitement. Yet, survival remained his priority. However, at that moment, a sudden vibration coursed through the jade cauldron in his grasp. Then, the glowing stones above him erupted in brilliance, transforming into countless motes of light that surged toward the jade cauldron nestled in his arms. What is happening? Urwa's face blanched as he bolted toward the cave's entrance. Roar. The slumbering monster suddenly awoke, unleashing a fearsome roar that reverberated through the cavern, causing rocks and dust to tumble from the ceiling. The creature, as immense as a mountain, could easily crush him into a pulp. Urwa wished fervently for 2 additional legs, sprinting for his life out of the cave, where the moonlight illuminated the ground strewn with bones. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps of the creature thundered behind him. I'm finished. There's no way I can outrun it. Panic surged within Urwa. The beast was enormous, having slain the cattle, and there was no chance he could escape. Then he spotted a large rock beside the cave entrance. An idea sparked in his mind, and without hesitation, he dashed toward it, diving beneath its shelter just in time as he huddled in safety. The creature let out a terrifying roar, stirring up a violent gale as it stormed out of the cave and barreled into the valley ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The beast rampaged, smashing through the trees, each massive trunk snapping like twigs. Urwa curled up behind the rock, daring not to make a sound. Thank goodness he found refuge behind this stone. How could a mere child hope to outrun such a behemoth? Yet, just as he began to exhale in relief, the gigantic monster made a sudden return. Urwa's heart sank. Had it discovered him? Chapter 3. The Goddess? Roar, boom, boom, boom. The colossal beast charged back, shaking the ground with its thunderous steps. its eyes wide with terror, as though it intended to retreat into the cave once more. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air, pursuing the monster. Urwa's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? A creature of such magnitude, being chased by a person? You shall not escape, the figure cried, pointing a finger at the creature. A beam of sword light burst forth from behind her, soaring into the sky and transforming into a sharp streak of brilliance aimed directly at the massive beast. Roar. The monster emitted a deafening roar, the blood-red symbols upon its horn shimmering violently as it charged toward the incoming sword light. Clang! The horn collided with the sword light, producing a cacophony of metal clashing, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris, creating a scene of utter chaos. Who is this person? How can they contend with the beast? Urwa's complexion shifted as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. Summoning his courage, he cautiously peeked out. Before him stood a breathtaking woman clad in azure, effortlessly hovering upon a lotus flower, her form gracefully soaring through the air as her fingers danced, sending forth a flurry of swords that gleamed like icy stars, relentlessly attacking the creature. The monster's horn thrashed wildly, resembling a red-hot iron, as it attempted to deflect the onslaught of sword light, sending the cold beams ricocheting away. The two forces clashed, creating cyclones of wind that reverberated through the air. Urwa watched in awe. Could this be the divine figure Mr. Lanqing spoke of? The monster, now in a panic, abandoned its retreat into the cave and fled frantically into the distance. You shall not escape, the enchanting woman bellowed, the lotus beneath her radiating a brilliant white light as she pursued the beast, her sword light following in a relentless chase. They vanished into the horizon, the distant roars of the monster and the woman's furious cries echoing behind them as Urwa remained frozen in place. He had never imagined that the goddess Mr. Lanqing described would manifest before him. This exceeded all his expectations. If only I could wield such power. Suddenly, Urwa felt an overwhelming urge to emulate the woman's skill in wielding her flying sword. Yet, he dared not follow, knowing he could not keep pace. Survival was still his foremost concern. Just as he prepared to depart, a thought struck him. If the monster could not defeat the goddess, it would certainly not dare return. Determined, he retraced his steps back into the cave, recalling the precious purple jade cauldron he had discovered. Undoubtedly a treasure. With the abundance of bones surrounding him, it was clear that others had perished at the hands of the beast, leaving behind their belongings. Surely there must be more. Urwa re-entered the cave and retrieved a fire stick from his clothing, igniting it to illuminate the darkness. He focused on the spot where he had found the purple jade cauldron. Digging into the soil, he unearthed several bones and overturned a cloth, revealing a bulging package filled with unknown items. Do not succumb to greed. Urwa, admonishing himself, hastily filled the pit with earth, tossing some bones atop to obscure any evidence. He dared not linger, for the formidable goddess could return at any moment, and it would be prudent to avoid an encounter. With his bundle in hand, Urwa exited the cave, only to find that his firebrand had extinguished, leaving him to navigate in darkness as he made his way towards the valley. Upon emerging from the valley, he hesitated to descend further into the night, fully aware of the dangers that lurked in the forest after dark. Nearby, there was a hunter's abandoned cabin he had spotted while seeking the cattle. He resolved to seek refuge there for the night and would consider his next steps come dawn. Upon arriving at the cabin, he noted its long neglect, a stale odor of decay permeating the air. Nevertheless, it was sturdy enough to withstand any potential beastly attacks. The hunter had once stayed here to pursue nocturnal hunts. But since that fateful day when the hunter ventured into the mountains and never returned, the place had fallen into disuse. Urwa shut the door behind him, exhaling a sigh of relief as he settled on the wooden bed. Fortune favored him this time, and he felt grateful to be alive. With a sigh of relief, he muttered to himself and pulled out the small purple jade tripod from his bosom, lamenting, "It's all this thing's fault. What provoked it to stir?" Upon inspecting the tripod, he was taken aback. The once luminescent object had transformed into something akin to stone. What could have caused this? It was not supposed to be like this. He scrutinized the tripod from every angle, utterly bewildered. Then he recalled that it had vibrated violently, absorbing the light from the glowing stones above the pit. It must have altered in this manner after siphoning that light. Setting the stone-like tripod aside, Urwa remained perplexed and placed it next to him. He then retrieved his bundle, brushing off the dirt and dust that had collected upon it. As he unwrapped it beneath the moonlight, he discovered 2 silver ingots within. He was elated. These 2 ingots, each weighing 10 taels, were worth more than the 5 cattle owned by Wang Laokai, which could not even be sold for 10 taels. He had struck it rich. The other items, however, were puzzling. One appeared to be a copper plaque, another was a book, and a third was a jade slip, with nothing else apparent. Despite the moonlight, he could not discern the writing within the book. After a night of restless tossing and turning, he felt a chill and draped the cloth from his bundle over himself. Yet, sleep eluded him. His mind wandered to fanciful thoughts, wishing he could possess the capabilities of that goddess. He envisioned using the silver and these items to lead a prosperous life in the city. Sleep remained elusive. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman emerged from the cave, her expression one of displeasure. "Damn it, who is it that got ahead of me?" she exclaimed. With a delicate gesture of her slender fingers, a white lotus flower floated forth, lifting her into the air as it ascended towards the heavens. "I refuse to believe you can escape my grasp," she murmured, as the lotus shimmered with spiritual light, searching the forest in all directions. Upon breaching the valley, her gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes upon the cabin nestled within the woods. Chapter 4. Qingxuan Sect. As the sun rose high in the sky, Erwa awoke, his mind still reeling from the excitement of the previous night. He had finally drifted into slumber just before dawn. The remnants of a splendid dream lingering in his consciousness. He had imagined himself as a deity, clad in resplendent armor, traversing the stars, effortlessly vanquishing monstrous foes with a mere gesture. How he wished that dream were reality. Suddenly, he sat up, rifling through the straw beneath him to confirm the presence of the silver and other items. Relieved, he tucked the silver into his pocket and picked up the copper plaque. It felt heavy in his hand, adorned with intricate designs. One side bore a peculiar dragon motif, while the reverse inscribed the ancient characters for Qingxuan. Having learned ancient script from Mr. Lanqing, he recognized those characters. Though their significance eluded him, he examined the plaque for a moment before stowing it away. Next, he opened the book, its cover surprisingly made of leather, devoid of any title. Flipping it open, he found it filled with ancient characters. Titled Qingxian Skill.as, he perused the text. He found it incomprehensible, filled with unfamiliar terms such as meridians, qi, and dantian, which left him utterly confounded and dizzy. After struggling to decipher the content, he turned his attention to the small tripod, which now resembled stone. It was devoid of any dirt, yet its cap remained sealed tight. Although he presumed that the silver was the least valuable of the items, he could not discern the significance of any of them. The silver was indeed the most practical asset he possessed. With Wang Laotsai's cattle having perished at the hands of the monster, he could no longer remain in Qingniu village. "I cannot linger here," Erwa mused, furrowing his brow. Fearful of starvation during his previous visits to the city, he now felt emboldened by the silver and resolved to venture forth. He gathered his thoughts, stood up, and prepared to leave. As he brushed against the fabric that had enveloped his belongings, he marveled at its quality. Despite being buried underground for so long, it remained pristine, smooth, and soft to the touch. "This is truly a fine item," he concluded silently. He collected his possessions, wrapping them in the exquisite cloth, and made his way down the mountain. After traversing for over an hour, he finally emerged from the forest, reaching the hillside behind Qingniu village. As he gazed upon the village, he decided to head towards Wang Laotsai's home, though he found it peculiar that the village was eerily silent, devoid of even a barking dog. What could have happened? Where has everyone gone? He pondered anxiously, recalling the extraordinary events of the previous day. Upon reaching Wang Laotsai's residence, he faintly heard voices. Wang Laokai and his wife engaged in conversation. His heart sank, knowing that Wang Laotsai's cattle had been slaughtered by the monster. He felt too intimidated to face him. He pressed himself against the wall to eavesdrop. Wang Laotsai's wife lamented, "That scoundrel Erwa hasn't returned all night, and the cattle are missing. Why don't you go look for him?" "I wish to search for him too, but that Qingxian Sect immortal decreed that our entire village must remain indoors for 3 days. Wang Laokai replied. "What of the cattle? Are we to forsake them?" She retorted, worry etched on her face. "That child has been without parents since he was young. His disappearance is distressing. While the cattle can be replaced, we must hope he returns safely," Wang Laokai reassured her. Perhaps he ventured into the mountains? That would be troublesome. We shall wait 3 days and then seek him out together. Without our cattle, we will face dire straits. Erwa, concealed in the shadows, listened in stunned silence. Surprised to discover Wang Laokai possessed some semblance of conscience, genuinely concerned for him. Never mind, he thought. Deciding to leave a token of gratitude, Erwa retrieved a silver ingot from his bundle, feeling reluctant to part with it. Although villagers claimed Wang Laokai was wealthy, he was merely better off than the others, still a farmer tending to crops and livestock. Losing 5 cattle would be catastrophic for his family. Alone in the world, Erwa felt grateful for their past kindness, even if he had never been fully nourished. Most villagers suffered the same plight. Recalling Wang Laocai's mention of the immortal's decree, he hesitated to reveal himself. Gritting his teeth, he placed the silver in the kitchen pot and inscribed a note on the lid with a charcoal stick. The cattle were devoured by beasts. This is compensation for you. I have departed Qingniu village. Erwa, he had not intended to leave his name, but he wanted to ensure Wang Laokai would not search for him in the mountains, where danger still loomed. This ingot weighed 10 taels and could buy 5 cattle, a fitting gesture of gratitude for their care. After leaving the silver behind, he pondered visiting Mr. Lanqing, the only person in the village who had shown him kindness. Moreover, he sought answers regarding his journey to the city and the nature of the Qingxuan skill. Mr. Lanqing was the most educated man in the village. Perhaps he could provide insight. However, upon arriving at Mr. Lanqing's residence, he found the door tightly shut. Mr. Lanqing, Erwa called softly, but there was no response. Peering through the window, he discovered the absence of Mr. Lanqing within. Where could Mr. Lanqing have gone? Erwa wondered aloud, noticing many of the household items had been removed. It appeared Mr. Lanqing had moved away. Although disappointed at the prospect of not seeing Mr. Lanqing again, he glanced at the sky. If he did not set off soon, he would not reach the city before nightfall. Standing before the gnarled old tree at the village's entrance, Erwa gazed back at Qingniu village. After a moment's reflection, he felt no sentiment of nostalgia and declared, "Farewell, Qingniu village. Only by leaving this place will anyone call me Yihan." With that, he shouldered his bundle and departed Qingniu village. As dusk approached, Yihan arrived at Wudong city, the towering walls rising high and bustling with throngs of people entering and exiting. Yihan followed the throng into the city, where bustling stalls offered a myriad of delectable treats and curious trinkets, leaving him utterly dazzled. I must become a city dweller and carve out my own identity here. As Yihan gazed upon the vibrant metropolis, a vow formed in his heart. Yet, how to truly assimilate into city life eluded him. For now, he resolved to simply remain within the city. However, after a day of wandering, hunger gnawed at him, compelling him to seek sustenance. Though he possessed 10 taels of silver, he hesitated to spend it. He had observed that others exchanged copper coins for goods, and 10 taels was no trifling sum in the city. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Isn't that Mr. Lanqing?" As he strolled, Yihan recognized a familiar figure ahead. The man, clad in a blue robe and wearing a square scarf, was unmistakably Mr. Lanqing. A surge of joy filled Yihan, prompting him to hasten his steps. Mr. Lanqing was well-versed and educated, undoubtedly knowledgeable about many things. Having failed to locate him in the village, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter him here. Mr. Lanqing moved with urgency, and after pursuing him for several yards, Yihan saw him enter a grand 3-story building adorned with the words Hanyuan. The entrance was flanked by elegantly dressed women. What is this place? Yihan pondered, following him inside. Halt! A burly man blocked Yihan's path, barking, "What are you doing here, little brat? Be gone. This is no place for children." Chapter 5. Mr. Lanqing. As Yihan watched Mr. Lanqing's figure vanish within, he cried out, "I'm looking for someone. Everyone who comes here is looking for someone. Do you think you can find a relative?" The man retorted angrily, seizing Yihan's clothing and dragging him out. As he walked, the man berated, "You haven't even grown up yet, and you're here wandering around a brothel." The scantily clad women nearby erupted in laughter. "Looks like this little brother is still a virgin. Why not come in and play with the sisters? We can give you a little red envelope." "Oh dear, is he looking for a nursemaid inside?" The little brother isn't bad looking, just a bit too naive. Hearing such remarks, Yihan felt a profound sense of shame and indignation. He regained his composure and declared, "You needn't chase me away. I can leave on my own with that." he broke free from the man's grasp and bolted away, leaving behind the jeers of the women and the man. Bystanders joined in the laughter as Yihan sped away, eventually sneaking a glance from around a corner, only to realize something was amiss. Those entering Hanyuan were all well-dressed adult men. The provocative women greeted newcomers with flirtatious banter. "Hello, sir. Come here, dear." This scene reminded Yihan of Wudong from Qingniu village, whom he had once caught in a compromising position with the village chief's son in a secluded spot. He was taken aback that Mr. Lanqing would frequent such a place. As he crouched down to observe, suddenly clink, a passerby tossed him a copper coin. "Here, little beggar, buy yourself something to eat," the passerby said before walking away. "This is he treating me like a beggar?" Yihan stared blankly at the copper coin before picking it up, realizing that the passerby had already vanished. Yet, looking at his own tattered attire, he couldn't deny that he bore a striking resemblance to a beggar. At that moment, a filthy hand reached for him. "Hand it over." Yihan quickly stepped back, frowning at the person before him. The man was dirty, reeking, and had a wild look in his eyes. He was a grown beggar fixated on the copper coin in Yihan's hand. Yihan had observed that a copper coin could buy a steamed bun. "Want it? Answer me a question," Yihan challenged, narrowing his eyes. "Bah, you little brat. You're asking for trouble," the beggar spat and lunged at Yihan. The man, however, stumbled as he approached, unable to catch Yihan. "If you dare to rob me, I'll scream and bring the guards." Yihan brandished the copper coin defiantly. Unable to catch him, the beggar relented. "Fine, ask your question. If I had silver, where could I exchange it for copper coins?" Yihan inquired. "With your appearance, you think you have silver?" The beggar scoffed. Why Yihan pretended to toss the copper coin away. "Are you going to tell me or not?" The beggar quickly replied, "All right, go to the money exchange. There's a Ju-Fu money exchange not far ahead. Here, take it." Yihan casually tossed the copper coin to him and moved forward. The beggar gleefully pocketed the coin, but after a few steps, he paused, turned, and glared at Yihan with a glint of malice before darting down a narrow alley. Unaware of the beggar's sinister intent, Yihan patted the silver ingot in his pocket and continued forward, soon spotting a shop named Ju-Fu Money Exchange, bustling with customers. This time, he remained vigilant, observing that most patrons exchanged only small amounts of silver for copper coins. Wealth should not be flaunted. If discovered, a mere child like me with such a sum would attract unwanted attention. A plan formed in Yihan's mind as he slipped into a secluded alley, ensuring no one was watching, and produced a silver ingot along with a copper token to strike against it. Crack! He was pleasantly surprised to find the token much sturdier than expected. With a few coins of silver in hand, Yihan entered Ju-Fu Money Exchange. Although the clerk was taken aback by the sight of a child like him exchanging silver for copper, he ultimately obliged after weighing the coins. Upon exiting, Yihan had exchanged for over 100 copper coins, though the transaction fee left him feeling a pang of regret. Famished, he purchased 5 large steamed buns. Yihan had never tasted such delightful buns before. He devoured them ravenously. "I must become a city dweller and savor these delectable white buns." His resolve to embrace city life strengthened. He decided to wait at the entrance of Hanyuan for Mr. Lanqing to emerge and seek his guidance. As night fell, many shops closed, but Hanyuan buzzed with even greater activity, as sedan chairs carried nobility in and out amidst the lively atmosphere. Yihan had waited at the street corner for nearly an hour, growing increasingly anxious. What could be taking Mr. Lanqing so long? At that moment, he heard a series of footsteps approaching from behind. He turned, and his face paled in shock. 3 beggars, their eyes gleaming with greed, surrounded him, one of whom was the limping beggar who had previously demanded a coin. "That's him. He has a large piece of silver." "Seize him!" the limping beggar shouted, having discovered Yihan's secret. Despite Yihan's caution, the beggar had tracked him down and revealed the truth about his silver. The other 2 beggars lunged toward him. Yihan's heart raced. As a mere boy, he could not possibly contend with 3 grown men. He turned to flee, but thud, he collided with a solid wall of flesh, bouncing back and landing heavily on the ground. Before him stood a burly beggar, his eyes gleaming with malice, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Not bad, little one. You're quite a catch. Breaking your legs would be a shame." With that, he reached out a hand. Horrified, Yihan grabbed a handful of dirt and flung it toward them before attempting to escape. "Humph!" the burly beggar snorted in disdain. swatting the dirt aside, and seized Yihan's arm. With a sharp crack, Yihan felt as though an iron vice had gripped him. The pain radiated through his arm, making him break out in cold sweat. "Wait, you want money, right? I'll give it to you," Yihan pleaded. The burly beggar replied coldly, "I want money, but I also want you." "Break his legs." He tossed Yihan toward the other 3 beggars. "Good," the limping beggar exclaimed, picking up a large brick from the ground. Despite his own limp, he bore a deep-seated hatred for those with healthy legs. "Hold his legs down," he commanded the other 2 beggars, who grinned evilly as they advanced, pinning Yihan down. Chapter 6. The teacher only went to give the young lady a lesson as Yihan struggled desperately. Fear overtook him and he shouted, "Let me go! This is outrageous." But being merely a slight boy, he was overpowered. "Don't worry. I promise to break your feet," the limping beggar sneered, brandishing the brick as he approached Yihan. "Help! Someone help me!" Yihan cried in terror. The people of Qingniu village were simple and had never encountered such malevolence. The thought of having his legs broken and being reduced to a tool for these beggars was utterly horrifying. "Go ahead and scream. No one will come to save you." The burly beggar chuckled darkly. Though he appeared to be a beggar, he was a skilled fighter, a minor leader of the beggar clan, who typically did not beg but rather broke the limbs of children to force them into begging for the gang's profit. As the limping beggar approached, Yihan's heart raced with dread. A few passers-by heard the commotion and, fearing trouble, merely glanced and hurried away. Suddenly, thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled sounds echoed. The burly beggar, who had been holding down Yihan, suddenly had his head sent flying in an instant. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The limping beggar was instantly petrified with fear, dropping the brick and fleeing. Yet, after just a few steps, his body stiffened, and his head too flew off, blood spraying as he collapsed to the ground. Motionless, Yihan could hardly comprehend how these 4 individuals met their demise. He only saw 4 heads crash to the ground, their faces turning ashen with terror, causing him to leap in shock. Were they truly dead? It was then that he noticed a middle-aged scholar clad in blue, wearing a square headscarf, standing at the alley's entrance. "Mr. Lanqing." Yihan felt an immediate sense of kinship and rushed toward him. Indeed, the person was none other than Mr. Lanqing. However, his expression was cold and devoid of the previous gentility. With a flick of his sleeve, a gust of wind surged forth. Yihan felt himself being swept away. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself and Mr. Lanqing in an unfamiliar alley. Staring at Mr. Lanqing with wide eyes of astonishment, he could not help but inquire, "Mr. Lanqing, are you also an immortal?" Mr. Lanqing frowned, speaking in a grave tone. "Himph. Was that woman summoned by you? What did you say to her?" Hearing this, Yihan's countenance changed as he suddenly understood why Mr. Lanqing had abruptly left Qingniu village for the city. It was due to the goddess who had vanquished the monster. Realizing this, he quickly replied, "Mr. Lanqing, I didn't say anything at all." Mr. Lanqing narrowed his eyes, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down Yihan's spine. Feeling the pressure of his gaze, Yihan explained, "Mr. Lanqing, I encountered a fearsome beast in the mountains, and it was that goddess who drove it away. I did not speak to her. I merely fled." Before Yihan could finish, Mr. Lanqing suddenly reached out, seizing the bundle that Yihan carried. Yihan's expression shifted as he realized that the bundle contained silver, the book, the token, and the small cauldron. Without questioning Yihan further, Mr. Lanqing opened the package, his gaze sharpening as he spotted the token. "Qingxuan token? Where did you acquire this?" he asked. "I found it in the cave of that monster," Yihan replied. Regaining his composure, Mr. Lanqing's demeanor now instilled fear in him. Picking up the cloth that wrapped the token, Mr. Lanqing's eyes gleamed with surprise. He then glanced at the book, flipping through it with a hint of disdain, before casually tossing aside the stone cauldron, sizing up Yihan with an odd expression. Noticing something was amiss in Mr. Lanqing's demeanor, Yihan explained, "Mr. Lanqing, I intended to bring these items to you, but upon discovering you were not there, I brought them to the city instead." He paused before adding, "When I arrived in the city, I saw you enter that place, so I waited here for you." Suddenly, curiosity piqued, he asked, "Mr. Lanqing, what is the purpose of the Yihong courtyard? They say it's a place for adults to entertain themselves. What could possibly be amusing there?" Mr. Lanqing's expression changed abruptly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. and he awkwardly replied, "What do children know about such matters?" As he spoke, he playfully tapped Yihan on the head, stating, "The gentleman is merely giving a lesson to a studious young lady inside. Is that so?" Then, Yihan sensed that Mr. Lanqing was being evasive, but chose not to press further. "You have seen for yourself," Mr. Lanqing interrupted him. "There are extraordinary individuals in this world. The goddess you saw is what we refer to as a cultivator." Upon hearing this, Yihan's eyes lit up with excitement. "Cultivators, are they truly immortals? Mr. Lanqing, are you also a cultivator?" "One might say so," Mr. Lanqing replied with a slight smile. Why Yihan pleaded, "Sir, can you teach me how to cultivate? Look, I have tuition." He gestured toward the silver. Mr. Lanqing shook his head. "No, it cannot be done." Disappointment washed over Yihan's face at this response. Observing his despondency, Mr. Lanqing sighed. "Cultivation requires resources, techniques, and opportunities. It is not that I do not wish to teach you. Rather, I cannot afford to." "Cannot afford to?" Yihan regarded Mr. Lanqing with a puzzled expression, sensing no deception in his words. "Do you truly wish to cultivate?" Mr. Lanqing asked again. "If you are earnest, I can point you toward a clear path." Yihan's heart surged with joy. "Really, Mr. Lanqing, please tell me, and I will surely repay you." After a deep gaze into Yihan's eyes, Mr. Lanqing spoke gravely. "You must understand, cultivating is a road of no return. Once you embark on it, there is no turning back. Moreover, cultivators must possess spiritual roots. You possess some, but I sense your aptitude is rather mediocre. Even if you were to pursue this path, your achievements may be limited." Upon hearing this, Yihan fell silent for a moment before resolutely stating, "Mr. Lanqing, what do you think I would return to Qingniu village for? Or how could I lead a respectable life in the city?" The four beggars had easily subdued him, making him acutely aware of the harshness of reality. His fervent desire to carve out a life in the city could not be realized solely through confidence and determination. Two beggars had effortlessly overpowered him, let alone those skilled in martial arts. Only by becoming a cultivator, like that goddess, capable of soaring through the skies, would he stand a chance against formidable beasts. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lanqing paused, understanding Yihan's intentions, and remarked, "You are the smartest child from Qingniu village. Very well, I shall share this with you." He lifted the copper token inscribed with Qingxuan, stating, "If you possess spiritual roots." This item is crucial. However, even if you cannot cultivate, it can still bring you wealth and status. It all depends on how you wield it. Chapter 7. One day, all your feathers will be plucked on the steep cliff. A figure was scaling the rocky ascent toward the summit. Yihan's hands were already marred with blood stains as he clambered over the stones, leaving a trail of crimson prints. His shoes were tattered, and his feet bore numerous wounds. Gritting his teeth, he persevered upward. "This is my only chance. I must succeed," Yihan muttered to himself with unwavering determination as he continued his ascent. Suddenly, a crack echoed beneath him. The stone he was stepping on gave way, and a sense of dread filled him as he began to slide down. Fortunately, he managed to grasp a protruding tree limb, stabilizing himself just in time. Cold sweat poured down his brow, and his legs trembled. He had narrowly avoided disaster point 3 days prior. Mr. Lanqing had pointed him down a path, informing him that to cultivate and attain immortality, he must first join a cultivation sect. The most expedient route, Mr. Lanqing had explicitly stated that cultivation required various resources such as techniques and elixirs. As a solitary cultivator with limited resources, Mr. Lanqing could not provide him with what he needed. Thus, he devised a plan to help Yihan smoothly join a sect, with the reward being the cloth of the bundle Mr. Lanqing had extracted from the monster. The following day, Yihan awoke in the inn to find Mr. Lanqing had vanished, leaving only a note that read he had departed, with a hope to meet again. After purchasing some provisions, he set out on his journey, which took 3 days, finally reaching the outskirts of the celestial mountain. He climbed to the summit, ready to ignite the talisman given to him by Mr. Lanqing. Without it, he would not even gain entry to the sect's gates. It was either life or death. Yihan glanced back. There remained several dozen feet of cliff to scale. Ignoring the pain in his limbs, he gritted his teeth and pressed onward. His hands and feet were now covered in blood, nearly numb from the pain. Yet returning to Qingniu village or remaining in the city as the same old Erwa, tending to cattle or being beaten by beggars, was not an option. "I want everyone to call me Yihan. Not Erwa. With gritted teeth, Yihan exerted himself to climb higher. By midday, Yihan finally reached the top, his hands and feet bloodied and dry, marked with countless wounds. After resting briefly, he surveyed his surroundings. Just as Mr. Lanqing had described, the summit featured several moss-covered stone pillars and a stone platform in the center. He retrieved a talisman from his pocket, ignited it, and placed it upon the stone platform. The moment the burning talisman touched the stone, it ignited fiercely, causing the surrounding pillars to tremble. A blue light, pulsating as strange characters materialized in the air, coalescing into a small blue bird that soared skyward. The radiance of the pillars and platform vanished in an instant. This was the talisman Mr. Lanqing had given him, a means for outsiders to contact the Qingxuan sect. Simply ignite it and wait. Yihan settled in front of the stone platform, patiently awaiting a response. After about a quarter of an hour, a resounding bird call echoed from afar. Yihan was taken aback, turning to look in that direction, and his eyes widened in astonishment. A massive white bird emerged from the distant mountains, its wings spanning 2 to 3 meters, its body comparable to that of a small cow. What an enormous bird! Yihan marveled, having never seen such a gigantic creature before. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a youth in blue seated atop the white giant. With a whoosh, the white bird generated a gust of wind, scattering leaves and debris across the mountaintop, forcing Yihan to squint against the onslaught. With a triumphant call, the white giant landed atop the summit, and the blue-clad youth dismounted, fixing his gaze on Yihan. "Did you ignite the communication talisman?" the youth asked, his expression cold and indifferent. As he spoke, he scrutinized Yihan from head to toe. This fellow was dressed like a beggar, with scars adorning both his hands and feet. Most importantly, there was not a hint of spiritual energy emanating from him. Could it be that this lad is merely an ordinary mortal? Yihan felt himself enveloped by an imposing aura and respectfully stated, "Immortal, it was I who ignited the talisman." The youth, however, let out a cold snort and said sternly, "You, mere mortal, who sent you here? What purpose do you have at my Qingxuan sect?" Suddenly, a suffocating pressure surged toward Yihan. This mountain peak was nearly vertical. How could a mere mortal ascend it solely on his own abilities? Yihan felt as if a terrifying force was crushing down upon him, making it nearly impossible to stand upright. His legs trembling as if they might buckle, he shouted angrily, "I possess a letter of recommendation from an immortal. You cannot treat me this way with that." He produced a heavy envelope from his bosom. "Recommendation?" The youth in green was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the envelope before suddenly turning away with a grimace. The envelope contained an incredibly formidable consciousness that he could scarcely withstand. It was certainly not something an ordinary cultivator could possess. The green-clad youth stared at Yihan in astonishment. How could this mere mortal possess such a powerful item? Moreover, could he truly have ascended this lofty mountain all by himself? The youth in green exclaimed. "You, a mere mortal, where did you acquire a letter of recommendation?" Yihan replied earnestly, "Immortal, this matter can only be discussed with the sect leader." Mr. Lanqing had instructed him that as an ordinary mortal, presenting that token directly at Qingxuan sect would likely lead to disaster. It was imperative to handle the situation with caution. Therefore, he had taken the risk to climb the cliff himself, knowing it served a purpose, and had sealed the token within the envelope to prevent others from seeing it, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. Upon finishing, he gazed calmly at the youth in green. The youth took a deep breath, his aura dissipating, and smiled, saying, "In that case, come along." Furthermore, there was the matter of someone igniting a communication talisman. He had been commanded to fetch the person, despite the fact that the individual was merely a mortal. Possessing the communication talisman and this letter, there was a possibility of a powerful backing, which could complicate matters. "Thank you, immortal," Yihan replied nonchalantly, but as he approached the enormous bird, he frowned. The creature was significantly taller than he was. How could he possibly mount it? It seemed he had no choice but to grasp its feathers to ascend. Chirp, chirp. The massive white bird regarded Yihan with disdain, letting out a squawk as it moved away. This filthy mortal, lacking any magical power, how could it allow him to ride? It appears Bai Shui does not fancy you. The youth in green laughed mockingly. Yihan glared at the wretched bird, muttering darkly, "One day, I shall pluck every last feather from you. Let us go." The youth in green said no more, giving the white giant bird a pat. The bird unfurled its massive wings and took to the skies, spiraling upward before its enormous claws reached out toward Yi Han felt as though his body were caught in a vice, as the white bird seized him and soared into the mountains. The fierce winds rushed into his mouth and nose. He clenched his teeth tightly, suppressing any cries that threatened to escape. This damned bird, I will surely pluck your feathers one day. Chapter 8. I only wish to cultivate immortality. The white giant bird flapped its enormous wings and sped ahead, carrying Yi Han into the rugged mountains. Everywhere they passed, there were bizarre peaks and strange forests, shrouded in mist, with towering trees and the cacophony of wild beasts and birds echoing around them, rendering ground travel impossible. As Yi Han took in the scenery, he couldn't help but muse, are the cultivator sects truly hidden in such deep mountains and forests? No wonder Mr. Lanqing advised me to use the communication talisman. If I ventured in without it, I could wander for months and still not navigate through these woods, and I might even be devoured by wild beasts. Moreover, as they flew further, the peaks grew increasingly perilous, the trees taller, and the vistas more picturesque, with various flying creatures and beasts soaring above, some even carrying people. Occasionally, he would see individuals standing atop flying swords, fans, or gourds, gliding through the air. The sight left Yi Han in awe, yearning for the day he could soar through the skies like them, wielding a flying sword and roaming freely across the world. He was determined to become a cultivator, ensuring that the name Yi Han would be known throughout the realms. Suddenly, a thick fog loomed ahead, and the green-clad youth took out a jade tablet, murmuring incantations. The tablet emitted a green light that coalesced into a fist-sized orb, which flew forward as the green orb surged ahead. It seemed to part the fog like an invisible hand, revealing a passageway. Yi Han gazed at the scene, filled with longing. The techniques of cultivators were truly extraordinary. The martial arts of the so-called Jianghu practitioners paled in comparison. As the white bird carried Yi Han through the mist, the view opened up before him, revealing a breathtaking sight. A vast expanse of towering mountains, adorned with magnificent glazed buildings that shimmered with golden light. Intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes eye in the sky, various treasures such as flying swords, gourds, and lotus flowers soared, alongside an array of large birds, eagles, and white cranes that served as mounts. Yi Han, a mere country bumpkin, had never witnessed such a spectacle in the realm of cultivators. His eyes widened in amazement. The youth in green directed by Shui toward a colossal mountain, landing atop a grand palace. Yi Han had never seen such opulence before. It dwarfed even the palaces described by Mr. Lanqing. The haughty Bai Shui unceremoniously tossed Yi Han to the ground, causing him to stumble painfully. One day, I will pluck all your feathers, he muttered under his breath. Follow me. The youth in green shot Yi Han a disdainful glance before leading him into the grand hall. Inside, the decor was exceedingly lavish. Yi Han found everything enchanting. The golden vases adorned with intricate patterns, the screens resembling jeweled orchids. Most importantly, the atmosphere of this place filled him with unparalleled comfort. This was the dwelling of cultivators. A determined glint flashed in Yi Han's eyes. He vowed to remain here and become a cultivator. From within the hall emerged a middle-aged man clad in a flowing blue robe, crowned with a golden diadem, his countenance exuding both handsomeness and authority. His garments were made of an unknown material that radiated a dazzling aura. I pay my respects to the sect leader. This is the one who ignited the communication talisman, the youth in green said respectfully. You may leave to report, the Qingxuan sect leader instructed with a wave of his hand. Yes. The youth in green did not dare utter a word, bowing deeply as he exited. Yi Han bowed deeply, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the immortal. He then presented the envelope given to him by Mr. Lanqing to the Qingxuan sect leader. The leader gestured, and the envelope flew into his grasp. Following this, his gaze swept over Yi Han immediately felt an overwhelming aura pass over him, as if the sect leader could see through him entirely. A mere mortal? The Qingxian sect leader's surprise flickered across his face as he asked lightly, How did you come by this envelope? It was passed down from my ancestors. They said that if I could not survive, I should bring this envelope to seek refuge at Qingxian sect, Yi Han replied, not daring to meet the leader's gaze. Mr. Lanqing had advised him to say this, for if he were to admit he had found it by chance, Qingxian sect might not acknowledge him and could bring misfortune upon him. What is it that you seek? The sect leader inquired calmly. Without hesitation, Yihan stated, I wish to become a cultivator. You wish to become a cultivator? Do you know if you possess a spiritual root? The Qingxian sect leader's eyes flickered as he spoke lightly. Many mere mortals yearn to become immortals upon learning of cultivators, but it was not something that could be achieved simply by desire. I do not know, Yihan replied. Mr. Lan Qing had informed him that to cultivate immortality, one must possess a spiritual root, essentially, a physique capable of cultivation. Without it, all words would be futile. Mr. Lan Qing had also made it clear that he did have a spiritual root, albeit a rather mediocre one. Yihan interpreted this mediocrity as a lack of talent. The Qingxian sect leader appraised him with a discerning eye and remarked, Your aptitude is rather ordinary. If you are determined to pursue cultivation, even with diligent effort, it would likely yield little result. He then shifted his tone, continuing, however, if you change your mind, I could grant you a life of wealth and nobility. Becoming a prominent figure in the secular world is not difficult. Upon hearing this, Yihan resolutely replied, Immortal, I only wish to cultivate immortality. Having witnessed the world of cultivators and the prowess of the celestial beings, he deemed wealth and nobility trivial in comparison. The sect leader furrowed his brow, observing Yihan's scarred hands and feet, noting the determination and yearning in his eyes. Ultimately, he nodded, though your spiritual root is lacking, your tenacity is commendable, and your eyes reflect great wisdom. Since you have brought this letter, I cannot deny your request. That item is not casually bestowed within the sect. It must be earned through significant contributions. In his memory, it had only been given to 3 individuals in a century, and he had no idea when this one was issued. If it was granted for notable contributions, the sect must acknowledge it. Otherwise, how could disciples and affiliated families remain loyal to the sect? Yes, thank you, immortal. Upon hearing this, Yihan was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly in gratitude. The Qingxian sect leader waved his hand, saying, The pursuit of immortality is the lifelong aspiration of us cultivators. The title of immortal should not be used lightly. You may refer to me as the sect leader. Indeed, sect leader, Yihan responded. With such capabilities, are they not akin to immortals? Please wait in the side hall for arrangements. At that, upon the sect leader Qingxian's command, a disciple clad in green approached and escorted Yihan to the side hall to await further instructions. Chapter 9. A hot potato within the grand hall. 8 cultivators of varied stature and appearance were embroiled in a cacophony of argument. What? The Foundation establishment pill is to be distributed to others. Someone brought the Qingxian order? Exclaimed an elder with grizzled hair and beard, his voice laced with indignation. Elder Wu, why are you so agitated? Who declared that it was yours? The circumstances have changed, have they not? Replied a strikingly beautiful female elder, unfazed by the commotion. Elder Wu, his countenance dark as thunder, retorted, outrageous. How can a mere mortal enter our sect and claim my Foundation establishment pill? After all, the individual possesses a recommendation from a powerful cultivator and the Qingxian order, making it quite difficult to refuse. Wait a moment, Elder Wu. No one has claimed the Foundation establishment pill is yours. Silence. Sect leader Qingxian's voice resonated with authority. I summoned you to discuss the arrangements for that mortal, not to engage in such debates. According to our regulations, with the Qingxian order in hand, he is entitled to an inner sect disciple status, and I called upon you to deliberate which mountain peak can accommodate him. As the sect leader's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the elders, their faces reflecting deep contemplation. Apart from the main peak, Qingxian sect had 7 inner sect mountain peaks. Except for the peak master of the foremost Tiandi peak, who was absent, all other peak masters were present. Entry to these peaks was restricted to inner sect disciples. Outer sect disciples aspiring to become inner sect members had to pass certain assessments or rank within the top 10 during the outer sect competition. This time, however, they were addressing a mortal who had yet to cultivate even an ounce of spiritual energy. Accepting him into their mountain would inevitably impact their annual evaluations, particularly for the higher-ranking peaks, whose strengths were closely matched. Adding such a burden could lead to a lower ranking that year, resulting in a 10% reduction in allocated cultivation resources, a significant consequence. Thus, upon hearing this, the peak masters fell into silence. Seeing no one speak, Elder Wu gritted his teeth and declared, Sect leader, my Shin Tian Peak has the capacity to accept this lad into our fold. The time for cultivation under the imperial law is critical. Obtaining the Qingxuan order is paramount to AS for this mortal's presence at my peak. It would merely slow us down, especially when the two peaks behind us are rather distant. Elder Wu, your calculations are quite audible. Even my Qingxiu peak can hear them, an elder scoffed. Another elder chimed in, Elder Wu, you must ensure the safety of this individual. How could sect leader Qingxuan fail to perceive Elder Wu's intentions? Yet, if the mortal were to step into the world of cultivation, he must face the fierce competition among cultivators. Even with the Qingxuan order, it was his duty to ensure the mortal's protection. Hence, sect leader Qingxuan stated, this individual carries a token of our sect. We must assure his safety and also facilitate his cultivation. Our Qingxuan sect must guarantee the well-being and training of these distinguished disciples. Regardless of their aptitude, upon hearing this, Elder Wu's expression shifted, and he promptly fell silent, clearly comprehending the sect leader's warning. His intentions were not entirely pure. If this detestable mortal were to land at his Xiantian peak, obtaining the Qingxuan order would be a trivial matter thereafter. At that moment, a diminutive, beardless middle-aged elder spoke up. If none are willing to accept him, let him come to my Qingxuan peak. After all, we are the lowest-ranking peak, desiring nothing. Very well, then let him go to Qingxuan peak. Sect leader Qingxuan nodded. However, the seventh elder was not yet resigned, insisting, wait, sect leader, let him come to my Xiantian peak. What is this seventh elder up to? Is he vying for the Qingxuan order? Sect leader Qingxuan found himself in a dilemma, hesitating before responding, how about this? Let the lad decide for himself. Tisk, Elder Wu's intentions were clear. He was not merely seeking a mortal disciple, but rather coveting the Qingxuan order in his possession. Wei Han sat calmly in the side hall, awaiting patiently. The bronze token he acquired in the cave was the Qingxuan order. According to regulations, he was entitled to the rewards from Qingxuan sect, to be admitted as an inner sect disciple, and could exchange the Qingxuan order for a foundation establishment pill. As Mr. Lan Qing had indicated, this pill was of utmost importance to cultivators. Yet, the Qingxuan order felt like a burning hot potato. After all, he had witnessed Mr. Lan Qing's methods. Skilled martial artists could be dispatched in an instant. How easily could a mere finger from such a being extinguish his life? A flicker of hesitation crossed Yi Han's eyes as he pondered whether to heed Mr. Lan Qing's advice and exchange the Qingxuan order for what he truly needed. Just then, sect leader Qingxuan entered, accompanied by two individuals, one short and beardless, and the other with a gloomy expression and graying hair. This is Elder Wu of Xiantian Peak, and this is Elder Qi of Qingxuan Peak. Sect leader Qingxuan introduced casually, greetings, Elder Wu, Elder Qi. Yi Han respectfully bowed. Upon greeting the two elders, Yi Han's heart raced with unease. After all, he was merely seeking entry into the sect, so why were two elders present? Surely something was amiss. The diminutive Elder Qi scrutinized Yi Han and inquired, what is your name? Yi Han respectfully replied, I am Yi Han, with Yi as my surname, and Han meaning cold. Elder Qi's eyes widened in surprise. Why Yi Han? You bear the surname Yi? Yi Han found the elder's tone peculiar but nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am named Yi. Had it not been for the elder's status as a cultivator, Yi Han would have retorted. He had clearly stated his name. However, sect leader Qingxuan interjected, Yi Han, you have brought the Qingxuan order to our sect with the intent of becoming an inner sect disciple. Now, with two elders vying for you, you may choose which mountain peak you wish to join at this. Yi Han's expression morphed into one of astonishment, his heart sinking. Mr. Lan Qing had mentioned that his aptitude for cultivation was exceedingly poor. Had he not possessed the Qingxuan order, he would not have stood a chance of being accepted as a disciple. Yet now, two peaks were eager to accept him. What was going on? Did his poor aptitude suddenly make him a hot commodity? Oh no. It was the Qingxuan order that was inviting trouble. Mr. Lan Qing had indeed spoken truthfully. The Qingxuan order was a hot potato. Though Yi Han was still young, he was far from naive. There was definitely something amiss. He fixed his gaze upon sect leader Qingxuan and asked, Sect leader, which peak do you think would be best for me? This was quite clever of him, sidestepping the two elders and directing his inquiry to the sect leader. Upon hearing this, sect leader Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback. This lad was indeed shrewd. Tossing the dilemma back into his court. As a seasoned leader, sect leader Qingxuan understood the implications of both elders vying for Yi Han's allegiance, especially if Yi Han chose Xiantian Peak. How could Elder Wu possibly let him go? Chapter 10. The choice yet? Here was Yi Han, astutely shifting the question onto him, leaving sect leader Qingxuan in a quandary. He had not intended to meddle in this matter. Although he was the sect leader, he could not afford to offend the masters of other peaks. Elder Wu, in particular, was backed by the Wang family, a formidable clan not to be trifled with. Moreover, he could not directly inform Yi Han that Elder Wu's Xiantian peak was fraught with peril. Thus, with a wry smile, sect leader Qingxuan replied, "Ultimately, the decision lies with you. Xiantian peak consistently ranks among the top 3, allowing you to learn from more senior disciples, while Qingxian peak has ranked at the bottom for years, offering you less competition." As he spoke, he deftly avoided offending either party. Ultimately, the choice of which peak to join rests solely with you. Upon hearing this, Yi Han nearly erupted in exasperation. This old fox was exceedingly cunning, offering words that were effectively meaningless. However, the ambiguous stance of sect leader Qingxuan only heightened Yi Han's unease. Was he not implying that both elders were formidable foes? Suddenly, Elder Qi interjected, "Yi Han, if you join my Qingxian peak, I can provide you with a superior cultivation environment." Pausing for effect, he glanced at Elder Wu, adding, "Should you come to my Qingxian peak, I can offer you a cave for your cultivation." At this declaration, sect leader Qingxuan's surprise was palpable. Previously, when he had suggested Yi Han consider Qingxian peak, Elder Qi had been rather reluctant. Now, however, it seemed his demeanor had shifted dramatically. Elder Qi's offer of a cave for cultivation was nothing short of extraordinary. Such privileges were typically reserved for inner sect disciples, and even those at the foundation establishment stage had to expend considerable resources to obtain a cave, let alone a mortal of such poor aptitude as Yi Han. On the opposite side, Elder Wu's expression darkened, and he glowered at Elder Qi, his eyes practically aflame with frustration. Was this insufferable elder truly attempting to snatch this opportunity from him? He truly does not need it at all. How infuriating! Could it be that this old fellow still harbors memories of the past, deliberately making things difficult for me? Thus, the 5th elder spoke in a low voice. "Yi Han, as the sect leader just mentioned, Xuantiang Peak has always been among the top-ranking peaks. Our Xuantiang Peak has consistently trained disciples with great care. Otherwise, how could we have achieved such remarkable accomplishments?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Moreover, the benefits that the 7th elder can offer you, I can provide as well, and I shall also extend certain support in terms of cultivation resources. Join our Xuantiang Peak, and I assure you, you will not be treated poorly." Listening to the words of the 2 elders, Yi Han's expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of joy as he said, "I am profoundly grateful for the generous affection of both elders. It truly puts me in a difficult position." Then, addressing the sect leader Qingxuan, he inquired, "Respected sect leader, I have no understanding of Qingxian sect, and my cultivation is nearly non-existent. Which peak do you believe would be most suitable for me?" The more favorable the conditions the 2 elders offered, the more uneasy Yi Han felt. Could the Qingxian order truly possess such immense influence? Or was there some underlying conflict between these 2 old fellows? Thus, he redirected the question back to sect leader Qingxuan. In truth, he had already formed his own judgment based on the tone and attitude of the 3 cultivators. The ambiguous demeanor of sect leader Qingxuan suggested a desire to avoid offending either side. Observing the 5th elder's expression, though his words were pleasant, there was an undeniable hint of disdain for Yi Han, this mere mortal. The 7th elder regarded him with a strange look. Having proposed relatively advantageous conditions from the outset, one could discern the dynamics between the 5th elder and sect leader Qingxuan. Although the 7th elder's peak ranked lowest, it should still be far superior to Xuantiang Peak. Given the means of cultivators, if he were to join Xuantiang Peak, he might not even know how he would perish at this moment. Sect leader Qingxuan, somewhat impatiently, said, "Yi Han, each peak of our Qingxian sect possesses its own mystical arts. How far one can cultivate depends entirely on oneself. Both peak masters have shown you such generosity, and I cannot interfere. You may choose for yourself." This audacious young man, though still young, displayed considerable cunning, shifting all questions back to himself. However, despite his youth, he possessed a resilient mind, demonstrating a steadfast heart towards the path, with some redeeming qualities despite his somewhat lacking aptitude. Becoming a disciple of Qingxian sect was certainly acceptable. Yet, One must not guide this boy in choosing his peak. Otherwise, no matter how resilient his mind, it would be of little consequence. In the realm of cultivation, selecting the right path is indeed crucial. Seeing sect leader Qingxuan toss the question back, Yi Han had already made his choice in his heart. He respectfully bowed to the fifth elder and said, "Fifth elder, I am exceedingly grateful for your kindness." With that, he deeply bowed before the fifth elder, then turned to the seventh elder and declared, "Seventh elder, I wish to join Qingxuan Peak." Initially, Yi Han bowed to the fifth elder, who smiled broadly, but to his surprise, Yi Han then turned to pay homage to the seventh elder. What was this? Did this impudent boy intend to undermine his status as an elder? The fifth elder's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "Yi Han, you must think this through." How infuriating. How could he now acquire medicinal pills with the Qingxuan order token? The seventh elder, however, clapped his storage bag and produced a token, chanting a few words, inscribing Yi Han upon it, and tossed it to Yi Han, saying, "You shall cultivate at Qingxuan Peak from now on. I hope you achieve great success and ascend to the ranks of immortals. Thank you." Seventh elder, Yi Han respectfully accepted the token, a wave of excitement surging within him. He had truly become a cultivator. At that moment, sect leader Qingxuan flipped his hand, revealing the Qingxuan token. "Yi Han, according to the rules, you may use the Qingxuan token to join the inner sect and exchange for whatever you desire." Yi Han graciously accepted it and was about to depart when the fifth elder's expression shifted, and he immediately called out, "Wait a moment." But the seventh elder stood in front of him, casting a cold glare that rendered the fifth elder's expression quite grim. The seventh elder turned to Yi Han, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Come with me to Qingxuan Peak." With that, he strode confidently ahead. Yes. Yi Han quickly followed suit. As he watched the seventh elder lead him away, the fifth elder's expression darkened even further. Chapter 11. The cave dwelling. The seventh elder guided Yi Han out of the grand hall, and with a flick of his sleeve, Yi Han abruptly felt as if he were cradled by an invisible hand. Soaring through the air as if riding the clouds, the gusts of wind roaring past him, nearly rendering his eyes unable to open. In the next moment, he felt his feet touch solid ground. And upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a picturesque valley, a scene of serene beauty. Before him stood an ancient, intricately designed cave entrance embedded within the mountainside. It appeared to be the legendary dwelling of a cultivator, master. "Is this the cave dwelling you have prepared for me?" Yi Han gazed in astonishment at the grand entrance. The seventh elder, expressionless, replied, "Firstly, you are not my disciple. I am the peak master of Qingxuan Peak. So do not call me master. You may address me as peak master. Secondly, this is your cave dwelling, acquired with the Qingxuan token you exchanged, not a gift for me, though you understand?" With that, he extended his hand toward Yi Han, saying, "Hand over the Qingxuan token." Yi Han was taken aback, handing over the Qingxuan token that sect leader Qingxuan had just given him, still under the impression that the seventh elder was a benevolent figure. The seventh elder stared at Yi Han and reiterated, "Lastly, let me emphasize once more. To become a cultivator relies entirely on yourself. I am here to assist you solely because of that Qingxuan token. You must take this seriously." Upon finishing, he flipped his hand, producing another token, which he tossed to Yi Han, saying, "This is the restriction token for your cave dwelling." As he spoke, he uttered a series of arcane incantations, and a flicker of ethereal light danced in his palm, causing the cave dwelling token to emit peculiar characters. These characters left Yi Han feeling dizzy and somewhat disoriented. Then, the seventh elder handed the cave dwelling token to Yi Han, explaining, "You lack spiritual power and cannot activate the cave dwelling token yet, so I have modified it for you. Simply set a verbal command for the token, and you may enter and exit freely. Once your cultivation improves, you can acknowledge it as your own with a drop of blood." Having said this, he tossed the cave dwelling token to Yi Han and departed in a flash. Yi Han stood alone at the entrance of the cave dwelling, clutching the token, watching the seventh elder's retreating figure with a twinge of envy. This was what a true cultivator looked like. Mr. Lan Qing had indeed spoken the truth. Cultivators were not easy to associate with, as they lived aloof from the world, high above, and would not be courteous to a mere mortal, as an ordinary person. Navigating the realm of cultivators would be immensely challenging. However, having witnessed the methods of these cultivators, All his thoughts were now consumed with the desire to cultivate. Reflecting on how he had once valued worldly power and wealth, he had not anticipated becoming utterly enchanted by the extraordinary powers of cultivators. He yearned to possess such power, a miraculous force beyond the realm of humanity. His curiosity and fascination with the world of cultivation grew stronger. Now that he had the opportunity to step into this realm, he was determined to face any challenges ahead. After all, he could not believe that any situation could be worse than his former life as a cowherd in Qingniu village. With these thoughts in mind, Yihan tightly grasped the cave-dwelling token. The seventh elder had informed him that this token had already been modified, and he needed to set a verbal command. What would the command be? After pondering briefly, Yihan spoke, "Open, cow gate." Although he wanted to distance himself from any association with cattle, he feared that a simple command might be easily opened by others. Hence his choice of words. As he uttered the command, the cave-dwelling token shimmered with a surge of runes. The grand entrance slowly opened as if it were seamlessly merging with the mountainside. Yet it opened with remarkable smoothness, without a sound. Upon witnessing this, Yihan's eyes sparkled with delight as he stepped inside the cave dwelling. The interior was quite spacious, measuring at least 4 to 5 zhang. Featuring a stone table at its center surrounded by 4 stone stools, with 4 small doors leading to other chambers. Upon entering, he felt a refreshing aura that invigorated his spirit, making each breath incredibly comfortable. This sensation was undoubtedly what Mr. Lanqing had described. The cave dwelling was a privilege reserved for foundational cultivators. Yet, Mr. Lanqing had also mentioned that to become a cultivator, one must possess a spiritual root. Although Yihan did not fully comprehend this, he was intelligent enough to deduce that a spiritual root referred to one's innate talent for cultivation. While he might possess some talent, judging by the expression of sect leader Qingxuan and the implications of Mr. Lanqing's words, it was likely that his aptitude was quite poor. Nevertheless, despite still being an ordinary mortal, he had now stepped into Qingxuan's sect. He would do everything in his power to avoid being expelled. Vowing to become a cultivator, Yihan wandered around this so-called cave dwelling. Inspecting the 4 small chambers, one appeared to be a sleeping area, containing a bed and a stool, but little else. Another seemed to serve as a training room, featuring a seat and 4 pillars adorned with numerous strange runes, topped with sculptures resembling toads. On the ground lay a formation resembling the Bagua diagram associated with the diviner from Qingniu village. Though he could not discern its purpose, the realm of cultivation appears to be an entirely different world, filled with myriad mysteries that he cannot comprehend. The other 2 chambers are even more peculiar. One of them is completely empty save for a patch of earth on the floor. Could it possibly be used for growing something? The last chamber, however, is rather straightforward. It seems to be a storage room, with numerous hollowed-out spaces along the walls resembling cabinets, and 2 rows of shelves in the center. Regrettably, it is devoid of any contents. Yihan circled around the final room, uncertain of how to utilize this cave dwelling. Yet it was a precious gift acquired with the rare Qingxuan token. The manner in which he can make the most of this abode is indeed a matter of great significance. Moreover, he is currently acquainted with only a few elders at Qingxuan sect, none of whom display any interest in him. Aspiring to become a cultivator is no trivial endeavor. He had initially thought that the 7th elder would take him on as a disciple. Yet instead, the elder abandoned him here without a second thought. Boredom enveloped him as he lingered in the cave, so he set down his meager belongings, which contained little more than a few garments, a handful of coins, and a small cauldron that had turned as hard as stone. After some contemplation, Yihan decided to keep the coins with him, placing the cauldron and other items in the storage room. As for the cloth he had obtained, it had already been taken by Mr. Lanqing, who claimed it as a form of remuneration. Clearly, that piece of fabric is no ordinary object, as evidenced by Mr. Lanqing's keen interest in it. Yihan exited the cave, resolved to explore the mountain and inquire about how to become a cultivator. Chapter 12. The eccentric old man. As Yihan stepped out of the cave, the heavy stone door silently closed behind him. The methods employed by cultivators are truly remarkable. That massive door, weighing at least several thousand pounds, could close of its own accord. Excitement bubbled within him at the thought of having such a splendid cave as his own, a place he could finally call home. Upon exiting, he gazed outward and was met with the breathtaking scenery of Qingxuan Peak. When the 7th elder had brought him here, he had moved so swiftly that Yihan hadn't even had the chance to open his eyes and take in the sights. The vistas of Qingxuan Peak were nothing short of ethereal, shrouded in mist with towering mountains and peculiar rock formations, adorned with countless points of light flitting about, and magnificent edifices gleaming amidst the grandeur. This truly was a realm of immortals. Nearby, exotic flowers and rare herbs filled the air with their fragrant aromas, accompanied by the melodious songs of birds. To live in such an environment for a lifetime would indeed be a blessing. However, although the seventh elder had not disclosed it, Mr. Lanqing had warned him that failure to succeed in cultivation would lead to expulsion from Qingxuan Peak. Thus, from any perspective, Yihan was eager to embark on his journey as a cultivator. Yet, aside from witnessing the divine prowess of a celestial maiden and the fragmented words of Mr. Lanqing, he was at a loss regarding the true nature of cultivation. The seventh elder had paid him no mind, leaving him abandoned with no means of sustenance. Without venturing out to seek assistance, would he not perish from hunger on the mountain? After all, these exalted cultivators looked down upon mere mortals like him. Frustration welled within him. He needed to find someone to inquire about his path. However, after taking only a few steps, Yihan fully grasped the adage that ascending a mountain is easy, but descending is fraught with difficulty. The area in which he found himself was utterly treacherous, with a sheer cliff drop just a few paces away, plummeting at least several dozen feet. Should he fall from such a height? Even 100 Yihans would be reduced to a mere smear upon the ground. What was he to do? Should he attempt to climb down? He recalled the enormous bird that had brought him here and longed for a flying steed of his own. To his left and right, he spotted an ancient vine, thicker than his arm, leading downward. With no other option, he resolved to descend. Curiously, since his encounter with that terrifying creature, he had noticed a significant increase in his strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to scale such heights. Using both hands and feet, Yihan navigated the vine with agility, and thanks to his youth and vigor, he quickly made his way down. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he discovered a set of steps leading further down. As he proceeded along the stairs, he found it odd that Qingxuan Peak seemed rather deserted. After traversing several hundred paces, he had yet to encounter a single soul, a stark contrast to the bustling crowds he had previously observed on other peaks. At last, Yihan spotted a small building ahead, where an elderly man sat in a grand chair. Dozing off, the old man was hunched and gaunt, clad in a simple garment, appearing as though he were on the brink of the grave. After such a long journey, encountering this elderly figure left Yihan with little choice but to approach respectfully. Greeting him, "Good day, esteemed elder." Mr. Lanqing had cautioned him not to underestimate anyone in the realm of cultivation. Though this old man appeared unremarkable, his true identity within the sect was a mystery to Yihan. After all, as a mere mortal in the world of cultivation, he could not afford to offend anyone. Despite Yihan's courteous demeanor and loud voice, the old man remained unresponsive, lost in his slumber. Yihan's expression turned to one of helplessness. Could it be that the old man was hard of hearing? Thus, he called out again, "Elder, are you asleep?" Yet, still, there was no reaction. A hint of frustration crept onto Yihan's face. Should he rouse the old man? He reached out to gently shake him to that moment. A powerful arm clamped around him, and in a rush of wind, he found himself thrown several dozen feet away before he could even blink. The one who had seized him was a robust young man, with muscles that seemed forged from metal, and a countenance that exuded a boyish innocence, characterized by thick brows and large eyes. The young man, glancing nervously at the slumbering elder, whispered urgently to Yihan, "You little rascal, have you lost your mind? How dare you disturb old Lu's slumber?" The last person who did so was turned to ashes. Yihan's expression changed dramatically at the young man's words. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary old man was so formidable. Where had this young man sprung from? Thankfully, he had intervened to save him. Gratefully, Yihan responded, "Thank you for rescuing me, kind sir." The young man appeared somewhat simple-minded, but his imposing physique resembled that of a martial hero. Given his quick rescue and warning, he seemed to possess a warm heart. Yihan seized the opportunity to inquire about the affairs of Qingxuan Peak. The young man set Yihan down, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized him, perplexed. "Strange, you appear to be nothing more than a mere mortal. How did you come to be on our Qingxuan Peak?" His gaze was filled with curiosity, tinged with disdain. Yihan quickly realized that this was reminiscent of his arrival in Wudong City. Where people had regarded him with similar contempt, as if he were a rustic, it was only natural that, having not yet embarked on the journey of cultivation, he would be looked down upon by these cultivators. With a spark of inspiration, he decided to play along, declaring, "I was brought here by the seventh elder. He said I possessed the potential for cultivation and has taken me under his wing. He even granted me a cave dwelling, treating me quite well." He understood that to reveal his true status as a mere mortal without any backing would likely lead to the young man dismissing him outright. As expected, upon hearing Yi Han's words, the young man's demeanor softened considerably, and he exclaimed in surprise, "You were brought by the seventh elder? Could it be that you possess a heavenly root? Or perhaps a dual root?" Yi Han had no knowledge of these heavenly roots or dual roots, but he was not foolish. He continued to play along, saying, "The seventh elder mentioned that it's a secret and that I shouldn't share it with others." Upon hearing this, the young man gazed at Yi Han with envy, remarking, "How fortunate you are to possess such talent. You are bound to become a great cultivator. I, on the other hand, am alas," as he spoke. A look of dejection washed over the young man's face, suggesting that his own talents were rather lacking. Yi Han observed this exchange with keen insight. It appeared that this young man would be his best source for learning about the ways of cultivators. Chapter 13. Zhang Qingxuan. Yi Han could discern that this young man was far more approachable than the likes of the sect's master Qingxian, the fifth elder, or even the seventh elder. His intervention to prevent Yi Han from waking the sleeping Lu old man spoke volumes about his character. Clearly, he was a kind-hearted individual, for he would not have acted to help otherwise. Thus, Yi Han encouraged the young man, "Do not be disheartened, brother. Although your talents may be modest, I see that you are a person of great diligence. The heavens do not forsake those who strive. I believe you will surely become a great cultivator." In truth, Yi Han himself did not believe these words, yet he felt compelled to say them to foster goodwill with this young man. Observing the young man's formidable physique, it was evident that his strength was not innate, but rather the result of rigorous training, akin to those he had encountered among martial practitioners. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Han's words, the young man was invigorated and replied with renewed enthusiasm, "Indeed, as long as I exert sufficient effort, I shall undoubtedly become a great cultivator." Yi Han observed the young man's demeanor and understood the underlying sentiments. Upon arriving at Qingxuan sect, he received a rather lukewarm welcome. Although he was unaware of the specifics, the indifference shown by the sect master as the fifth and seventh elders contested over his foundation establishment spoke volumes. It became apparent to him that his innate talent might even be inferior to that of this young man. Otherwise, the leaders would not have displayed such disregard towards him. However, due to sect rules and the influence of the Qingxian order, he was reluctantly granted the foundation establishment and permitted to exchange for a cave dwelling. This underscored the paramount importance of innate talent in the realm of cultivation, as it could very well determine one's ability to become a cultivator. With clarity in his heart, he addressed the young man, "Senior brother, may I inquire how you are addressed?" "I am Yi Han." The youth scratched the back of his head and replied, "Yi junior brother. You are brought here by the seventh elder. It won't be long before I can call you senior brother. My name is Zhang Qingxuan, and I am at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement stage." Hearing this, Yi Han responded with courtesy, "Senior brother Zhang, you are too kind. Even should my cultivation surpass yours, you shall forever remain my senior brother. I am deeply grateful for the assistance you provided earlier." Zhang Qingxuan, upon hearing Yi Han's polite words, felt a surge of goodwill towards him and sighed, "It is fortunate you are but a child. Otherwise, I might be moved to tears. However, you may not fully grasp the situation. Do you? In the world of cultivation, strength is revered. Should your cultivation surpass mine, you would naturally become my senior brother. From the eloquence with which you speak, it is clear you have read extensively." It was evident that Zhang Qingxuan hailed from humble beginnings and understood that those who could read among ordinary folk typically came from better circumstances. Yet, little did he know that Yi Han had merely been a freeloader in his studies. To Yi Han, the ability to read was hardly a talent at all. He chuckled, "What use is reading? It pales in comparison to being a cultivator. How splendid it is to fly and traverse the heavens." Zhang Qingxuan, being a rather simple-minded cultivator, lamented, "Alas, what do you know? You must be new to Qingxuan sect, aren't you? You are not yet a cultivator and remain unaware that within the sect, those of low cultivation are regarded as insignificant, and anyone can bully you. It is only upon becoming a high-ranking cultivator and an inner disciple that one can secure a better standing. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, to soar through the skies. One cannot hope to do so without the foundation establishment stage. He then turned to Yihan and added, as a mere mortal without any cultivation, you will find yourself looked down upon wherever you go. However, he quickly amended, now that you have entered Qingxuan sect and been taken under the wing of the seventh elder, you are sure to become a formidable cultivator. Yihan retained Zhang Qingshan's words in his heart and replied, the seventh elder mentioned that upon reaching Qingxuan sect, I would soon become a cultivator, capable of flying and achieving the impossible. Despite his outward demeanor, he felt a heaviness in his heart. The seventh elder was a lofty and esteemed cultivator. No wonder he had neglected him, leaving him to fend for himself on the mountain. After all, why would a divine being care about the life or death of a mere mortal? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingshan's perception of Yihan shifted. He sensed that Yihan's status was far from ordinary. Typically, new disciples had to first become outer disciples and cultivate on the outer peaks before qualifying to ascend to inner peaks like Qixuan Peak. Yet here was Yihan, evidently a mortal with no cultivation, granted access to inner cultivation. The only explanation could be that his talent had already met the requirements for inner discipleship, possessing either a spiritual root or dual spiritual roots. Thus, Zhang Qingshan's admiration and respect for Yihan grew, and he even contemplated ingratiating himself with him. After all, having a powerful patron in the realm of cultivation was exceedingly significant. Of course, Zhang Qingshan could never have imagined that this young lad, so articulate, had deftly guided him into this position with but a few words. He remarked, "Ye junior brother, the seventh elder must not have deceived you. With your talent, you shall soon become a cultivator. As long as you find a suitable cultivation method and, with your innate talent and the aid of elixirs, you will quickly sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbing enough to become a cultivator." At this point, he looked at Yihan with envious eyes and said, "With your talent, you will soon reach the peak of the Qi refinement stage. At that time, the seventh elder will surely procure a foundation establishment pill for you, and you will then be a foundation establishment cultivator." His gaze was filled with unmasked envy and longing, revealing his own aspirations in that direction. Wai Yihan listened intently, committing every word to memory. Though he maintained an impassive facade, sighing in resignation, however, after the seventh elder brought me here and provided me with a cave dwelling, I have yet to see him again. He began to piece together that cultivators were indeed categorized by realms and that absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was essential. The foundation establishment pill was undoubtedly a crucial item, allowing cultivators to cross into a significant realm. In no wonder, both the fifth and seventh elders were eager to obtain it from him. It was clearly not something easily acquired. Yet, Yihan, ever astute, chose not to disclose that his cave dwelling was obtained through the exchange of the foundation establishment pill, but instead presented it as a gift from the seventh elder, thereby enhancing the perception of his special status. Indeed, Zhang Qingshan expressed his profound envy, saying, "I truly envy you, ye junior brother. Here, aside from a few well-connected Qi refinement cultivators, only foundation establishment cultivators are entitled to their own independent cave dwellings. If you can cultivate in your own cave, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be exceptionally abundant, making your training exponentially more effective." Upon hearing this, Yihan's thoughts were stirred. No wonder Master Lan Qing insisted that he exchange the foundation establishment pill for a cave dwelling. It was for such a purpose. Yet, he feigned indifference, saying, "What use is a cave dwelling? The seventh elder has yet to impart any cultivation method or foundational techniques to me. I merely use the cave for sleeping and eating." Zhang Qingshan lamented, "That is indeed a tremendous waste. You must understand, a cave dwelling is equipped with a gathering spirit array." After pondering for a moment, Yihan suddenly proposed, "Senior brother Zhang, I see you have been cultivating for a considerable time. Why not impart some cultivation techniques to me? In exchange, you may cultivate in my cave dwelling." Chapter 14. What cunning could such a child possess? Zhang Qingshan was taken aback by Yihan's unexpected suggestion and immediately felt intrigued. He had stagnated in his cultivation for quite some time, primarily due to a lack of resources, and had failed to break through several times. However, Yihan was a disciple taken in by the seventh elder. Why should he need to share his cultivation methods? What if he imparted something incorrect and incurred the seventh elder's wrath? Besides, there were other disciples responsible for teaching. Yet, this opportunity was fleeting, and he couldn't take Yihan to the teaching disciples. However, if the seventh elder were to find out, he would be in trouble. What to do? Zhang Qingxuan's thoughts raced, and he found himself at an impasse. Though Yihan was young, he was not naive. He quickly discerned Zhang Qingxuan's hesitance. He realized he must leverage his status as a child. Why Yihan sighed in apparent helplessness. Senior brother Zhang, to be honest, the cave dwelling I reside in is quite elevated, making it rather troublesome for me to ascend and descend. I would appreciate your assistance, and as for whether you choose to share your cultivation techniques, that is entirely up to you. Zhang Qingxuan was taken aback. Puzzled, your cave dwelling is too high. How could that be? Did the peak master not take you to register upon entering? That is, he was unaware of Yihan's circumstances, but seeing the child's seemingly exasperated expression, he sensed there must be more to the story. He wanted to ask further, but the matters concerning the elders were beyond his purview, so he chose to remain silent. Why Yihan promptly said, Senior brother Zhang, just follow me, and you'll see. With that, Yihan led Zhang Qingxuan toward his cave dwelling, while grumbling, the seventh elder is truly something. How am I supposed to get up there? Zhang Qingxuan followed closely behind Yihan, who barely reached the height of his thigh. What cunning could such a child possess? He quickly relaxed, his mind beginning to churn with thoughts. If he could indeed assist Yihan, he would be riding on the coattails of the seventh elder. Even if he did not earn accolades, he would have at least exerted effort, and the seventh elder would not likely teach Yihan every little detail. He was well aware of the foundational cultivation techniques. His struggles on Qixin Peak stemmed from lacking a solid backing. As they walked, Yihan inquired, Senior brother Zhang, I heard you mention that you are at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement stage. May I ask how long it took you to reach this level? Though this seemed an innocent question, it was, in fact, a probe into Zhang Qingxuan's experience, as Yihan sought to gauge how long it might take him to attain such cultivation. After all, despite this simple exchange, he had not seen Zhang Qingxuan's movements clearly, and the speed with which he had flung him was far superior to any martial artist he had encountered. To be overpowered by such cultivation prowess felt akin to being crushed like an ant. Certainly, one must not reveal any flaws that might unveil the truth to Zhang Qingxuan, for that would be quite awkward. With a look of resignation, Zhang Qingxuan remarked, I have been cultivating for 8 years now. Among my fellow disciples who started with me, some have perished, others have scattered, and only senior sister Ming has become a foundation establishment cultivator. Upon hearing his words, Yihan fell silent. It seemed that the world of immortals was not as idyllic as he had imagined, and cultivation was indeed no simple endeavor. Naturally, if cultivation were an easy task, cultivators would not be so rare. Nevertheless, he was already envious of the means possessed by the cultivators. Since he had entered their realm, he must strive with all his might to become one himself. How wonderful it would be to attain eternal life. As they spoke, Yihan led Zhang Qingxuan to the foot of his cave dwelling. Pointing to the cave nestled in the cliff, he said, Brother Zhang, look at my cave up there. Climbing it is quite a challenge. Thus, I wish to ask for your assistance for a while. Zhang Qingxuan glanced up and immediately recognized the validity of Yihan's statement. After all, he was merely a young lad, and ascending the towering cliff to reach his cave was indeed a formidable and perilous task. A fall from such heights could be fatal. He couldn't fathom why Elder Seven would leave Yihan here. Was it a test? Or was there another reason? Managing everything alone was no easy feat either. Consequently, Zhang Qingxuan promptly replied, Leave it to me. With that, he reached out and grasped Yihan's collar, and with a swift movement, Yihan felt as though he were soaring through the clouds. In an instant, he was lifted several dozen feet into the air, as Zhang Qingxuan stepped deftly upon the cliff face, taking a series of strides. With 3 resounding thuds, each step elevated them a considerable height, and in just 3 steps, they arrived at the entrance of Yihan's cave. Clapping his hands in delight, Yihan exclaimed, Brother Zhang, you are truly remarkable. Far surpassing any martial arts master I have ever encountered. In truth, he had never seen any martial arts masters at all. Zhang Qingxuan scoffed. What are martial arts masters? Even the most formidable among them appear as mere ants in the eyes of cultivators. Afterward, he gazed at the cave before him and inquired, Is this truly the cave that Elder Seven has bestowed upon you, junior brother Yi? Yihan patted his chest and affirmed, Indeed, if you don't believe me, I shall take you inside. Saying this, he approached the entrance and called out, "Open, Niu Min." With his words, the cave's door slowly creaked open. Witnessing Yi Han actually opening the cave, Zhang Qingxuan's expression was filled with envy. He wondered when he might possess a cave of his own. Why Yi Han stepped inside and beckoned, "Brother Zhang, come in and have a seat. You have been such a tremendous help. I cannot thank you enough." Zhang Qingxuan, now utterly convinced of Yi Han's extraordinary status, believed that his identity must be quite remarkable. Otherwise, how could he possess a cave? It is worth noting that even Foundation establishment cultivators, while able to claim their own caves, must forge and carve them themselves. This cave, situated in the heart of Qingxuan Peak, boasted an abundance of spiritual energy, not the finest, but certainly superior to most locations. It was indeed enviable. Perhaps Yi Han was truly a disciple of exceptional talent, which is why Elder Seven valued him so highly. Zhang Qingxuan resolved to treat Yi Han with utmost kindness, seizing this opportunity to secure more resources for his own cultivation. If he could earn Elder Seven's favor, even as a mere named disciple, it would be a significant turning point. Thus, Zhang Qingxuan entered, exclaiming, "What a splendid place! Cultivating here would yield extraordinary progress, akin to consuming qi refinement pills daily. Junior brother Yi, your fortune is truly enviable." Yi Han, feigning indifference, replied, "What is there to envy, brother Zhang? You are my only friend here on the mountain. As long as you consider me a friend, you are always welcome to come here and cultivate." He had already devised a plan. Although Zhang Qingxuan claimed to be merely a qi refinement stage 10 cultivator, he was still a cultivator and a disciple of the inner sect within Qingxuan Peak, a status far above Yi Han's fabricated identity, which was entirely a ruse. He had no knowledge of the path of cultivation. Without enticing Zhang Qingxuan with a few perks, he feared he might never grasp the way of cultivation. As for seeking out a transmission master, as a mere mortal, it would pose significant challenges. He trusted that with Elder Seven as an imaginary support, Zhang Qingxuan would not dare to act against him. Now, it was merely a matter of whether Zhang Qingxuan would agree to assist him. Chapter 15. Qingxian Technique. Yi Han sat cross-legged in the training room, his legs intertwined, palms resting on his knees, brow slightly furrowed as he earnestly attempted to circulate his cultivation technique. After more than an hour had passed, he opened his eyes, revealing a look of disappointment, muttering to himself, "What is going on? It has been 3 days, yet I still have not sensed the spiritual energy that Zhang Qingxuan spoke of." Indeed, under Yi Han's persuasive words, Zhang Qingxuan had become utterly convinced of his identity, sharing everything he knew in great detail. In just 2 or 3 days, Yi Han had grasped the basic situation of the Qingxian Sect and Qingxuan Peak. However, for him at present, the particulars of Qingxian Sect and Qingxuan Peak were not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was his desire to become a cultivator. Zhang Qingxuan had revealed a crucial piece of information. Although Yi Han had entered Qingxuan Peak as an inner sect disciple, he remained a mortal, subject to the disdain of cultivators wherever he went. Even being brought back by Elder Seven did not afford him any respect, for among cultivators, strength is revered. How could a mere mortal expect to earn their esteem? Moreover, he had no genuine connection to Elder Seven. The Elder had made it clear that to become a cultivator, he could only rely on himself. Furthermore, this was not the outer sect mountain peak, where there were officials to teach foundational cultivation knowledge to newly admitted outer sect disciples. Yi Han could have registered at the outer sect mountain peak and obtained some basic techniques, but he could not access that area as it was separated by several dozen miles of mountains. Thus, he had decided against that pursuit. Instead, he sought Zhang Qingxuan's guidance on some foundational cultivation methods. Of course, he had framed it as his desire to surprise Elder Seven by becoming a cultivator before their meeting. Zhang Qingxuan, without suspicion, explained that to cultivate, one must first sense the presence of spiritual energy in the surroundings, referred to as the qi sensation. Only by perceiving the existence of spiritual energy could one circulate their technique, absorb the spiritual energy to enhance oneself, and wield spells and treasures. In essence, absorbing spiritual energy and possessing magical power formed the very foundation of a cultivator's existence. Simultaneously, upon Yi Han's inquiries, Zhang Qingxuan divulged numerous details regarding cultivators. For instance, to become a cultivator, one must possess a spiritual root. Without it, no amount of intelligence, physical fitness, or innate talent would suffice for ascension. This was because the cultivation techniques required the absorption of spiritual energy, and only a body capable of such could attain the status of a cultivator. Zhang Qingxuan had always regarded Yi Han as exceptionally gifted. Otherwise, he would not have been brought to Qingxuan Peak by Elder Seven, nor would he have been granted such a splendid cave. Every time the topic arose, Zhang Qingxuan was filled with envy. Little did he realize that he, an adult, had been thoroughly deceived by Yi Han, a mere child. However, Yi Han dared not reveal the truth to Zhang Qingxuan. Should he discover that Elder Seven had simply abandoned him here, he would likely disregard him entirely. In summary, to become a cultivator, to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, and to survive on Qingxuan Peak, Yi Han felt compelled to proceed as he had. Yet, he was growing increasingly anxious. He had consistently instilled in Zhang Qingxuan the impression that he was a cultivator of extraordinary potential through various verbal manipulations. Without that perception, even with the allure of the cave, Zhang Qingxuan might not have bothered with him. Yi Han considered seeking out others, but then thought better of it. As a mortal who had deceived Zhang Qingxuan, the more individuals he interacted with, the greater the risk of exposure. Moreover, not every cultivator would be as warm-hearted and easily deceived as Zhang Qingxuan. Thus, Yi Han chose to remain low-key and focus on cultivation for the time being. However, despite diligently practicing the foundational technique, Jin Linggong, for 3 days as instructed by Zhang Qingxuan, he had made no progress, which left him exceedingly frustrated. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Zhang Qingxuan would see through his facade. Suddenly, a series of footsteps approached, and Zhang Qingxuan called from outside. "Junior brother Yi, please come out for a moment." Hearing Zhang Qingxuan's voice, Yi Han furrowed his brow, stood up, and walked outside, greeting him, "Brother Zhang. What is the matter?" Zhang Qingxuan scrutinized Yi Han from head to toe and inquired. "Junior brother Yi, have you made any progress?" With that, he produced an oiled paper bag from his pocket, offering him a roasted leg of a wild beast, saying, "Do not be anxious. Have something to eat first." Yi Han, being a mortal, needed sustenance. Not to mention, Zhang Qingxuan had indeed been quite kind, willingly preparing meals for him, albeit with mediocre culinary skills. Nevertheless, Yi Han was not picky. Having endured much hardship in Qingniu village, he had developed a strong constitution. This time, the meat was quite tasty, leaving him savoring every bite as he complained, "Brother Zhang, do you think my talent is merely an illusion? Why is it that I have not experienced any reaction while practicing this technique?" Zhang Qingxuan furrowed his brow and replied, "I feel it should not be the case. I have previously informed you that I possess metal, wood, and fire spiritual roots, and the gold spiritual technique is perfectly suited for me. You may lack the metal spiritual root, which is why I believe you cannot successfully cultivate this technique. It would be wise to seek an alternative method." Indeed, when Zhang Qingxuan imparted his technique to him, he had clearly stated that without a metal spiritual root, one cannot succeed in cultivating metal-based techniques. Yi Han was also at a loss, for apart from this gold spiritual technique, Zhang Qingxuan had no other foundational techniques to offer. To acquire another, he would need to venture to the outer sect to purchase one. In this realm of cultivators, currency is not the mundane silver or gold, but a special type known as spirit stones, which contain the essence of heaven and earth. These spirit stones are classified into inferior, middle grade, superior, and exquisite stones based on their spiritual energy content. A single inferior spirit stone is valued at over 1,000 taels of silver. And even then, one may not be able to obtain it. Yi Han had merely 10 taels of silver in his pocket. How could he possibly acquire an inferior spirit stone? This foundational technique required 5 inferior spirit stones. Yi Han had nowhere near that amount. Zhang Qingxuan also admitted he had no spirit stones left, having exhausted them long ago. Whether it was due to unwillingness or genuine lack, Yi Han could only sigh in resignation. If he truly had not chosen the right technique, he would need to contemplate other solutions. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Yi Han's mind, and he exclaimed, "Ah, Zhang Shixiang, the 7th elder gave me a technique to practice. Let me show it to you." With that, Yi Han hurriedly made his way to the storage room, where he had placed all his belongings upon his first visit to the cave dwelling. After rummaging through his pack, he retrieved a book bound in paper. The title inscribed upon it read Qingxian Technique. Coincidentally, he also noticed the small stone-like cauldron lying there, which he casually tucked into his robe before emerging. Upon seeing the technique Yi Han handed over, Zhang Qingxuan's expression changed dramatically. "What? Qingxian technique. How do you possess this? Chapter 16. Wealth should not be exposed. Treasures should not be revealed. Upon seeing that the technique Yihan produced was indeed the Qingxian technique, Zhang Qingxuan's demeanor shifted, revealing a glimmer of desire in his eyes. Recognizing the change in Zhang Qingxuan's gaze, Yihan felt a sense of foreboding. Wealth should not be exposed, and treasures should not be revealed. Fortunately, he had mentioned beforehand that this Qingxian technique was bestowed upon him by the seventh elder. In truth, he had unearthed this Qingxian technique alongside the purple cauldron in that mysterious cave. At that time, he had also come across the Qingxian token and 20 taels of silver, as well as that tattered cloth, which he had already given to Mr. Lanqing as payment. Mr. Lanqing had deemed the Qingxian technique unworthy and returned it, stating that it was of no use to him. Yihan had initially intended to use it as a last resort, hoping that if he could not cultivate it himself, he might have Zhang Qingxuan exchange it for spirit stones or trade it for another technique. However, witnessing Zhang Qingxuan's expression, he immediately realized that the Qingxian technique was not ordinary, making the idea of exchanging it for spirit stones or another technique impossible. Thus, Yihan feigned indifference and said, "Oh, this was given to me by the seventh elder. Did I not mention that?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan gazed at Yihan with envy. "So it was given to you by the seventh elder. This is a technique only true disciples of the Qingxian sect are permitted to cultivate. It seems Yishidi has already become a true disciple." As he spoke, his respect for Yihan grew. Reflecting on the disparity in their circumstances, they had yet to even begin cultivating, and Yihan already possessed a cave dwelling, the best techniques, and had been recognized as a true disciple. Yihan, however, was oblivious to the distinction between true disciples and others. He felt that he had inadvertently escalated the situation, and with a mysterious demeanor, he whispered, "Zhang Shixiang, this matter must remain confidential. The seventh elder has repeatedly instructed me not to disclose it to anyone. Only you, Zhang Shixiang, have treated me so well, teaching me techniques and providing me with food. So I felt compelled to share this with you." Yihan was no stranger to flattery. In Qingniu village, if others wished to learn reading and writing from Mr. Lanqing, they had to offer him food. He had relied on his sweet tongue and industriousness to persuade Mr. Lanqing to teach him for free. When food was scarce, his sweet words could coax a few morsels from the village elders. Upon hearing Yihan's words, Zhang Qingxuan's expression softened, and he chuckled while scratching the back of his head. "Look at what you're saying. I merely assisted you a little. Who knows, perhaps in the future, you might need to look after me." Yihan's words had made Zhang Qingxuan feel somewhat embarrassed. It was clear that he had helped Yihan primarily to curry favor with the seventh elder, yet Yihan's gratitude left him feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, Yihan was just a child. While he had schemed against him, little did he know, he had already fallen into the clever machinations of this young Boy. Yihan, keenly perceptive, quickly grasped Zhang Qingxuan's thoughts. Zhang Qingxuan was indeed a decent person. Such individuals were often labeled as honest folk in villages, while the cunning villagers tended to bully them. It seemed that the Qingxian sect was no different, preferring to take advantage of the honest. However, Yihan believed he was not truly exploiting Zhang Qingxuan. He simply found it difficult to reveal the full truth to him. Moreover, Zhang Qingxuan's assistance would ultimately benefit him as well. Zhang Qingxuan had been cultivating in his cave dwelling, and Yihan had secretly observed that when Zhang Qingxuan practiced, visible golden light points swirled around him and flowed into his body. Zhang Qingxuan had explained that this was the absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, primarily drawing in metal-type energy due to his cultivation of metal-based techniques. Yet, Yihan was not inclined to discuss further matters now. He presented his technique to Zhang Qingxuan, saying, "Zhang Shixiang, this is the Qingxian technique given to me by the seventh elder. Can you help me examine it?" Looking at the Qingxian technique Yihan handed over, Zhang Qingxuan hesitated for a moment. "Yishidi, the Qingxian technique is a closely guarded secret of our Qingxian sect. Are you not afraid of the seventh elder's reprimand if I see it?" Despite his words, the yearning in his eyes could not be concealed. Yihan promptly replied, "If you do not speak of it, who will know? Besides, you've cultivated for so many years with little progress. It must be an issue with the technique. The seventh elder is currently unavailable to guide me personally. I cannot afford to squander my time here. Zhang Shixiang, if you help me, I assure you I will not divulge this to anyone. You must trust me." With sincerity radiating from his face, Yihan looked earnestly at Zhang Qingxuan. His seemingly innocuous demeanor combined with his youth and earnestness, left Zhang Qingxuan unable to suspect him. Zhang Qingxuan finally conceded, "All right, I will take a look for you. But my talent is limited, so I may not be of much help." Upon saying this, he accepted the technique and began to read. His eyes widened in astonishment as he became completely absorbed. Yi Han had previously perused this Qingxian technique, and each time he did, he was left dizzy and bewildered, unable to comprehend it. Despite his commendable literary skills and Mr. Launching's approval, he found himself utterly lost, particularly with the references to acupoints and the communication of spiritual energy with heaven and earth. Prolonged exposure to the text left his head spinning, clearly indicating his potential limitations as an ordinary person. Seeing Zhang Qingxuan enraptured by the text, Yi Han understood that this technique could only be comprehended by cultivators. He hoped Zhang Qingxuan would provide him with guidance on his cultivation after reading through it. If the Qingxian technique proved ineffective, he would have to consider other options. Zhang Qingxuan remained engrossed in the text for several hours, during which Yi Han managed to take a nap. Eventually, he called Yi Han aside and said, "Yi Shidi, you must safeguard this technique. It is one that can lead to the golden core stage. You cannot let anyone know you possess it." After this, his expression turned disappointed as he added, "Unfortunately, I cannot cultivate this technique, as it is a wood-based technique, and I can only practice metal-based ones." At this point, he became excited again, however. "I have gleaned many insights from this technique." Perhaps, he hesitated before saying, "Never mind. I will explain the technique to you now." He felt that discussing unformed ideas was meaningless at this stage. Instead, it was better to assist Yi Han with the technique. Under Zhang Qingxuan's guidance, Yi Han began to clarify the myriad questions swirling in his mind, for there was much he did not understand. Fortunately, Zhang Qingxuan had always been diligent and earnest in his cultivation, and although he was somewhat simple-minded, his comprehension was not lacking. With his explanations, Yi Han began to grasp why he had been unable to cultivate the gold spiritual technique. Chapter 17. Am I a cultivation genius? Through Zhang Qingxuan's explanations, Yi Han finally understood the concepts of spiritual energy and the foundational elements of the 5 elemental roots. All things in the universe are composed of the 5 elements, ultimately revealing that everything in existence is part of these elements. Cultivators absorb the spiritual energy from the 5 elements of heaven and earth, strengthening their own inherent elemental attributes. Generally, ordinary people also possess elemental roots. However, the reason they lack them is due to the chaotic and disorderly mix of elemental attributes within them, with no particular attribute standing out, rendering them rootless. Possessing a spiritual root signifies a clear and orderly manifestation of the 5 elemental attributes within one's body. Through the cultivation of specific techniques, one can absorb the ethereal energy of the cosmos, consume rare treasures of heaven and earth, and employ various means to enhance the potency of one's spiritual root attributes. A power referred to as magical energy or spiritual energy by practitioners. For instance, the Qingling Gong that Zhang Qingxuan is currently cultivating is a method aligned with the metal attribute. By enhancing the metal magical energy within his body during practice, he can wield metal-based spells and defensive artifacts, among other capabilities. However, this represents merely a rudimentary understanding of the subject. The intricate realities that a cultivator must comprehend are far more complex than what Yi Han could possibly imagine. Zhang Qingxuan himself did not elucidate the matter in great detail, as he too possesses only a foundational grasp of it. He is aware that he cannot practice Zhang Qingxuan's Qingling Gong due to the absence of a metal spiritual root. Conversely, Zhang Qingxuan is unable to cultivate the Qingxian Gong, not because he lacks wood attributes, but due to the elemental interactions where metal restrains wood. Engaging in metal cultivation while attempting to practice wood attributes would result in a conflict of techniques, obstructing his progress. Thus, while he cannot cultivate directly, he can absorb the profound insights contained within this technique to augment his own practice. In the ensuing 2 days, Zhang Qingxuan dedicated himself to instructing Yi Han on the techniques and the path of cultivation, sharing his own insights and experiences. Remarkably, as Zhang Qingxuan spoke, he too began to gain clarity in his own cultivation. After 2 days of instruction, he inquired about Yi Han's understanding of the Qingxian Gong, and upon confirming Yi Han's complete comprehension, he permitted him to commence his practice. Zhang Qingxuan also resumed his own cultivation, having gleaned significant insights from the Qingxian Gong, preparing to experiment with these newfound understandings in hopes of breaking through his current cultivation bottleneck. Yi Han sat cross-legged in the training chamber, a attempting to circulate the Qingxian gong as taught by Zhang Qingxuan. Having never succeeded in his prior attempts or sensed the flow of energy, he could only try to absorb the cosmic energy through sheer will. Fortunately, the cave he inhabited was replete with abundant spiritual energy. Although subtle, he occasionally felt a gentle, comforting essence permeate his being, a sensation he had not experienced while practicing Jinling Gong. Though it was but a faint feeling, it exhilarated Yi Han, leading him to believe he had finally found a cultivation method suited to him. It appeared he possessed a wood attribute spiritual root, as this sensation must surely be the so-called chi perception frequently mentioned. With this thought, Yi Han felt invigorated and redoubled his efforts. Strangely, despite merely sitting in meditation without engaging in any physically taxing activity, he felt dizzy and unable to sustain his practice after less than an hour. Zhang Qingxuan had previously explained that this was due to his youth and unrefined meridians, which had yet to undergo the purifying influence of magical energy, necessitating rest before he could resume cultivation. Feeling utterly fatigued, Yi Han ceased his practice, rose, and opened the door to the training room, only to find Zhang Qingxuan seated in the hall, surrounded by shimmering golden specks of light that gradually flowed into his body. Yi Han keenly observed that the golden points surrounding Zhang Qingxuan appeared more radiant than before, affirming the latter's claim that his understanding of the Qingxian Gong had indeed benefited his cultivation. Choosing not to disturb Zhang Qingxuan, Yi Han returned to his own chamber to sleep, having practiced for over an hour and feeling mentally drained. As he lay on the stone bed, he soon succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, Yi Han envisioned himself as an invincible celestial being, capable of soaring through the skies and moving mountains, clad in magnificent armor, chasing away the monstrous foe that had previously tormented him, who now fled in terror, wailing in despair. Unbeknownst to him, while he dreamt, faint purple luminescence emanated from his embrace, soaring forth and merging into his being. Upon awakening, he savored the remnants of his delightful dream. As he stepped outside, he was astonished to find Zhang Qingxuan still engaged in his practice, having devoted far more time to it than Yi Han. Unsure of the circumstances, he recalled Zhang Qingxuan's advice to avoid disturbing others during their cultivation, lest it disrupt their focus and lead to detrimental consequences. Yi Han, mindful of this, refrained from interrupting Zhang Qingxuan, recognizing he would need his assistance in the future. Consequently, he consumed some leftover fruits and dried meat from the previous day before proceeding to the training room to practice. Seated in meditation, he endeavored to circulate the Qingxian Gong once more. To his astonishment, this session proved markedly different from the previous day's. He distinctly sensed the wood attribute spiritual energy within the cosmic energies around him. This energy imbued him with a sense of life and vitality. As it flowed into his body, his meridians felt invigorated with a life force that was indescribably delightful, more wondrous than even the dream he had experienced the previous night. Immersed in this enchanting sensation, Yi Han reveled in the comfort it provided, enveloping his entire being in a state of bliss. Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned that during cultivation, practitioners often experience profound joy, which is why many choose to enter secluded meditation. What appears arduous is, in truth, deeply gratifying. Yi Han perceived tiny, almost imperceptible green specks of light gently entering his body, and suddenly realized that he had reached the stage of chi refinement, a milestone in his cultivation journey. The speed at which he had transitioned into chi refinement was astonishing. Zhang Qingxuan had previously indicated that even exceptionally gifted practitioners typically require a month or two to achieve this state, while those without such innate talent might toil for a year or more with minimal progress. Was it possible that he was indeed a prodigy in cultivation? Chapter 18. The mysterious purple cauldron. Though Yi Han did not consider himself a cultivation genius, the rapidity of his advancement felt surreal and astonishing. After all, he had done nothing but dream. Nevertheless, he focused intently on circulating his technique to absorb the cosmic energy, relishing the remarkable sensations of transformation within his body, brimming with vitality and renewed spirit. Indeed, his progress was evident. Previously, he could barely last an hour before succumbing to dizziness. Yet today he practiced for over 2 hours before feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, a sensation of saturation from absorbing the cosmic energies. Only then did he conclude his session, rising to find his senses notably sharpened. The tangible results of his cultivation were nothing short of marvelous. Yi Han had once believed himself to be devoid of talent, facing monumental challenges in becoming a true cultivator. Yet, he had not anticipated achieving qi perception and even successfully entering the first level of qi refinement in such a short span of time. Filled with joy, he reveled in the changes brought about by his successful practice. Suddenly, a resounding hum reverberated outside, causing the cave to tremble slightly. Yi Han's expression shifted in alarm. What was happening? He promptly opened the heavy door of the training chamber, only to find Zhang Qingxuan enveloped in golden specks of light, his form trembling slightly with excitement. With a radiant countenance, Zhang Qingxuan took a deep breath, channeling his technique, causing the golden points to gradually recede. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he exclaimed, "Ye shitty! Do you know? I have finally broken through. I've ascended to the 11th level of qi refinement." "This is truly splendid," Zhang Qingxuan spoke with eyes slightly reddened. "It has been over a year. I have been stuck at this bottleneck for more than a year." Observing Zhang Qingxuan's elation, Yi Han sincerely congratulated him. "Congratulations, Zhang Shixiao. It is truly wonderful to witness your progress." On one hand, he genuinely rejoiced in Zhang Qingxuan's achievement, while on the other, he felt a sense of satisfaction from his own advancements. Zhang Qingxuan, still brimming with excitement, remarked, "This is all thanks to your assistance, ye shitty. If you hadn't introduced me to the Qingxian Gong and allowed me to use this cave for my practice, I wouldn't have progressed so swiftly." As he spoke, Zhang Qingxuan suddenly looked at Yi Han in astonishment. "Wait, ye shitty, you have already entered qi refinement?" His eyes widened as he scrutinized Yi Han closely. Indeed, Yi Han, once an ordinary mortal devoid of magical energy, now possessed a faint yet present magical essence, indicative of the first level of qi refinement. This revelation astonished Zhang Qingxuan, for it was exceedingly rare for someone who had never encountered cultivation techniques to comprehend qi perception and achieve the first level of qi refinement in such a short time. Such talent was truly remarkable. Zhang Qingxuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. When he began his cultivation journey, it took him more than 2 months to grasp the sensation of qi and over 4 months to advance to the first layer of the qi refinement stage. Yet, Yi Han astonishingly comprehended the sensation of qi and progressed to the first layer of qi refinement in just 1 day. Such talent was indeed enviable. Thus, Zhang Qingxuan sighed and remarked to Yi Han, "Junior brother Yi, your talent is truly remarkable. You have chosen the right cultivation method, and your progress is immediate. It is no wonder you have been accepted as a true disciple, nor is it surprising that Elder Qi holds you in such high regard." In Zhang Qingxuan's view, Yi Han's young age and his access to the cave dwelling provided by Elder Qi were undoubtedly due to his exceptional talent, which warranted such favorable treatment. This kind of talent could not simply be envied. Although Zhang Qingxuan had advanced to the 11th layer of qi refinement, when compared to Yi Han, their standings felt worlds apart. It wouldn't be long before Yi Han surpassed him. Upon hearing Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yi Han casually responded, "Senior brother Zhang, you flatter me too much. I believe my rapid progress is due to an unexpected sensation during my cultivation, or perhaps it is simply because of your excellent guidance." However, deep down, Yi Han felt uncertain. He could not quite understand why his cultivation was advancing so swiftly. Surely, it could not solely be attributed to his talent. Why did he think so? Because when Yi Han arrived at the Qingxian sect with the Qingxian token, the sect's master and elders were already aware of his mediocre talent. It was precisely due to this lack of remarkable ability that the elders did not hold him in high esteem. In plain terms, if Yi Han truly possessed exceptional talent, the elders and the master would not have been so reticent, nor would they have been reluctant to allow him to cultivate on their mountain peak. Thus, Yi Han knew that his rapid progress could not be attributed to talent alone, nor could it be solely due to the abundant spiritual energy within the cave dwelling, which facilitated his advancement. What, then, was the reason? He could not pinpoint it at that moment. However, he would not reveal this uncertainty to Zhang Qingxuan, who was convinced that Yi Han's swift cultivation was solely due to his innate talent. If Yi Han were to voice his doubts, it would expose him. As he contemplated this, Yi Han inadvertently touched his abdomen and suddenly felt something bulging within. A thought flashed through his mind. Could the peculiar little cauldron be the reason for his rapid progress in cultivation? With this notion, Yi Han began to suspect that his swift advancement was indeed linked to this strange little cauldron. He then turned to Zhang Qingxuan and said, "Senior brother Zhang, I am feeling a bit hungry. Would you be so kind as to fetch me something to eat?" Having consumed only a small amount in the morning and engaged in over 2 hours of cultivation, he was indeed feeling somewhat famished. Moreover, as he had no cultivation previously, navigating the cliffs was quite inconvenient. Zhang Qingxuan had been responsible for his sustenance during this time. Additionally, Yihan wished to divert Zhang Qingxuan's attention to investigate whether the cauldron was indeed the cause of his rapid progress. Zhang Qingxuan, without giving it much thought, immediately replied, "Of course. Please wait a moment, junior brother Yi. I will fetch something for you right away." With that, he promptly exited the cave dwelling. Watching Zhang Qingxuan leave, Yihan closed the cave door and took precautions. He slipped into his room and retrieved the stone-like little cauldron. He realized that his sudden advancement in cultivation was most likely due to this miraculous little cauldron. Indeed, as soon as Yihan took it out, he noticed a remarkable transformation. The once stone-like cauldron had reverted to its original crystalline, translucent purple jade form, no longer inconspicuous as it had been before. Yihan widened his eyes in astonishment and murmured to himself, "What is happening? How did this cauldron suddenly change back?" He recalled that when he unearthed the purple cauldron in that peculiar cave, it had indeed possessed this jade-like hue. After disturbing that strange creature, a bizarre light enveloped it, and it had transformed into a rather unremarkable stone-like object while in his possession. He had kept it close to him, and when Mr. Lan Qing had seen the cauldron, it had still appeared as a stone, so he likely had not noticed anything unusual about it. Yesterday, when he retrieved the Qingxuan skill manual, he had absent-mindedly placed the cauldron back into his bosom. He remembered that it had looked like a mere stone then, yet now it had reverted to its purple jade form. His rapid advancement in cultivation might indeed be connected to this purple cauldron. However, one must not reveal all. Treasures should not be displayed openly. Although he could not yet discern the exact nature of this object, its connection to the Qingxuan token, the Qingxuan skill, and the mysterious cloth indicated that it was undoubtedly not an ordinary item. Thus, Yihan felt it was unsafe to keep the purple cauldron on his person and decided to hide it in a corner beneath his bed. He would later inquire with Zhang Qingxuan about any items in the cultivation world that could expedite a cultivator's progress. Having secured the purple cauldron, Yihan finally stepped outside and settled in the hall to await Zhang Qingxuan's return. He had many questions for Zhang Qingxuan, and he also wished to learn some celestial techniques. After waiting for about half an hour, just as Yihan was beginning to grow impatient, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. His hearing had improved significantly, enabling him to discern that Zhang Qingxuan was conversing with several unfamiliar individuals. "What are you following me for?" Zhang Qingxuan's voice was confrontational. "I've noticed you've been frequenting this area lately. Whose cave dwelling is this? That has nothing to do with you." "How can it not?" "Zhang Qingxuan, you've just broken through your bottleneck. Why not point us in the right direction?" "What direction is that?" "All I know is hard work. You've been coming to this cave dwelling repeatedly these past few days. Are you not inclined to explain?" Listening to the exchange, Yihan discerned that a group was clearly trying to bully the honest Zhang Qingxuan. "Open the door," Yihan muttered softly. The cave door swung open effortlessly. Before him stood Zhang Qingxuan, blocking 3 individuals, one tall and thin, another of medium build, and a third rather plump. All 3 appeared to be around the ages of 16 or 17. Significantly younger than Zhang Qingxuan. Yet they spoke to him with no hint of courtesy. Upon seeing Yihan emerge, the trio displayed expressions of surprise, clearly taken aback by the presence of a child within the cave dwelling. Yihan regarded Zhang Qingxuan and exclaimed, "Senior brother Zhang, you're back. Please come in." Then, turning to the others, he inquired, "What are your names, esteemed brothers?" Zhang Qingxuan frowned and introduced, "Junior brother Yi. These 3 are disciples of Master Lu, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai." He gestured towards Yihan, saying, "This is." Yet before he could finish, Yihan interrupted, "I am merely an ordinary disciple. Greetings to you all." He then discreetly winked at Zhang Qingxuan, signaling for him to keep his identity a secret. In truth, Yihan was concerned that Zhang Qingxuan might inadvertently reveal his identity as Elder Qi's disciple. If such information were to reach Elder Qi's ears, who could predict how he might react? After all, Yihan currently lacked any means of self-protection. He needed to remain inconspicuous. Zhang Qingxuan, recovering from his surprise, responded, "Oh, I see. This is junior brother Yi, the owner of this cave dwelling." His tone had markedly shifted. The 3, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai, exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their astonishment. They were disciples of Foundation Establishment stage cultivators and had no cave dwelling to cultivate in themselves. How could this young boy possibly possess one? Yet they understood that Zhang Qingxuan was a straightforward person who would not easily deceive them. Zhang Sanlei immediately queried, "Junior brother, when did you arrive? How come I have never seen you before?" His eyes gleamed with curiosity, recalling that this cave dwelling had remained unoccupied. Now, Zhang Qingxuan had broken through and formed a friendship with this young Yihan, which certainly seemed suspicious as for who Yihan truly was. They dared not offend him easily, for despite his young age, he had already acquired a cave dwelling, indicating he was no ordinary disciple. Although Yihan appeared to only have reached the Qi refinement stage, they remembered that they had also been at that same level at one point, yet they lacked a cave dwelling. Why, Yihan responded innocently, "I've been here for a few days. You haven't seen me? And I haven't seen you either." His vague reply caused Zhang Sanlei to furrow his brow. With feigned enthusiasm, he asked, "Junior brother Yi, is this cave dwelling truly yours?" Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai regarded Yihan with a mix of curiosity and admiration. Zhang Qingxuan's fawning over Yihan and the fact that he possessed a cave dwelling clearly indicated that Yihan held a significant status. They dared not offend such an individual and looked at him with a blend of envy and suspicion. Although Yihan was young, he could perceive that the trio's relationship with Zhang Qingxuan was not particularly cordial, as their previous remarks had been laced with sarcasm, certainly not the demeanor of good friends. Thus he spoke, "This is not my abode. It is merely a temporary accommodation granted to me by the Peak Master." Upon finishing, he turned to Zhang Qingxuan and said, "Brother Zhang, I am quite hungry. Let us enter." With that, he took the initiative to pull Zhang Qingxuan inside. Zhang Sanlei quickly followed, saying, "Junior brother Yi, we can enter your abode." "Absolutely not," Yihan coldly interrupted, not allowing Zhang Sanlei to finish his sentence. He then closed the entrance to the abode with a decisive thud. Crack! Zhang Sanlei and the others watched as the door to the abode was firmly shut, their brows furrowing with discontent. How could this accursed Yihan hold them in such disdain, not even permitting them to enter? Yet, who exactly was Yihan? Why was the typically straightforward Zhang Qingxuan so eager to curry favor with him? Chapter 20. The True Circumstances of Yihan. Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai exchanged glances outside the door, their expressions grim. Initially, all three of them were of comparable cultivation, at the 10th level of the Qi refining stage. And when they combined their strengths, they could execute a joint formation. Although Zhang Qingxuan was slightly more advanced, he would not be able to withstand their combined might. However, upon encountering Zhang Qingxuan this time, they discovered that he had unexpectedly broken through the bottleneck in his cultivation, stepping into the 11th level of the Qi refining stage. It is well known that for inner disciples to break through to the 10th level of the Qi refining stage is relatively straightforward. Yet ascending to the 11th level requires not only luck and talent, but also the assistance of rare treasures and elixirs. Generally, such breakthroughs are exceedingly challenging. Tio put it plainly, the 11th level of the Qi refining stage is one of the particularly difficult bottlenecks for cultivators at this stage. Furthermore, if Zhang Qingxuan could not achieve the 11th level within 2 months, he would be expelled from the mountain and relegated to being an outer disciple of the Qingxuan sect. The so-called outer disciples are tasked with managing some of the Qingxuan sect's secular enterprises or related ventures in towns associated with cultivation. It can be said that once one becomes an outer disciple, the prospect of continuing to cultivate and attain immortality is virtually impossible, as the outside world lacks the abundant spiritual energy and numerous cultivation resources found within the inner sect. Not to mention the guidance from advanced cultivators. However, the cultivation resources of the Qingxuan sect are limited, and the principle of survival of the fittest applies. Once one leaves the sect's mountain gates, they must seek their own opportunities to continue their cultivation. Yet, Zhang Qingxuan had, against all odds, directly broken through to the 11th level at such a critical juncture, causing Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai to feel that something was amiss. They were aware that Zhang Qingxuan's cultivation resources had been significantly depleted during his previous attempts to reach the 11th level, and he had even accrued debts to the sect. Thus, he had no elixirs or similar aids to facilitate his breakthrough to the 11th level. Driven by curiosity, they stealthily followed Zhang Qingxuan and saw him sneaking towards this area of abodes. Upon reaching the entrance, they could not help but block Zhang Qingxuan. However, he remained silent and unexpectedly encountered the inconspicuous Yihan. Initially, they intended to inquire further, but Yi Han offered no information and simply shut the door to the abode, leaving them at a loss. Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai stood at the entrance, their expressions exceedingly grim. Yet, having spent considerable time at the Qingxuan sect, they understood that any cultivator who possessed an abode, regardless of how they acquired it, could not be an ordinary practitioner. Moreover, Yi Han was so unfamiliar and remarkably young. The fact that Zhang Qingxuan appeared to be so eager to ingratiate himself with Yi Han was telling. After all, Zhang Qingxuan was known for his straightforward nature. For him to be so obsequious indicated that Yi Han was undoubtedly extraordinary. The three exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their unease. Zhang Sanlei could not help but voice, "Brothers, what do you suppose is the true identity of Yi Han? How could he possibly possess an abode?" Li Zongqing pondered for a moment and replied, "I recall that this abode has been abandoned for quite some time. However, I know it belongs to the Peak Master, Elder Qi. It's astonishing that Yi Han is utilizing this abode. I suspect it is indeed a gift from Elder Qi." Wang Fulai, with a look of envy and resentment, exclaimed, "Damn it, who exactly is this Yi Han? We can only occasionally utilize our master's abode." Zhang Qingxuan must have ingratiated himself with Yi Han, which is why he advanced to the 11th level in such a short span. All three had masters within the sect. Although they had incurred certain costs to be accepted as disciples by a foundation establishment stage cultivator, they were often required to serve their master diligently. Only after fulfilling their master's tasks could they receive a meager reward, allowing them to cultivate for a day or two within the abode. They knew that the spiritual energy within the abode vastly surpassed that of the outside world. Typically, the spiritual energy in any ordinary abode is several times more abundant than that found outside. Furthermore, Yi Han's abode was situated in the central region of the Seven Mystic Peak, where the spiritual energy was likely even more plentiful than that of their master's abode. No wonder Zhang Qingxuan advanced to the 11th level so swiftly. This detestable Zhang Qingxuan really has struck it lucky. Although they were filled with indignation and jealousy, they dared not act rashly before ascertaining Yi Han's true identity. After conversing for a while, it was clear that Zhang Qingxuan and Yi Han would not emerge from the abode anytime soon. Zhang Sanlei sighed in resignation, "Let us depart. Our master has assigned us numerous tasks. Indeed, let us go." The other two echoed, turning to leave. As they walked down the path, each was lost in speculation, pondering what manner of person Yi Han could be to possess Elder Qi's abode. Just as they descended from the cliff and had not traveled far, a commanding and cold voice rang out nearby, "You three, halt!" Startled, the three displayed displeasure on their faces. Although their standing at the Seven Mystic Peak was not particularly high, their alliance made them formidable. And they knew that few below the 11th level of the Qi refining stage could contend with them. However, sensing the tone of the voice, they realized something was amiss. The voice was aged and somewhat familiar. They stood still, scanning their surroundings but found no one in sight, clearly indicating that their interlocutor was not present. The ability to transmit sound through magical means while remaining concealed signified that this cultivator was indeed formidable. Undoubtedly at least a foundation establishment stage practitioner. Having navigated the cultivation world for so long, the three understood well whom they could provoke and whom they could not. Anyone with a higher cultivation level should not be trifled with, especially within the confines of the Seven Mystic Peak, where it was certain they were dealing with someone of at least foundation establishment level. Zhang Sanlei immediately responded with respect, "May I inquire as to who you are?" "Esteemed elder, what business do you have with us?" The other replied coldly, "You need not concern yourselves with my identity. I have a task for you to complete. If executed well, there will be ample rewards." As soon as the voice fell, whoosh, a small bundle descended from the sky, landing before them and automatically unfurling to reveal 3 daggers emanating a faint spiritual glow. Upon sighting the daggers, the three's eyes widened in astonishment, and they collectively inhaled sharply. "These are mid-grade magical artifacts?" they exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the daggers before them. The voice continued, "The task I require of you is simple. Thoroughly publicize the true circumstances surrounding Yi Han. Do not allow him to live so freely on the Seven Mystic Peak." The tone was laced with discontent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai's expressions shifted dramatically. The true circumstances of Yi Han? Was there anything particularly special about that? Moreover, the generous offering of 3 mid-grade magical artifacts was worth a substantial number of spirit stones. Chapter 21. The Fifth Elder's Revenge Indeed. In the realm of cultivators, the weapons and treasures utilized can be wielded with magical power. Moreover, acquiring these specialized weapons and treasures for cultivators requires meticulous crafting techniques, resulting in their high value. Just the 3 daggers before them were worth hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai were undeniably tempted by these items. As inner disciples, their monthly earnings from menial tasks or missions barely amounted to a dozen low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, they needed to purchase elixirs and utilize spirit stones for cultivation, leaving them with little to spare for magical artifacts. The fact that the other party had casually produced 3 magical artifacts indicated that they were not an ordinary person. Even their Foundation establishment stage master could not afford to present them with such fine items. Yet, the request to publicize Yi Han's true circumstances while simultaneously plotting against him was perplexing. What could be the true circumstances surrounding Yi Han? They had only seen him within the abode of Elder Qi. A highly esteemed figure, how could such a valuable location be granted to a mere child of low cultivation? Thus, they were uncertain about Yi Han's identity. However, the conditions presented were simply too enticing. After exchanging glances, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai, who had always followed Zhang Sanlei's lead, turned their gazes towards him, awaiting his decision. Feeling the weight of their expectations, Zhang Sanlei gritted his teeth and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, what exactly is Yi Han's background? How did he come to reside in Elder Qi's abode?" While the allure of the magical artifacts was undeniable, they understood the stakes involved. Offending Elder Qi was not a risk they could afford, especially as members of the 7 Mystic Peaked. If discovered, targeting someone associated with Elder Qi would surely lead to dire consequences. At that time, it was not Zhang Qingxuan who descended the mountain first to become an external disciple, but rather the 3 of them who were expelled from the mountain. Therefore, without clarifying the situation, he dared not easily agree to others. The other party fell silent for a moment, then scoffed derisively and said, "Humph! You truly think too much of yourselves. What relationship does he have with Elder 7? He is merely fortunate, relying on the overshadowing legacy of his ancestors. Acquiring a Qingxian token and directly joining the Qingxian sect as an inner disciple, even receiving a Foundation establishment pill. That cave was exchanged by that young lad for the Foundation establishment pill with Elder 7. Upon hearing the words of this mysterious individual, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a mixture of skepticism and disbelief. Did they mishear? That young brat actually possesses a Qingxian token and a Foundation establishment pill? Which cave did that Yi Han exchange for the Foundation establishment pill with Elder 7? Such a fantastical notion. No wonder Yi Han, despite appearing so lowly skilled, could reside in such a fine cave. This truly ignited feelings of envy and resentment within them, almost to the point of bloodshed. The situation was exceedingly unexpected, and they found themselves questioning their own hearing. Zhang Sanlei could not help but exclaim, "Senior, are you perhaps deceiving us?" The other party coldly replied, "With my status, would I need to deceive you juniors?" Upon hearing this, the faces of Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai turned grim, each feeling a peculiar unease. If your status is indeed so high, is it truly necessary to deal with a mere 10-year-old Yi Han? However, they dared not voice their thoughts, for they could discern the senior's palpable ire towards Yi Han, even intending to use them against him, indicating that this so-called senior was not a benign figure. Offending him would surely lead to dire consequences for the 3 of them. Thus, Zhang Sanlei gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, I agree, however, if anything happens, where shall we find you?" Indeed, they were not cowards. They had little regard for that detestable Yi Han, who, despite his youth and low cultivation, resided in such a splendid cave. They themselves had yet to acquire a cave. If what this senior claimed were true, and Yi Han merely obtained the Qingxian token and Foundation establishment pill to exchange for this cave with Elder 7, then Elder 7 had no real connection to Yi Han. Thus, dealing with Yi Han would not offend Elder 7. Moreover, the other party had not demanded they act against Yi Han immediately. They could first ascertain the situation and then slowly deal with him, giving Yi Han ample time. However, the other party remained elusive, clearly not wishing to reveal their identity. On another note, given that this individual appeared within the Qingxian sect, they must not be from outside. After all, the Qingxian sect possesses array formations and restrictions, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to infiltrate. Therefore, it was highly likely that this significant figure was an elder. The other party coldly remarked. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. What are you thinking? Hearing this, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai were momentarily taken aback, but they soon made up their minds. Indeed, it was merely a minor Yihan. Accompanied by Zhang Qingxuan, what was there to fear? At worst, they could call upon their master for assistance. Very well. This task shall be entrusted to us, senior. Zhang Sanlei resolved to agree, and the other two were also swayed. On a mountain peak 1,000 zhang away, Elder 5 sat cross-legged on a large stone, meditating and cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a hint of cold disdain as he muttered to himself. Humph! A mere mortal dares to scheme against me. With that, he vanished from the stone in an instant. However, under normal circumstances, how could a golden core stage cultivator possibly concern himself with a mere mortal? Yet, after returning and reflecting, he felt something was amiss, a nagging suspicion that the detestable Yihan was indeed plotting against him. Furthermore, that wretched Elder 7 had the audacity to disregard his authority. Contending for the Foundation establishment pill, he even gifted his idol cave to Yihan, clearly opposing him and fearing the advancement of his own grandson to the Foundation establishment stage. Thus, upon spotting Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai, he recognized them as individuals with grievances against Yihan and Zhang Qingxuan, knowing they could easily uncover Yihan's true circumstances. Hence, he instructed them to spread the word regarding Yihan's reality on 7 Xian Peak. After that, he would not need to personally deal with Yihan. Many disciples would likely covet Yihan's cave and seek all manner of ways to deal with that young lad. At that point, it would be amusing to see how Yihan met his demise. Let this lad understand the consequences of offending high-ranking cultivators. Humph! To dare play tricks before him, he is truly courting death. Chapter 22. Body Refining Technique Within the Cave. Yihan devoured the meat jerky, stuffing a fruit into his mouth, relishing the exquisite flavors. One must admit, Zhang Qingxuan truly cared for him, bringing exceptionally delicious provisions. Far from what one could typically find. Frankly speaking, in just a few short days, he had consumed more delectable items on 7 Xian Peak than he had in his entire life in Qingniu village. However, Yihan was not one to indulge excessively. After satisfying his hunger, he neatly stored away the remaining fruits and jerky. Having grown accustomed to poverty, he would never finish all the good food at once. In his view, one should always keep reserves, ensuring peace of mind. Yet, Zhang Qingxuan observed him with an odd expression, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Noticing Zhang Qingxuan's demeanor, Yihan took the initiative to ask, Brother Zhang, do you have something to say to me? We are close enough for you to speak your mind. He could tell that Zhang Qingxuan likely wished to discuss the trio they had encountered, who were undoubtedly not good people. Despite his youth, Yihan had endured great hardships, maturing far beyond his peers, to the point where he bore little difference from adults, save for matters of romance. Moreover, he was exceptionally clever. Otherwise, Mr. Lanqing would not have made an exception to teach him literature. With just a few words, he bridged the gap with Zhang Qingxuan, earning his trust. Thus, Zhang Qingxuan finally spoke, Yishidi. Although you are a disciple of Elder 7, you must understand that in the world of cultivators, strength reigns supreme. Even if you have backing, should you encounter cultivators more powerful than yourself, it is wise to tread lightly. For they may strike you down from behind at any moment. Pausing, he observed Yihan's seemingly indifferent expression, then, with a serious tone, continued, Yishidi, I am not jesting. The likes of Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai, while their cultivation is slightly inferior to mine, can be quite ruthless when they join forces. If they set their sights on you, it may not end well at this point. Zhang Qingxuan, with a tone laden with concern, advised, Yishidi, I must warn you. In our realm of cultivators, one must guard against others, but harbor no malice. Upon hearing this, Yihan scoffed inwardly. What did it mean to guard against others? To harbor no malice? Shouldn't one preemptively strike if threatened? Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of innocence, replying, Brother Zhang, I understand. Thank you for your reminder. I will certainly keep your words in mind. Hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan nodded, satisfied, as long as you remember. My efforts are not in vain. Yihan continued, by the way, Brother Zhang. Aren't there supposed to be cultivation techniques for us cultivators, such as celestial methods? Do you have any celestial techniques you could teach me? Yihan had long wished to inquire about this, he observed how these cultivators flew and maneuvered, witnessing the combat techniques of that celestial being and that monstrous creature, which clearly surpassed the skills of ordinary martial artists. Now that he possessed some magical power and was considered a cultivator, he believed he should be able to practice celestial techniques. However, Zhang Qingxuan replied, "Yi Shidi, you are currently cultivating a wood-type technique, and unfortunately, I do not have any wood-type spells to teach you." After a pause, he added, "However, typical wood-type spells are quite affordable. Once I receive my salary next month, I will procure a manual for you." Yet, he felt compelled to advise his junior, "Given your current cultivation level, you are still far from being able to cast spells. You will need to reach at least the mid-stage of Qi refinement to do so." To illustrate, we cultivators require magical power to perform spells. Without sufficient power, one cannot activate incantations or hand seals. For instance, if your strength is insufficient, it would be impossible to lift a 100-gene stone. Only with adequate training can you lift such a stone. I hope you understand. At this juncture, Zhang Qingxuan observed Yi Han, hoping he would grasp his meaning, not that he was unwilling to teach him. Yi Han, being exceptionally astute, certainly understood. His low cultivation would render any spells learned ineffective, leaving him somewhat disappointed. It seemed he had to elevate his cultivation to a higher tier first. Thus, he replied, "I understand. Brother Zhang, I will diligently cultivate." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qingxuan nodded thoughtfully, as if struck by a sudden realization, and immediately exclaimed, "Oh, right, junior brother Yi. Although you cannot cultivate spells, you can begin practicing body refinement techniques." Yi Han felt a stir in his heart and inquired, "What are body refinement techniques?" Zhang Qingxuan abruptly rose to his feet, exerting his strength with both hands, causing his exaggerated muscles to swell and gleam with a metallic luster. Exuding an aura of formidable power, the presence he emanated left Yi Han both astonished and apprehensive. This Zhang Qingxuan was far mightier than any martial arts master he had encountered, and such a colossal physique rendered him a match for 100 of his own selves. Suddenly, Yi Han comprehended Zhang Qingxuan's intent. Body refinement techniques were indeed methods for strengthening the physical form, were they not? Back in Qingniu village, he had often engaged in exercises to enhance his strength and endurance. Refusing to be bullied, however, being so young, the results of his training were not particularly remarkable, yet he surpassed his peers, as none dared to provoke him. Of course, his eloquence and aversion to conflict also played a significant role. Zhang Qingxuan continued, "As you can see, body refinement techniques involve honing our physical bodies, utilizing magical energy to enhance our strength and defense. Do not underestimate the significance of the physical form. Many novice cultivators neglect their bodily training. When a true battle arises and their magical energy is depleted, they can still rely on their physical prowess. Moreover, during moments of breakthrough when they encounter obstacles, a more resilient body can withstand greater magical shocks. In conclusion, cultivating the body is of utmost importance. The sooner a cultivator begins, the better. There are only benefits to be gained, and since junior brother Yi has limited time for cultivation and cannot engage in other activities, it is best to dedicate that time to body refinement." Upon hearing Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yi Han immediately replied, "Brother Zhang, please teach me the methods of body refinement." Finally, he could engage in something different, and the prospect of body refinement thrilled him, for who does not desire to grow stronger? Chapter 23. Blood Refinement Technique. At the Seven Mysteries Peak, amidst a shrouded grove, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai sat conversing quietly while nibbling on snacks and glancing about. "Junior brother Li, have you uncovered any news? It seems that Yi Han truly aligns with what that senior said. Indeed, I have also heard such tidings." Zhang Qingxuan must have been foolishly clinging to that leg. Ha! Indeed. Just as they spoke, a rustle of leaves interrupted them, and Zhang Sanlei emerged from the thicket, striding over to inquire, "Have you discovered any news?" "I have learned that the detestable Yi Han is indeed the one who brought the Qingxian order to our Qingxian sect, having exchanged it for a cave dwelling with Elder Seven." As he spoke, Zhang Sanlei's tone brimmed with jealousy. This Yi Han's luck is rather extraordinary. Through ancestral fortune, he managed to acquire a Qingxian order. How infuriating! Hearing this, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai were equally consumed with envy and began to voice their frustrations. "Indeed, we have also heard this news. It appears to be true. Indeed, Yi Han's luck is simply too good. To gain a cave dwelling through mere luck is utterly absurd. Moreover, that wretched Zhang Qingxuan has actually latched onto Yihan. It seems he's truly secured a fortunate alliance, and we shall have our chance to deal with him." While Zhang Sanlei listened to their conversation, he was not surprised and subtly remarked, "Now, have you uncovered any news regarding another matter?" Upon hearing this, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai exchanged glances and asked, "What news?" Zhang Sanlei lowered his voice, glancing around furtively, and said, "Do you know? The reason Yihan was able to obtain that cave dwelling involved some contention. Elder 5 from the 5 Elements Peak and Elder 7 from our 7 Mysteries Peak had a dispute over Yihan's foundational pill." As he continued, Zhang Sanlei's voice dripped with malice. "In the end, Elder 7 traded a cave dwelling for the foundational pill. Do you know what this implies?" Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai felt a stir in their hearts and quickly responded, "Brother Zhang, are you suggesting that the one who called for our intervention was that individual?" They dared not utter Elder 5's name directly, fearing eavesdroppers, for Elder 5 was not Elder 7. Although it was a given that Elder 7 was elusive and rarely involved himself in matters, Elder 5 was a different story, an influential figure wielding real power, with numerous disciples under his command, governing the 5 Elements Peak. If a conflict truly arose between the two elders over the foundational pill in Yihan's possession, it would mean that Elder 5 had instigated their intervention against Yihan. The trio fell silent, yet they felt a sense of relief. Based on their investigations, if Elder 5 was the one orchestrating matters, then even if complications arose, as long as they could locate Elder 5 in the end, any issues could be mitigated. The three exchanged looks, and Li Zongqing queried, "Brother Zhang, is your information accurate?" However, neither he nor Wang Fulai had managed to confirm this matter. So he sought reassurance, wary of the repercussions of any misjudgment against Elder 7. No, they could not afford to offend either Elder 7 or Elder 5. Zhang Sanlei responded confidently, "Rest assured. I personally visited the 5 Elements Peak and inquired with some seniors. Indeed, this matter is true. That individual was using the foundational pill for his own grandson. To think that Elder 7 would meddle, and that Yihan, the fool, would remain oblivious." Upon hearing this, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai visibly relaxed. It seemed this situation held great potential, as they were not merely targeting Yihan. If they could also align themselves with Elder 5, they would have more opportunities within the Qingxuan sect. Furthermore, since Elder 5 oversaw the disciple service affairs, even if they could not gain significant benefits, they could still receive some assistance through this relationship. Of course, this was contingent upon managing the situation properly. Thus, Wang Fulai promptly inquired, "Then, my fellow brothers, we must indeed handle this matter diligently. Do you have any plans?" "I am eager to hear your thoughts, brothers." Zhang Sanlei replied, "My strategy is straightforward. First, we should spread the word about Yihan's true circumstances within the sect and incite some individuals to confront him. This will allow us to test whether Yihan truly lacks allies and gauge Elder 7's response." The three conspired quietly in the grove, plotting their scheme against Yihan Yihan's cave dwelling. Within the training chamber, he stood bare-chested, his feet positioned in a horse stance, arms raised above his head as if bearing an immense weight. He slowly descended into a squat, his movements exuding an extraordinary slowness. As though the burden above him were truly colossal, upon closer observation, as he continued his gradual descent, the veins on his body bulged, and his complexion turned crimson, as if his vital energy was gathering. His arms and legs trembled slightly, muscles engaging in a subtle dance. Yihan felt an overwhelming fatigue. Yet after completing his squat, he gritted his teeth and declared, 51. This was the blood refinement technique, a method imparted to him by Brother Zhang Qingxuan, designed to invigorate the blood and enhance physical strength. It is noteworthy that this technique was acquired by Zhang Qingxuan from an ancient fragment obtained at a cultivator's stall. Not an original technique of the Qingxuan sect. The effectiveness of this technique in enhancing physical strength was remarkable. Prior to mastering the blood refinement technique, Zhang Qingxuan had often been bullied by fellow disciples until he became exceptionally formidable, far exceeding typical cultivators of his rank. However, his humble nature often prevented him from instigating conflict. Regrettably, this blood refinement technique was incomplete, possessing only the first 2 layers of practice. Yet, it significantly improved a cultivator's physical prowess, serving as Zhang Qingxuan's greatest asset, now fully passed on to Yihan. Currently, Yihan was only able to practice the first layer, and he was just managing to keep up. After performing 51 squats, Yihan felt as though he had emerged from the depths of water, drenched in sweat. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. It seemed that the path of cultivation was far from easy. At that moment, he heard a voice call out, "Junior brother Yi, junior brother Yi." Zhang Qingxuan's voice rang out from outside, tinged with urgency. Yi Han stepped out to find Zhang Qingxuan's expression rather grim and inquired with curiosity, "What is it, brother Zhang?" Zhang Qingxuan furrowed his brow and fixed a penetrating gaze on Yi Han, asking earnestly, "Junior brother Yi, please tell me honestly, are you truly a disciple of Elder 7? Chapter 24, Shared Honor and Dishonor. Common interests. Upon hearing these words, Yi Han's gaze shifted as he looked at Zhang Qingxuan, noticing the anxiety etched on his face, intertwined with a hint of concern and reluctance. It appeared that his emotions were quite complex. Yi Han, being perceptive despite his youth, quickly deduced that Zhang Qingxuan might have caught wind of some information regarding him. Otherwise, he would not have posed such a question, inquiring whether Yi Han was indeed the disciple of the seventh elder. Fortunately, Yi Han had never explicitly claimed to be the seventh elder's disciple. Everything was merely a product of his subtle manipulation of Zhang Qingxuan's thoughts. It was evident that Zhang must have heard something, as he had only inquired after returning from the outside world. Through his keen observation, Yi Han completely grasped Zhang Qingxuan's mindset. Thus, Yi Han casually retorted, "Brother Zhang, does it truly matter to you whether I am the disciple of the seventh elder?" Upon hearing Yi Han's remark, Zhang Qingxuan regarded him with an odd expression, his brows slightly furrowed. Whether Yi Han was the seventh elder's disciple was indeed significant to him, as it pertained to Yi Han's potential support and connections. His amicable disposition towards Yi Han, even displaying a hint of flattery, was largely influenced by the seventh elder's reputation. However, Zhang Qingxuan suddenly broke into a smile and replied, "Junior brother Yi, you are absolutely correct. Whether or not you are the seventh elder's disciple holds no importance to me, I must admit. I was the one who inquired unnecessarily. Indeed, when he first befriended Yi Han, the seventh elder's standing was a substantial factor. Yet, as their camaraderie deepened, the question of Yi Han's affiliation with the seventh elder became less consequential. Zhang Qingxuan was also motivated by the fact that Yi Han was younger, treating him like a younger brother. Moreover, Yi Han had provided him with considerable benefits, allowing him to cultivate within his cave dwelling, where the dense spiritual energy significantly accelerated his training compared to the outside world. Additionally, Yi Han had introduced him to the Qingxian Gong, enabling him to comprehend some profound truths of cultivation, resulting in his successful advancement to the 11th level of the Qi refining stage. In comparison to the minor favors he had done for Yi Han, the advantages Yi Han had bestowed upon him far outweighed any concerns regarding Yi Han's true identity. Thus, whether or not Yi Han was the seventh elder's disciple was of little consequence to Zhang Qingxuan. Nevertheless, what truly mattered were the rumors circulating outside. At this juncture, Zhang Qingxuan turned to Yi Han and said, "Junior brother Yi, the current rumors about you are quite detrimental." Unperturbed, Yi Han replied, "Brother Zhang, please inform me of any errors. I am mentally prepared." In truth, when Zhang Qingxuan had initially questioned him about his relation to the seventh elder, Yi Han had already braced himself for the possibility of his identity being exposed. However, he had not anticipated that his true nature would be revealed so swiftly. If he was not mistaken, it was likely that the despicable fifth elder had begun retaliating against him. Zhang Qingxuan immediately stated, "The rumors suggest that you acquired this cave dwelling due to possessing a Qingxian token when you arrived at the Qingxian sect. According to the sect's regulations, this grants you a foundation establishment pill, and you essentially traded this cave for that pill. Therefore, you are not truly the seventh elder's disciple." As he spoke, Zhang Qingxuan cast a glance around the cave dwelling. The opportunity for Yi Han to allow him to cultivate here was indeed a remarkable benefit. The cave was obtained through Yi Han's exchange of a foundation establishment pill. If two cultivators had identical talents, the one cultivating within this cave would undoubtedly progress several times faster than one seeking a place outside. The advantages of breaking through bottlenecks were immense. Zhang Qingxuan then furrowed his brow and remarked, "However, junior brother, given your low cultivation level, many may set their sights on you. Furthermore, I have a strong feeling that someone is deliberately spreading this information within the sect. If you lack a backing, it could spell danger. Therefore, I wish to inquire about the veracity of these rumors." Indeed, while Zhang Qingxuan was straightforward and honest, it did not imply he was naive or ignorant. After all, having witnessed much on the 7th Xian Peak, he had not squandered the years of his experiences. Thus, His initial friendship with Yihan was also motivated by a desire to align himself with a powerful figure. However, the reliability of Yihan as a support seemed increasingly dubious. Nonetheless, his perspective had shifted. Despite Yihan's seemingly cunning demeanor, he had come to regard him as a genuine friend. Consequently, he felt deep concern for Yihan, knowing the ruthlessness of their fellow disciples, who might resort to unscrupulous means to seize rare resources and treasures, making it entirely plausible for them to covet Yihan's cave. After reflecting, Yihan replied, "Brother Zhang, the rumors circulating are indeed true. The seventh elder is not my master, and I am not his disciple. I indeed exchanged a Qingxuan token for a foundation establishment pill to obtain this cave. I am, in essence, an utterly ordinary person." Why Yihan's response was not an act of resignation. Rather, he had surmised that the root of this matter lay with the fifth elder. Given the seventh elder's character, he would never publicize such a situation, as it would undermine the sect's integrity and dishearten the disciples. Moreover, the seventh elder had exchanged the cave for the foundation establishment pill, signifying that cultivators must rely on their own efforts. He would not provide special protection for Yihan. Thus, it was improbable that the seventh elder would engage in such behavior. Conversely, the fifth elder appeared to be a vengeful and unscrupulous individual. When he had initially offered to exchange the foundation establishment pill, Yihan had requested a cave dwelling, but the fifth elder had insisted on providing him with various cultivation treasures and guidance. How could someone utterly unfamiliar with the cultivation world comprehend the value of those treasures? It was evident that the fifth elder aimed to exploit Yihan's youth, attempting to dismiss him with trivial offerings. Given the fifth elder's character, he would not relent easily after Yihan had made a deal with the seventh elder. Consequently, Yihan was certain that the fifth elder was the one orchestrating this entire affair. The reason Yihan candidly shared this information with Zhang Qingxuan was twofold. He recognized Zhang Qingxuan's genuine goodwill towards him, and he understood that Zhang Qingxuan's cultivation level was not particularly low. As long as Zhang Qingxuan could adequately protect him, cultivators below the foundation establishment stage would likely find it challenging to pose a threat. Additionally, Yihan knew that his lies would eventually be exposed. So it was better to admit the truth and secure Zhang Qingxuan's assistance, which was crucial for him. After all, Zhang Qingxuan had cultivated for many years and possessed a wealth of foundational knowledge. Most importantly, he needed to transform this cave dwelling into a shared sanctuary of honor and interest for both of them. The rationale behind this was clear. Yihan understood that Zhang Qingxuan shared a similar background, having emerged from humble beginnings and fortuitously joining the Qingxuan sect. Within the sect, due to his lowly status and personality, he had endured bullying from his fellow disciples, yet his resilient nature had propelled him to his current level. By establishing this cave as a joint possession, any attempts to covet it would necessitate confronting both Yihan and Zhang Qingxuan, thus transforming it into a mutual concern. Therefore, Yihan chose to be forthright about his circumstances. For he recognized the significance of this cave dwelling to someone like Zhang Qingxuan. With access to this cave, Zhang Qingxuan's cultivation speed would accelerate, possibly even allowing him to reach the foundation establishment stage. Should Zhang Qingxuan succeed in becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, Yihan would gain a formidable ally. He wanted Zhang Qingxuan to realize that as long as he, Yihan, was present, Zhang Qingxuan would have the opportunity to cultivate here. In the Qingxuan sect, even the most trivial cultivators could easily overpower him. If others sought to encroach upon this cave, it would be tantamount to targeting Zhang Qingxuan. Yihan was acutely aware of the ruthlessness of cultivators. Having witnessed their methods firsthand, and he had already begun his own path of cultivation, Zhang Qingxuan gazed at Yihan with wide eyes and exclaimed, "Junior brother Yi, is this truly how you came by this cave?" Pausing momentarily, he furrowed his brow with concern and added, "If so, your situation may indeed be perilous. If they discover your cultivation level and the absence of a backing, they may very well target you, which could lead to significant trouble." Yihan nodded, a wry smile playing on his lips, and replied, "Who says I lack a backing, brother Zhang? After all, I arrived at the Qingxuan sect with a Qingxuan token. Even if I had no support, would the sect allow those individuals to brazenly bully me? That would only dishearten the disciples below. Besides, I have you, brother Zhang, assisting me, do I not?" At this point, he gazed earnestly at Zhang Qingxuan and said, "Brother Zhang, you have cultivated in this cave for quite some time, and you are well aware of its advantages. As long as I remain here, you may continue your cultivation. Indeed, Yihan was acutely aware of his situation. That Qingxian token was, in fact, a life-saving talisman. After all, the Qingxian token was granted to disciples who had made significant contributions to the sect, providing them with opportunities for cultivation and serving as a substantial reward. However, such tokens were not distributed lightly. One had to achieve remarkable feats far exceeding the value of the Qingxian token to be honored with this acknowledgement. If the disciples of the sect were aware of the remarkable contributions they had made, after much effort earning the commendation of the Qingxian order, only for their descendants to arrive at the Qingxian gate with the order and have the foundation-building pills snatched away, ultimately leading to their demise. Who would still be willing to serve the Qingxian gate and strive for merit? Even if one were to exert themselves to achieve merit, they would surely seek other forms of reward rather than the Qingxian order. In truth, if the Qingxian order remains unused, it would merely serve as a token of honor for the sect. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, since Yihan presents the Qingxian order at the Qingxian gate, the sect ought to grant him a foundation-building pill to ensure his safety. This is precisely why the sect leader advocated strongly for him, despite Yihan's mediocre talent, and adhered to the sect's regulations by bestowing upon him a foundation-building pill, simultaneously warning the elders against harboring ulterior motives towards Yihan. It was certainly not an act of favor towards Yihan, but a matter of upholding the sect's principles, which he, as the leader, could not compromise, even if Yihan appeared to lack significant talent for cultivation. Thus, during his time in the sect, Yihan remained relatively safe. However, he could not entirely escape the machinations of the fifth elder, who managed to incite some individuals against him. Of course, the fifth elder would not act personally, and other foundation-building cultivators would likely not be easily swayed. After all, a cave dwelling is hardly worth the attention of foundation-building cultivators, as they typically possess their own, so why would they covet his? Furthermore, such actions would violate sect rules. Yet, this primarily stems from the insufficient necessity to breach those rules. After all, Yihan had already exchanged his foundation-building pill for a cave dwelling. Yihan was immensely grateful to Mr. Lanqing, who had advised him to make this exchange. Mr. Lanqing had also informed him that only a cave dwelling could be reliably protected, whereas any other treasures, techniques, or even spirit stones and foundation-building pills could not be safeguarded at his current level of cultivation. The cave dwelling, being immovable, would signify that anyone residing there had harmed Yihan should he be replaced. Thus, Mr. Lanqing's counsel to trade the foundation-building pill for a cave dwelling not only did not hinder his cultivation, but also allowed him to cultivate relationships with cultivators like Zhang Qingxuan for assistance. Moreover, it could temporarily ensure his personal safety, as a cultivator's dwelling possesses defensive capabilities, and within the Seven Xian Gate, who would dare to infringe upon his cave dwelling? Unless it were those elders of considerable standing. But such individuals would hardly lower themselves to engage in such actions. Cultivators, after all, possess their own dignity and pride. Indeed, upon hearing Yihan's words, Zhang Qingxuan's face broke into a simple smile as he remarked, "Junior brother Yi, you are far more astute than I. Exchanging the foundation-building pill for a cave dwelling makes it difficult for them to plot against you." He patted his chest and assured Yihan, "Rest assured, as long as I am here, no cultivators below the foundation-building stage will dare to bully you." Indeed, he had been persuaded by Yihan's words. As long as Yihan remained, he could cultivate in this cave dwelling, yielding results comparable to consuming pills. After all, as an inner sect disciple, although his status was not low, the path of cultivation relies on wealth, techniques, companions, and location. Wealth does not merely refer to mundane riches but encompasses the rare materials and treasures of immense value for cultivators. Everything from expenses, treasures, spirit stones, talismans, to pills. Items like foundation-building pills fall under the category of wealth. Wealth is undoubtedly a crucial element. Possessing ample resources naturally maximizes opportunities, although all aspects are interrelated. Techniques refer to cultivation methods, with a top-tier technique enabling cultivators to progress more swiftly and powerfully. For instance, the Qingxian technique that Yihan practices is no ordinary method, and Zhang Qingxuan, after contemplating it, made significant breakthroughs to reach the 11th level of Qi refinement. This underscores the importance of techniques. Companionship, many cultivators mistakenly believe, solely pertains to romantic partners. In truth, companionship encompasses not only partners but also like-minded cultivators who support and assist each other. There is wisdom in the saying that those who walk the righteous path attract assistance, while those who stray find little support. For example, Zhang Qingxuan and Yi Han, who mutually uplift one another, exemplify this form of companionship. This indicates that cultivators indeed require friends to provide mutual support. It is impossible to manage every endeavor entirely alone. Lastly, location. This aspect is intimately linked to their relationship. The so-called location refers to the place of cultivation. Why did the Qingxian Gate establish itself within this mountain range? It is due to the presence of a spirit vein, which naturally generates spiritual energy. The heavenly and earthly spiritual energy in this area is far more abundant than in others. Cultivators practicing in such an environment progress significantly faster than in places with depleted spiritual energy or in the villages and towns inhabited by mortals. Of course, the extent to which a cultivation site can enhance a cultivator's progress depends on the richness of its spiritual energy. Mortals seek safety, convenience, and availability of food in their dwelling locations, while cultivators prioritize abundant spiritual energy conducive to cultivation. Hence, cultivation sects are generally established in areas rich in spiritual energy. Many sects and cultivators engage in fierce battles over prime cultivation sites or spirit veins, leading to large-scale conflicts or sect wars, highlighting the significant role of cultivation locations for cultivators. Furthermore, the cave dwelling itself can be considered a location. Within the peaks of the Qingxian Gate, the spiritual energy is already much more abundant than in ordinary places. But the cave dwellings are enhanced with formations and situated in the most spiritually enriched spots. Cultivating within a cave dwelling is far more efficient than outside. Thus, in the realms of law, wealth, companionship, and location, aside from wealth, Yi Han has fortuitously secured 3 elements. Law. He possesses the Qingxian technique, a method not easily accessible to ordinary disciples of the Qingxian Gate. Companionship. He has Zhang Qingxuan, a good brother guiding him in his cultivation and offering protection and assistance. Although the future remains uncertain regarding Zhang Qingxuan's allegiance, for now, his support is invaluable. Location. He currently has a cave dwelling for cultivation, enriched with spiritual energy that far surpasses ordinary locations, and he is an inner sect disciple. One could say he lacks nothing but wealth. Yet, Yi Han sensed that he might not even lack wealth. The purple cauldron he carried should be an extraordinary treasure, significantly beneficial for his cultivation. In this moment, he felt that he had secured all aspects of law, wealth, companionship, and location. At least for him now, cultivation is his sole path forward, and he must hasten to elevate his cultivation level so that he may no longer rely on others for protection. After all, Zhang Qingxuan had repeatedly told him that in the realm of cultivation, strength commands respect. As long as one is strong, no one will dare to disrespect them. Conversely, Mr. Lan Qing had mentioned that while entering the realm of cultivation may not pose great difficulty, becoming a cultivator who can endure over time is an exceedingly arduous task. The world of cultivation is fraught with conflict and peril. No one knows when they might encounter life-threatening danger and lose their lives. Only by growing increasingly powerful can one safeguard their existence and become a formidable cultivator. Zhang Qingxuan was also inspired by Yi Han's words. His journey to becoming a cultivator was built step by step on his own hard work and perseverance. Why, then, did he find his courage diminishing as his cultivation level rose? Moreover, the current environment is far superior to before. At least within the inner sect, the number of those willing to act against him has dwindled significantly. However, Zhang Qingxuan suddenly recalled something and asked Yi Han, "By the way, junior brother Yi, there is something I wish to inquire about, the Qingxian technique. How did you come to possess it?" Indeed, since Yi Han is not a disciple of the 7th elder, how could he have the Qingxian technique? This is a method that only true disciples can cultivate. Upon hearing this, Yi Han replied mysteriously, "I possess the Qingxian order and the Qingxian technique." Is that not too strange? Indeed, while he considered Zhang Qingxuan his closest friend, there was no need to disclose all his secrets, for Zhang Qingxuan might inadvertently reveal them. That would only invite trouble upon himself. Moreover, maintaining a certain degree of mystery would earn him greater respect from Zhang Qingxuan. As expected, upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan laughed heartily and said, "Indeed, I was overthinking it." He cast a deep glance at Yi Han. Yi Han was right. Possessing the Qingxian order surely indicated an extraordinary background. After all, how could 10 ordinary disciples achieve great merit to be granted the Qingxian order by the sect? Thus, he found himself persuaded by Yi Han. In truth, Yi Han was also contemplating that his discovery of the Qingxian order, the Qingxian technique, and the purple cauldron all originated from the same bundle, suggesting that the rightful owner of these items must be a disciple of the Qingxuan gate. And not just any disciple at that. He had indeed struck luck by acquiring the most valuable possessions from this disciple. If his conjecture was correct, that individual must have been killed by that monster. He was fortunate to have escaped a calamity. As for that woman, she appeared to be affiliated with the Qingxuan gate as well. He wondered if he would encounter her again in the future. However, even if she were from the Qingxuan gate, she should be a high-level cultivator, certainly not one beneath the foundation-building stage. He must strive diligently in his cultivation to become a true cultivator. Upon observing Zhang Qingxuan's envious gaze directed towards him, Yihan felt a stir in his heart and said, "By the way, Brother Zhang, there is something else I would like you to keep an eye on. Who exactly is spreading rumors about me within the sect?" Hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan nodded and replied, "I understand. I shall be vigilant." Yihan was correct. Such gossip does not circulate without reason. The rapid spread of these rumors clearly indicated that someone was deliberately disseminating them. Having mingled within the Qingxuan sect for quite some time, Zhang Qingxuan was well aware of the impact such matters could have on Yihan. Thus, he advised, "Junior brother Yi, you must also be cautious. If it is not absolutely necessary, try to avoid leaving your cave dwelling until you have the strength to protect yourself." Yihan nodded in response, assuring, "Rest assured, I can manage." Indeed, Yihan's upbringing had been one of hardship, and he had diligently devoted himself to his training, having endured countless adversities. He was accustomed to tending cattle daily, suffering hunger, and enduring the scorn of his master and the disdain of the villagers. Compared to those trials, the current situation of cultivating in his cave, with ample food and drink, while practicing celestial arts, was infinitely preferable. Hence, he harbored no concerns regarding the rumors. Zhang Qingxuan continued, "Very well, Junior brother Yi. Proceed with the training plan we discussed. I cannot guarantee how long I will be able to assist you. At this, Yihan looked at Zhang Qingxuan with a hint of curiosity and asked, "Brother Zhang, what do you mean by that?" He could perceive a shadow of melancholy and guilt on Zhang Qingxuan's face, as if he were grappling with some burdensome matter. Chapter 27. The transformation of the treasure seated in the training room. Yihan activated the Qingxuan technique, as wisps of green light continuously flowed into him. Compared to before, the green light surrounding him had intensified significantly. After diligently practicing for over an hour, Yihan opened his eyes, gazing at his hands with a look of disappointment as he muttered, "This is truly challenging. I never expected the second level to be so difficult to break through." With that, he stood to stretch his limbs and retrieved the purple tripod from his robe. Now, the tripod appeared as translucent as purple jade, completely shedding its former stony visage. However, upon witnessing its current state, Yihan felt a tinge of disappointment. He sensed that the purple tripod offered little assistance to his cultivation. More importantly, as Zhang Qingxuan had previously informed him, he too could not remain in Yihan's cave all day long to guide his training. Being an inner sect disciple, Zhang Qingxuan was obligated to fulfill a monthly task and complete at least one sect mission. The so-called daily tasks involved performing routine duties for the sect, such as cultivating medicinal herbs if one possessed that skill, tending to the herb garden daily, if one was adept at mining. They would extract spirit stones or rare materials for crafting. Those skilled in crafting would assist in refining materials for spiritual weapons. In essence, within the vast Qingxuan sect, every disciple could find a suitable daily task to contribute to the sect's growing strength. Moreover, completing daily tasks would reward disciples with spirit stones. However, sect missions were far more challenging. Some required seeking rare treasures, others involved gathering specific materials, or even slaying ferocious beasts. These tasks varied in difficulty. Naturally, given Yihan's current level of cultivation, he had no tasks he could undertake aside from training. Whether it was cultivating herbs, mining, or other endeavors, he was entirely unversed in them, and as of now, no one sought his assistance in such matters. Thus, he was content to focus solely on enhancing his own abilities within his cave. However, Yihan's exemption from these duties did not extend to Zhang Qingxuan. As a formally recognized inner sect disciple, he had already taken on several tasks that required completion. Zhang Qingxuan's daily task involved forging spirit iron blocks. His mastery of body refining techniques allowed him to accomplish this far more swiftly than the average disciple, enabling him to fulfill his tasks in merely 3 to 4 days each month. Previously, he would spend 7 to 8 days a month on such tasks, striving for additional rewards to acquire more spirit stones for purchasing cultivation elixirs. Yet, during this period, his training in Yihan's cave had alleviated the need for extensive assistance, as the speed of cultivation within Yihan's domain was already sufficient. Of course, consuming elixirs while training would yield even better results. Nonetheless, Zhang Qingxuan lacked the luxury of time, as he needed to dedicate considerable effort to guiding and caring for Yihan. More importantly, he aimed to diligently comprehend the Qingxuan technique, aspiring to advance to the 12th level of Qi refinement within a certain time frame. Achieving that stage would significantly enhance his chances of competing for foundational elixirs within the sect. Once he became a foundational stage cultivator, a bright future awaited him. However, Zhang Qingxuan's absence from Yihan's cave was due to his recent departure to complete a sect mission, leaving uncertainty about when he would return. Fortunately, before his departure, Zhang Qingxuan had prepared half a month's worth of provisions for Yihan. In truth, Zhang Qingxuan had informed Yihan that cultivators could consume a type of fasting elixir, negating the need for ordinary food. However, only those above the foundational stage could afford such luxuries, while those beneath that level still relied on conventional sustenance. Yet, Qi refinement cultivators did not require excessive amounts of food, as they often spent several days in meditation and training without venturing out, leaving little time for food preparation. After practicing the Qingxuan technique, Yihan proceeded to train in the blood refinement technique. He observed his form repeatedly squatting down, sweat pouring from him, as a chilling crimson light pulsated across his skin. Remarkably, while Yihan struggled to make significant progress with the Qingxuan technique, the results of his blood refinement training were astonishing. In just half a month, he had broken through to the first level of the blood refinement technique, greatly enhancing his physical defense and strength. He discovered that his strength had surpassed that of an adult, capable of lifting weights of 200 to 300 pounds effortlessly. It was noteworthy that he was merely a 10-year-old child, possessing such formidable strength. This exemplified the extraordinary prowess of cultivation methods. Moreover, Yihan sensed that the blood refinement technique imparted to him by Zhang Qingxuan was no ordinary skill. It might even surpass the Qingxuan technique. Regrettably, this technique was incomplete. If it were whole, it could elevate his cultivation to an exceptionally high level. Nevertheless, his current cultivation was only at the second level of Qi refinement, and even when he reached the 12th level, the blood refinement technique would still yield various other benefits. One could gauge its efficacy by observing Zhang Qingxuan, who had been diligently practicing this body refining technique. Soon, Yihan found himself utterly exhausted from the blood refinement training, dripping with sweat as if he had emerged from water. His skin appeared purplish, his lips trembled, and his legs felt unsteady as he struggled to maintain his balance. It was essential to understand that the practice of the blood refinement technique was not as deceptively simple as it seemed. Each squat inflicted excruciating pain upon his body. The blood refinement technique relied on pain to stimulate his body's strength, enhance the circulation of vital energy and blood, bolster muscle development, absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth, and fortify the skin's defense. Each step of this process was agonizing. Thus, after each training session, he often lay on the ground for an extended period, unable to move, highlighting the fearsome nature of the blood refinement technique. When Zhang Qingxuan initially introduced the blood refinement technique to him, he had doubted whether Yihan, at such a tender age, would be able to endure it. However, he was genuinely astonished by Yihan's resilience, a quality he had never anticipated. Nevertheless, effort invariably yields rewards. Although Yihan made little progress with the Qingxuan technique, his training in the blood refinement technique had rendered his physique remarkably robust, rivaling that of martial artists. If he were to face an average martial arts master now, he felt confident in his ability to prevail. Yet, Yihan sensed a predicament arising, as Zhang Qingxuan's provisions had been depleted, and he had yet to return. Did this mean he must venture outside? Pondering this, Yihan waited for his body to recuperate before standing up, only to have the purple tripod slip from his grasp. It fell to the ground with a resounding clang, startling him as he feared it might shatter. However, upon seeing the purple tripod, his eyes brightened with excitement. This treasure has transformed once more. Chapter 28. The transformation of the purple tripod. Whenever Yihan found himself with free time, he devoted considerable effort to studying the purple tripod, eager to uncover what manner of treasure it truly was. How had it transformed into stone that day? He had been continually replaying the events leading to his acquisition of the tripod in his mind. However, the events of that day had unfolded so suddenly. The terrifying creature had left him injured, and he remained somewhat unclear about how he had come into possession of the tripod. Nonetheless, he distinctly recalled that when he obtained the purple tripod, a sudden surge of radiant light had erupted. It was precisely this intense luminescence that had drawn the creature's attention to him. Were it not for the sudden appearance of that celestial goddess, I would likely have been devoured by that monstrous creature. How could I have retained my life to arrive at the Qingxuan sect? Thus, I feel that my fortune is rather favorable. Furthermore, when I first embarked on the practice of the Qingxuan technique, the process did not unfold as effortlessly as I had anticipated. I merely made slight progress. However, after a single night, I unexpectedly discovered that I had successfully cultivated the first layer of the Qingxuan technique. Moreover, the originally stony purple cauldron began to transform into a texture resembling that of purple jade. Consequently, I surmised that the purple cauldron must have absorbed some form of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, which accounted for its initial stony appearance. While I cultivated, I could also absorb the spiritual energy contained within the cauldron, and the efficacy of this absorption was remarkably superior to what Zhang Qingxuan had described regarding the effects of consuming rare herbs and treasures. Thus, it seems that this purple cauldron possesses additional benefits for cultivators. Although I have spent over half a month at the Qingxuan sect, I remain somewhat ignorant of many aspects of the cultivation world and cannot fathom the true purpose of this artifact. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Otherwise, it would not be placed alongside the Qingxuan order. Therefore, I must devise a means to comprehend the utilization of this cauldron. Just moments ago, I took out the purple cauldron once more for further examination and discovered that it had undergone yet another transformation. The cauldron retained its crystalline, translucent purple jade-like quality, but now, astonishingly, there was a small orb of green spiritual light within, no larger than a fingertip, emitting faint wisps of green luminescence. Gazing at this orb of green light, I was filled with curiosity. What could this phenomenon be? I scrutinized the orb from every angle, attempting to open the cauldron, yet it was utterly impossible. I had previously observed that the lid of the cauldron appeared to be completely fused with it, rendering all my efforts to pry it open futile. Just yesterday, there had been no trace of this green light, and now its sudden emergence left me perplexed. I wondered where this thing had come from. However, the cauldron's unexpected change piqued my curiosity about the nature of this green light and whether it would impact my cultivation in the past 10 days. Aside from the day I exhausted myself and subsequently advanced to the second layer of the Qi refinement stage, I had not noticed any significant changes in my cultivation, or if there were, they were not apparent. In summary, I felt that this might be attributed to my lack of innate talent. In contrast, my progress with the blood refinement technique had been relatively swift. Although I appeared quite lean, I had gained some muscle, and my complexion had grown considerably fairer. It seemed that practicing the blood refinement technique had altered my physique, and my strength now surpassed that of an average adult. Take, for instance, the stone bench within the cave. It weighed at least 200 pounds. Previously, I could not move it at all, yet now I could manage to lift it with effort. Of course, I still fell far short compared to skilled martial artists. After further examination of the purple cauldron, I still failed to uncover its true purpose. I sensed that understanding this object through solitary exploration would prove futile. However, in the world of cultivators, should a treasure be revealed, countless individuals would likely covet it. Thus, after much contemplation, I decided to suppress this matter for the time being and, when the opportunity arose, gradually seek to understand how to utilize this cauldron. I diligently studied it, attempting to channel the Qingxuan technique to absorb the orb of spiritual light within, yet there was no discernible response. Other methods yielded no results either. Ultimately, I stored the cauldron away, only to be met with a sudden growl from my stomach. As I progressed in my blood refinement technique, I found myself growing increasingly hungry, requiring more sustenance. Zhang Qingxuan informed me that this was due to the accelerated consumption and conversion of my physical vitality from the blood refinement technique, thus necessitating greater nourishment. Exiting the training chamber, I ventured to the storage room to retrieve food, only to be dismayed to find that the remaining provisions would scarcely suffice for a single meal. Observing this situation, I furrowed my brow. Zhang Qingxuan had yet to return. This caused me some concern, for I lacked sufficient food to sustain myself. After all, I still possessed a mortal constitution, requiring the basic necessities of life. Only upon reaching an exceedingly high level of cultivation, such as the foundation establishment stage, could a cultivator begin to fast or rely solely on special pills or other elixirs to sustain life. Cultivators are not entirely disconnected from the mortal realm. Lower-tier cultivators still require food, while higher-tier cultivators may abstain from it, relying on pills and the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. In truth, they still need to replenish the vital energy within their bodies. Spiritual energy and medicinal pills are but one means of doing so, and of course, while cultivators may forego food, this does not imply they lack appetites. Many cultivators indulge in culinary delights, and various places offer specialized medicinal cuisine, spiritual soups, and roasted beasts. It is simply that I cannot afford such luxuries. As I ate, I frowned to myself, pondering that I would need to venture out in search of food. However, rumors regarding my true identity had been circulating outside, and venturing out carelessly might pose a danger. Nevertheless, I reasoned that I was within the confines of the Qingxuan sect's inner sanctum on the Seven Xian Peak. Aside from fellow disciples, where could outsiders be? Even among my fellow disciples, it would be unlikely for anyone to act recklessly here. Thus, I believed my outing would be relatively safe. After all, I had been at the Qingxuan sect for quite some time, yet had hardly ventured outside. How could I experience the true nature of this sect? Therefore, after finishing my meal, I opened the cave entrance and stepped outside. Just as I did, a cold voice called out from outside, "Are you Yihan?" Surprised, I had not anticipated that upon opening the cave entrance, someone would be waiting outside. I furrowed my brow and glanced over. Chapter 29. Jianfeng. I was taken aback to find someone calling my name the moment I exited the cave, and it seemed they had been standing guard at the entrance, awaiting my emergence. Indeed, as the cave door fully opened, a burly young man with a face marred by a long scar, appearing quite fierce, stood not far from me with his arms crossed, coldly regarding me. Upon seeing this young man, I frowned slightly but maintained a calm demeanor, responding coolly, "I am Yihan. May I inquire what brings you here?" Esteemed senior, this individual seemed to harbor ill intentions, yet I trusted that he lacked the audacity to act against me within the Qingxuan sect. After all, the sect's rules strictly forbade internal conflict among disciples, particularly among inner disciples. Of course, what scheming might transpire behind the scenes remained uncertain. The young man coldly scrutinized me and replied, "My name is Jianfeng. You will follow me from now on. Under my protection, no one on Seven Xian Peak will dare to confront you." Hearing this, I felt a flicker of surprise cross my face. Why was this Jianfeng suddenly speaking to me in such a manner? Moreover, it appeared he had been waiting for quite some time. However, I quickly discerned his true intentions. While he spoke, his gaze kept drifting toward the cave behind me, revealing a hint of envy, though he attempted to conceal it. I fully grasped Jianfeng's thoughts. How brazen! His flattering words about my future under his guidance were merely a guise to covet my cave. Naturally, I had no intention of falling into his trap, so I responded politely, "Is that so? I am truly grateful, Senior Jianfeng. As fellow disciples, we should indeed support one another. I look forward to your guidance in the future." And my words were carefully crafted. Since I had not outright rejected Jianfeng, I also refrained from uttering anything that would offend him. Although I could not ascertain Jianfeng's true strength or cultivation level, Zhang Qingxuan had informed me that to become an inner disciple, one must achieve the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage before the age of 18. To be a permanent inner disciple, one must reach the 11th layer of the Qi refinement stage before turning 20. This Jianfeng appeared to be considerably older than Zhang Qingxuan, who would soon turn 20. Thus, Jianfeng had likely surpassed the age of 20, meaning he had achieved a cultivation level beyond the 11th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Such a level of power could easily crush me with a mere finger. Therefore, I was keenly aware of the need to avoid offending this individual, lest I suffer dire consequences. After all, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and my current abilities were hardly worth a second glance. Indeed, Jianfeng's lips curled into a faint smile as he remarked, "You are quite perceptive, a promising talent indeed. This cave behind you is yours, correct? From now on, I shall guide your cultivation within it." Upon hearing this, I understood fully the ulterior motives behind Jianfeng's words. He was coveting my cave, seeking to use this pretext to occupy my space for his own training. There was no way I would fall for such a ruse. Thus, Yi Han expressed his gratitude, saying, "I am truly grateful to you, senior brother Qingfeng. With your guidance, my progress will undoubtedly accelerate at this juncture." He shifted the topic, adding, "However, senior brother, you may not be aware that this cave dwelling does not solely belong to me. It is shared with senior brother Zhang Qingxuan. Without his consent, I cannot unilaterally agree to your request." Yet, Yi Han could only resort to invoking Zhang Qingxuan's name, hoping it would dissuade his interlocutor. In response, Qingfeng scoffed dismissively, "Humph. You dare to mention Zhang Qingxuan? Let me tell you, that kid is highly unlikely to return." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Even if he does come back with his cultivation, he would not stand a chance against me." At this point, a searing red aura emanated from Qingfeng, instilling a sense of dread in Yi Han, who felt an unsettling pressure wash over him. Qingfeng proceeded, "Listen well, kid. I strongly advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, you will find no favorable outcomes within the Qingxuan sect." Upon hearing these words, Yi Han's heart sank. It became evident that Qingfeng was not merely attempting to intimidate him. He seemed to possess some knowledge regarding Zhang Qingxuan. Why else would he insinuate that Zhang Qingxuan might not return? This suggested that something unfortunate may have befallen Zhang Qingxuan. Considering this, Yi Han felt a pang of concern. After all, Zhang Qingxuan's character was starkly different from that of Qingfeng and the other disciples. Although Zhang Qingxuan harbored intentions of utilizing Yi Han, he was genuinely earnest in his guidance and treated him well. If something had truly happened to Zhang Qingxuan, finding another ally or mentor would prove to be quite challenging. At the very least, Qingfeng was clearly not a viable choice. It was apparent that this individual had already caught wind of the truth regarding Yi Han's acquisition of the cave dwelling and knew he lacked support. Taking advantage of his superior cultivation, coupled with Zhang Qingxuan's absence, he sought to bully Yi Han. How could Yi Han trust that such a person would genuinely assist him in his cultivation? If he allowed Qingfeng into his cave dwelling, it would be easy for Qingfeng to take control, making it nearly impossible for Yi Han to evict him later. Moreover, within the confines of a sealed cave, it would be a simple matter for Qingfeng to imprison him. Why Yi Han would rather die than acquiesce to this detestable fellow? It was undoubtedly the fifth elder who had spread this matter, causing the disciples to trouble him. Thus, Yi Han replied, "Senior brother Qingfeng, it is not that I am unwilling to agree. Rather, when senior brother Zhang Qingxuan departed, he left many belongings in my care. If those items were to go missing, how would I explain it to senior brother Zhang Qingxuan?" He continued, "If you truly wish to cultivate within my cave dwelling, I would be more than willing to grant you permission, provided that we wait for senior brother Zhang Qingxuan's return." At this point, he could only shift the responsibility onto Zhang Qingxuan, while simultaneously seeking information about Zhang Qingxuan's current situation. Why would Qingfeng assert that Zhang Qingxuan might not return? Qingfeng, upon hearing this, shot Yi Han a cold glare and stated, "Kid, you seem to be mistaken. I did not come here to seek your permission, regardless of whether Zhang Qingxuan is present or not. You will allow me to cultivate here," he added disdainfully. Besides, Zhang Qingxuan is utterly oblivious to his own limitations. How could he possibly entertain thoughts of taking on such a task? Chapter 30. Blood-Cursed Bird. Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, Yi Han realized that this fellow likely possessed some knowledge of the situation. Adopting a facade of urgency, he asked, "Senior brother Qingfeng, I previously mentioned that my reluctance to comply is not personal. Can you tell me what has happened to senior brother Zhang Qingxuan? If you do not inform me, how can I agree to your request?" As Qingfeng spoke, Yi Han's concern for Zhang Qingxuan intensified. Although he had recently entered the realm of cultivation, he perceived that the world of immortals bore similarities to that of mortals. After all, they were all human. The self-serving tendencies of mortals meant that individuals like Zhang Qingxuan, who were genuinely good-hearted, were few and far between. Yi Han suddenly felt that he should refrain from becoming overly entangled with certain individuals, especially someone as noble as Zhang Qingxuan, whom Yi Han had come to regard as a true friend. Despite his own precarious situation, he found himself worrying about Zhang Qingxuan. In fact, as he spoke these words, Yi Han felt a pang of guilt for voicing such concerns. However, having already spoken, what could be done? Observing Yi Han's anxious demeanor, Qingfeng revealed a hint of derision, stating, "Very well, allow me to disabuse you of your hopes. Let me inform you that Zhang Qingxuan, that fool, has taken on the task of slaying the blood-cursed bird, hoping to obtain its vital essence and earn a place in the blood refinement pool." He scoffed. With Zhang Qingxuan's cultivation, Does he truly believe he can withstand the onslaught of the blood-cursed bird? This creature not only possesses the ability to fly, but also feeds on blood and harbors potent toxins, making it one of the most fearsome low-tier demonic beasts. There is no way Zhang Qingxuan will return. Listening to Jin Feng's unequivocal declarations, Yi Han was entirely bewildered by the terms blood-cursed bird, demonic beasts, rewards, and blood refinement pool. Yet, he understood that the derision in Jin Feng's eyes indicated the truth of the matter. This meant that Zhang Qingxuan was indeed in a perilous situation, and regrettably, Yi Han felt powerless to assist him. Nonetheless, he recalled the words of the seventh elder when he had brought Yi Han to this cave dwelling. If you wish to become a cultivator, you must rely solely on yourself. No one will come to your aid. With this thought in mind, Yi Han's heart began to settle. He recognized that entering the realm of cultivation meant that receiving help from another was a rare gift. Yet, in this world, no one could support anyone for a lifetime. It was akin to the villagers who sympathized with him, wishing to help, yet struggling to meet their own needs. How could they possibly extend aid to an orphan like Yi Han? The realm of cultivation was no different. With Yi Han's meager abilities, even if he wished to assist Zhang Qingxuan, it was an impossible feat. Moreover, he faced a significant threat in the form of Jin Feng. How should he handle this situation? This fellow was clearly intent on seizing his cave dwelling for his own cultivation, having remained there for quite some time, and was evidently well informed about Zhang Qingxuan's affairs. There was no way he would easily relinquish his hold. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Han sighed in resignation, stating, "If what you say is true, senior brother Jin, then Zhang Qingxuan is indeed in grave trouble, and it is quite worrisome." Upon hearing this, Jin Feng coldly replied, "You would do better to concern yourself with your own fate, kid. Let me make this clear. Without my protection, you will not last 3 days." Heh heh. As he finished, he cast a sinister grin at Yi Han, the threat in his expression unmistakable. Why Yi Han's face darkened at these words, yet he had already formulated a plan. He promptly addressed Jin Feng. "Senior brother Jin, I implore you to assist me. We are fellow disciples and should support one another, should we not?" His tone was naively innocent, provoking a cold chuckle from Jin Feng. Only a child like this would believe such words. Thinking this, Jin Feng replied, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I have come here to seek you out? I am here to help you, but my assistance is not without its costs. Simply allow me to use your cave dwelling. And I assure you that no one on Qixin Peak will dare to bully you. Rest assured. I stand by my word." As Jin Feng spoke, he regarded Yi Han with an air of confidence. This kid, indeed, was as the rumors suggested. He had no substantial backing, having relied solely on an ancestral token to acquire a Qingxuan order, trading it for a foundational pill in exchange for this cave dwelling. With such a background, Jin Feng had thoroughly investigated the matter. If Zhang Qingxuan were present, he might have shown some restraint. However, given Zhang Qingxuan's absence on a mission to hunt the blood-cursed bird, it was likely he would not return. Thus, Jin Feng awaited Yi Han's emergence to seize control of the cave dwelling. With his cultivation combined with the benefits of the cave, he could genuinely reach the pinnacle of qi refining. Once he obtained a foundational pill, he could advance to the foundational stage. Achieving such a status would elevate his identity and standing beyond that of ordinary individuals. Lost in these thoughts, Jin Feng felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that Yi Han would soon acquiesce to his demands. Yet, Yi Han's response took him by surprise. Why, Yi Han declared, "Senior brother Jin, I would be willing to comply with your request. However, you may not be aware that when I acquired this cave dwelling, the seventh elder lifted the restrictions, allowing 2 individuals to enter. I have permitted senior brother Zhang Qingxuan to enter as well. Therefore, aside from myself, only senior brother Zhang Qingxuan has access to this cave." After a brief pause, he continued, "Although senior brother Zhang may be in danger, I have not sensed the lifting of his restrictions. Before the restrictions set by Zhang Shixiang are lifted, I am unable to allow you entry." The excuse given by Yi Han stems from a prior conversation he had with Zhang Qingxuan regarding certain matters, during which he casually mentioned the concept of restrictions. These restrictions, implemented through specific means to establish formations, serve to seal off a location, permitting only select individuals to enter. Such formations, including blood seals and the like, are collectively referred to as restrictions. However, this is merely a pretext, as he suspects that Zhang Qingxuan, having navigated the realms of cultivation for so many years, would not easily meet his demise. Furthermore, having accepted the task involving the blood-withered bird, he should possess some understanding of it. Therefore, he concludes that Zhang Qingxuan is unlikely to perish so easily. More importantly, he has no intention of permitting this Jin Feng to enter his abode, as summoning deities is simple, but sending them away is fraught with difficulties. Should he intrude, it could lead to a situation where an unwelcome occupant takes over, an eventuality he cannot afford to entertain. Yet, would Jin Feng heed his words? Chapter 31. The 5-day pact indeed, Jin Feng displayed a complete lack of belief, coldly retorting, "Kid, I warned you not to play tricks. What restrictions are present in this cave abode that I am unaware of? If you continue down this path, be wary of the consequences." The menace in his words indicated that he regarded Yi Han as nothing more than a child, with limited cultivation and knowledge. Such a ruse might deceive others, but someone as seasoned in the world of cultivation as he would not be so easily fooled. Aware of Jin Feng's formidable nature, Yi Han replied, "This information comes from Zhang Qingxuan, and I am ignorant of the specifics. If you doubt me, there is little I can do." Upon hearing this, Jin Feng's brow twitched, and he impatiently declared, "Kid, I have no time to entertain your nonsense. Regardless of Zhang Qingxuan's presence, it makes no difference to me." Indeed, while Zhang Qingxuan was several years younger and one level beneath him in cultivation, though at the 11th level of Qi refinement, still inferior in comparison, he was currently striving for the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. If he could cultivate within Yi Han's cave abode, assisted by the elixirs he had prepared, his chances of success would be considerably heightened. Conversely, without the spiritual energy of Yi Han's abode, particularly the formation within his training room, he would have to seek assistance from other high-ranking cultivators, a costly endeavor that he could ill afford. Or he would not have set his sights on Yi and as Yi Han listened to Jin Feng's threats, his resolve only strengthened. He would not allow Jin Feng to achieve his aims. Although he was reluctant to provoke this individual, the current situation left him no choice but to employ a delaying tactic, hoping for Zhang Qingxuan's swift return to safeguard the cave that he held in such high regard. Thus, he stated, "Jin Shixiang, I am afraid I cannot acquiesce to your request. Without Zhang Shixiang's consent, I will not permit you entry." Upon hearing these words, Jin Feng coldly replied, "Kid, I see you are refusing to heed my warning." Before Jin Feng could finish, Yi Han interrupted, however, "If something were to happen to Zhang Shixiang, then I would have the authority to decide. Let us wait a few more days. How about 5 days?" With that, he regarded Jin Feng with sincere eyes, exuding an air of innocence. Jin Feng's brow furrowed as he retorted coldly, "Do not waste my time here. I say Zhang Qingxuan will not return. He will not come back, regardless of whether it is 5 days or 500 days. Why?" Yi Han firmly countered, "Jin Shixiang, your assertion is misguided. Whether he returns or not is not for me to decide. Let us wait 5 days. After that, I will provide you with a definitive answer. Otherwise, I can only." Jin Feng noticed that Yi Han's smile was somewhat strained, and his tone was filled with helplessness. It struck him that Zhang Qingxuan had managed to instill a sense of fear in Yi Han. He, however, failed to perceive that Yi Han was intentionally employing this tactic. Otherwise, Yi Han would have likely agreed to his demands. He was astonished that the seemingly honest Zhang Qingxuan would resort to such tactics. It was indeed true that appearances could be deceiving, and he had not anticipated that this individual would finally demonstrate some acumen. With this thought in mind, Jin Feng recalled that he needed a few days to prepare certain items and thus declared, "Very well, I shall grant you your request. I will return in 5 days. Do not attempt to deceive me. If you do, you will be the one to suffer the consequences." With that, Jin Feng made to leave, but Yi Han called out, "Jin Shixiang, please wait. There is one more matter I wish to discuss with you." Surprised that Yi Han would still address him, Jin Feng turned back, asking, "What is it? Is it not less than 5 days, and you already have a change of heart?" Yi Han feigned helplessness, saying, "Jin Shixiang, it is not that I do not wish to comply, but rather Zhang Shixiang sigh." At this point, he genuinely sighed, as if bearing a great burden. Gritting his teeth, he continued, "Jin Shixiang, if he returns after 5 days, I will find myself in quite a predicament." Jin Feng, growing impatient, urged, "Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush." It was evident that this young man was hesitant and easily manipulated, so Jin Feng felt no urgency. Finally, Yi Han stated, "Jin Shixiang, I would like to borrow 2 spiritual stones from you." He added, "Should Zhang Shixiang return, I will ensure he repays you. If he does not, I shall offer my cave abode as collateral." Upon hearing this, Jin Feng's eyes lit up. He understood that the value of a cave abode far surpassed that of 2 spiritual stones. 2,000 would not suffice. Was this young man truly so naive? He inquired, "What do you need the spiritual stones for?" Yihan replied, "It is nothing significant. I merely wish to purchase some cultivation techniques." Jinfeng deliberated and realized he had a few spiritual stones to spare. Lending them to Yihan would allow him to tighten his grip on him later. With this in mind, Jinfeng produced 2 shimmering spiritual stones from his pocket and tossed them to Yihan, saying, "Here, remember, you owe me 2 spiritual stones. My stones are not easily repaid." His words were laden with warning, primarily because he believed Yihan, with his limited cultivation, could not escape his grasp. With a debt of 2 spiritual stones, it would be even easier to manipulate Yihan in the future. Why Yihan accepted the stones with repeated thanks, exclaiming, "Thank you, Jin Shixiang. You are truly generous. Were it not for Zhang Shixiang's restrictions, I would certainly allow you to enter and cultivate." In response to Yihan's statement, Jinfeng coldly remarked, "When he returns, I will help you deal with him." After exchanging a few more words, Jinfeng felt supremely confident, believing he could easily control the situation. His cultivation was superior, and now Yihan owed him spiritual stones, solidifying his claim over the cave abode. After issuing a few final warnings to Yihan, Jinfeng departed. As Yihan watched Jinfeng's retreating figure, a hint of derision flickered in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "You think you can claim my cave abode? Dream on." With that thought, Yihan descended the cliff using the large vine. Indeed, during this period, his cultivation had proven highly beneficial. Previously, descending this vine had been a laborious task, but now he maneuvered swiftly, using both hands and feet, and reached the bottom in less than 1/10 of the time it had taken before. Feeling this gratifying change, Yihan found himself increasingly enamored with the sensation of growing stronger as a cultivator. However, his current level was still too low, making him a target for bullying. Yihan spent a considerable amount of time at Qingxuan Peak, laden with various burdens, before finally returning to his cave abode. Soon, 5 days had elapsed. While Yihan was cultivating within the cave, he heard Jinfeng's voice calling from outside, "Yihan, come out." Chapter 32. The furious Jinfeng. Yihan was seated in the training room of his cave abode, surrounded by swirling green spiritual light that seemed to be drawn to him, slowly penetrating his body. While he certainly heard Jinfeng's loud calls from outside, the first instance occurring 2 hours prior, he had no intention of responding to the insufferable Jinfeng. 5 days ago, to rid himself of Jinfeng's pestering, he had employed a delaying tactic, promising 5 days for consideration. To appease Jinfeng, he even borrowed 2 spiritual stones, which made Jinfeng believe that Yihan would not dare deceive him. With the 2 spiritual stones in hand, Yihan took a brief tour around Qingxuan Peak. The inner disciples were not numerous, and according to Zhang Qingxuan, Qingxuan Peak was the least esteemed among the inner peaks of the Qingxian sect. Long ago, Qingxuan Peak had been the most powerful peak, attracting all aspiring inner disciples, with the true disciples being the cream of the crop, talented individuals among their peers. However, for reasons unknown, true disciples from Qingxuan Peak began to vanish or perish in succession. The peak's leader, Elder Qi, became despondent over these events and ceased to manage the affairs of Qingxuan Peak, resulting in a halt to the recruitment of true disciples. Consequently, Qingxuan Peak fell to the bottom tier among the 7 inner peaks. Currently, the disciples accepted by Qingxuan Peak are predominantly those inner disciples discarded by other peaks. However, even the least skilled among the inner disciples far surpasses Yihan. After all, even the outer disciples are at the 5th or 6th level of Qi refining. As Zhang Qingxuan puts it, they are already capable of wielding celestial spells, and even a small fireball could extinguish him instantly. Inner disciples, on the other hand, are at least in the late stage of Qi refining and must undergo a rigorous selection process to attain their status. This selection entails genuine contests of celestial spells among outer disciples, where only those who pass through numerous trials can become inner disciples. Yihan, a mere mortal, managed to become an inner disciple solely due to the influence of the Qingxian order. Consequently, aware of his own frailty, Yihan walks discreetly around Qingxuan Peak. If anyone casts a lingering glance his way, he promptly turns and departs, ensuring that no one uncovers his true nature. Nevertheless, some have recognized him as the legendary Yihan. And the reality of his situation, as divulged by senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, has circulated within the sect. Regrettably, senior brother Zhang Qingxuan has yet to ascertain who is disseminating this information. as he has been dispatched on a mission and has not returned. However, Yihan has borrowed 2 spirit stones from Jinfeng. One was exchanged for a substantial amount of food, while the other was used to purchase a low-grade qi refining pill to enhance his cultivation. This was imperative, as his current cultivation level is still low, and he must consume adequate food. Otherwise, the pangs of hunger are unbearable. These provisions should sustain him for over a month. The other item, the low-grade qi refining pill, he plans to experiment with, hoping it will aid him in advancing his cultivation. During this period, he has diligently practiced but remains stuck at the 2nd level of qi refining, unable to break through to the next stage. Nonetheless, senior brother Zhang Qingxuan has also advised him that even the most gifted practitioners, regardless of the abundance of spiritual energy, will encounter bottlenecks or formidable barriers in their cultivation. Cultivators must endure these stagnations. Should they face such circumstances, there are various solutions, such as seeking guidance from higher-level practitioners, consuming pills to break through, immersing oneself in arduous training, or venturing out to seek resources and rare treasures. In summary, the path of cultivation is profoundly solitary, and the means of breaking through vary for each individual. Fortuitous encounters, pills, cultivation locations, and even life-and-death duels may all serve as catalysts for advancement. Thus, Yihan, in light of his situation, adheres to the principle of striving for even the slightest improvement in his cultivation. More importantly, Yihan initially hoped to delay for 5 days until senior brother Zhang Qingxuan's return. But as the 5 days elapsed, he has grown genuinely concerned, fearing that Jinfeng's words might hold true, that perhaps Zhang Qingxuan may not return after all now, with Jinfeng waiting outside and Zhang Qingxuan absent. Yihan realizes the gravity of his predicament, reminiscent of the time he had toyed with the village chief's son in Qingniu village, resulting in that individual and his entourage cornering him throughout the village. Fortunately, he cleverly evaded them and set a trap that led to a conflict between the village chief's son and Wang Laocai's son, both of whom were local bullies, engaging in a protracted brawl. In the end, Wang Laocai's son narrowly triumphed, and the village chief's son was punished with a month of confinement by his father. Eventually, the matter faded into obscurity. However, Jinfeng is a practitioner at the 12th level of qi refining, and he possesses ample patience to wait for Yihan, who now finds himself in a precarious situation. Given the disparity in their strengths, it appears that he can only seek refuge within his cave dwelling. Fortunately, he knows that the cave's defenses are extraordinary. Even a formidable practitioner in the late stage of foundation establishment would find it exceedingly taxing and noisy to forcibly breach his cave. Furthermore, attacking a fellow sect member's cave is a grave offense that would incur severe penalties. Therefore, Yihan is aware that his cave is a sanctuary, and he can only wait for senior brother Zhang Qingxuan's return or for Jinfeng to lose patience. Alas, while Yihan understands that the cave can activate prohibitions to prevent external sounds from penetrating, he lacks the knowledge to do so and must endure Jinfeng's incessant shouting. Forget it, he thinks. He'll just have to muddle through this month. Jinfeng is clearly extremely incensed, arriving at Yihan's cave entrance early in the morning, as they had agreed that he would provide a response after 5 days regarding whether he would grant Jinfeng access to his cave for cultivation, for which Jinfeng had even lent him 2 spirit stones. Yet, after waiting for half the day, nearing noon, and seeing no sign of Yihan emerging, he can no longer restrain himself and shouts for Yihan to come out. Demanding to know what this boy is up to, surely, he must be hiding out of fear of Jinfeng's retribution. Does he think he can remain concealed indefinitely? The more Jinfeng contemplates, the angrier he becomes. Moreover, to placate this boy, he had lent him 2 spirit stones, which feels like a significant loss. After all, he is an adult. How could he have been outsmarted by a mere child? With that thought, Jinfeng cannot help but bellow, "Yihan, if you don't come out soon, be prepared for my wrath." As he speaks, he flicks his sleeve, summoning a radiant red spear that hovers before him. Chapter 33. Could it be her? Jinfeng reflects on how he has been played for a fool by a young imp, having been tricked out of 2 spirit stones. He is currently at a crucial juncture in his cultivation, and every spirit stone is invaluable. Were it not to keep Yihan in check, he would never have lent him the stones. He believed that Yihan could not escape him. After all, he thought Yihan lacked the courage to defy him. In the realm of cultivation, strength commands respect. Offending a practitioner like himself, at the 12th level of qi refining, would render Yihan unable to survive at Qingxuan peak. Moreover, in the past few days, He has prepared numerous spiritual herbs for his breakthrough, having spent all his spirit stones, eagerly awaiting entry into Yihan's cave to commence his cultivation. Yet, upon arriving early in the day, he finds the cave door tightly shut, and regardless of how loudly he calls, Yihan remains inside, unresponsive. This insufferable brat has treated him like a fool, not only swindling his spirit stones but also stalling for time. While now hiding away inside, how could Jinfeng not be furious? He points a finger, and the fiery spear he summoned begins to circle around him, crackling with an intense heat. Coldly, he addresses the door of Yihan's cave. Yihan, you little brat, get out here. I will count to 3, and if you are still not out, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. With that, he extends 3 fingers, pointing at the cave door as he declares, 1. Inside the cave, Yihan hears Jinfeng's furious roar, but no matter how angry this fellow gets, Yihan steadfastly believes in his judgment. If Jinfeng had the ability to breach his cave, he would not have been waiting outside for half the day. He has complete faith in the cave's defensive capabilities. He is no coward. He has his own resources to rely on. His entry into the Qingxuan sect as an inner disciple was facilitated by the Qingxuan order. The Qingxuan order is issued to meritorious disciples of the sect or their relatives, ensuring that their descendants not only become inner disciples but also receive a foundation-building pill, and the sect must protect these individuals, regardless of how severe their offenses may be. After all, it is crucial not to alienate the hearts of their disciples or families. Therefore, Yihan finally speaks up, Jinfeng, listen carefully. I will not allow you to enter my cave. If you have the capability, then attack my cave, but do not forget, I bear the Qingxuan order. Consider the consequences of assaulting my cave. Having uttered these words, Yihan resumes his meditation and cultivation. If he were truly afraid, he would not have deceived Jinfeng out of 2 spirit stones. Jinfeng, upon hearing Yihan's declaration, feels his face flush with rage. He cannot believe that this boy has audaciously swindled him out of 2 spirit stones. Not only has he been cheated, but he has also been made to wait outside for 5 days, wasting precious time. How could a grown adult be played for a fool by a child? Consumed by indignation, Jinfeng bellows, Yihan, come out. You have deceived me out of 2 spirit stones. I have unfinished business with you. Before the words could fully escape, Yihan interjected, forgive me, senior brother Jinfeng. Did I deceive you of 2 spirit stones? I have never asked you for spirit stones. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Do you have any witnesses? Has anyone seen it? Or did I write you an IOU? With a barrage of rhetorical questions, Yihan nearly caused Jinfeng to explode with rage. He had never endured such indignity. After painstakingly saving up his few spirit stones, 2 had been swindled away by Yihan. Now, this brat was daring to question him. The truth was, there was no one who had witnessed him giving Yihan spirit stones, nor was there any IOU involved. Jinfeng was infuriated beyond measure. His frustration was palpable, his eyes ablaze with fury, teeth grinding in agitation, nearly unable to restrain himself from launching an attack on Yihan's abode. However, considering the ramifications of assaulting another's dwelling and the fearsome patrols, Yihan had him firmly in his grasp. Jinfeng could no longer bear to look at the 2 numbers below. Counting to 3, and he still hadn't emerged. How humiliating, truly, it felt utterly disgraceful. More importantly, he genuinely lacked the courage to retaliate. Where could he vent this pent-up anger? Just then, a crisp and icy voice, melodious and clear, resonated through the air. Whose disciple are you? What business do you have here? Upon hearing this voice, Jinfeng looked up to see an extraordinarily beautiful woman, exuding an aura of cold elegance, clad in a white insignia, with protective armlets bearing the word patrol. She stood upon a lotus flower, her presence sending shivers down his spine. This was no ordinary cultivator. She was a foundational stage cultivator and a member of the patrol team. Jinfeng promptly concealed his flying fork and respectfully addressed her. Reporting to you, esteemed senior sister, I was merely passing by to demonstrate a magical artifact. I meant no harm. The female cultivator's brows slightly furrowed as she cast a glance at Yihan's dwelling. She was well aware of the situation, having noticed the commotion from a distance. She had heard their conversation quite clearly. However, it was only her duty to intervene in such matters. The female cultivator coldly instructed, "Be on your way. Do not damage the scenery of the mountain." Jin Feng dared not retort, casting a fierce glare at Yi Han's abode, vowing that he would repay this grievance. How infuriating! Meanwhile, within his dwelling, Yi Han pondered, why does this woman's voice sound so familiar? Could it be her? Chapter 34. The fairy Qingfeng, the only woman whose voice could evoke such familiarity in Yi Han, was none other than the divine figure he had encountered in the cave. The celestial maiden. He had only heard the voice of that female cultivator, and now, unexpectedly, he encountered her again. Moreover, judging by Jin Feng's tone, it was evident that he held this female cultivator in utmost respect. She must possess an extraordinarily high level of cultivation. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Jin Feng bowed respectfully, replying, "Yes, senior sister. I shall comply." With that, he turned and fled, his gaze filled with helplessness. She was the renowned true disciple. Fairy Qingfeng. What was his status compared to hers? It was like comparing the heavens to the earth. Offending her would yield no benefits. Furthermore, considering Fairy Qingfeng was currently on patrol, provoking her would lead to dire consequences. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. In the realm of cultivation, strength and status reign supreme. The disparity in cultivation and status left him no choice but to retreat. Most importantly, he truly lacked the capability to forcefully breach Yi Han's abode. It was simply intolerable that he, a dignified 12th-layer Qi refining cultivator, had been outmaneuvered by a mere child, losing 2 spirit stones in the process. He vowed that one day, he would make this detestable Yi Han pay dearly. Fairy Qingfeng watched Jin Feng depart, then turned her gaze towards Yi Han's dwelling, a peculiar expression flickering in her eyes as she murmured, "Why did Elder Qi grant his cave to this little brat?" When she spoke, her tone carried a hint of melancholy, but it was merely a fleeting moment before her demeanor returned to its usual aloofness, and she prepared to leave. Suddenly, creak, creak, creak. The door to Yi Han's dwelling slowly opened, and he peered out, cautiously scanning his surroundings, keenly aware of Jin Feng's whereabouts. However, he happened to spot Fairy Qingfeng, standing upon a lotus blossom in midair. Upon seeing her, his expression subtly shifted. Indeed, this was the celestial maiden he had glimpsed that day, who had left him utterly astonished from afar. Even the most beautiful women in his village paled in comparison to her divine beauty. Despite his youth, he found her truly enchanting. Noticing Yi Han's furtive demeanor, Fairy Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat amusing. Could this little brat be the one rumored to have acquired the Qingxuan order? He appeared harmless, quite clever, and not at all displeasing. Thus, Fairy Qingfeng fixed her gaze on him and asked, "Child, what are you sneaking around for?" Yi Han stepped out, feigning innocence as he replied, "I am not sneaking around. I was merely checking to see if that bully Jin Feng has left." Hearing Yi Han's words, Fairy Qingfeng's eyes flickered with interest as she inquired, "How did he bully you?" Yi Han regarded Fairy Qingfeng, and a thought flashed through his mind. If Jin Feng was so fearful of her, forging a relationship with Fairy Qingfeng would greatly improve his circumstances. In simpler terms, it would mean securing support from this esteemed cultivator, ensuring that bullies like Jin Feng would think twice before tormenting him. Thus, he promptly stepped out of his dwelling, eager to form a connection with her. If Fairy Qingfeng were to turn and leave, his chances would dwindle, yet she had taken the initiative to engage him in conversation. When Master Lan Qing summoned him to the Qingxuan sect, he had offered much advice, emphasizing the importance of finding a reliable patron. Initially, Yi Han had sought Elder Qi, only to discover that he was utterly indifferent to him. Zhang Qingxuan could have served as a minor ally, but his current whereabouts were uncertain, leaving Yi Han in a precarious position. Having finally encountered a seemingly approachable female cultivator, even if he could not forge a bond, he resolved to speak with her. Perhaps it would yield benefits in their next encounter. Yi Han adopted a woeful expression, saying that Jin Feng is truly wicked. He demanded that I relinquish my cave to him. When I refused, he blocked my door, preventing me from leaving. As he spoke, he began to choke up, having honed the art of feigned vulnerability during his hungry days in Qingniu village, adeptly soliciting food from women. Upon hearing Yi Han's account, Fairy Qingfeng frowned slightly, for she was a cultivator with a strong sense of justice. Otherwise, she would not have reprimanded Jin Feng earlier. Most cultivators engaged in patrols merely strolled about, preferring to turn a blind eye to matters that did not concern them. Another reason was that the cave had originally belonged to a familiar senior brother. Yet, recalling a certain incident, Fairy Qingfeng's expression softened as she remarked, "Did I deceive you of 2 spirit stones? I have never asked you for spirit stones. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Do you have any witnesses? Has anyone seen it? Or did I write you an IOU?" After saying this, she regarded Yi Han with a bemused expression. Yi Han, noticing her playful demeanor, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her words sounded all too familiar. Clearly, Fairy Qingfeng had overheard his exchange with Jin Feng and was now teasing him. Recognizing his act of playing the victim, Yi Han, whose skin was thicker than most, immediately retorted, "I was left with no choice. He truly did not lend me spirit stones. He merely offered 2 spirit stones in exchange for my cave. How could I possibly agree to that? He would never admit to having swindled Jin Feng out of 2 spirit stones. Instead, he would frame it as Jin Feng attempting to acquire his cave for a mere 2 spirit stones. Any disciple would understand the immense value of a cave situated at the heart of Qingxuan Peak. It was worth far more than just 2 spirit stones. 2,000 would scarcely suffice." Upon hearing this, Fairy Qingfeng furrowed her brow. If Yi Han's account was accurate, then Jin Feng's actions were indeed excessive. Demanding a cave for just 2 spirit stones? Wasn't he that tantamount to robbery? No wonder Yi Han claimed he was being bullied. However, Fairy Qingfeng's piercing gaze remained fixed upon Yi Han, her eyes sharp enough to seem as if they could penetrate his very being, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Suddenly, Fairy Qingfeng's brow tightened as she coldly questioned, "Where did you learn the Qingxian technique?" Upon hearing this, Yi Han's heart sank. How could this esteemed Fairy Qingfeng discern his cultivation method at a glance? This was far from a good situation. Chapter 35. Can you do me a small favor? Yi Han felt a surge of anxiety at her words. After all, senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had informed him that the Qingxian technique was a secret art reserved for true disciples of the Qingxian sect, the most superior method for cultivators below the Qi refining stage, and it was a closely guarded secret. That Fairy Qingfeng could identify the technique he practiced was a troubling sign. Yi Han's heart stirred slightly as he recalled a remark made by the celestial maiden Qingfeng. How could Elder Seven have bestowed his cave dwelling upon this little brat? Although Yi Han was unaware of the child's identity, it was evident that he must be the previous owner of the cave. Connecting the dots, Yi Han promptly addressed the celestial maiden, saying, "This Qingxian gong is a martial art I discovered within the cave. I had thought it was gifted to me by Elder Seven." The celestial maiden furrowed her brow, her tones suddenly turning frosty and unkind. "You little rascal, so cunning yet so young. You weave a web of lies. Do you dare deceive me?" As she spoke, an astonishing chill emanated from her, enveloping Yi Han in an invisible force that left him feeling anxious and utterly uncomfortable. It was reminiscent of the terror he felt when confronted by that monstrous creature. As if he were being scrutinized by the very same horror, rendering him almost speechless and sending chills down his spine. This was not mere fear. It was a palpable dread instilled by the formidable presence before him, paralyzing him completely. A true high-level cultivator could suppress him merely with their aura. If a confrontation were to ensue, he would be at their mercy. Yi Han began to comprehend the immense power of a genuine high-level cultivator. No wonder Zhang Qingxuan and Master Lan Qing had warned him. In the realm of cultivation, the strong reigns supreme, and one must never offend those more powerful than oneself. The current situation was a testament to that. The celestial maiden's cultivation far surpassed his own, and her mere presence rendered him motionless, vulnerable to her whims. If he had indeed offended such a cultivator, it would surely spell his doom. Yet, at that moment, he could not show weakness. Yi Han could not help but exclaim, "This is the truth truly." The more the moment demanded strength, the more he understood that revealing the truth could lead to greater trouble. Not only would he fail to find an ally, but he might also be captured for interrogation. The celestial maiden fixed her icy gaze upon him. "You lie. He has been dead for many years. His identity token shattered. How could you possibly obtain this martial art?" With that, the celestial maiden descended from the air, landing beside Yi Han. With a swift motion, she seized the Qingxian gong from his grasp, which flew into her hands. Yi Han's expression shifted to one of shock. He had not anticipated that the celestial maiden would take such decisive action, and now the Qingxian gong was in her possession. This was a serious predicament, and Yi Han's heart felt as if it were bleeding. As the celestial maiden examined the Qingxian gong, the text began to flutter as if animated by an unseen force. Her eyes brightened with recognition as she muttered to herself, "This is indeed his handwriting." She then turned her astonished gaze toward Yihan. "From where did you acquire this martial art?" With her query, the oppressive aura she had exerted upon Yihan dissipated. He immediately felt a wave of relief. Had she unleashed her full power, she could have easily subdued him. However, having made such statements earlier, he could not simply divulge the truth now. His mind raced as he connected the earlier dots. It was evident that the celestial maiden was intimately familiar with the original owner of the cave. Possibly even on good terms. Given her astonished tone, was it possible that the manuscript in his possession belonged to someone she recognized? Could it be that fortune smiled upon him? No, he realized, as he pieced the events together. From the moment he first encountered her, it seemed she had been searching for the original owner of this cave. He had stumbled upon the purple cauldron, the Qingxian gong, and the Qingxian token within this cave. This implied that the celestial maiden had received some news and was seeking vengeance for the original owner of the cave, or perhaps searching for clues. The likelihood that the deceased within the cave had been the original master of the purple cauldron, the Qingxian gong, and the Qingxian token was high. This individual must have held significant status within the Qingxian sect. In summary, while the entire sequence of events may have seemed coincidental, it was not entirely so. The very chance that the original cave owner had attempted to confront that monstrous creature, only to be slain in the process, left behind the purple cauldron, the Qingxian gong, and the Qingxian token, which Yihan fortuitously discovered. Even more fortuitously, he had used the Qingxian token to enter the Qingxian sect and exchanged it for a foundation establishment pill, which led him to this cave. Was it truly so coincidental, or was it fate? As Yihan's thoughts raced, he quickly devised a plan. Regardless of his fate, he would not concede. He had genuinely discovered the Qingxian gong within the cave. Thus, he feigned trepidation and said, "Esteemed celestial maiden, I found this martial art beneath the bed upon entering the cave. As for its origins, I truly do not know." He paused, affirming earnestly, "I genuinely have no idea." The celestial maiden hesitated, her expression wavering, before she suddenly asked, "Would you allow me to enter this cave and take a look?" Upon hearing this, Yihan's spirit soared, and he enthusiastically replied, "Of course. I would be delighted to welcome a beautiful celestial being such as yourself. Please, please." His exuberance caught the celestial maiden off guard. Yihan appeared much more agreeable than she had initially perceived. She gazed thoughtfully at the cave, her brow furrowed as she finally declared, "Forget it. There is no need to enter." With that, she tossed the martial art back to Yihan, stating, "Since you claim to have discovered this martial art within the cave, it must be fate. Now that you have cultivated it successfully, consider it your own fortune." Yihan received the martial art, his expression easing as he joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you so very much, esteemed celestial maiden." With a tone brimming with warmth, he added, "Would you truly not like to take a look?" He did not want to miss this opportunity to forge a connection with the celestial maiden, and he was determined to sweeten his words. The celestial maiden replied, "I shall not go. Take care of yourself. I am leaving." Yihan quickly interjected, "Wait, celestial maiden, could you do me a small favor?" Chapter 36, An Unexpected Gift. The celestial maiden looked at Yihan, her gaze calm as she replied, "Firstly, I do not wish to be called celestial maiden. Secondly, there is no need for you to try and establish a rapport with me. I will not assist you with anything. Thirdly, you must understand your own standing. In the realm of cultivation, the powerful are revered. I am a foundation establishment cultivator, and you are merely a qi refining cultivator. You should address me as Shirshu." Seeing the celestial maiden's demeanor turn cold, Yihan grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth as he said, "Celestial maiden, allow me to clarify. I call you celestial maiden because you are as beautiful as a goddess. Secondly, I am not trying to establish a connection. We are already connected as fellow disciples. Are we not? Thirdly, I am fully aware of my own standing. You may indeed be more powerful than I, and I am only a qi refining cultivator for now, but do not assume that this will remain my fate forever." Yihan was perturbed. He had intended to cultivate a friendly relationship with the celestial maiden, but was unexpectedly reprimanded. Thus, he could not help but express these thoughts. He was uncertain what his future held. Yet he articulated his most genuine feelings. He acknowledged his current weakness and lack of talent, struggling to make headway within the Qingxian sect, often subjected to bullying. Nevertheless, he believed in himself. He had already endured countless hardships, and his circumstances had improved significantly. He would seize the opportunity to become a formidable cultivator and would not let it slip away. He held unwavering confidence in his potential. Upon hearing Yi Han's words, the celestial maiden was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed upon him. The words he spoke echoed sentiments she had once expressed. Before she had become a true disciple, she had struggled to ascend to the inner sect and had faced similar oppression. She recalled having uttered similar phrases. As she observed the youthful figure before her, the resemblance in both demeanor and gaze struck her as uncanny. Especially when he proclaimed, "We are fellow disciples." Does that not imply a connection? Such words could only have come from someone like her. Was this truly a coincidence? How could Yi Han resemble her so closely? Had Elder Seven recognized something in this boy, prompting him to transfer the cave to him? However, the celestial maiden's musings were fleeting, and she coldly remarked, "A naive person like you entering the world of cultivation could very well lead to your downfall. I hope you truly come to understand the harsh realities of this realm." Indeed, even someone as formidable as she had once shown brilliantly, hailed as the strongest true disciple of the Qingxuan sect. Yet, within a few short years, she had faded from view, her identity token long shattered. This meant that she had fallen from grace long ago. Perhaps this illustrates that someone as naive and emotionally rich as him is indeed ill-suited for the path of cultivation. At least, this is how the fairy Qingfeng perceives it. Once Yi Han truly witnesses the brutality of the cultivation world, a fundamental transformation will undoubtedly occur within him. After all, she too was once so innocent and carefree. Upon hearing her words, Yi Han gazed intently at fairy Qingfeng and asked, "If one is consumed by fear, how can one cultivate?" At the moment he uttered this, fairy Qingfeng's eyes brightened significantly, and an unprecedented aura emanated from Yi Han. It is hard to believe that such a potent force could arise from such a young child. This is a powerful will that most cultivators struggle to possess. With such a mindset, what is there to worry about? Perhaps in the grand scheme of fate, Yi Han might become a formidable individual, much like herself, or perhaps he shall not. The path of a cultivator is fraught with thorns, teeming with innumerable dangers, yet simultaneously brimming with infinite possibilities. Indeed, if one fears the future, how can one become a powerful cultivator? A cultivator must possess an indomitable spirit, facing the dangers of the cultivation world with resolve and ambition. Fairy Qingfeng suddenly regarded Yi Han with renewed respect. One wonders what kind of energy may erupt from within such a diminutive form, and what sort of powerful cultivator he might become. Or if he, like others, would wither away in his prime. Talented individuals like him, filled with boundless potential, are not rare. Yet few truly ascend to high ranks in the cultivation realm and tread the path of immortality. Thus, Fairy Qingfeng remarked to Yi Han, "It is rare to encounter someone with such a mindset. I shall patiently observe how far you, this little one, can journey along the path of cultivation." Yi Han, brimming with gratitude, responded, "The path lies beneath my feet. How far I can go depends entirely on my perseverance." Fairy Qingfeng replied nonchalantly, "Well, regardless of how beautifully you speak, it amounts to nothing. No one can aid you. You must rely solely on yourself." Then, with a playful smile, she turned to Yi Han and said, "By the way, did you not mention needing my assistance? I wonder if this gentleman still requires my help." Yi Han chuckled, "What gentleman am I? I simply wish to ask the esteemed fairy sister your name." Fairy Qingfeng frowned slightly and replied, "My name is Qingfeng. You may call me Master Qingfeng." After a brief pause, she flipped her palm, revealing a small vial, which she tossed toward Yi Han, saying, "Since we have exchanged so many words, it seems we are fated. These few qi refining pills shall serve as a token of our acquaintance from your master." Yi Han accepted the vial, astonished that Fairy Qingfeng would bestow upon him a bottle of pills. After all, these pills cannot simply be purchased with spirit stones, and even the Qingxian sect imposes purchase limits. When Yi Han attempted to buy a single qi refining pill, the attendant informed him that one could only purchase 3 per month, with escalating costs. The first pill costs 1 spirit stone, the second 2, and the third 4 should one wish to buy more. Alas, it would be impossible. Due to limited cultivation resources, it is unfeasible to provide all the pills to one individual. The disciples are not without their tricks. Many inner disciples, reluctant to consume them, would sell them for just 2 spirit stones, making a tidy profit. Of course, such practices hinder their cultivation, as consuming 1 or 2 qi refining pills each month significantly accelerates one's training compared to peers. Yihan had not anticipated that Fairy Qingfeng would suddenly gift him a bottle of qi refining pills. Although he was unaware of the quantity, he felt he had gained a substantial boon. Thus, he respectfully said, "Thank you, Master Qingfeng. I am truly grateful. Should my cultivation flourish, I shall certainly repay you." He was not one to forget kindness, and Fairy Qingfeng indeed appeared as he had perceived, not as aloof as she seemed on the surface. It seemed prudent to foster a good relationship with her. Fairy Qingfeng cast him a sidelong glance, saying, "By the way, you must be cautious regarding your practice of the Qingxian technique." Upon hearing this, Yihan's expression shifted, and he inquired, "Cautious of what?" Chapter 37. An extraordinary qi refining pill. Yihan feigned ignorance as he regarded Fairy Qingfeng. After all, he had surreptitiously learned the Qingxian technique and was well aware of her implications. Yet, Fairy Qingfeng, with a knowing smile, said, "Since you are aware that you practice the Qingxian technique, you should also know its origins." There is little else I need to elaborate on. Why Yihan furrowed his brow and retorted, "But this technique is truly not mine." Fairy Qingfeng interrupted, "Do you think anyone will heed your explanations? You now have but one path to tread. Become a true disciple. However, you are currently not qualified." With that, she moved gracefully, soaring into the sky, saying, "Think wisely." In an instant, Fairy Qingfeng, riding her lotus flower, ascended into the heavens, moving leisurely. Yihan gazed longingly at her retreating figure. The lotus flower beneath her should be the flying artifact mentioned by senior brother Zhang Qingxuan. When would he be able to wield a magical artifact and soar through the skies? He would need at least the 12th level of qi refinement to channel such power. With these thoughts, he tightly gripped the vial, taking a deep breath to steady his mindset, recognizing that he must not rush. Cultivation should develop naturally. After adjusting his mindset, he returned to his cave and closed the door. 100 feet away, on a cliff, Jin Feng stood, watching as Yihan's cave door slowly shut. His expression was exceedingly grim, his eyes brimming with resentment. That damned Yihan was within the cave, engaging in conversation with the legendary Fairy Qingfeng. More importantly, this wretched fellow had not only deceived him of 2 spirit stones, but had also played him like a fool. Such audacity! I shall surely avenge this grievance. Due to the distance, he was unaware of the details exchanged between Yihan and Qingfeng, but he knew that Yihan had resolutely chosen to oppose him, that Fairy Qingfeng was meddling in affairs that did not concern her. After all, he was merely a lowly novice cultivator. How dare she involve herself? As he contemplated this, he took a deep breath, seeking to calm his turbulent emotions. This was not the time for confrontation. Feeling anxious, he decided to take a stroll, hoping to stabilize his mind before returning to his cultivation. As for Yihan, he had ample time to deal with him. That level of cultivation was hardly a challenge. With that thought, Jin Feng leaped from the cliff and soared downward. Fairy Qingfeng glided atop her lotus flower, moving forward with a hint of inexplicable melancholy in her eyes. It is often said that cultivators tread the path of detachment. However, who among mortals can be devoid of emotion? Most often, such sentiments are buried deep within their hearts. Upon encountering Yihan, she felt an uncanny resemblance. Though she professed disinterest in his affairs, she could not resist gifting him a vial of superior qi refining pills. However, for a cultivator of Yihan's caliber, such a bounty was. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she recalled something. "Oh no. I forgot to inform that boy that with his current cultivation, he should not consume too many superior qi refining pills." With this thought, she prepared to fly back. Suddenly, whoosh! A stream of spiritual light descended from the heavens, landing before her. Within the light was a talisman, which shattered, transforming into a flurry of characters that materialized before her. Fairy Qingfeng's expression changed. With a flick of her hand, the characters coalesced into glowing dots that flew into her fingertips. Upon sensing the content of the characters, her expression shifted again, and she altered her course, speeding toward the direction from which the talisman had come. As for Yihan, since he was able to comprehend the cultivation methods of the Qingxian technique, it was likely that someone had guided him, and thus he would not recklessly consume so many qi refining pills. Moreover, she had urgent matters to attend to, leaving little time to concern herself with Yihan. Of course, if she appeared overly concerned, that clever boy might take advantage of her kindness. Nevertheless, she did hold a measure of faith in Yihan. While his talent may not be exceptional, he understood the importance of discretion, self-preservation, and how to endear himself to her. His senior, most importantly Yihan, despite his youth, possessed a remarkably resilient heart. In her own early days of cultivation, she had been quite impatient, always seeking excuses to slack off. Furthermore, Yihan had his own advantages, including a cave of his own. How many cultivators his age could claim such a feat? Unless they were among the favored children of heaven or those nurtured by prestigious families. Yet, therein lies the question. If compared to those from renowned lineages, it only underscores his advantages. However, the most pressing matter was that she had urgent tasks to attend to. Any delay could lead to complications. Fairy Qingfeng's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Yihan sat cross-legged in his cave, gazing in astonishment at the 5 fragrant pills in his hand. These were 5 qi refining pills. He had not anticipated Fairy Qingfeng's generosity. He had merely hoped to form a connection with her. But she had casually gifted him such valuable pills. However, he could discern that the gaze of the Qingfeng fairy was rather peculiar, imbued with a hint of nostalgia, a trace of regret, and an indescribable sensation. Could it be that he shared some connection with the former master of this cave? As Yihan pondered this, an unsettling feeling suddenly washed over him. He scrutinized the 5 qi refining pills before him and found it quite strange. Their aura seemed significantly more potent than the one he had previously acquired. Thus, he promptly retrieved the pill he had purchased. Examining it closely, it was immediately evident that his pill bore a minuscule crack, and its medicinal properties and spiritual energy were markedly inferior to those of the 5 pills bestowed upon him by the Qingfeng fairy. The 5 pills she had given him were round and lustrous, their surfaces impeccably smooth, devoid of such minute imperfections. A peculiar expression crossed Yihan's face. Could these qi refining pills indeed be categorized by quality, or had he been deceived? He suddenly felt as though he had fallen victim to a trick. Yet, what could 1 qi stone possibly yield in terms of quality? He then transferred the 5 qi refining pills given to him by the Qingfeng fairy into a container. Brother Zhang Qingxuan had advised him against excessive consumption of medicinal pills, and it was clear that these 5 pills from the Qingfeng fairy were of considerably higher quality. Taking them might prove overwhelming. It would be wiser to start with the inferior pill he had acquired. After surveying his surroundings, he concluded that keeping the pills on his person felt rather unsafe. Why did he harbor such thoughts? The earlier actions of the Qingfeng fairy had instilled a profound fear in him. Just a moment ago, her casual release of energy had rendered him completely immobile, and with a mere gesture, she had effortlessly seized the manual of the Qingxuan technique from his grasp. Consequently, he felt uneasy about storing these items on his person, as any cultivator of superior rank would be able to ascertain what he possessed with just a glance. Thankfully, he had not kept the purple cauldron on him. After discovering its unique properties, he had concealed it in his room and only took it out to study when Zhang Qingxuan was away. Otherwise, the Qingfeng fairy might have uncovered this treasure. Yihan was still unclear about the exact use of the purple cauldron, but he sensed that it was indeed the treasure spoken of by Zhang Qingxuan. As for its specific grade, he could not ascertain that for the time being. Nonetheless, he would never allow anyone to know about this purple cauldron. It was prudent to keep treasures hidden. He had suffered a significant loss once due to revealing his wealth. A mere hint of his riches had nearly led to him being captured and forced into beggary. If it were known that a lowly disciple like him possessed such a treasure, would it not be tantamount to signing his own death warrant? Until he had acquired the ability to protect himself, he must safeguard this treasure with utmost diligence. Even if he were capable of self-defense, he would still refrain from displaying his valuables. One need not fear thieves, but rather the coveting of thieves. In the realm of cultivation, the strong reign supreme, and there will always be those stronger who could pose a threat. Moreover, no matter how formidable one may be, a lone tiger fears a pack of wolves. Despite the benevolent nature of Brother Zhang Qingxuan, he had not shared the purple cauldron with him for analysis regarding its true nature or usage. With these thoughts lingering, Yihan chose not to keep the qi refining pills on him and instead concealed them alongside the purple cauldron. At present, hiding them in the hidden compartment beneath his bed felt far safer than carrying them on his person. After all, this cave possessed sufficient defenses, unless a legendary golden core cultivator forcibly intruded. It was unlikely anyone would discover his secrets. Naturally, before Zhang Qingxuan returned, he could not allow any other cultivators to enter. Reflecting on Zhang Qingxuan, Yihan was suddenly engulfed by a wave of deep concern. It had been quite some time since his senior had returned. Was it possible that something truly had befallen him? Zhang Qingxuan had been the very first cultivator on the mountain to extend a helping hand to him. Although he had his own motives in seeking to cultivate within his cave, he had never exploited his power or status to coerce Yihan into compliance. Instead, he had imparted a wealth of knowledge and insights into the ways of cultivation. One could say that Zhang Qingxuan was his guiding beacon on the path of cultivation. He was indeed a commendable individual, and their bond had grown significantly. Yet, worrying about it now was futile. He himself was barely able to protect his own safety. The current visitor was Brother Jin Feng, and it remained uncertain who might come next. After all, the truth of his identity had already spread throughout Qingxuan Peak, and many would undoubtedly plot against him, albeit not all with the same urgency as Jin Feng. Numerous observers remained, biding their time, unsure if they would take action against him, as long as he remained weak. There would always be those willing to prey upon him. He had gained a clear understanding of this during his time in Qingniu village. As an orphan, he lacked powerful parents or siblings. He was utterly alone. There would always be those who would bully him from time to time or speak to him with blatant disrespect. His own weakness was the root cause of all this. Although Jin Feng had temporarily retreated due to the arrival of the Qingfeng fairy, he had already made an enemy of him. It was evident that Brother Jin Feng was not someone to be trifled with, vengeful and exceedingly greedy. He relished in asserting dominance over the weak. Yihan was acutely aware that he must grow stronger. Unfortunately, he felt as though he had hit a bottleneck in his cultivation. He struggled to progress beyond the second level of qi refinement. Despite his rapid advancement thus far, it was largely due to the ample spiritual energy of the cave and that inexplicable breakthrough he had experienced, which he felt was closely tied to the purple cauldron. However, he found himself unable to discern the exact nature of that connection. Thus, Yihan returned to his training chamber, closed the door, and retrieved a low-quality qi refining pill he had purchased. Though he was unaware of its grade, it was apparent that it paled in comparison to the pills given to him by the Qingfeng fairy. Nevertheless, he believed that consuming this inferior pill would impose a significantly lighter burden. Sitting cross-legged, he placed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Instantly, he felt a surge of intense heat radiating from his abdomen, akin to drinking a cup of boiling water on a frigid winter day. As if his insides were about to erupt. Was this truly the reaction elicited by a mere low-quality qi refining pill? Yet, as this was his first experience consuming a medicinal pill for cultivation, he was oblivious to the full extent of its potency. However, Zhang Qingxuan had previously mentioned in casual conversation that the key to refining medicinal pills lay in utilizing one's cultivation technique to absorb the medicinal properties and convert them into one's own spiritual power, emphasizing that one must persevere regardless of the circumstances. With this in mind, Yihan gritted his teeth and activated the Qingxuan technique, swiftly absorbing the medicinal energy of the pill within his abdomen. As his technique progressed, he was unsure of how to properly assimilate the energy, but he understood that the methods of cultivation were far from simple. Indeed, as the Qingxuan technique flowed smoothly, he felt the boiling energy within him being drawn into his meridians. He had never experienced such clarity before, sensing the flow of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians and blood, akin to a river washing away impurities. After completing a full cycle of the Qingxuan technique, he noticed a marked increase in his spiritual power. The sensation was undeniably pronounced. My heavens! The speed of cultivation through medicinal pills was exponentially faster than his prior sitting meditations, dozens of times swifter. He realized that the duration of his meditation over the past few days did not compare to the rapid enhancement he experienced from consuming a medicinal pill. The exhilarating feeling of becoming stronger in such a fleeting moment was indescribable. No wonder so many cultivators coveted medicinal pills. If this inferior qi refining pill had such a profound effect, what might he achieve with the superior pills gifted by the Qingfeng fairy? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Yihan was filled with anticipation. Chapter 39. The third layer of qi refinement. Yihan slowly opened his eyes, and the world before him seemed to crystallize in that instant. This sensation was utterly delightful. He felt remarkably clear-headed, as if he had awoken from an extraordinarily refreshing slumber. His senses sharpened. His eyes sparkled with brightness, and he could hear the sounds of insects grazing just outside the cave. Indeed, After consuming that low-quality qi refining pill, his cultivation had finally broken through to the third layer of qi refinement, bringing about an unparalleled transformation within him. Moreover, the duration of this meditation had far exceeded that of his previous sessions, as he had not only absorbed the medicinal energy of the pill, but also the abundant spiritual energy present within the cave. Suddenly, he noticed that his body felt sticky. Wiping his hand across his skin revealed a somewhat viscous layer of sweat. Leaving him feeling unclean, a thought struck him. Was this what Brother Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned, expelling impurities from within? However, the odor was rather unpleasant, prompting him to clean himself up. His cave was equipped with an automatic water outlet designed for washing and bathing. All it took was the press of a mechanism. He had previously been unaware of this feature. It was Brother Zhang Qingxuan who had enlightened him. Otherwise, he would have neglected bathing altogether. Being a cultivator was indeed not as simple as it seemed. After completing his grooming, Yi Han emerged with a spirited demeanor, acutely aware of the pleasing transformation he had undergone. In the midst of his familiar surroundings, he also discerned another notable change. His sensitivity to the aura of heaven and earth had sharpened considerably. Within the confines of the cave, the spiritual energy was several times more abundant than that found outside. Even when he had advanced to the second layer of the qi refining stage, he had not experienced an especially intense sensation. However, upon reaching the third layer, the disparity became strikingly evident. The spiritual energy outside was markedly inferior to that within. It was no wonder that Senior Brother Zhang Qingxuan had remarked that the bounteous spiritual energy here was far too lavish for a novice in the qi refining stage. Although the energy was indeed rich, its efficacy in aiding his cultivation of the Qingxian Gong was less than optimal at his current level. After absorbing for the better part of a day, he had only managed to take in a fraction of it. This was still a result of practicing the Qingxian Gong, which was superior to ordinary techniques. Had he been employing a more commonplace method, the outcome might have been even less favorable, perhaps leaving him still uninitiated. In contrast, a subpar qi refining pill had enabled him to break through to the third layer. He still possessed 5 superior qi refining pills gifted by the Qingfeng fairy, and he believed their effects would far surpass that of the inferior one. Consuming them would undoubtedly facilitate a swift advancement in his cultivation. Nevertheless, this was under ideal circumstances. Senior Brother Zhang Qingxuan had cautioned him against the frequent use of pills. While they could accelerate a cultivator's progress in the short term, reliance on them could lead to the body developing a tolerance, diminishing their effectiveness upon subsequent use. Moreover, although one's realm might advance, the foundation of their cultivation could become unstable compared to peers, resulting in a hollow semblance of strength without true capability. Most critically, during significant breakthroughs, one might feel overwhelmed, a consequence of rapid advancement in power. Thus, the intricacies of cultivation were manifold, and Yi Han found himself increasingly enraptured by the joys of cultivation. At times, he felt that his aspiration was not to become a formidable cultivator, but rather to relish the exhilarating sensations of training. The continuous ascent, exploration, enhancement, and insights. In essence, cultivation was a process of life's transcendence. Therefore, Yi Han refrained from consuming the 5 qi refining pills and instead continued practicing the blood refining technique, a method specifically designed for physical training. Though it was not complete, it sufficed to enhance his physical prowess during the qi refining stage. Senior Brother Zhang Qingxuan took great pride in this technique and had explicitly informed Yi Han that his current physical strength far surpassed that of typical cultivators at the same level. In combat, he would prove significantly more formidable than his peers. However, Zhang Qingxuan was notably modest, often opting for restraint and rarely engaging in confrontations. Yi Han understood that his senior brother spoke the truth. The evident muscularity of his physique attested to his remarkable strength. Thus, Yi Han could no longer practice the Qingxian Gong and was compelled to focus solely on the blood refining technique. Upon commencing practice, he immediately sensed the changes following his recent advancement. Previously, executing several movements of the blood refining technique had left him fatigued, with his vital energy surging during the effort. Now, however, as he sat, he felt no strain. His vital energy flowed steadily, invigorating his muscles with a steady influx of magical power. Indeed, the blood refining technique involved channeling internal magical energy to stimulate the blood, continuously forging one's physical form to enhance both defense and strength. Furthermore, he noticed that as he practiced this technique, His newly attained third layer of qi refining was gradually stabilizing. It appeared that the blood refining technique could also help solidify his realm. No wonder senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had insisted he practice it. However, with Zhang Qingxuan absent, he found himself grappling with many unanswered questions, left to navigate this journey alone. The absence of his senior brother weighed heavily on Yi Han's heart. It had been so long without any word, and the chances of misfortune seemed high. His current level of cultivation would be of little assistance to Zhang Qingxuan, and perhaps one day, once he had advanced sufficiently, he might seek vengeance for him, but of course, he was still unaware of the circumstances surrounding his senior brother. He couldn't help but recall the terrifying cave where he had discovered the purple cauldron and the Qingxuan token, along with the skeleton he had encountered. Clearly, it had belonged to a cultivator, and one of considerable strength at that. If such a powerful figure had perished there, one could only wonder how many cultivators had met similar fates. With no one left to recover their remains, soon, after practicing the blood refining technique for over 3 hours, Yi Han realized that his training duration had increased by more than an hour compared to the past. It seemed that his enhanced cultivation benefited his practice of the blood refining technique. On the other hand, he felt that the improvements from the blood refining technique also aided his Qingxuan gong practice, albeit to a lesser extent. After completing his session, Yi Han emerged from his exertions, feeling as if he had just emerged from water, his body flushed and beads of sweat cascading down. He surmised that his magical power was likely depleted and considered consuming another qi refining pill to continue his training. Thus, he retrieved the pill from the hidden compartment in his room, along with the purple cauldron. Upon seeing the cauldron, his gaze sharpened. Had it reverted to that state again? Chapter 40. Indeed, it is like this. Indeed, as soon as Yi Han took out the purple cauldron, he discovered it had once more transformed into a stone-like texture. He stared in astonishment at the cauldron's rocky appearance, turning it over repeatedly. Perplexed by how it had suddenly reverted to this form, he recalled that the last time the cauldron had looked like this, his cultivation had surged dramatically, and after finishing his training, it had returned to its original state. What could this mean? Was it possible that the cauldron underwent periodic transformations into this stone-like state? Yi Han struggled to contain his excitement as he toyed with the stone-like cauldron, recalling how, when he had first successfully cultivated the Qingxuan gong, he had experienced a sudden surge in his realm upon awakening from a nap, propelling him into the qi refining stage. Even senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had regarded him as a prodigy for achieving such rapid progress. At that time, he had witnessed the stone-like cauldron revert to its original form. Thus, he speculated that this cauldron was undoubtedly a treasure capable of aiding cultivators in their training. With the cauldron and the qi refining pill in hand, he felt confident that he would attain a new breakthrough in his cultivation, easily reaching the mid-qi refining stage. With these thoughts in mind, he opened the container holding the qi refining pills, only to be met with a foul, decaying odor. This unpleasant scent filled him with an ominous foreboding as he poured the contents out, revealing a layer of gray residue. Where were the pills? Staring at the remnants, Yi Han stood in shock, a pang of pain piercing his heart. This was no ordinary qi refining pill. It was one of a superior grade bestowed upon him by the Qingfeng fairy. Although he was uncertain of its exact grade, the fragrance, spiritual energy, and smoothness of the pill indicated its exceptional quality. How could it have disintegrated into ashes so quickly? Was the Qingfeng fairy merely toying with him, offering him nothing but inferior pills? Was this the essence of the saying, all that glitters is not gold? No. Based on Yi Han's judgment, the Qingfeng fairy was certainly not one to indulge in such petty tricks against a lowly cultivator. As he gazed at the heap of ashes before him, Yi Han found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation. After a long pause, he reluctantly accepted the reality, shaking his head and muttering to himself, "What a bittersweet turn of events, O purple cauldron!" Before he could finish his thought, a spark of realization lit up his eyes as he exclaimed, "Could it be this way?" With that, he picked up the cauldron and glanced at the empty bottle in his hand. Suddenly struck by a potential revelation, he remembered having placed the cauldron and the qi refining pills together, believing it to be a safe arrangement. Could it be that the cauldron had absorbed the medicinal power of the pills? Perhaps the cauldron had transformed into its stone-like state as a result of absorbing the essence of the qi refining pills. He recalled that when the cauldron had previously taken on a stone-like appearance, it had been during a time of rapid cultivation progression. leading to his swift ascension to the Qi refining stage. This suggested that when the cauldron appeared stone-like, it was absorbing sufficient spiritual energy from heaven and earth or the potency of the pills, thus empowering itself for cultivation. Yet, what was the distinction? After all, he could also cultivate rapidly by merely consuming pills. What difference did it make if the cauldron absorbed them? Of course, he had yet to test this hypothesis. Determined, Yihan resolved to experiment, seeking to ascertain whether the purple cauldron had indeed absorbed the power of the pills and what benefits it could bestow upon him at this moment. However, as he grasped the cauldron, he noticed that this time, its transformation into a stone-like state differed from before. He could clearly see that its color was slightly altered. How it was different, he could not quite articulate. But he sensed an unmistakable distinction compared to the last occurrence. Could it be that the pills absorbed were not the same as before? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yihan made his way to the training chamber. Carefully placing the cauldron before him, he settled down into a cross-legged position and began to circulate the Qingxian gong for his cultivation. As the Qingxian gong flowed through him, he felt his internal mana moving continuously through his meridians, a sensation he had previously been unable to perceive. Perhaps it was due to his low cultivation level and weak mana. However, things were different now. As he circulated, he became acutely aware of the energies surrounding him. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to surge towards him, and he remained vigilant for any changes in the purple cauldron. Unfortunately, despite his efforts in cultivation, he sensed no alterations in the cauldron, nor did he detect any unusual aura emanating from it to enhance his cultivation. This left Yihan feeling somewhat disheartened. Could it be that he had misjudged? The purple cauldron did not appear to accelerate a cultivator's progress as he had hoped. If that were the case, then he had suffered a significant loss. Those 5 extraordinary refining pills held considerable value, especially during his most destitute times. With his current level of cultivation, he was incapable of undertaking any tasks or missions. He had previously expressed to Zhang Qingxuan his desire to accept missions within the sect to increase his income, but Zhang Qingxuan had dashed his hopes, bluntly stating that his cultivation was too low to handle even the simplest of tasks, including daily chores. Tasks such as blacksmithing, refining, or cultivating spiritual herbs required a certain level of spiritual power or strength. With Yihan's low cultivation, he could barely cast even the most basic spells. What tasks could he possibly accomplish? Thus, it was best for him to focus on his cultivation within the sect. When his cultivation reached a sufficient level, Zhang Qingxuan would take him to undertake missions. As time passed, Yihan remained attentive to the purple cauldron, but gradually, he fell into a deep state of meditation, the Qingxian gong continuing to circulate within him. Slowly, circles of pulsating purple runes began to emanate from his body. Yet, Yihan was completely oblivious to the existence of these purple runes, as his focus was entirely on circulating the Qingxian gong. As time slipped away, he lost track of how long had passed. Eventually, Yihan slowly opened his eyes, only to find that the world around him had transformed into an extraordinarily vivid panorama. His eyes sparkled like stars, allowing him to see the tiniest specks of dust dancing in the air. He could perceive the flow of spiritual energy in the atmosphere, clearly observing the ethereal currents as they swirled like playful sprites. His ears picked up the faintest sounds of the wind, including the subtle rustle of leaves. In that moment, he felt as though he had transcended, completely transformed. To his astonishment, he realized that his cultivation had significantly advanced. Suddenly, he caught sight of the purple cauldron. Yihan could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "Indeed, it is just as I thought." Chapter 41. How could I have grown so much? Yihan gazed at the purple cauldron, his expression brimming with exhilaration as he scrutinized it closely. The cauldron had transformed from its original stone form into a hybrid of stone and purple hues. Upon examining his own cultivation, he was taken aback. He now felt a surge of mana within him, approximately twice as potent as before. In disbelief, he looked at his own palm, marveling at this newfound sense of mana. Suddenly, he noticed that his sleeves had become noticeably shorter. Looking down, he realized his trousers were also shorter. He sprang to his feet, astonished to find that he had grown several inches taller. Once merely a half-grown child, he now stood close to the height of a shorter adult. Yihan could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "My heavens, I have grown so much!" He discovered that his cultivation had not only reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, but his aura was remarkably stable, and his height had increased substantially, filling him with a sense of strength that felt utterly delightful. In his youth, while tending to cattle in Qingniu village, he had often fantasized about growing up to strive in the big city and become someone of significance. He had never anticipated that after meditating for such an extended period, he would experience such notable growth. But wait, how long had he actually been meditating? Yihan suddenly sensed something was amiss. It felt as if he had lost track of time, far longer than before. Could it be that he had meditated for several years? How could that be possible? As he pondered this, he stepped out of the training room to assess his surroundings. Inside the cultivator's cave, there was little dust, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He opened the cave entrance to observe the outside world. To his surprise, he noticed that many of the leaves had turned yellow, indicating that it was now autumn. He recalled that prior to his meditation, it had been summer, meaning he had been meditating for several months. Moreover, with his newfound cultivation, he realized that his senses had become exceptionally sharp. He gazed at a leaf, clearly seeing its intricate veins, observing with meticulous detail. His ears could detect the sounds of insects scuttling dozens of meters away, and he could pick up distant scents with remarkable clarity. This sensation was incredible, as if he had become an extraordinary being in this world. A cultivator, it was truly powerful. He examined the withering trees closely, noting how much they had grown. If it had been a year or two, they should have grown considerably. Upon closer inspection, it appeared they hadn't grown much at all, suggesting he had indeed been meditating for about 3 months. Tio think that a single meditation session had consumed so much time and propelled his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. According to the levels described by Zhang Qingxuan, he was no longer a beginner in Qi refinement, but rather a mid-stage cultivator, capable of practicing certain spells. Yihan lingered outside for a moment before returning to his room. He retrieved the purple cauldron and began to examine it closely, noting that his cultivation felt exceptionally stable, with a solid foundation beneath him. He sensed no instability in his internal mana, a stark contrast to the effects of the inferior refining pill he had consumed previously. He recalled that during his 3rd layer of Qi refinement, his mana had felt insubstantial and unsteady, flowing through his meridians with difficulty, requiring much time to solidify his cultivation. This was precisely what Zhang Qingxuan had warned him about, the lingering side effects of relying on pills, which necessitated additional time to stabilize his foundation. He reflected on the extraordinary refining pills that the Phoenix Fairy had provided him, which, after practicing the blood refining technique, had turned to ash while the cauldron resumed its stone-like texture. After 3 months of meditation, his cultivation had surged significantly, and his foundation was remarkably solid. This suggested that the purple cauldron possessed the ability to absorb the effects of the pills. After absorbing the medicinal properties, he could cultivate in front of the cauldron, thereby harnessing its potency. It seemed as if this might be an unnecessary step. No, this was not a redundant action. Zhang Qingxuan had informed him that cultivators who consumed pills often encountered many unforeseen circumstances. One common trait among pills was the presence of pill toxins, which, if consumed excessively, would linger within the cultivator's body and require time to be refined and expelled. Secondly, while pills could rapidly enhance one's cultivation, they often led to an unstable foundation, posing significant obstacles during breakthroughs, which could result in insufficient mana or unstable meridians, ultimately causing failure. Thirdly, there was the issue of drug tolerance. Repeated or frequent consumption of the same pill could diminish its efficacy, potentially yielding adverse effects after initial success. Lastly, taking multiple types of pills simultaneously could cause rejection, hindering progress, and even leading to demonic deviation. More importantly, excessive reliance on pills could render one's body increasingly dependent, resulting in diminishing absorption capabilities. As such, most cultivators spaced out their pill consumption, with experienced practitioners opting to minimize their intake and focus on solidifying their foundation before consuming pills. The purple cauldron that Yihan possessed allowed him to bypass any adverse effects of pills, meaning that if he had a sufficient quantity, the cauldron could absorb their properties and convert them into cultivation energy. His foundation would be exceptionally robust, without the risk of adverse reactions from overconsumption. What a terrifying prospect! This meant that Yihan was no longer restricted in his cultivation through pill consumption. Of course, all of this was merely Yihan's conjecture. He had yet to fully comprehend the cauldron's abilities. If it truly functioned as he speculated, his path to advancement would become significantly swifter. However, he quickly realized that there were still limitations, as he was penniless. Acquiring a substantial quantity of pills without any spirit stones was an impossible feat. He currently possessed not a single spirit stone. The thought of obtaining a large supply of pills seemed far-fetched. Just then, he felt his stomach rumble, a reminder that after such a lengthy meditation, he was indeed hungry. Upon inspecting the food I had brought back last time, I was taken aback to discover that nearly all of it had become inedible, completely spoiled by mold. It appears that my only option now is to venture outside for a stroll. However, I have grown noticeably taller over the past year. What once seemed like the form of a mere child has now transformed into that of a youth, resembling someone around 13 or 14 years of age. Surely, there should be no issue with me wandering about now, right? Chapter 42. Have they recognized me? Yihan strolled along a mountain path on Qingxian Peak, glancing around at the surrounding edifices. The last time he visited Qingxian Peak, he had been too timid to wander freely, sneaking about and hiding, hastily purchasing items before departing. He had feared being recognized as the legendary Yihan. Now, however, things were different. Not only had his cultivation advanced significantly, but he had also grown taller, appearing almost comparable to some of the younger disciples. Indeed, he no longer resembled a mere child. Although many disciples regarded Yihan with curiosity, finding him unfamiliar, it had been several months since his last visit. Previously, many had harbored intentions towards him. Yet, during his seclusion, no one had known what he looked like. Furthermore, after his growth spurt, his appearance had changed enough that those who were not particularly familiar with him would struggle to recognize him. Yihan's cultivation now stood at the 4th level of the mid-Qi refinement stage, a far cry from the exceedingly low level that had been rumored. Moreover, many disciples who could reach the inner sect during the mid-Qi refinement stage were often either privileged individuals or exceptionally gifted. As he walked through the gates, Yihan, despite his relatively low cultivation, was not subject to bullying, as there were several disciples of comparable levels. His primary reason for venturing out was to procure something to eat, as he possessed no spiritual stones, leaving him with no choice but to use silver to purchase provisions. Notably, in the secular world, gold and silver could be used to acquire items here, although they were limited to essential goods or food. One could even exchange gold and silver for spiritual stones, albeit at an outrageous rate. A low-grade spiritual stone could be traded for 1,000 taels of silver, while 10 taels of gold could fetch the same. It is worth noting that 1,000 taels of silver is an astronomical sum in the secular realm, let alone gold. Fortunately, Yihan had managed to exchange one of the 2 spiritual stones he had acquired from Jin Feng for silver, which he used to purchase several months' worth of food. He still had around 500 to 600 taels of silver on him, which he now tucked into his pocket to exchange for sustenance. Intending to fill his stomach first. In truth, Qingxian Peak featured a row of buildings at its center, encompassing various workshops for trading treasures, such as alchemy shops, treasure shops, magical artifact shops, task shops, and spirit herb shops, among others. Additionally, several cultivators had set up stalls, displaying an array of peculiar items. Some spiritual herbs resembling tree roots, luminescent stones, and unique metal fragments. There were also various tattered books and jade slips containing treasures and magical artifacts. Yihan found himself largely unfamiliar with these items. Even if he recognized them, he had no practical use for them as he was devoid of any money. Nevertheless, he was curious, glancing around, as observing certainly posed no harm. After all, should he encounter such items in the future without prior knowledge, it would surely be a substantial loss. Strangely enough, he recalled that during his last visit to Qingxian Peak, the number of wandering disciples and stall vendors had significantly increased compared to his previous visit. He listened intently and overheard many disciples discussing an impending selection for the competition over foundation-building pills. Although he did not grasp all the specifics, the gist was that the 7 major peaks would hold a joint trial, and those who performed admirably would be rewarded with a foundation-building pill. The participants in this competition were all disciples at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, at levels 11 and 12. It is important to note that these disciples theoretically possessed the ability to advance to the foundation establishment stage, yet, due to the lack of foundation-building pills, they were stuck at this critical juncture, unable to break through the barriers of their cultivation. The distinction between a foundation establishment cultivator and a Qi refinement cultivator is akin to that of the heavens and the earth. To say nothing of other aspects, merely in terms of lifespan, a peak Qi refinement cultivator can expect to live over 200 years, while even the weakest foundation establishment cultivators may live 4 to 500 years. The notion of a person living for 200 or 500 years underscores the stark contrast between cultivators and ordinary mortals. After all, in Qingniu village, the oldest residents are merely in their 70s or 80s. Yi Han had only heard of one person who could be considered the oldest in the village. He understood that the prospect of living 200 or 500 years was precisely why mortals yearned so fervently for the life of a cultivator. Of course, obtaining a foundation-building pill is no simple feat. For instance, Yi Han himself had only received one by presenting the Qingxuan token at Qingxuan Sect, which had sparked contention between two foundation establishment elders, each vying to bestow it upon their respective disciples or grandchildren. This illustrates that even high-ranking cultivators find it challenging to acquire foundation-building pills, as for the lifespan of golden core cultivators. It is likely doubled, with a minimum expectation of 1,000 years. One might jest that they have become akin to a 1,000-year tortoise or a 10,000-year turtle. Yet, Yi Han, being still young, did not pay particularly close attention to matters of longevity. He recognized that even secular emperors sought eternal life, let alone those in positions of power. However, he had only caught snippets of conversation and had no comprehensive understanding of this so-called trial. Nor did he inquire further, as it felt too distant from his current situation. He was aware that it occurred only once every 5 years, meaning he would not be able to participate for at least another 5 years. Yet, considering his current cultivation level, it was uncertain whether he would reach the peak of the Qi refinement stage in 5 years. By then, he might still be in need of a foundation-building pill. While the foundation-building pill is indeed the optimal elixir for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, it does not guarantee success. The likelihood of failure is significant. Moreover, it is not the case that one cannot advance without consuming a foundation-building pill. It is said that some cultivators can break through various fortuitous encounters, special heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or even through cultivation techniques and innate talent. The world of cultivation is indeed wondrous. Filled with diverse resources and extraordinary items, Yi Han aimlessly wandered about Qingxuan Peak. His curiosity piqued by the various aspects of a cultivator's life, he remained unaware that he was being closely observed. Initially oblivious, he eventually sensed the intent gaze of someone scrutinizing him closely. He feigned casual wandering, glancing toward the direction of the scrutinizing gaze. Upon catching sight of the figures, his expression shifted slightly, his pupils dilating as an unsettling feeling washed over him. This cannot be good. Why are those 3 individuals here? Have they recognized me? Chapter 43. The lifespan of cultivators. Yi Han recognized the 3 individuals as those he had encountered previously, those who had pursued Brother Zhang Qingxuan and inquired about his relationship with him. He had learned their names from Brother Zhang Qingxuan, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai. They were disciples of a certain Uncle Lu from Qingxuan Peak. Although their individual cultivation levels were not particularly high, their combined assault formation was tremendously powerful, making them formidable opponents for most cultivators. The fact that these 3 individuals were fixating their attention on him caused a wave of unease to wash over Yi Han. It is worth noting that Brother Zhang Qingxuan had harbored considerable apprehension towards these 3. At that time, Zhang Qingxuan had already reached the 11th level of the Qi refinement stage, while Yi Han was merely at the peak of the 4th level. Any one of these 3 could easily deal with him. Qingxuan Sect. Very few cultivators had actually seen his true face. Aside from the few disciples he had encountered upon his arrival, those individuals were entirely unaware of his identity. The only others who recognized him were a few elders and the sect leader, who had dismissed him entirely, showing no interest in him whatsoever. Aside from the enigmatic Qinfeng fairy, Jinfeng, and these 3 individuals, he had managed to navigate the sect without drawing attention. He now felt emboldened to walk within the sect, partly due to his improved cultivation and partly because he had grown significantly taller during his recent breakthrough. Few could connect him to the 10-year-old Yi Han, as he now appeared more like a youth of 15 or 16. The changes in his physique endowed him with confidence, allowing him to evade recognition. Yet now, the persistent gazes of Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai, who seemed to scrutinize him for an extended period, stirred a sense of unease within him. What could they want? Have they truly recognized him? After all, they had seen his face before. Why Yi Han sensed the impending danger. Brother Zhang Qingxuan had previously warned him that despite the lengthy lifespans of cultivators, the reality was that most did not live to see the end of their allotted years, as they often perished long before. Take brother Zhang Qingxuan himself, for instance. Although he was only in his 20s, he had not returned from his last mission, suggesting a grim fate. His lifespan had scarcely surpassed that of an ordinary mortal. Such was the perilous nature of the cultivation world, and the consequences of the tasks chosen by cultivators were theirs alone to bear. For Yi Han, encountering such a commendable senior brother who could offer assistance and guidance was a rare stroke of fortune. However, the absence of news regarding Zhang Qingxuan left him in a state of concern. Yi Han was not a person devoid of feelings. During his time in Qingniu village, he had been treated harshly by the Wang couple. Yet upon hearing a few kind words spoken on his behalf, he had selflessly given them 10 taels of the 20 he had received. In truth, he was not ungrateful, and the thought of Zhang Qingxuan stirred a sense of guilt within him. Nevertheless, he resolved to avoid provoking Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai. However, fate had other plans, for those three were now approaching him with rapid strides. Yi Han felt a stir of emotion, yet he remained composed. They were still within the confines of Qingxuan Peak, in plain view of many, and none dared to act against him. As the trio reached his side, Zhang Sanlei addressed him, "Junior brother, I don't believe we've met before. Under whose master are you training?" With that, the three scrutinized Yi Han, their gazes somewhat peculiar. Yi Han's expression shifted slightly upon hearing their inquiry. It appeared that their curiosity regarding his identity stemmed not from recognition, but rather from intrigue. Thus, he replied, "Senior brother, I have just arrived at Qingxuan Peak, and I humbly ask for your guidance." His tone was sincere, intentionally omitting any mention of his master. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai exchanged glances. Surprised that Yi Han had not divulged his background and merely stated his recent arrival, Li Zongqing chuckled. "Ah, so you are a newcomer? No wonder we haven't encountered you before." With that, he shared a knowing glance with Zhang Sanlei and Wang Fulai. Their unspoken communication evident. Yi Han understood well that these three were not to be trifled with, yet he had no desire to offend them. After all, in the realm of cultivation, longevity was the ultimate truth. To provoke cultivators, especially those of higher rank, was akin to courting disaster. Suddenly, he experienced an inexplicable epiphany. His identity had been widely circulated among the disciples of Qingxuan Peak recently, and the instigator was undoubtedly that wretched Elder Wu. Yet, he could not have orchestrated such a scheme alone, likely having bribed some disciples of Qingxuan Peak. Before him, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai appeared to be the prime suspects. On one hand, they bore animosity towards Zhang Qingxuan, and on the other, their character was questionable. Furthermore, their combined efforts would amplify their influence. Contemplating this, Yi Han remarked, "Indeed, it is my first encounter with the three of you. It is said that the seniors of Qingxuan Peak treat their junior brothers with utmost kindness. And it seems that this is indeed the case." With his words, he deftly maneuvered to neutralize any potential threat from the trio. Wang Fulai responded with a hearty laugh, "Absolutely. The disciples of Qingxuan Peak are the epitome of unity." The other two joined in laughter, yet a flicker of disdain crossed their eyes. Such naivety was ripe for exploitation. Yi Han feigned amusement, adopting an innocent demeanor. Zhang Sanlei then inquired, "Junior brother, as a recent addition to Qingxuan Peak, you must possess considerable skill, no?" He sought to ascertain Yi Han's true background, wary of offending someone with connections. Yi Han promptly replied, "My cultivation is rather lacking. I am merely at the 4th layer of qi refining. I hope the three senior brothers will kindly offer guidance." He presented himself as humble and simple-minded, seemingly easy to deceive. In truth, Yi Han was aware that these three had likely already discerned his true level of cultivation. Concealing it could potentially yield worse consequences. As expected, Zhang Sanlei immediately remarked, "Ah, I did not realize you were still at a bottleneck, junior brother." Wang Fulai added, "Junior brother, we have a grand opportunity that we would like to enlist your assistance with. Would you be interested?" Li Zongqing chimed in, "If you help us with this task, not only will you receive a portion of the reward, but we will also ensure your well-being on the mountain henceforth." Their words dripped with a veneer of kindness, yet their tone bore an undeniable undertone of coercion. Yi Han, puzzled by their intentions, asked, "What exactly is it that I can assist you with, senior brothers?" Chapter 44. Zhang Qingxuan returns. Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai exchanged glances, their eyes revealing surprise and a hint of coldness. Zhang Sanlei swiftly urged Yi Han, "This is not the place for discussion. Let us move to a more private location." He gestured towards a secluded area in the distance. Wei Han, appearing unsuspecting, replied, "Very well." Seeing him comply, the trio could not suppress their smirks. Such an easily manipulated individual was a welcome discovery. They led Yi Han to the secluded corner where no other disciples were present. Wang Fulai lowered his voice, addressing Yi Han, "Junior brother, here is the situation. We have accepted a task to eliminate a cunning beast in the Qingxuan Valley. However, this creature is quite elusive, fleeing at the sight of high-ranking cultivators. We would like to enlist your help to lure it into our trapped ally." Zongqing added reassuringly, "Rest assured, you will be safe. I will provide you with some protective treasures, and when we combine our formations, even a second-tier beast will not pose a threat to us, let alone a mere ordinary creature." Zhang Sanlei affirmed confidently. "Junior brother, if you assist us, as promised, we will share the reward and ensure no one will dare to bully you on Qingxuan Peak." Their assurances were enticing, yet Yi Han understood that refusal could lead to immediate repercussions from these three. He feigned a mixture of eagerness and trepidation, saying, "Senior brothers, given my inferior cultivation, I fear I may inadvertently jeopardize your plans. Perhaps it would be better to reconsider." He pretended to be genuinely frightened, feeling exasperated internally that he had not provoked them, yet they had sought him out. Their insinuations implied that disobedience would result in retribution against him. How infuriating! It was evident that while Yi Han was not particularly hot-tempered, he had dealt with those who dared to cross him in Qingniu village quite severely, including the village chief's son. However, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai's penetrating gazes conveyed an unmistakable message. Zhang Sanlei coldly stated, "Junior brother, if you refuse to assist with this minor task, it will be quite difficult for us to help you in the future. Remember, while we are united at Qingxuan Peak, we are also competitors." With that, all three fixed their gaze upon Yi Han. After a moment of hesitation, he finally replied, "Then can I trust that you three will ensure my safety?" Of course, they exchanged glances, solemnly affirming their commitment. Yi Han, appearing conflicted, eventually nodded, "Very well. I shall assist you." Then, he inquired, "When shall we set off?" His eyes glimmered with a hint of greed, as though eagerly anticipating the rewards they would acquire. Seeing Yi Han's agreement, the trio exchanged glances of delight. They had sought a disciple far inferior in cultivation to aid them in this endeavor, and most disciples within the sect had their own backgrounds, if necessary. They would have resorted to seeking assistance from outer sect disciples. However, finding Yi Han, who seemed so easily manipulated, was fortuitous. Zhang Sanlei replied, "Not so soon. We will need 4 to 5 days to prepare. Tell us, junior brother, where are you currently residing? We will come to find you when the time is right." Yi Han promptly responded, "I am staying at the new disciples' quarters. Senior brother, please remember to come find me." His demeanor suggested eagerness, putting Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai at ease. Upon learning that Yi Han resided in the disciples' quarters, their confidence grew. If he had truly belonged to a powerful family or had any significant backing, he would not be staying at the new disciples' quarters, which were reserved for those without connections or influential backgrounds. They concluded that Yi Han's origins were quite ordinary, perhaps merely possessing a slightly better talent that allowed him to enter the inner sect. In reality, Yi Han was fabricating details, as he had no knowledge of the new disciples' quarters. He had only overheard Zhang Qingxuan mention that new disciples typically resided in a centralized location. Regardless, he intended to acquiesce to these individuals, then take his leave, retreating to his cave to cultivate, never to emerge again, leaving them to search for him in vain. Zhang Sanlei and the others solemnly pledged to Yi Han that they would seek him out once they had prepared the necessary items. And after their exchange, they advised Yi Han, particularly regarding the defensive tools they would procure for him. Subsequently, the trio departed. Observing their departure, Yi Han's apprehension grew. He was increasingly convinced that their intentions were far from benign, as they likely sought to exploit him for their own purposes. Simultaneously, he harbored concerns that they no longer recognized him. What if they were deceiving him? What if they were harboring ulterior motives? It was hard to say. In any case, he had resolved to ignore these three, purchasing provisions before secluding himself in the cave, focusing on fully absorbing the medicinal properties of the refining pills from the ziding. In this realm of cultivation, lacking prowess rendered one susceptible to oppression. Moreover, with his current level of cultivation within the inner sect of Qingxuan Peak, accomplishing anything was quite improbable. Thus, he deemed it prudent to maintain a low profile. surviving this phase before taking further action. Just as in Qingniu village, as an orphan without land or means, survival was a challenge. Ordinary villagers struggled to sustain themselves, let alone assist others. Had it not been for his humble entreaties to the Wang family, he might have long since become a mere memory. Survival was paramount, even if it entailed a modicum of embarrassment. With these thoughts in mind, Yihan proceeded to the food stall to procure provisions. It is worth noting that typically, any cultivator who had reached the stage of fasting required sustenance, and certain practitioners, due to their specialized techniques, needed even more food to enhance their physique and strength. The blood refining technique he practiced also necessitated sufficient intake. Failing to do so would hinder his cultivation. Upon exiting the food stall, he found himself laden with an abundance of provisions. He refrained from lingering and made his way back to his cave. Unexpectedly, as he swiftly ascended the vine, he spotted a familiar figure before his cave, and his face lit up with surprise. Zhang Shixiang. Yihan had never anticipated encountering his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan once more. However, upon closer inspection of Zhang's condition, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Zhang Shixiang, your hand." Chapter 45. An encounter. Upon seeing Zhang Qingxuan again, Yihan could hardly conceal his joy, having feared that his senior brother might never return. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhang had indeed come back. However, a closer look revealed that he was missing an arm, the other sleeve hanging empty and swaying in the wind. Zhang Qingxuan turned to see Yihan and grinned. "I didn't expect you to have grown so tall in just a few months." He recognized the now taller Yihan immediately. Why Yihan, who had thought Zhang Qingxuan might never return, felt a surge of warmth at this recognition. Yet his eyes glistened with moisture, and his nose tinged with emotion. Controlling his feelings, he fixed his gaze on Zhang's empty sleeve and inquired, "What happened to your hand, Zhang Shixiang?" Zhang Qingxuan glanced at his vacant arm and replied with a smile, "It's a blessing to have returned alive. What does a hand matter?" Pausing, he continued, "Aren't you going to invite me in? This is not the place for conversation." After saying this, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Sensing something amiss, Yihan quickly responded, "Of course. Let us talk inside." He then called out, "Nyoman, open the door." As he spoke, the cave door creaked open. Zhang Qingxuan chuckled. "Only you would come up with such a peculiar way to call for entry." With that, the two entered the cave, one after the other. Why Yihan, unable to contain his eagerness, asked, "Zhang Shixiang, when did you return? I heard you encountered danger while confronting the blood-withering bird. Did you lose your arm during the mission?" His concern was evident as he gazed at Zhang Qingxuan's empty sleeve. He had seen other disciples on the mountain who had lost limbs, or even those who had been disabled entirely. The dangers of the cultivation world were not to be trivialized. Zhang Qingxuan, however, looked at Yihan with curiosity and asked, "How did you know I was dealing with the blood-withering bird?" After a brief pause, he sighed, "My arm was not lost in that encounter. My mission went smoothly, but I was ambushed by some despicable rogues while severely injured. Had my body not been sufficiently resilient, I might not have returned at all. I spent several months recuperating outside before coming back. Just over 10 days ago, I visited your cave, but when I called, you didn't answer. I wondered where you had gone." Hearing this, Yihan's expression shifted slightly. "Zhang Shixiang, you came to see me before? I didn't know." From Zhang's words, he realized his senior brother had indeed been here while he was absorbed in cultivating with the Ziding. Was it possible that using the Ziding had severed his sensory connections with the outside world? If that were true, he would need to be cautious in the future, ensuring he only employed the Ziding in a secure environment. Zhang Qingxuan, surprised by Yihan's question, shook his head and replied, "I thought you had gone off to cultivate elsewhere. When you didn't respond, I left. After resting for a while, I returned and fortuitously ran into you." Yihan scrutinized Zhang Qingxuan closely, noticing that his aura appeared significantly weakened compared to before, indicating he had not yet fully recovered from his injuries. Thus, he inquired, "Zhang Shixiang, your injuries seem quite severe." Zhang Qingxuan shrugged, stating, "As long as I can preserve my life, that's sufficient. Who cares about the injuries?" Yihan sensed Zhang Qingxuan's resignation but was at a loss for words, knowing that for a cultivator, losing an arm could be a devastating blow. Observing Yihan's concern, Zhang Qingxuan felt a warmth in his heart. He had spent much longer in cultivation than Yihan, and most practitioners were typically self-serving, rarely showing concern for others. The bond they shared was a result of their similar temperaments. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. With a slight smile, Zhang Qingxuan said, "Ye shitty, haven't I told you?" In cultivation, it's not about the level of power one possesses, but rather who can endure the longest. As long as you survive, there will always be opportunities. He paused, imparting further wisdom. Ye shitty, remember this when you venture out. Avoid greed and recklessness. The path of a cultivator is fraught with thorns and peril. Survival is paramount. Upon hearing Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yihan perceived a subtle shift in his senior brother's mindset since returning, perhaps due to his injuries or the dangers he had faced, resulting in a more cautious demeanor. Nevertheless, Yihan resonated with Zhang Qingxuan's teachings, as he had always believed that as an orphan, simply surviving in Qingniu village was no small feat. He understood the harshness of existence and recognized that being alive meant there was always hope. Take, for instance, the incident with the lost cow. Had he been unfortunate enough to encounter that terrifying creature, he could have easily been devoured, erasing his existence from the world. Not to mention discovering the miraculous sighting, the QX medallion, and the QX technique. Enduring numerous hardships to reach the QX sect and become a cultivator, or consider his time in Wudong City, where he had nearly been crippled by that wretched beggar after exposing his wealth. He could have easily met his demise. These experiences had instilled in Yihan a profound awareness of the challenges of survival. As long as one lived, there was hope. Seeing that Yihan took his words to heart, Zhang Qingxuan felt a sense of pride. Although his younger brother was still quite young, he displayed remarkable wisdom and maturity, far beyond that of an average child. Suddenly, Zhang Qingxuan scrutinized Yihan from head to toe, exclaiming, "I can hardly believe it, shitty. In just over 3 months, you've advanced to the mid-stage of the qi refining period. You've grown so much taller, and your blood refining technique must have also progressed." Reflecting on this, Zhang Qingxuan felt a wave of nostalgia. It had taken him nearly a year to advance from the qi refining stage to the mid-stage, and he could tell that Yihan's aura was more stable than his own had been at that time. Additionally, Yihan had grown considerably taller, indicating a breakthrough in his blood refining technique. Achieving such progress in such a short span was truly remarkable. Why Yihan's expression shifted? Could it be that his sudden growth was not solely due to his cultivation breakthrough, but rather a result of his advancement in the blood refining technique? Chapter 46. Should we play a trick on them? He then remarked, "I was fortunate to encounter a senior, Qingfeng Shishu, who provided me with several qi refining pills." Upon hearing Yihan's words, Zhang Qingxuan's expression shifted with surprise. Qingfeng Shishu? Could it possibly be the Qingfeng fairy? His eyes widened with astonishment as he gazed at Yihan. Indeed, this was several months ago. It was thanks to the pills she provided that I was able to cultivate so rapidly. Yihan replied, "He possesses rather ordinary talent. If his cultivation progresses too rapidly and word gets out, it will surely attract attention. Even from senior brother Zhang Qingxuan. One must harbor no malice, yet remain vigilant against others." Thus, he candidly stated that his swift advancement was due to the qi refinement pill bestowed upon him by the celestial phoenix fairy, thereby providing a reasonable explanation for many circumstances. Indeed, Zhang Qingxuan, suddenly enlightened, remarked, "Now I understand. Junior brother has consumed a qi refinement pill. I have warned you before. You must exercise caution." Wei Yihan nodded in agreement. "Of course, I will heed your advice, senior brother." Zhang Qingxuan scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Junior brother Yi, I have come to ask if I may borrow your cave dwelling for further cultivation. I wish to participate in the upcoming competition for the Dark Forbidden Zone, and I cannot afford to neglect my injuries." Upon hearing this, Yihan immediately replied, "Not a problem. Senior brother may stay as long as he wishes. I have many cultivation questions I wish to consult you about. At this point, Yihan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is the selection process for the Dark Forbidden Zone?" Zhang Qingxuan explained, "The selection for the Dark Forbidden Zone is also known as the Ascension Conference. It is a result of our Qingxuan sect and several other sects discovering an ancient secret realm, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is exceedingly abundant, nurturing numerous rare treasures and artifacts from antiquity. Our Qingxuan sect, along with other sects, engaged in several conflicts over this secret realm, but after realizing the significant casualties, we opted for peace and established restrictions on the Dark Forbidden Zone, which opens every 5 years. Whenever the Dark Forbidden Zone is opened, Each sect must send disciples below the foundation establishment stage to seek treasures. It is a place where one can find the primary ingredients for refining foundation establishment pills. If one can procure enough of these ingredients or sufficient rare treasures, they can exchange them with the sect for a foundation establishment pill. The next selection for the Dark Forbidden Zone will occur in 3 months. And during this time, I must hasten my recovery to participate in this Ascension Conference. Wei Han, upon hearing Zhang Qingxuan's response, recalled that while he was wandering around Qingxuan Peak earlier, he overheard discussions about this Ascension Conference, particularly concerning the selection for foundation establishment pills. The Ascension Conference and the Dark Forbidden Zone are indeed one and the same. However, he furrowed his brow and said to Zhang Qingxuan, "Senior brother Zhang, the Dark Forbidden Zone must be quite perilous, right? Your injuries are severe, and you've even lost an arm. Wouldn't it be extremely dangerous for you to go? Perhaps you should reconsider participating." Pausing for a moment, he added with a smile, "But senior brother, did you not tell me that for a cultivator, merely surviving is victory?" Zhang Qingxuan responded with a grin, "Many things cannot be dismissed merely as dangerous and therefore avoided. You must understand that if I miss this opportunity, I will have to wait another 5 years, and 5 years. I may not possess the same level of cultivation, and lingering at a cultivation bottleneck for too long makes breakthroughs increasingly difficult. The efficacy of foundation establishment pills diminishes as well." He then displayed a look of helplessness, adding, "Moreover, if I have not reached the foundation establishment stage in 5 years, I will no longer be able to cultivate on the mountain. I will be relegated to managing affairs in various locations." After a brief pause, he continued, "While living is indeed a victory, it should not be a mere existence. You must know that even while meditating and cultivating in a cave, a cultivator can still succumb to demonic deviation and perish. The path of cultivation inherently defies the heavens. To go against the laws of nature invites divine retribution." Listening to Zhang Qingxuan, Yi Han understood that the significance of existence is multifaceted, as is the meaning of becoming a cultivator. One cannot view issues solely from one perspective. Suddenly, Yi Han recalled something and exclaimed, "By the way, senior brother Zhang, there is something else I must tell you." I encountered Zhang Sanlei and his 2 companions again. Zhang Qingxuan's expression darkened as he replied, "You mean Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai? Have they troubled you? Rest assured, they would not dare to bully you with me around." Yi Han quickly clarified, "It's like this. Earlier, I ran into those 3 on the mountain, and they wanted to take me to hunt demonic beasts." Before Yi Han could finish, Zhang Qingxuan interjected, "Do not go. With your current level of cultivation, hunting demonic beasts would be tantamount to courting death. I suspect those 3 are plotting something against you." Yi Han promptly recounted the entire incident involving Zhang Sanlei and his companions attempting to use him as bait in their hunt for demonic beasts. Zhang Qingxuan frowned and remarked, "Using you as bait? That is akin to pushing you into a pit of fire. These scoundrels are becoming increasingly brazen." His eyes glinted with anger as he added, "Is it not enough to target me? They now wish to involve you as well?" Sensing something amiss in Zhang Qingxuan's tone, Yi Han reassured him, "Do not worry, senior brother. I have agreed to their request. But they have no idea where I truly reside. As long as I remain in my cave dwelling to cultivate, they will never find me." Zhang Qingxuan nodded, "That is good. They do not recognize you. In fact, I have my own suspicions about them." He paused, his expression growing grave. "My recent mission was meant to be highly confidential. Someone must have leaked my whereabouts for those scheming cultivators to find me. And they ambushed me while I was completing my task. I have long-standing enmity with Zhang Sanlei and his cohorts. I suspect they could be behind this." Upon hearing Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yi Han exclaimed, "Senior brother Zhang, are you implying that your current predicament is the result of them betraying your location? How despicable! Fellow disciples should not conspire against one another. Cannot we coexist harmoniously?" Yet, recalling the treacherous Jin Feng, he began to believe Zhang Qingxuan's words, realizing not all disciples are as amicable as Zhang Qingxuan. Zhang Qingxuan's countenance darkened as he retorted, "If not them, then who?" Yi Han's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he suggested, "Senior brother Zhang, should we not devise a plan to turn the tables on them?" Chapter 47. Without money, one cannot move forward. Gazing at Yi Han's cunning expression, Zhang Qingxuan responded helplessly, "How can we ensnare them? Besides, we are fellow disciples." Yi Han promptly countered, "Senior brother Zhang, I see how they constantly bully you. It is not merely due to your lower cultivation level. It is because you are too honest and low-key. You focus solely on your cultivation, believing that avoiding trouble is preferable, and you value our camaraderie. If we do not teach them a lesson, they will only become more audacious. Indeed, Yi Han, with his sharp instincts, discerned that Zhang Qingxuan was undervalued not for lack of skill, but for his earnest and modest demeanor. He seldom acted upon his grievances due to his regard for their shared status. From the recent events surrounding Zhang Qingxuan's return, it was clear that even Jin Feng had claimed Zhang Qingxuan would not return, yet here he was, indicating that Zhang Qingxuan's abilities were undoubtedly greater than they appeared. Zhang Qingxuan, despite lacking fame in the Qingxuan sect, was simply a modest individual. Such honest folk exist in Qingniu village as well, where even the most unassuming wives remain unnoticed. It was evident that Zhang Qingxuan belonged to this category. Possessing only the gift of cultivation. Yi Han, however, was different. He could not tolerate being bullied. While he could endure humiliation for a time, he would not allow himself to be persistently oppressed in Qingniu village. Whether it was Wang Laokai or his son, or the village chief's son, all had bullied him at some point, and he had subtly dealt with them in return, though no one knew who was behind their misfortunes. The audacity of Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai to trouble him and treat him as an easy target was intolerable to Yi Han. However, previously, he lacked the strength to confront them, planning instead to retreat and cultivate diligently, avoiding their notice. Fortunately, he had taken precautions and kept his true identity and background hidden from them, intending to deal with them when he had sufficient power or opportunity. Now that Zhang Qingxuan had returned, with his assistance, Yi Han felt more confident in confronting them. Moreover, given Zhang Qingxuan's suspicions that Zhang Sanlei and his companions had betrayed him, Yi Han felt justified in assisting Zhang Qingxuan in avenging this wrong. Zhang Qingxuan's gaze hardened, revealing a glimmer of fury, yet he advised Yi Han, "Junior brother Yi, you should not involve yourself in this matter. It is a personal vendetta between me and those three, built over time. There is no need for you to take risks on my behalf." Yi Han immediately replied, "Senior brother Zhang, this is not merely about avenging you. Did you not mention they are going to hunt that demonic beast? If we were to acquire it, our rewards would be substantial." He was indeed considering this, as Zhang Sanlei and his companions aimed to capture the demonic beast. With the three of them working together and planning to use him as bait, the beast would undoubtedly be formidable. If they could seize the beast from them, not only would they be able to teach them a lesson, but it would also provide a significant boon for themselves. What could possibly be wrong with that? On another note, Yi Han was acutely aware of the precarious situation the two were in. Senior brother Zhang Qingxuan was gravely injured. Had he possessed spirit stones, or the means to procure healing elixirs, or a place to recuperate, he would not have sought assistance from Hanyuan. As for Yi Han, his predicament was even more dire. The purple cauldron was an invaluable artifact, and aside from that, he had no other possessions of worth. After wandering around Seven Xian Peak, he realized that everything had to be bought on the spot, and if things continued this way, he would soon be unable to afford even basic sustenance. Cultivators valued the four essentials: companions, wealth, land, and resources. Wealth, in this context, referred to cultivation resources. His current cultivation level simply did not allow him to acquire substantial resources, and given that he could not even undertake basic tasks, he was relegated to arduous self-cultivation within the sect. It was uncertain how long it would take for him to reach Zhang Qingxuan's level. Without money, progress was painfully slow. Upon hearing Yi Han's words, Zhang Qingxuan displayed a flicker of interest. Indeed, their circumstances were quite delicate, yet he still felt that turning against a fellow disciple might not be prudent, especially since victory was not guaranteed. Moreover, his current condition was far more complex than what Yi Han perceived. Thus, Zhang Qingxuan replied, "Junior brother Yi, I have already mentioned that the preservation of life is of utmost importance for us cultivators. You should not be overly fixated on these external possessions. Let us focus on recovering and cultivating diligently. We can discuss matters later." Observing Zhang Qingxuan's stance, Yi Han found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Qingxuan's mindset might hinder their cultivation journey, since cultivation was a defiance of fate. How could one expect significant progress by merely adhering to the rules? On one hand, he admired Zhang Qingxuan's steadfastness and felt he was indeed a worthy companion. On the other hand, he considered him somewhat inflexible and lacking in adaptability. Ultimately, everyone had their own aspirations, and it was unnecessary for him to impose his views on others. However, he merely spoke in passing. After all, there were 3 of them. And he posed no real threat to Zhang Qingxuan. With Zhang Qingxuan having lost an arm, the extent of his injuries was also unclear. The other 3 were in a weakened state, and harboring ill intentions towards them seemed rather presumptuous. Thus, Yihan said, "Indeed, Senior Brother Zhang, I was merely venting my frustration. Please do not take it to heart." Pausing for a moment, he shifted the topic. "By the way, Senior Brother Zhang, I have now reached the peak of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Is there any spell I can learn?" Seeing that Yihan had moved on from the previous topic, Zhang Qingxuan also redirected the conversation. "It is best that you think this way. After all, we cultivators must avoid greed. Engaging in petty rivalries is highly discouraged. Our cultivation encompasses not only our skill but also our state of mind. Do you understand?" Yihan nodded. "I understand, Senior Brother." Zhang Qingxuan noted that Yihan no longer seemed troubled and refrained from pressing the issue further. He typically engaged little with others, even if their cultivation levels were far beneath his own. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qingxuan addressed Yihan. "Your cultivation has indeed reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. You can now begin learning the basics of spell incantation and hand seals." Yihan furrowed his brow. "Spell incantation and hand seals. What are those?" Zhang Qingxuan explained. "For us cultivators to cast spells, we require not only our own magical power but also the ability to communicate with the natural energies of the world through incantations. Hand seals are used to manipulate the arrangement of these energies to form spells. You must start with the fundamentals, learning basic hand gestures, and the pronunciation of incantations." Disappointed, Yihan responded. "Ah? So I can't cast spells yet?" Seeing Yihan's dismay, Zhang Qingxuan reassured him. "Fear not. During my recent outing, I acquired a wood-based spell suitable for you. Once you master the incantations and hand seals I teach you, I will pass it on to you." Yihan's excitement surged. "What spell is it?" Chapter 48. Foundation. Yihan had long been envious of the abilities possessed by cultivators. He had been practicing diligently for quite some time, and had achieved some minor successes in refining his blood and cultivating his skills, greatly enhancing his strength and speed compared to before. He could now ascend the cliff in just a few breaths, a feat that previously took him a quarter of an hour. His speed had reached a level that surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. Now, with a light leap, he could cover over 10 feet, moving as gracefully as a swallow, and his physical sensations felt remarkably good. This was the advantage of being a cultivator. However, he always felt a lingering regret for not having successfully learned a single spell to date. Not to mention the ability to fly or traverse the earth. Even a simple spell like transforming energy into ice or igniting flames would suffice. Oh, when Zhang Qingxuan mentioned teaching him a spell, Yihan was instantly invigorated. In truth, this was his first real opportunity to learn spells since coming into contact with cultivators. Despite his mature demeanor, he still possessed the heart of a youth, and the prospect of learning the legendary spells filled him with excitement. However, Zhang Qingxuan quickly doused his enthusiasm with cold water, saying, "But I must inform you that I will not teach you any spells until you have mastered the foundational hand seals and incantations." Upon hearing this, Yihan felt greatly disappointed. "Ah? So I can't learn yet?" Zhang Qingxuan chuckled at Yihan's crestfallen expression. "Junior Brother Yi, the path of cultivation is one of arduous perseverance. It is not as simple as you might think. I spent over 3 years before mastering a single spell. Had I not recently acquired a wood-based spell suitable for you, I would not have intended to teach you. Even if I did, with your current level of cultivation, you would only be able to barely cast it." Pausing for emphasis, he continued, "Moreover, if you do not learn the foundational hand seals and incantations, your cultivation journey will become even more challenging, as the spells you will learn next will require these skills." He added, "Not every spell requires these techniques, but the vast majority do. Of course, if you reach a level where your words alone can manifest spells, that would be different, but that requires at least reaching the golden core stage. Therefore, establishing a solid foundation will greatly benefit your future cultivation." Yihan promptly nodded. "Yes, Senior Brother Zhang, I understand. Please teach me the basic hand seals and incantations now." Zhang Qingxuan replied without hesitation, "Come, let us sit down, and I will teach you while meditating." Understood. Under Zhang Qingxuan's guidance, the first lesson focused on the basic spell incantations. Yihan had initially thought that incantations merely involved uttering a few sounds. However, he soon realized that it was not as simple as just pronouncing a few syllables. Rather, It required the cultivator to circulate their internal energy while projecting sound through their mouth, with the tone of their voice resonating with the natural energies of the world. Only when the sound harmonized with the energies and magical power could it be deemed a successful incantation. Yi Han had believed this task would be relatively easy, yet after a whole day, he had only managed to learn 2 syllables. Nevertheless, even with just 2 syllables under his belt, Zhang Qingxuan praised Yi Han highly, noting that during his own time as an outer sect disciple, only a few had managed to learn 2 incantations in such a short span. Next came the foundational hand seals, which involved using hand gestures to form special symbolic runes to manipulate the natural energies, working in conjunction with the incantations to create formation symbols in the air. These formation symbols could be combined in myriad ways to produce various spells that harnessed the natural energies. For instance, a simple fire attack could be executed if the cultivator recited the incantation to summon fire energy while simultaneously crafting the corresponding formation symbols in the air. The two would work together to convert their magical power into flames, resulting in a fiery assault. To illustrate, learning to cast spells was akin to composing an essay. An essay is constructed from individual words and phrases that must be woven together into coherent sentences to form a complete narrative. The foundational hand seals are akin to learning how to write each character, while the foundational incantations involve mastering the pronunciation of those characters. Subsequently, casting spells entails combining these incantations and hand seals into fluid sentences to compose an essay of sorts. In essence, spells are formed through the continuous interplay of these foundational incantations and hand seals. Naturally, the combinations of these foundational incantations and hand seals are infinitely varied. Some particularly advanced spells may require hundreds of hand seals and thousands of incantations to be executed in one go. However, not all spells necessitate such complexity, as this is not universally applicable. The realm of cultivation is vast, and many spells have origins tracing back to ancient times or different locales. Even various races have their unique methods of incantation and hand seals. The foundational incantations and hand seals that Zhang Qingxuan taught Yi Han were derived from the teachings of the ancestors of the Qingxuan sect, tailored for specific spells within their tradition. Fortunately, Yi Han exhibited notable aptitude in both aspects of practice. His exceptional memory and intelligence allowed him to retain everything Zhang Qingxuan taught him, even if he could not yet manifest the spells. Zhang Qingxuan did not overwhelm him with information at once. Instead, he adopted a gradual approach, teaching him a few techniques at a time until Yi Han became proficient. Yi Han's ability to absorb the foundational incantations and hand seals astonished Zhang Qingxuan. Within just 2 days, he had mastered over a dozen incantations and various hand seals. However, Zhang Qingxuan did not continue teaching him incessantly. He waited until Yi Han was proficient before slowly imparting more knowledge. At other times, Zhang Qingxuan would consume a healing elixir and meditate to restore his cultivation. However, Yi Han could discern Zhang Qingxuan's distress. For each time he took a healing elixir, he was compelled to split it in half for use. Only after completely absorbing the medicinal power of one half during meditation would he proceed to use the other half. Within the spacious hall of the cave, Yi Han's fingers danced rapidly as he executed the incantation. His movements were already remarkably swift, yet to Zhang Qingxuan, they still fell short. Despite the velocity at which he channeled his spiritual energy and the incessant gestures of his fingers, he felt a slight numbness. Nevertheless, Yi Han reveled in the process, for he could sense his spiritual energy circulating through his fingertips and the incantations he uttered, forming delicate vortices of power. At that moment, the door to the training chamber swung open, and Zhang Qingxuan emerged. Upon witnessing Yi Han's intricate gestures and incantations, he was astonished to see strands of spiritual energy swirling in the air. His eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Junior brother Yi, have you already mastered the manipulation of spiritual energy? It seems I can teach you that technique." Yi Han, filled with delight at this revelation, responded, "Really?" Chapter 49. Vinesoul technique. Yi Han had not anticipated that even before he had fully grasped the fundamentals of incantations and gestures, Zhang Qingxuan would be ready to impart a technique to him. However, during these past few days, Zhang Qingxuan required tranquility and a space abundant in spiritual energy for his healing, which led Yi Han to offer him the training chamber. It is worth noting that a training chamber within a cultivator's cave is no ordinary space. It houses several formations that naturally concentrate the ambient spiritual energy, enhancing the richness of the atmosphere. Moreover, if there were sufficient spirit stones or spiritual gathering formations, they could be embedded within the chamber's array, further amplifying the available spiritual energy for cultivation. Although the effects of such methods do not match the rapidity of elixirs, they come without the side effects, drug resistance, or poison associated with medicinal pills. Yet, both Yihan and Zhang Qingxuan were hardly affluent enough to afford spirit stones for enhancing their cultivation, which would be an extravagant pursuit. Furthermore, the training chamber possessed a layer of defenses against external disturbances, ensuring a serene environment conducive to practice. Of course, Yihan's cave held many wondrous features. However, due to his limited cultivation and lack of mastery over the cave's controls, he could not yet utilize many of its capabilities. Zhang Qingxuan felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Yihan for allowing him the use of the training chamber. Observing the joy in Yihan's eyes, he smiled and said, "In truth, I had not planned to teach you so soon. Although your cultivation is at the 4th level of qi refinement, your foundation is remarkably solid, unyielding as rock, such a rarity. Otherwise, your basic incantations and gestures would not resonate with spiritual energy. Perhaps your practice of the Qingxuan technique has much to do with it." He paused, gazing at Yihan with admiration. "Even more remarkable is your comprehension of the deeper significance behind the gestures and incantations, which accompany us cultivators throughout our lives. Thus, I believe you are ready to learn a technique. Your talent is exceptional, surpassing my own." Yihan, feeling somewhat bashful at Zhang Qingxuan's praise, replied, "Senior brother, you flatter me too much. So, will you teach me a technique? What technique will you impart?" Zhang Qingxuan promptly responded, "The Vinesoul technique." Yihan, puzzled, inquired, "The Vinesoul technique? What kind of technique is that?" Zhang Qingxuan then explained in detail, "The Vinesoul technique is a spoils of war I obtained after vanquishing several rogue cultivators who ambushed me. When executed skillfully, this technique can be incredibly powerful. It allows one to summon vines using spiritual energy to ensnare and attack enemies, sometimes yielding unexpectedly miraculous effects. Of course, the extent of its effectiveness is contingent upon your level of cultivation." Eagerly, Yihan exclaimed, "Then, senior brother, please teach me." Understanding that this technique could ensnare foes and serve as a means to outmaneuver them, he was keen to learn it as his first technique. Zhang Qingxuan replied, "No problem. Here is the manual. Peruse it, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions." With that, he patted his waist, and a flash of spiritual light revealed a thin, weathered tome in his hand. It was small, no larger than the palm of his hand, and he tossed it to Yihan. Upon receiving it, Yihan noticed the title inscribed on the cover, "Vinesoul Technique." He immediately exclaimed, "Excellent, thank you, senior brother. Between us, there is no need for thanks," Zhang Qingxuan reassured him. "Indeed, you have treated me exceptionally well," Yihan replied. "Focus on your training, and do not hesitate to seek my guidance when needed." "Absolutely." Yihan began to study the Vinesoul technique intently, noting that it first detailed the incantation, followed by the corresponding hand gestures, the principles of the formations, and other insights marked by the previous owner of the manual during their practice. This made it exceedingly convenient for Yihan, though he still encountered some points of confusion and repeatedly consulted Zhang Qingxuan for clarification on various principles. Within the cave, Yihan's hands moved swiftly as he executed the gestures while continuously chanting incantations. The words flowed from his lips like a dreamlike murmur, indistinct yet imbued with a unique rhythm, melodious and enchanting. His hands performed a dazzling array of gestures, and as he chanted, wisps of verdant spiritual light began to materialize before him, emitting a faint green glow. After several breaths, Yihan suddenly opened his eyes wide, pointed decisively ahead, and proclaimed, "Vinesoul technique." With a thrust of his finger towards a stone pedestal, a ring of distorted spiritual energy rippled outward, accompanied by flecks of green light, as the energy coalesced into the shape of vines that began to entwine the stone pedestal, slowly wrapping around it. Seeing this, Yihan couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. Did I succeed? However, no sooner had he spoken than the newly formed vines abruptly shattered, exploding into a flurry of green light that dissipated into the air. Disappointment washed over Yihan. Another failure? With a sense of exhaustion, he slumped to the ground. After attempting the Vinesoul technique 3 times without success, he felt his spiritual energy nearly depleted, leaving him with a sense of weakness and a slight dizziness. Fortunately, he had reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Had he been at the 1st or 2nd level, he likely would have been unable to summon sufficient spiritual energy for even a single attempt. It was no wonder that Zhang Qingxuan had advised him that practicing techniques before advancing in cultivation was unnecessary, as one would not be able to execute them. Nevertheless, this attempt had instilled a profound sense of joy in Yihan, for he sensed that his efforts had yielded better results than before. At least the technique had taken shape and encircled the pedestal for a moment. More importantly, he observed the stone pedestal tremble slightly. After all, it weighed over 200 pounds, and the Vinesoul technique had managed to make it quiver. Yet, he had only begun to grasp the first layer of the technique, which comprised 3 levels. The first level merely involved simple entanglement. The second allowed for the summoning of multiple vines based on one's cultivation level to attack and ensnare. And the third could invoke vines to form intricate formations. However, Yihan had yet to master even the first layer, let alone the latter 2, and he lacked the spiritual energy to execute them. Nevertheless, he was thoroughly satisfied with having achieved this degree of proficiency and continued with his training. However, after just over an hour of practice, a familiar voice resonated from outside the cave, filled with fury. "Yihan, you come out here." Upon hearing this, Yihan's expression shifted slightly. "Damn it! Don't they know who I am?" Chapter 50. They are mistaken among those on Qingxuan Peak who knew him and were familiar with him. There were only a handful. Zhang Qingxuan was one, that detestable Jin Feng was another, and then there were Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai. The 2 others, Qingfeng Xianzi and Elder Qi, were unlikely to come. Nor were their voices recognizable. It was also not Jin Feng, who had not visited him for quite some time. It was indeed the voice of Zhang Sanlei that reached him. Had they discovered his presence here? Or had they recognized him? Sure enough, at that moment, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai stood at the entrance of his cave, glaring menacingly as they shouted, "Yihan, don't think that hiding in your cave will spare you from us. You little brat, don't believe that we can't find you. Are you considering our agreement null and void? Yihan, come out. We want to harm you. We had a deal, didn't we? Help us deal with that beast. Yes, come out. You are the only suitable person for this task. Lend us a hand, and we promise you will not be at a loss. Indeed, you promised us certain matters, yet you wish to negotiate again while deceiving us. In the end, we have chosen not to hold it against you. However, should you refuse to assist us, we shall see what the future holds." Yihan listened to their words, his brow furrowed in concern. These 3 individuals were employing both coercion and temptation. From their tone and speech, Yihan quickly discerned that they had indeed recognized him. How could that be possible, if they remembered his appearance? They should have identified him during their last encounter at the gate. They should have sought him out long ago. Now, they had come to his cave once more. He suspected that someone must have informed them of his true identity. But who could it be? Yihan had no intention of emerging from his retreat, regardless of their shouts outside. Instead, he pondered who might have leaked his true identity. Furthermore, he had grown taller and matured significantly. His physical transformation was quite pronounced. Senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned that practicing the blood refinement technique could accelerate one's physical growth. This was partly due to his advancing cultivation, but primarily the result of the technique itself. It was uncommon for a child to grow over a head taller within mere months. During his time in Qingniu village, he had not eaten or slept well, and his nutrition had been severely lacking, making him appear much smaller than average for his age. Consequently, he had looked around 10 years old, with slightly dark skin. Now, after expelling impurities from his body several times, his complexion was fair, and his physique resembled that of a young man. Thus, the changes in Yihan were significant, making it difficult for Zhang Sanlei and his companions to recognize him. They had failed to do so during their previous encounter at the gate. Yet now, they had suddenly come to his cave, indicating that someone had informed them that the boy they had encountered was indeed him. Who could that be? Was it that detestable Jin Feng? Or perhaps Elder Wu? Yihan's expression darkened. The only individuals with grievances against him within the Qingxuan sect should be Jin Feng and Elder Wu. However, since Jin Feng had been driven away by Fairy Qingfeng, he had not troubled Yihan again. He should not have known about the changes in Yihan's appearance. This left Elder Wu as the likely culprit. How petty of him, a golden core cultivator. After much contemplation, Yihan concluded that the one orchestrating this against him was indeed that insufferable Elder Wu. Yet, it had been quite some time since then. Why was Elder Wu still unwilling to let go? For a golden core cultivator, such pettiness was quite unbecoming. Nevertheless, this was merely conjecture. He was uncertain of the actual circumstances. Although he did not provoke others, they seemed perpetually fixated on him, leaving Yi Han feeling quite helpless. Outside, the voices of Zhang Sanlei and the others grew increasingly impatient. Suddenly, Wang Fulai exclaimed, "Yi Han, do not think that just because you hide in your cave, we are powerless against you. Zhang Qingxuan serves as your example." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing glared at Wang Fulai, their eyes filled with warning. Zhang Sanlei lowered his voice and admonished, "You fool! Do not say what should not be said." Li Zongqing scolded as well. "You simpleton! How could you say such a thing?" Realizing his mistake, Wang Fulai hesitated, feeling anxious. How could he have let slip what should remain unspoken? He weakly defended. He should not have seen Zhang Qingxuan yet. Right? Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing's expressions darkened as they glared at him, causing Wang Fulai to feel increasingly uneasy. Nevertheless, Wang Fulai continued in a hushed tone. "What is there to fear? Zhang Qingxuan is in such a state now. Our backing is far stronger than his." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing's expression softened slightly. It was strictly forbidden to harm fellow disciples of their sect. However, without evidence against them, it was merely a statement. No one would investigate further. This fool was merely speaking thoughtlessly. Words spoken without intent can have significant consequences. Yi Han, being exceptionally perceptive, immediately grasped that senior brother Zhang Qingxuan's suspicions were not unfounded. During that mission, he had indeed faced challenges and had succeeded in completing it, but was then ambushed by treacherous outsiders. Zhang Qingxuan suspected betrayal, and those responsible were none other than Zhang Sanlei and his companions. As for their grievances with Zhang Qingxuan, Yi Han was unaware. However, he understood Zhang Qingxuan's character well enough to know he would never initiate conflict. It was likely that these three had caused some disruption that had led to Zhang Qingxuan harboring resentment against him. Now, Wang Fulai had inadvertently revealed this information. This meant that Zhang Qingxuan's recent loss of an arm and serious injuries were indeed the work of these individuals. With this realization, Yi Han's expression darkened further. Senior brother Zhang Qingxuan was such a good person, yet he had been harmed in such a manner, especially by his own sect. However, regarding Zhang Qingxuan, before Yi Han could ponder further, the door to the training chamber creaked open, and Zhang Qingxuan emerged, his expression neutral, neither joyous nor sorrowful. Upon seeing Yi Han's troubled countenance, he broke into a smile and said, "Do not take it to heart. While we are allies, we are also rivals. In the realm of cultivation, resources are fiercely contested. Why previous dispute with them arose because their task was completed by me. At this point, Zhang Qingxuan's expression darkened once more as he coldly stated, "If they think of me as a sick cat to be bullied, they are sorely mistaken." Then, he turned his stern gaze towards Yi Han and inquired, "Junior brother Yi, you mentioned having a plan to deal with them. What do you propose?" Witnessing Zhang Qingxuan's grave demeanor for the first time, Yi Han's eyes flickered with thought as he contemplated his strategy before articulating his plan. Chapter 51. I wonder if junior brother is prepared? Zhang Sanlei, Wang Fulai, and Li Zongqing stood at the entrance of Yi Han's cave, their expressions grim and filled with impatience. Li Zongqing sighed. "Senior brother Zhang, it seems this wretched Yi Han is steadfast in his refusal to emerge." Zhang Sanlei's brow furrowed at this remark. "Damn it. If this fellow remains obstinate, the task entrusted to us will surely falter." Wang Fulai chimed in, "Shall we devise a plan?" Just then, as the three grew increasingly restless, the door to the cave creaked open, revealing Yi Han, who emerged with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Yi Han, Zhang Sanlei and the others fixed their gazes upon him, their expressions sour. Yi Han, seemingly at ease, greeted them. "Junior brother pays his respects to the three senior brothers. I sincerely apologize. I was engrossed in my cultivation and did not hear your calls. I hope you can forgive me." He then bowed deeply to the three, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Zhang Sanlei and his companions exchanged glances, initially doubting that the Yi Han they had encountered previously was indeed the same. They had first met Yi Han in a far different state. However, someone had informed them that Yi Han had grown considerably since then. Yet, his transformation was astonishingly rapid. The last time they had seen him, he had been dark, thin, and small, nothing like the fair and harmless young man before them now. This detestable Yi Han was indeed the same boy they had encountered near the workshop. Afterward, they had sought him out, only to find no trace of him among the newly initiated inner disciples. Thus, they realized they had been outsmarted by Yi Han. They were initially uncertain of Yi Han's whereabouts and had inquired if anyone recognized him. Fortunately, they had later encountered the individual who had instructed them to continue pursuing Yi Han, confirming that the current Yi Han was indeed the same one from their previous encounter. As for how that person had discovered Yi Han's situation, it was baffling. Had he been monitoring Yi Han all along? For a Golden Core elder, that was quite a disgrace. Of course, they dared not voice such thoughts, for that would be courting death. However, seeing Yi Han's improved attitude, they recognized they still needed to utilize him to fulfill that individual's instructions. If he were to retreat back into his cave, they would be unable to contend with him. Thus, the three suppressed their rising anger and forced smiles onto their faces. Zhang Sanlei, with a forced grin, remarked, "Ah, junior brother Yi, you are truly diligent. We did not mean to interrupt your cultivation." Yi Han promptly replied, "What are you saying, senior brother? Your visit is a sign of your regard for me." He paused, noting their envious and resentful glances directed toward his cave, as if they wished to enter. Yi Han had no intention of allowing them inside. Therefore, he continued, "Senior brothers, what brings you here? Are you here to take me to hunt demon beasts? I have been waiting for you for quite some time." This statement was patently false. Had he truly wished to seek out the three, it would have been a simple matter, yet he had deliberately provided them with a false address. Zhang Sanlei and his companions were well aware that Yi Han was speaking nonsense, but this was not the place for conflict, so they played along with his words. Zhang Sanlei chuckled, "It is indeed our fault for not clearly communicating with you earlier. We, as seniors, are quite fond of assisting our junior disciples, so do not be overly concerned." Rest assured, Li Zongqing added, "Indeed, junior brother, you must not blame us for being too hasty that day. We too were anxious and forgot to ask you for clarification." Wang Fulai joyfully exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. None of us realized that our junior brother is the legendary Yi Han. Your ancestors have made significant contributions to the Qingxuan sect. Otherwise, the Qingxuan order would not exist. We certainly would not deceive you." The three of them spoke with exuberance, showing no inclination to hold a grudge against Yi Han, but rather an eagerness to cultivate a good relationship with him. Yi Han responded apologetically, "Senior brothers, it is entirely my fault for harboring such suspicions. I thought you were scheming to usurp my cave dwelling, especially since many have attempted to do so recently." Before Yi Han could finish, Zhang Sanlei interrupted, "Junior brother Yi, we genuinely seek your assistance and wish to offer you a benefit. We have no intention of coveting your cave dwelling. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Yi Han felt a wave of relief wash over him, saying, "Yes, yes. It was indeed my overthinking. It is truly wonderful that the three senior brothers can forgive me." He then shifted the conversation. "I had intended to invite you three inside for a chat, but since you do not wish to enter my cave dwelling, I shall not press the matter." Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Zhang Sanlei and the others' faces. They had not expressed any desire to avoid entering Yi Han's cave. This fellow was indeed difficult to converse with. However, it was somewhat understandable that he was so protective of his cave dwelling. Given his low cultivation level, if they were to enter and refuse to leave, he would have no means to expel them. In the realm of cultivation, lacking power and allies often meant being oppressed by others. Yet, they were currently on Qingxuan Peak, where the regulations of the sect limited their actions. Most importantly, if they were to report to their superior, they would need to take Yi Han away from Qingxuan Peak. Should everything go smoothly, Yi Han might not return to a cave dwelling without an owner could not simply be occupied by anyone. It would be reclaimed by the sect if they were to seize Yi Han's cave. It could raise suspicions about their involvement in his disappearance, potentially ruining their plans. After much deliberation, the three of them reluctantly set aside their intentions regarding Yi Han's cave dwelling. After all, once they accomplished their goal, they would have a powerful backing, making it much easier to achieve foundational cultivation. Once they became foundational cultivators, obtaining a cave dwelling would be a simple matter. Therefore, the immediate priority was to accomplish their objective. Zhang Sanlei eagerly stated, "We did not come to visit junior brother merely for tea and conversation. We have prepared everything we need and are ready to depart. I wonder if junior brother is prepared?" He fixed a sharp gaze on Yi Han as he spoke. Chapter 52. The New Secret of the Purple Cauldron, the Vine Spirit Technique. With a fierce shout, Yi Han pointed to a corner of the room. Whoosh! A flurry of runes danced, and spiritual light burst forth, forming a shimmering green vine in the air. The vine seemed to come alive, coiling around a stone stool and lifting it effortlessly. A hint of delight crossed Yihan's face as he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. After a thorough teaching from senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, he had finally discovered the secret to performing the vine spirit technique. He had successfully learned it. However, his cultivation was still too weak, and his magical power insufficient. After just one attempt, he found himself unable to sustain it. If he had enough magical power to control it, the vine's potency would increase significantly. At present, the vine lasted less than a breath, rendering it almost useless. Previously, his attempts had failed due to inadequate magical power, causing the technique to dissipate before it could take form. After observing Yihan's failures, Zhang Qingxuan had suggested that he use all his magical power when performing this technique. If it did not take form, it was likely due to insufficient magical power. Furthermore, he had advised that once the technique was successfully cast, he should not retract his magical power immediately, as the vine required magical energy to maintain its effectiveness. Without sufficient magical power, sustaining its potency was impossible. Thus, every time Yihan attempted the vine spirit technique, he began to channel all his magical energy. He had already mastered many techniques, and ultimately succeeded in casting the vine spirit technique. However, his magical power could not be sustained. After all, he was only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and his success was largely due to his solid foundation and abundant magical energy. Just as Yihan was about to give up on maintaining the vine spirit technique, he felt a warmth emanating from within him, and in an instant, his magical power completely replenished. Elated by this unexpected turn of events, Yihan wondered what had just occurred. Typically, after exhausting his magical power, he would need to meditate for quite some time to recover. But here, in his cave, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, he could hardly fathom how long it would take outside. Zhang Qingxuan had advised him that it was best to practice the vine spirit technique at the late stage of Qi refinement. Learning it at this stage was already commendable. Yet, to suddenly have his magical power fully restored was astonishing. Even more surprisingly, the vine, which was on the verge of collapsing, suddenly received a surge of magical power and solidified in that instant. Yihan felt as though he had merged with the vine, controlling it as easily as he would his own arm. To the left, he willed, and the vine wrapped around the heavy stone stool, propelling it to the left with a whoosh, bang. A loud crash echoed, shaking the walls of the room. Startled, Yihan watched as the vine lost control, scattering into specks of spiritual light. He gazed at the wall in astonishment, wondering if such a heavy stone would leave a mark. To his relief, there was not a single trace. It seemed the walls of a cultivator's cave were forged with exceptional craftsmanship. No wonder Zhang Qingxuan had told him that ordinary cultivators could not easily breach such a dwelling. The cave's defenses were indeed formidable. Fortunately, Zhang Qingxuan was not present. Otherwise, Yihan would have startled him greatly. Tomorrow, he was to accompany Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai to hunt demon beasts. He had discussed this with Zhang Qingxuan, who had informed him that during a previous mission, his whereabouts had been leaked, leading to an ambush that left him severely injured. Initially, Yihan had only suspected the 3 of them. However, when Wang Fulai boasted in Yihan's cave, he inadvertently revealed too much, igniting Zhang Qingxuan's ire. Although Zhang Qingxuan was quite magnanimous, it did not mean he lacked anger, especially after someone had compromised his mission. Having barely survived the ambush, sustaining injuries that would severely impact his cultivation, how could he not harbor resentment against those responsible? Zhang Qingxuan was a remarkably resilient individual, with a heart steadfast in the pursuit of the Tao. The retaliation from these individuals had cast uncertainty over his path in cultivation, leaving his future bleak. Thus, upon hearing Wang Fulai's boastful remarks, Zhang Qingxuan could no longer contain his fury. He had initially planned to let it go, as he had no evidence and was merely speculating, unwilling to allow assumptions to dictate his feelings of animosity. Yet, when the matter was laid bare, how could Zhang Qingxuan remain silent? He then inquired of Yihan about how to deal with those individuals. After listening to Yihan's plan, Zhang Qingxuan found it to be constructive, bold, and with a reasonable chance of success. Most importantly, even if they failed, the repercussions would not be overly detrimental. However, Yihan's safety was a matter of concern, prompting Zhang Qingxuan to venture out in search of defensive treasures for him. Meanwhile, Yihan remained in the cave, practicing the vine spirit technique, hoping to achieve a breakthrough that day. Miraculously, he successfully mastered the technique and uncovered a significant secret, the secret of the purple cauldron. He retrieved the purple cauldron from his pocket. Indeed, just moments ago, when he had exhausted his magical power while performing the vine spirit technique, the purple cauldron had suddenly emitted a surge of energy. Instantly replenishing his depleted magical power, he examined the cauldron, noting that the once dull stone now revealed an increased amount of purple. Realization dawned upon Yihan. This purple cauldron was no ordinary artifact. It not only absorbed the power of elixirs, but could also convert it into cultivation energy, replenishing his magical power in the process. Imagine, during a duel with another practitioner, if he could suddenly restore his magical power when his opponent was running low. Wouldn't that grant him an undeniable advantage in future confrontations? This purple cauldron was indeed a remarkable treasure. Yihan's emotions surged with excitement as he tightly clutched the purple cauldron in his hands. With this treasure, he felt far more confident about embarking on a quest to slay demon beasts alongside those three individuals the following day. Chapter 53. The Dark Demon Forest. The Dark Demon Forest was exceptionally lush and rarely trodden by human feet, punctuated by the occasional roar of wild beasts echoing through the trees. Towering trees loomed overhead, obscuring the sky, and even the underbrush was taller than a person. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the stillness, revealing four figures leaping gracefully among the trees. Yihan trailed behind Zhang Sanlei, his gaze wandering with an air of curiosity. The purple cauldron nestled in his arms was something he had not originally intended to bring along, for its mystical nature was overwhelming, and he lacked a storage pouch for treasures. However, the previous night, he had unexpectedly discovered another remarkable function of the cauldron. It could replenish the spiritual energy expended by cultivators. He surmised that the amount it could restore depended on the quality of the spiritual herbs or other means through which it absorbed energy reserves. The last time the cauldron had absorbed 5 high-grade qi refining pills given to him by the Qingfeng fairy, allowing him to break through to the mid-stage of qi refining after months of meditation, yet the reserves had not been completely depleted. If time permitted, he could continue his cultivation, but with Zhang Sanlei and his companions persistently entangling him, as well as their targeted approach towards Zhang Qingxuan, it was imperative to devise a plan to teach these three a lesson. Thus, Yihan decided to accompany Zhang Sanlei and his cohorts. They believed their higher cultivation level would easily allow them to handle Yihan, unaware that Yihan, together with Zhang Qingxuan, was preparing to confront them. Of course, had it not been for Zhang Qingxuan's assistance, Yihan would never have ventured out. He was not foolish enough to provoke such cultivators. Besides the purple cauldron, Yihan also possessed a talisman used by cultivators, the diamond talisman. Zhang Qingxuan had sought this protective treasure for him, which served as a life-saving measure. Early in the morning, Zhang Sanlei and his companions arrived at Yihan's cave dwelling to summon him. Notably, they feigned generosity by providing Yihan with the protective talisman. Both the diamond talisman and the protective talisman were treasures crafted by cultivators. According to Zhang Qingxuan, the talismans created by talisman masters were imbued with spells through the arrangement of specific characters, allowing the wielder to activate them with a mere thought. They were among the most useful treasures for low-tier cultivators, as they enabled the casting of powerful spells using significantly less energy, thus allowing the weak to defeat the strong. However, the efficacy of a talisman varied based on its grade. The protective talisman given to Yihan by Zhang Sanlei and his companions was of the lowest tier, costing only 2 spirit stones each, with limited defensive capabilities. In contrast, the diamond talisman gifted by Zhang Qingxuan was of the second tier, boasting formidable defensive strength, capable of withstanding multiple full-force attacks from late-stage qi refining cultivators, and worth 30 spirit stones. Given Zhang Qingxuan's previous circumstances, it was evident he had to pawn some of his own magical artifacts to acquire the diamond talisman. The disparity in their attitudes towards Yihan was glaring. Zhang Qingxuan had expended significant resources to ensure Yihan's safety, while Zhang Sanlei and the others merely offered a token gesture. This talisman would only enhance Yihan's defense by a third, insufficient to withstand even a single strike from a late-stage qi refining cultivator. As the four raced through the forest, Yihan struggled to keep pace with their rapid speed. Zhang Sanlei led the way, with Yihan sandwiched between them, ostensibly for protection, but it felt more like surveillance. However, as they pressed onward, the forest thickened, and a sinister black aura permeated the air. This aura was imperceptible to the naked eye but could be sensed by cultivators through their heightened perceptions. Although Yi Han had previously sensed the ethereal energy of the world, it was always formless and colorless. Yet, as his cultivation progressed, his senses sharpened, and he began to perceive the subtle colors within the elemental energies. However, this black aura was something entirely new to him. After a moment, he could no longer contain his curiosity and called out to Zhang Sanlei ahead, "Brother Zhang, why do I feel that there is a peculiar type of worldly energy in the air? It seems somewhat malevolent." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanlei looked at Yi Han with surprise, saying, You can actually perceive this malevolent aura. It seems your spiritual awareness is quite commendable. You might possess a naturally strong intuition." Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai, who followed behind, were equally astonished that a cultivator with such innate spiritual awareness was indeed a rarity. They had not anticipated that Yi Han possessed such a talent. However, they recalled that the last time they encountered him, he was merely a mortal, and now he had advanced to the mid-stage of qi refining in just 4 to 5 months. Nevertheless, regardless of how impressive his talent, he remained a low-tier cultivator, and they could not allow him to thrive. Otherwise, it would pose a threat to them all. Such prodigious talent must be nipped in the bud, especially since they had powerful backing. Feigning nonchalance, Zhang Sanlei explained, "It's quite simple. The worldly energies here are infused with malevolent essence that demon beasts particularly favor. Cultivators training in such areas may find their absorption of ethereal energy hindered, and prolonged exposure could adversely affect our mental states, leading to potential madness or even demonic transformation. Various undesirable outcomes." Li Zongqing chimed in. "In summary, cultivating in such a place is detrimental to us, but for the demon beasts, it is a paradise, allowing them to thrive and cultivate at an accelerated rate. Indeed, we have come here to hunt demon beasts." Wang Fulai added, "Junior brother, just stick with us in the future. If you wish to complete any sect tasks or slay demon beasts, simply follow our lead." Yi Han, filled with gratitude, replied, "I truly appreciate the three of you. Without you..." Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion erupted, and the ground cracked as a monstrous hand emerged from behind a large tree, reaching out towards the four of them. Chapter 54. The long-armed monkey demon beast. Yi Han stared in astonishment at the scene before him, his reflexes kicking in as he swiftly ducked behind Zhang Sanlei. The monstrous hand, black and red with sharp claws, moved with astonishing speed, and Yi Han did not believe he could withstand it, using Zhang Sanlei as a shield. Zhang Sanlei, almost cursing, was taken aback by Yi Han's audacity in using him as a human shield. However, he quickly regained his composure, growling, "Demon beast!" At his shout, he slapped his storage pouch, and a red light shot out, transforming into a streak of crimson energy that hurtled towards the approaching claw. The red light collided with the monstrous hand with a resounding clang, producing sparks as if metal had struck metal. Yi Han was taken aback by the sheer ferocity of the demon beast. Huddling behind Zhang Sanlei, he finally caught sight of the beast's true form. It had a head adorned with sharp teeth and a menacing maw, its fur a striking blend of black and red, with long, slender arms, one of which was bloodied. Its powerful hind legs and long tail gave it an imposing stature. Resembling a gigantic monkey, towering over an adult human, emanating a terrifying aura that left Yi Han feeling dreadfully outmatched. Wang Fulai exclaimed, "It's the long-armed monkey demon beast." Li Zongqing commanded, "Everyone, attack together." With that, he slapped his storage pouch, releasing a golden light that shot towards the long-armed monkey demon beast. The beast's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty red as it roared at the group, unleashing a wave of foul wind as it dashed towards them with incredible speed. Li Zongqing and his companions shouted in unison, "Go!" They swiftly formed hand seals, their movements astonishingly quick, chanting incantations as their spiritual energy surged forth. Yi Han observed closely as they unleashed a glimmering, razor-sharp dagger, a magical artifact of the cultivators. Just as Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned, it was remarkable that each of the three possessed such a valuable artifact, a rarity for cultivators at the qi refining stage. This revelation heightened Yi Han's wariness. If he were to confront them alongside Zhang Qingxuan, how could he contend with their magical artifacts, given his limited experience in combat with cultivators and lack of any magical treasures? However, it is evident that the coordination among Zhang Sanlei and his two companions in their assault is indeed formidable. The trio continuously weaves intricate hand seals and chants incantations, unleashing daggers imbued with their collective magical energy, manifesting as dazzling beams of sword light directed towards the long-armed monkey demon beast. As the creature roars and charges forward, it is struck multiple times by the daggers. Although it possesses a physique akin to steel and iron, its body is already marred by numerous bloodstains. Just as it reaches the trio, they swiftly retreat, with Zhang Sanlei glancing at Yihan, who is clinging close by, and instinctively pulling him back with a firm grip. This lad still holds significant value. He cannot perish here. Moreover, the long-armed monkey demon beast is merely an ordinary first-tier demon beast, quite common in the dark forest. Each swipe of its arms conjures a terrifying gust of wind. Yet, it proves utterly ineffective against the trio, who inflict continuous injuries upon it. Sensing the dire situation, a flicker of fear crosses the monkey demon's eyes as it turns tail and flees. Observing this, Yihan's expression reveals astonishment. The long-armed monkey demon indeed displays intelligence. It had previously ambushed them, but, realizing it cannot match their strength, promptly retreats. It is clear that these demon beasts cannot be regarded as mere wild animals. Their intellect far surpasses that of ordinary beasts. Furthermore, as the trio assaults the long-armed monkey demon beast, the magical artifacts collide with it, producing the sounds of metal striking metal, accompanied by sparks flying. This indicates that the creature's bones and fur possess defenses comparable to fine iron armor. In a wonder, senior brother Zhang Qingxuan advised him that, with his current cultivation level, he could contend with some so-called masters among mortals, but would find it exceedingly challenging to deal with a first-tier demon beast. Thus, it is best for cultivators of their level to diligently seek out a location rich in spiritual energy for training, and only after reaching the later stages of Qi refinement should they venture to slay some demon beasts. Moreover, it is prudent not to go alone. Forming a team with higher-level cultivators or multiple practitioners is considerably safer. As for the long-armed monkey demon beast before Yihan, it is not something he could confront single-handedly. Furthermore, this demon beast exhibits far greater intelligence than ordinary animals, and higher-tier demon beasts are even more cunning. According to some senior cultivators in their sect, many highly ranked demon beasts possess the ability to cultivate and utilize magical artifacts, which is truly terrifying. Of course, such advanced demon beasts are exceedingly rare. At that stage, they are no longer considered mere demon beasts, but rather demon cultivators. The fleeing long-armed monkey demon beast, while smarter than typical beasts, cannot yet be classified as a demon cultivator, as it attempts to escape. Zhang Sanlei and his companions exchange glances, unleashing an astonishing surge of magical energy. The trio rapidly forms hand seals, and Yihan, standing nearby, distinctly feels the magical power coalescing around them, creating a swirling magical field. Indeed, they simultaneously declare, 3 swords combined. As they advance slightly forward, the icy daggers they release intertwine instantaneously, their speed escalating dramatically, resembling a dazzling streak of cold light. The air is sliced by an astonishingly suffocating brilliance, swiftly traversing the void and striking the long-armed monkey demon beast's back with a muffled thud. The creature is pierced, a gaping wound erupting on its back, blood spraying forth. Following this, the radiant light that pierced the long-armed monkey demon beast, upon a gesture from the trio, transforms into a crescent arc of chilling brilliance, hurtling back to directly penetrate the demon beast's throat. The long-armed monkey demon beast lunges forward, crashing into a large tree several yards away, collapsing to the ground, motionless. The beam of cold light splits in midair, morphing into 3 shards of icy brilliance, returning to Zhang Sanlei and his companions. Witnessing the lifeless form of the long-armed monkey demon beast, Yihan's expression turns grave. This creature was effortlessly slain by the trio. It is evident that they are indeed formidable opponents, especially when they unite to execute the 3 swords combined technique, a force he cannot hope to withstand. It appears that his scheme alongside Zhang Qingxuan to outmaneuver them will not be an easy feat. If things go awry, he could very well be turned against by them. Chapter 55. The twin fiends of Qingxuan. As they observe the long-armed monkey demon beast fall, Zhang Sanlei and his companions share a glance, revealing a hint of smug satisfaction with the outcome of their collaboration. Zhang Sanlei then turns to the astonished Yihan, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes as he remarks, "Well, are you frightened? Ye shitty." This was merely an ordinary demon beast. Yi Han feigns a look of terror upon their gaze, although in truth, he is not particularly afraid. He has encountered far more terrifying beasts, like the one in the cave that was as large as a mountain. That creature was truly fearsome, its sheer size enough to make one's legs tremble. Nevertheless, he must maintain the facade of fear to lower their guard against him. Swallowing hard, Yi Han responds with a tremor in his voice. Senior Brother Zhang, is this truly a demon beast? It is indeed quite terrifying. Had I come alone, I would have been no match for it. Zhang Sanlei laughs heartily. Fear not, as long as we are with you. These demon beasts will not harm you. Yi Han flatteringly adds, the prowess of the three senior brothers is extraordinary. With your flying swords unleashed, I feel much more at ease. Following you, I shall not suffer any losses. His words serve to further diminish their wariness towards him. Otherwise, executing his plan with Zhang Qingxuan would be difficult. Meanwhile, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai have already stepped forward to retrieve the daggers, dissecting the long-armed monkey demon beast's corpse, ensuring not a scrap of flesh or bone goes to waste. Observing this, Yi Han understands that this demon beast, having lived in an area rich in spiritual energy and feasting upon rare herbs, is a treasure trove in itself. For instance, the demon beast's essence blood is one of the primary materials for crafting talismans. The flesh of demon beasts is rich in nutrients, significantly enhancing the physique of cultivators when consumed over time. Their bones, when ground into powder and incorporated into magical artifact refinement, can bolster the power of those artifacts. Furthermore, the hide can be fashioned into defensive armor or used for crafting talisman paper. In summary, demon beasts are a vital source of cultivation resources for practitioners, yet slaying them is fraught with peril. Beyond the inherent dangers of hunting demon beasts, there is the additional threat of encountering unscrupulous cultivators who may seek to kill and rob you of your spoils. A common occurrence in the world of cultivation. This is a caution Zhang Qingxuan has repeatedly impressed upon him. Unless absolutely necessary, one must prioritize their safety and refrain from recklessly hunting demon beasts. All while maintaining a low profile, a long life for cultivators is the true path to success. While Yi Han does not wholly agree with this sentiment, believing that if cultivators are overly cautious, they may never achieve greatness, it nonetheless the harsh reality faced by low-tier cultivators in the cultivation world, especially those who are wandering practitioners. Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai work swiftly, and in no time at all. They have dissected the long-armed monkey demon beast's body, leaving no trace of its essence blood behind. For them, slaying a demon beast is no small feat, especially one found at the periphery of the Black Demon Forest. It is well known that demon beasts are exceedingly intelligent. They typically do not venture far from their habitats, aware that the outskirts, populated by numerous cultivators, pose significant dangers. Thus, encountering one is indeed a stroke of luck for them. The trio often hunts demon beasts together, sometimes going days without success. They continue their journey, with Zhang Sanlei leading the way, Yi Han following closely behind, while Wang Fulai and Li Zongqing flank him for protection. In truth, Yi Han has already tested the waters with the three of them, probing whether they truly intend to utilize him as bait for hunting demon beasts. Ever since descending the mountain alongside them, he has remained vigilant against these three, uncertain whether they might betray him mid-journey. Thus, he has kept the Vajra talisman given to him by senior brother Zhang Qingxuan at the ready, prepared to defend against any sudden assault. With the talisman's power, he is confident it could withstand their initial strike, and should he signal, senior brother Zhang Qingxuan would swiftly come to his aid. However, doing so would jeopardize their plans. Fortunately, throughout this journey, the trio has shown no signs of hostility towards him. When they encountered the long-armed monkey demon beast, Yi Han deliberately hid behind Zhang Sanlei, assessing whether they would attempt to eliminate him using the demon beast. Yet, they did not act thus. Instead, they diligently protected him. Given this, it is apparent that when they first encountered him in the sect, they were scouting for a suitable candidate to serve as bait to lure the demon beast. This suggests that, true to their plan, Zhang Sanlei and his companions do not harbor intentions of harming him mid-journey. Rather, they aim to eliminate the demon beast first before considering any actions against him. With this thought in mind, Yi Han feels a bit more at ease. At least until the next wave of danger, he is safe in the dense forest. A figure silently trails behind Zhang Sanlei and his companions. Moving stealthily, clad in a gray robe adorned with a talisman emanating a faint gray light that enveloped his form, He gazed intently at the remnants left behind by the long-armed monkey demon beast. How could there be demon beasts at the outskirts of the black demon forest? Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree. Just as he took cover, the rustling of leaves heralded the arrival of two figures who swiftly entered the thicket. One of these individuals was extraordinarily tall, with a fearsome visage, bound by a dark chain. The other was small and pallid, with a gaunt figure and slender hooks as weapons protruding from his back. An aura of menace radiated from both. They observed the entrails of the long-armed monkey demon beast strewn upon the ground. The burly man, his voice low and gruff, muttered, "Cursed be it," after much effort to lure this creature out. How could it have been snatched away by others? The diminutive figure, his tone icy, retorted, "Despicable. How dare they steal the prey of the Qin Mountain twin heroes? They seek death." With that, the robust man twitched his nose and declared, "They must have gone that way. Let's pursue." He darted off in the direction of Zhang Sanlei and his companions, followed closely by the smaller Hanyuan. That moment, the figure in gray emerged from his concealment. Furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance, it is indeed the legendary Qin Mountain twin heroes. This bodes ill. With that, he too took off in pursuit. Chapter 56. The Art of Manipulation Amidst a Chaotic Pile of Stones in the Black Demon Forest. Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, Wang Fulai, and Yi Han sat, consuming cooked meat and sipping water. None of them had reached the stage of fasting, and without fasting pills, they still needed sustenance, albeit in much smaller quantities. They dined once a day, consuming a larger portion than most, primarily feasting on demon beast meat. The water they drank was not ordinary. It was the spiritual spring water from the Qingxuan sect, rich in the essence of heaven and earth, benefiting their cultivation. However, this resource was not inexhaustible. Each disciple could only procure a limited amount monthly, contingent upon their status. The water, sweet and imbued with spiritual energy, aided in the recovery of their cultivation after consumption. As they ate, they engaged in hushed conversation. Wang Fulai could not contain his thoughts, exclaiming, "Zhang Shixiang, the appearance of that long-armed monkey is rather peculiar. Aren't these creatures usually deep within the black demon forest? They are cunning and not easily dealt with." Li Zongqing chimed in, "Indeed. It is rare to encounter a solitary demon beast, especially at the periphery. Could someone have drawn it out, or was it chased away by a more formidable demon beast?" Zhang Sanlei, with a relaxed demeanor, replied, "What does it matter? If this creature has crossed our path and we manage to slay it, it will be our fortune. I hope dealing with that accursed claw beast will be somewhat easier." The others shared in his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Indeed. It is our good fortune to encounter such a solitary demon beast." Then, turning to Yi Han, Zhang Sanlei said, "Yi Shidi, you saw earlier that even when we teamed up, we struggled against a typical demon beast. Though the claw beast may be a touch stronger, rest assured, we will protect you." Yi Han immediately responded, "I understand. The three of you possess remarkable abilities and wield powerful artifacts. We shall surely succeed this time. I look forward to your guidance in the future." He then flattered, "What kind of spells must one cultivate to wield such artifacts? The prowess you exhibit in manipulating them suggests an advanced mastery of the art." He was aware that to control artifacts, one must practice the art of manipulation, a technique that harnessed one's spiritual power and consciousness to direct the artifacts in attack. However, Yi Han had yet to practice this art, primarily due to his lack of an artifact to command and insufficient cultivation power. Even if he learned, he could only manage to move simple objects. Artifacts, on the other hand, were said to channel their internal formations through spiritual energy, yielding formidable attacks. The daggers wielded by Zhang Sanlei and his companions appeared to be a product of their spellcasting. But much of their power stemmed from the artifacts themselves, which were imbued with offensive formations and crafted from unique materials, far superior to mundane iron weapons. Upon hearing Yi Han's flattering remarks, Zhang Sanlei chuckled heartily. "This is merely the basic art of manipulation. Yi Shidi, you haven't learned it yet. Once we have slain the demon beast and returned to the sect, I shall teach you this art." Yi Han responded joyfully, "Thank you, Shixiang." After a pause, he inquired, "Shixiang, how formidable is the demon beast we are to hunt? What kind of beast is this claw beast you mentioned?" Although Yi Han had agreed to assist Zhang Sanlei and his companions in luring out the demon beast, the trio had yet to disclose their actual intention of slaying it. maintaining an air of mystery to avoid any potential leaks of information. After a moment of shared glances, Zhang Sanlei finally spoke. Very well, since we are all here, I shall reveal it to you. Previously, I refrained from speaking to avoid any leaks. The claw beast we aim to kill is only half a tier above the long-armed monkey. So it is not exceedingly formidable. However, this creature is exceptionally sly. When faced with a slightly stronger cultivator or a larger group, it retreats into its lair. Thus, charging in could prove perilous, as its den is a labyrinth of dangers. He turned to Yi Han and continued, all demon beasts have a penchant for feasting on cultivators, as our flesh and blood differ vastly from that of ordinary mortals, serving as a substantial nourishment for them. You, Shitty, should act as bait to draw it out while we block its escape, thus providing us with an opportunity to counterattack and slay it. Upon hearing Zhang Sanlei's words, Yi Han felt a chill run down his spine. These three men claimed that the claw beast was only marginally stronger than the long-armed monkey demon beast. However, Zhang Qingxuan had informed him that even among ordinary demon beasts of the same tier, there existed distinctions in strength, often significant. The claw beast, being notably higher in tier and cunning, was clearly not an ordinary adversary. Yi Han felt a sense of foreboding regarding their plan and realized he must exercise extreme caution. Deep down, he regretted agreeing to assist them. He could have waited until his cultivation was stronger and sought Zhang Qingxuan's guidance in hunting demon beasts to gain experience in combat and strategy. Moreover, he sensed that the three had come to him at the behest of Elder Wu, and this matter would need to be resolved eventually. He dared not mention Elder Wu to Zhang Qingxuan, for the Elder was a golden core cultivator, holding a status beyond their reach. Revealing such information would bear little consequence. Fortunately, Elder Wu had not personally sought him out for confrontation. Before Yi Han could voice his thoughts, Zhang Sanlei stood and declared, enough talk. Let us prepare to depart. Once we cross this pile of stones, we shall reach our destination. Agreed. Chapter 57. The Claw Beast in a Desolate and Eerily Silent Valley. Strewn with colossal stones, many of which had succumbed to the elements, lay a hidden enclave within the Black Demon Forest. Surrounding the valley were scattered bones, most of which belonged to wild beasts or demon beasts. But among them lay remnants of human skeletons as well. The faint sound of footsteps echoed, barely discernible, a slender figure, appearing around 15 or 16 years of age, with a pallid complexion and a look of trepidation, emerged from the shadows. This youth was Yi Han, brought to this secluded valley by Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai. This location was deeply concealed within the Black Demon Forest. They had traversed several forests and encountered numerous formidable beasts along the way. Fortunately, they had managed to reach this valley, the lair of the Claw Beast, in relative safety. Now, Yi Han found himself alone in this valley, compelled by the trio to serve as bait to lure forth the dreaded Claw Beast. According to Zhang Sanlei, demon beasts had an insatiable appetite for human flesh, particularly favoring cultivators. Due to the cultivation of the practitioners, their bodies are suffused with refined magical energy, rendering their physiques distinct from those of ordinary mortals. For the demon beasts, consuming humans is not only a delicacy but also enhances their cultivation, making it the finest of supplements. In fact, the same applies to practitioners. Demon beasts inhabit regions abundant in celestial and earthly spiritual energy, feasting on copious amounts of rare materials, rendering every part of their being a treasure. Their hides can be crafted into defensive artifacts, their blood utilized for cultivation or the creation of talismans, and their bones and flesh are equally valuable. However, the most precious of all are the demon crystals or demon cores they produce, which are excellent resources for crafting treasures or for cultivation purposes. One could assert that practitioners and demon beasts are natural adversaries, each wishing for the other's demise, as both serve as substantial sources of nourishment for the other. Consequently, encounters between demon beasts and practitioners typically escalate into life and death struggles, with each party intent on devouring or exterminating the other to convert them into cultivation resources. Tio put it poetically, it is a matter of survival of the fittest, where the strong prevail and the weak perish. The dynamics between practitioners are not dissimilar. They engage in deadly competitions over cultivation resources, often resulting in brutal conflicts that surpass the ferocity of competition among species. The world of cultivation brims with infinite possibilities and opportunities. Yet it is simultaneously a realm where the strong devour the weak, As for Yihan, had it not been for his insufficient cultivation level, he would have been no match for Zhang Sanlei and his companions. Even if he were stronger than them, they were backed by the dreaded Elder Wu, a practitioner of the Golden Core stage. If it were not for this, Yihan would not have been lured out as bait to entice that so-called clawed beast. Given his current level of cultivation, he stood little chance against a demon beast, and the notion of being bait was exceedingly perilous. His inferior cultivation level left him with no choice but to compromise. However, Yihan harbored his own aspirations. Remaining obediently within the sect would yield scant opportunities, relegating him to a fate akin to that of senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, who toiled endlessly on sect missions. Slaying demon beasts for meager resources barely sufficient for his own use. In contrast, Yihan first leveraged a Qingxuan token to attain the status of an inner disciple at Qingxuan sect and exchanged it for a foundation-building pill to secure a cave for cultivation, thus establishing a safe haven for his practice. Secondly, he fortuitously encountered the relatively honest senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, who guided him in his cultivation, and he utilized the cave he acquired. Thirdly, the fairy Qingfeng bestowed upon him 5 premium spirit-refining pills. Moreover, he cunningly extracted 2 spiritual stones from Jin Feng, employing means that remain unclear. Not to mention the extraordinary benefits bestowed upon him by the mystical purple cauldron. It is crucial to comprehend that without this series of scheming, Yihan would have been like senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, dutifully cultivating within the sect, devoting himself solely to eating and meditating, and his cultivation would undoubtedly still be stagnating at the qi refining stage, far from achieving the mid-stage of the qi refining realm. Having lingered at Qingxuan Peak for an extended period, Yihan gradually grasped the underlying rules of the cultivation world through the words of senior brother Zhang Qingxuan and others. Practitioners engage in a relentless struggle against the heavens, competing for resources, embracing the survival of the fittest, where the strong dominate and grow ever stronger, ultimately leading to the survival of the fittest being the true path. This is a harsh reality, the stark truth of the cultivation realm. Hence, Yihan agreed with Zhang Qingxuan to confront Zhang Sanlei and his cohorts, for these three were not the pinnacle of inner disciples at Qingxuan Peak. However, united, they hunted demon beasts and completed tasks, with a foundation-building master guiding them from behind. Thus, among the inner disciples at Qingxuan Peak, they were among the relatively affluent few. Their collusion with outsiders against Zhang Qingxuan and their intentions towards Yihan, spreading rumors of his true identity and the acquisition of his cave using the Qingxuan token, were all orchestrated by the trio. Naturally, Yihan would not easily let these three escape. He simply lacked the power to confront them previously. After senior brother Zhang Qingxuan returned, Yihan initially intended to persuade him to join forces against the trio, but Zhang Qingxuan declined. It was not until Wang Fu inadvertently revealed their collusion with outside practitioners and leaked Zhang Qingxuan's whereabouts that the typically honest Zhang Qingxuan became furious, and they devised a plan to deal with the trio. Taking a deep breath, Yihan resolved not to let these chaotic thoughts disrupt his focus. The invitation by Zhang Sanlei to lure out the clawed beast was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Nevertheless, Yihan was no timid or cowardly individual. He cautiously ventured into the valley. Not only did he notice the abundance of spiritual energy in the surroundings, but he also detected a pungent scent of blood that nearly made him gag. Indicating the presence of a formidable demon beast, he carefully advanced deeper into the valley, surrounded by skeletal remains. After traversing approximately 100 paces, he stumbled upon a cavern that descended into the earth, its surface smooth and emanating a strong odor of blood. Suppressing his fear, Yihan gripped tightly onto a Vajra talisman, his only life-saving treasure, which he needed to keep at the ready. Just then, a piercing roar erupted from the cave. Following this, a colossal creature burst forth. Yihan's scalp tingled as he beheld the demon beast. Was this the clawed beast? Chapter 58. Undoubtedly a second-order demon beast emerging from the cave was a behemoth towering 2 men in height. Its body a gruesome blend of red and black scales, its head adorned with sharp fangs, and its eyes profoundly deep. Its broad shoulders drooped under the weight of 2 massive arms that extended to its knees. With sharp horns protruding from its elbows and shoulders, a long, slender tail trailed behind, and its powerful legs were a testament to its muscular physique. The clawed beast surveyed its surroundings with its deep-set eyes, its nostrils flaring as it seemed to scent the air. The mere sight of its terrifying form was enough to instill dread. Yihan hurriedly concealed himself behind a large rock, recalling Zhang Sanlei's claim that this creature was merely half a level higher than the long-armed monkey demon. Yet, its size was at least threefold greater. How could this be? The sheer aura it exuded sent chills down Yihan's spine, leading him to believe that facing this creature would spell certain doom. With a sudden, thunderous roar, the clawed beast turned its gaze toward Yihan, its massive form lunging in his direction. Panic surged through Yihan as he dared not linger. He swiftly darted to the side. Just as he left the cover of the rock, a terrifying gust of wind howled past him as the clawed beast reached the boulder, swinging its colossal paw and shattering the stone into fragments. Debris flew in all directions as Yihan rolled on the ground and sought refuge behind another large rock, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was no mere first-order demon beast. This creature was undoubtedly a second-order beast, possessing an alarming level of power and speed that far exceeded that of ordinary beasts. Without hesitation, Yihan unleashed a piercing cry, propelling himself forward with great speed. The clawed beast, drawn to the enticing scent emanating from Yihan, surged toward him with astonishing swiftness, leaving deep impressions in the ground as it charged, creating a tempest in its wake. In mere moments, it had closed the distance, its enormous claws descending upon Yihan with ferocity. The Vajra talisman. Yihan had long been prepared. With a flick of his mind, he activated the talisman. A resounding hum filled the air as golden runes erupted from the talisman, forming a radiant shield that enveloped Yihan's figure. The beast's enormous claws crashed against the golden barrier with a deafening boom, reverberating through the air as the shield buckled under the impact, its brilliance dimming and warping in response to the onslaught. Yihan, along with the barrier, was flung backward, colliding with a massive stone, which shattered upon impact. The golden barrier, though still intact, was losing its luster, and the runes continued to distort and pulse with energy. This accursed clawed beast strike had nearly shattered the protective shield. It was undeniably not a mere half-step above the long-armed monkey demon. It was a true second-order beast, and not just any second-order creature. Now, Yihan found himself anxious, wondering if Zhang Sanlei and his companions would come to his aid. The golden barrier seemed capable of withstanding only one last hit, as the blood surged within him. He drew upon his magical energy, launching himself into the air in a desperate bid to escape. The clawed beast, realizing it had failed to end Yihan with its initial strike, let out a chilling roar and swiftly pursued him. His speed was utterly astonishing. Wherever he passed, sand and stones flew, and smoke billowed. Although Yihan covered several feet with each stride, he was still far outmatched by this clawed beast, as the creature closed in relentlessly. Yihan pushed off with his foot, sending a cloud of sand and stones hurtling toward the beast's face. In an instant, the clawed beast roared, swiping its massive paw. Whoosh! The sand and stones were effortlessly swept away. Seizing the opportunity, Yihan sprinted a dozen paces further, increasing the distance between himself and the beast. However, the clawed beast suddenly displayed a fierce glint in its eyes, roaring once more as it summoned swirling gray energy around its claws, creating a terrifying aura of pressure. Then, with a powerful strike aimed at Yihan's back, it unleashed its claws. Whoosh! With a swift reversal, the claws lashed out, leaving behind streaks of gray light that hurtled toward Yihan's back. The speed was nothing short of horrifying. Yihan was caught completely off guard. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted as the protective barrier on his back shattered into countless shimmering fragments. His body was violently propelled several paces, crashing hard against a large boulder. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yihan felt a searing pain radiating from his back, as if his very being were on the brink of disintegration. This accursed clawed beast was terrifyingly formidable. Yihan rolled over, gritting his teeth against the pain, and continued his flight. Fortunately, his practice of blood-refining techniques had endowed him with a layer of defense, bolstering his physical resilience. Seeing that Yihan was still able to run, the beast's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery as it roared and pursued him. It seemed unhurried, striding forward with great leaps. Its massive form rapidly closing the distance to Yihan. A sense of unwillingness welled up within Yihan's heart. He had finally become a cultivator, carving out a path that was beyond the reach of others. After such arduous efforts to attain this level of cultivation, he refused to remain the impoverished boy in Qingniu village, a mere lamb to the slaughter. I do not wish to die, I do not wish to perish. Filled with a fierce determination, Yihan swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, abruptly halting. He fixed his gaze on the advancing clawed beast. Vines of the soul technique. Yihan pointed decisively at the beast's feet and shouted. Buzz! A swirl of green runes erupted beneath the clawed beast, binding its massive feet with thick vines. The beast, taken aback by this turn of events, could hardly believe that this seemingly weak cultivator possessed the ability to resist it. The two thick vines ensnared its legs as it attempted to leap, causing its enormous form to stumble. Bang! The clawed beast fell awkwardly to the ground, creating a sizable crater upon impact. Seizing the moment, Yihan dashed forward, his depleted mana swiftly replenished by the purple cauldron. Of course, he was acutely aware that he was no match for this creature. All he could do was pray that the wretched Zhang Sanlei and his companions would not deceive him and would indeed come to his aid. Where the hell are they? Chapter 59. Yihan's mind was filled with curses directed at Zhang Sanlei and his companions, invoking the wrath of his ancestors. They had promised to lure out this accursed clawed beast. The three of them were supposed to attack it together. Yet here he was, nearly on the brink of death, and they had yet to appear. However, Yihan had long anticipated that Zhang Sanlei and his companions might not intervene, instead waiting for him to be slain before making their move. Yihan dashed toward the direction where Zhang Sanlei and the others were hiding. If anything were to happen to him, they would not escape either. The aura of this beast was overwhelmingly powerful. It would undoubtedly sense their presence. With a furious roar, the clawed beast rolled to its feet, its eyes brimming with fury at the indignity of being toppled by a mere human cultivator. Enraged, it unleashed a furious roar, accelerating madly as it pursued Yihan. As the distance closed, Yihan spotted a small hill ahead. He shouted loudly, "Senior brother, save me!" The clawed beast was now merely several paces away. If it unleashed that dreadful gray claw attack again, he would stand no chance of withstanding it. Just then, a mighty roar erupted from the hill. Go! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! 3 beams of crimson light shot down from the hill, transforming into a tempestuous wind as they hurtled toward the pursuing clawed beast. Roar! The clawed beast, seeing the swiftly approaching daggers, let out a furious growl, swiping its massive claws in defense. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the incoming daggers were deflected by the beast's claws. At that moment, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai burst forth from the hill, each rapidly forming hand seals and chanting incantations. As they chanted, their bodies surged with formidable mana, using manipulation techniques to control the daggers, directing them relentlessly against the charging beast. The daggers, under the trio's mental and magical influence, spun and altered their course, continuously assaulting the clawed beast's form. The daggers collided with the beast, producing a series of ear-piercing metallic clangs and showering sparks. The clawed beast howled in pain, writhing in agony, seemingly ready to retaliate. However, the trio's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, the speed of the flying daggers suffocatingly swift, forcing the clawed beast to retreat. Yet Yihan observed keenly. While the trio's daggers were indeed formidable, leaving the beast howling in distress, each strike merely left shallow marks upon its resilient scales, failing to penetrate its defenses. This creature was exceptionally tough, proving to be a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, Yihan dared not approach too closely. He quietly retreated, scanning the area for any sign of senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, hoping to find safety in his vicinity. Unfortunately, he could not locate Zhang Qingxuan anywhere. Consequently, he stealthily made his way up the hill, determined not to become the target of the clawed beast's wrath. Seeing that their attacks posed little threat to the clawed beast, Zhang Sanlei's expression turned grave as he shouted, "The Triad Formation." With his command, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai moved swiftly, positioning themselves beside Zhang Sanlei, forming a triad encirclement around the clawed beast. Their combined energy surged, intensifying dramatically. Kill! Upon witnessing the formation complete, Zhang Sanlei roared, his fingers flying as he rapidly formed seals and recited incantations, with the other two following suit, their energy escalating astonishingly, swirling around them in a breathtaking display of mana. In unison, they pointed, amplifying the power of the daggers under their control, which split into 9 blood-red beams. They shot toward the clawed beast. Clang, 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 clang. The 9 blood-red beams struck the clawed beast, leaving deep gashes across its formidable hide, blood spraying forth in ripples. Howling in agony, the clawed beast unleashed a furious roar, its massive maw gaping wide as it swung its claws, launching terrifying gray energy slashes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The astonishing gray energy blades hurtled toward Zhang Sanlei and his companions. Dodge! Zhang Sanlei shouted. The gray energy slashes struck the trio, yet they spun away, narrowly evading the deadly blows. Roar! Seizing this opportunity, the clawed beast charged toward Wang Fulai, claws raised for an assault. Zhang Sanlei and his companions' expressions shifted as they swiftly maneuvered, channeling their energies toward Wang Fulai. Seeing the beast barreling toward him, Wang Fulai slapped his waist and roared. Ice iron escape! Buzz! A wave of gray light surged, and an ethereal shield appeared before him, instantly transforming into a half-man-sized barrier. Bang! The beast's claws slammed violently against the iron shield, causing a tremendous collision. Wang Fulai's expression shifted as he channeled his mana into the shield, the cold iron shield denting under the impact. Li Zongqing swiftly formed seals, directing his energy toward the ground beneath the clawed beast, shouting, Sink! Earth trap technique! As his mana surged forth, the ground beneath the beast erupted with earthy energy, runes swirling, causing the surface to collapse beneath it. Taken by surprise, the beast found itself partially engulfed by the ground, struggling to escape. Down! Wang Fulai roared, bringing his iron shield crashing down upon the beast's head. An astonishing thunderclap resounded. The beast was driven deep into the earth trap. Li Zongqing quickly formed seals again, directing his energy toward the beast. Fossil transformation, whoosh! The soil surrounding the trapped beast erupted with runes, instantly transforming into stone. The clawed beast became ensnared, roaring in fury as it attempted to break free but found itself powerless. In the distance, Yihan watched in awe as Zhang Sanlei and his companions battled the clawed beast, his eyes wide with astonishment. The spells, treasures, and the exquisite coordination employed by the trio are indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. It is no wonder that, when united, they can force even the far more powerful senior brother Zhang Qingxuan to retreat. This method of joint combat is truly something that ordinary practitioners cannot contend with. Observing the clawed beast ensnared by the petrification spell, Zhang Sanlei shouted with excitement, Kill it! The three swords unite. Before his words could fully resonate, roar erupted from the nearby lair of the clawed beast, startling them. A massive figure charged forth. Another clawed beast. Chapter 60. The yellow sparrow lurks behind. Although this clawed beast was not as large as the one ensnared, it was still formidable in size. The sight of its trapped counterpart incited an enraged roar from this creature, which then lunged toward Zhang Sanlei and his companions with astonishing speed that was truly terrifying. Zhang Sanlei and his companions had not anticipated the existence of another clawed beast. It turned out that this cave housed both a male and a female clawed beast. No wonder, the creature that had chased after Yihan appeared larger than the one they had previously encountered. They had initially worried about it. Now, another, slightly smaller beast had emerged. It was evident that the one they had seen earlier was the larger one, not this smaller one. Damn it. Two clawed beasts are troublesome indeed. However, there was no time to ponder further. The smaller clawed beast was already charging at them, unleashing a suffocating aura as it rained down furious blows toward Zhang Sanlei. Boom, boom, boom. Striking gray blades of light, akin to a tempest, hurtled toward Zhang Sanlei. A flicker of helplessness crossed Zhang Sanlei's eyes. Help me. Wang Fulai immediately sprang forward, positioning himself before Zhang Sanlei, swiftly crafting a spell with his hands. The cold iron shield expanded instantaneously, shielding both of them. Clang, clang, clang. The gray blades of light from the clawed beast collided with the cold iron shield, producing a series of piercing explosions. The shield trembled violently, its radiant runes dimming considerably, yet it managed to withstand the onslaught from the clawed beast. On the other side, Li Zongqing's fingers flew as he cast his spell, pointing. Go, whoosh, whoosh. 9 red glowing dagger artifacts surged toward the clawed beast. The creature, sensing the threat of the red lights, swiftly dodged to the side. The red lights relentlessly pursued the clawed beast, striking the rocky ground and leaving deep gouges, as if the very stones were made of soft tofu. Clearly, this smaller clawed beast was significantly faster than the larger one. After a series of movements, It charged toward the trio. Fortunately, Wang Fulai's cold iron shield proved remarkably resilient, continuously fending off the beast's strikes. Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing hastily chanted their spells, directing their dagger artifacts to attack the clawed beast. Despite the new arrival's astounding speed, it had already sustained numerous wounds. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they could eliminate this clawed beast. Observing this scene, Yi Han felt a stir within. Zhang Sanlei and his companions were indeed extraordinary cultivators, capable of contending with two clawed beasts. However, upon closely scrutinizing their expressions, he noticed their gravity, their faces pale. Especially Wang Fulai, whose forehead glistened with cold sweat. It appeared that regardless of whether they wielded their artifacts or utilized the cold iron shield for defense, the expenditure of their spiritual energy was immense. While they could fend off the clawed beast's attacks, defeating it seemed beyond their current strength. At that moment, the clawed beast under petrification began to roar and thrash violently, the petrified stone cracking under its efforts. It seemed that it would not be long before it broke free. If both clawed beasts launched an assault, Zhang Sanlei and his companions would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Yi Han was deeply conflicted about the situation. If he were to call upon senior brother Zhang Qingxuan for assistance, they could certainly slay both beasts. However, that would mean aiding Zhang Sanlei and his companions, completely derailing their plan. Just as Yi Han was torn in his thoughts, Zhang Qingxuan's voice suddenly reached his ears. Yi junior brother, do not act rashly. Someone is watching. Do not let them notice. Upon hearing these words, Yi Han felt a jolt and forcefully suppressed his impulse. Since senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had said so, there must be a reason. Someone else was indeed observing? It had to be other cultivators, and Zhang Qingxuan's warning against acting hastily indicated that they were not benign. Thus, he tightly concealed himself beneath the stones, remaining utterly still. Meanwhile, Zhang Sanlei and his companions had also recognized that the massive clawed beast was on the verge of breaking free if it escaped. The trio would stand no chance against two clawed beasts. Zhang Sanlei gritted his teeth and shouted, "First, kill this one, blood sacrifice." Following Zhang Sanlei's furious shout, the three exchanged glances, decisively biting their thumbs, causing their essence blood to spurt forth. Twisting and swirling in the air, chanting incantations, their hands flew as they formed seals. The flying dagger artifacts surged with bloodlight, their aura erupting explosively. Zhang Sanlei roared, "Three swords unite." As the three pointed their fingers in unison, the three daggers began to rotate, transforming into a massive blood-red light, encircled by chilling radiance. They launched this force toward the clawed beast trapped on the ground with tremendous ferocity. The clawed beast, sensing the imminent threat, glared with blood-red eyes and roared in madness, its body enveloped in swirling demonic energy, which swelled to an overwhelming degree in an instant. Roar. With a terrifying roar, the clawed beast shattered the surrounding petrified stones. Bursting forth from its confinement, whoosh, the red light of the united swords from Zhang Sanlei and his companions transformed into a streak of crimson, aimed directly at the clawed beast's head. Yet this clawed beast was evidently unwilling to meet its end so easily. It unleashed a piercing roar, its skeletal hands protruding forth, forming a bone shield to block its front. Bang! The massive blood-red sword light collided with the clawed beast, sending it flying several dozen feet away. Its arms shattered and body marred with blood, staggering on the ground. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of Zhang Sanlei and his companions, but with a flick of a finger, the blood-red sword light swiftly changed direction and surged toward the other clawed beast. Kill, whoosh! The blood-red sword light, with astonishing speed, left a terrifying ripple in the air as it raced toward the other clawed beast. This creature, far inferior in cultivation to the first, attempted to flee rapidly. Yet it was still pierced by the blood-red light, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Witnessing this, Zhang Sanlei and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally slain one clawed beast. The remaining clawed beast, now heavily injured, should not pose much difficulty. Just then, a raucous laughter erupted from the opposite slope. "Ha ha ha! We are quite fortunate, aren't we?" A tall, burly man and a shorter companion leapt into view. Chapter 61. The tangle of battle upon seeing the two cultivators spring forth. The expressions of Zhang Sanlei and his companions turned grim. Wang Fulai could not help but growl. "Not good. It's the Qingxuan two fiends, Yi Han. concealed behind the large stone, furrowed his brow. Zhang Qingxuan had already warned him earlier that someone was watching. It turned out that indeed, there were individuals observing, and they did not seem particularly easy to handle. The expressions and tones of these two indicated they intended to take advantage of the chaos. Zhang Sanlei's eyes twitched, and he gritted his teeth, addressing the Qingxuan two fiends. "Do you intend to oppose my Qingxian sect?" The Qingxuan two fiends exchanged glances, casting a greedy look at the slain clawed beast. With their experience, they understood that this clawed beast was no ordinary creature. The corpses of these two beasts could fetch a considerable amount of spirit stones, estimated to be at least 300. Moreover, they had discerned that Zhang Sanlei and his companions had exhausted their spiritual energy in the fight against the two clawed beasts. The Qingxuan two fiends were both late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, known for their brutal methods and fierce reputation. Faced with such an opportunity, how could they let the trio from Qingxian's sect escape? Besides, they already harbored grievances against Qingxian's sect, with a mocking glint in their eyes. The Qingxuan two fiends disdainfully declared, "Zhang Sanlei, if you know what's good for you, surrender and self-destruct your cultivation. Otherwise, we will gladly accept your blood and soul." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Sanlei and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. They understood that only dark cultivators sought the blood and souls of other practitioners. Such entities would use them to cultivate sinister arts or to forge dark artifacts, ghostly implements, or demonic tools. These items not only wielded tremendous power but were also feared for their cruel methods, making them highly dreaded in the world of cultivation. Individuals as notorious as the Qingxuan duo have long been rumored to practice dark arts. It is astonishing that they would so brazenly declare to engage in such malevolent practices, to wield demonic powers, is akin to being a rat in the eyes of the esteemed sects, hunted relentlessly. The Qingxian sect is indeed one of these esteemed factions. Their audacity to speak such words before them certainly indicates an intent to eliminate the three of you at that moment. A colossal, injured clawed beast let out a mournful roar, its eyes blazing with bloodlust, its entire being pulsating with an overwhelming aura of ferocity. With a thunderous bellow, it charged madly towards Zhang Sanlei and his companions. The clawed beast, enraged by the loss of its mate, swung its arms wildly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shadows of claws lunged towards the trio. Wang Fula stepped forward, chanting incantations, his body erupting with formidable vitality, as mana surged into the icy iron shield before him. Instantly, the shield radiated concentric rings of gray light runes, standing resolutely before the clang, clang, clang. The claws of the beast struck out, but were forcefully repelled. The icy iron shield trembled violently, its gray runes dissipating under the impact. Wang Fula himself was jolted back, continuously retreating. However, as he defended against the beast's assault, Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing swiftly formed hand seals, controlling their dagger artifacts, which spun gracefully in the air, transforming into two streaks of cold light that shot towards the clawed beast. The beast, under relentless assault from the daggers, emitted sparks of fire as its defenses weakened, revealing numerous bloody lacerations across its skin, howling in agony. Witnessing this, the Qingxuan duo exchanged glances, their forms shifting as they lunged towards the fray. This was an exceptional opportunity. Their adversaries had expended considerable mana, and the clawed beast was nearing its limits. If they could eliminate these three Qingxian members, they would claim their souls and essence, as well as the spoils from the beast. They would undoubtedly reap immense rewards. The two surged forward, their vital energy surging, the malevolent duo conjuring bloodlight runes, their chains erupting with terrifying bloodlight, resembling a black serpent as they charged forth. The duo unleashed their long knives, which shot towards Zhang Sanlei and his companions with incredible speed, exuding a fierce, malevolent aura. Whether it was the dreadful chains or the bloodlight knives, both emanated an indescribable, nauseating aura that sent shivers down the spine. Such were the artifacts of wickedness. Zhang Sanlei and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. Had they been at full strength, they would not have feared these two villains. However, engaged in a fierce battle with the clawed beast, they had already expended significant energy and resorted to blood sacrifice techniques. They were now at their most vulnerable, yet, as the Qingxuan duo unleashed their sinister artifacts, their faces suddenly changed, whoosh, whoosh, Two beams of cold light surged from behind them, aimed directly at their hearts. The sudden assault nearly caught the Qingxuan duo off guard. However, their bloodlight runes erupted in a flurry, summoning a blood-red skull to shield their rear. The two skulls, with gaping maws, swiftly clamped down, seizing the daggers. It turned out that Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing's attack on the clawed beast was merely a ruse, stealthily redirecting their daggers to ambush the Qingxuan duo. Unfortunately, they were detected at the critical moment and failed to inflict any real harm. A more terrifying turn of events unfolded. The two skulls, having captured the daggers, emitted a putrid aura. Instantly, the two felt their daggers' consciousness being invaded by a sinister force, nearly losing control. Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing shouted in unison, "Release them!" as their furious cries resonated. A surge of mana erupted from their bodies. Simultaneously, the daggers they controlled shook violently, striving to break free from the skull's grasp. As the daggers trembled, the skulls clung on tenaciously. The Qingxuan duo's eyes flared with bloodlight as they roared, "Go!" The chains and blood knives they unleashed surged towards the trio. Just as they were about to strike Zhang Sanlei and his companions, in that fleeting moment, "You shall not harm the members of the Qingxian sect." A thunderous roar echoed from the cliffside, followed by a golden figure descending from above, launching two fists towards the Qingxuan duo. Chapter 62. The body refinement practitioner Zhang Qingxuan, observing the fierce struggle of Zhang Sanlei and his companions as they unleashed their techniques against the clawed beast, was utterly captivated. The last time he witnessed the Qingfeng fairy battling that fearsome beast, he had been too terrified to watch, being a mere mortal unable to comprehend the means of cultivators. This time, however, he could see everything clearly. The trio's dagger techniques and their coordinated formation left him in awe. Despite their dubious character, their prowess was undeniable, having effectively subdued one clawed beast and injured another. It was no wonder they dared to target this beast. Yet, upon the sudden arrival of the Qingxuan duo, Yihan realized the gravity of his situation. His senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had warned him not to expose himself, indicating that these two were the intruders he had referred to. The malevolent aura they exuded instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Regardless of their individual strengths, he recognized that he was no match for either of them. To his astonishment, however, Zhang Sanlei and his companions were also ill-equipped to contend with the Qingxuan duo. Just as it seemed they would be overwhelmed, Zhang Qingxuan intervened. Indeed, the radiant golden figure soaring forth was none other than Zhang Qingxuan. His skin shimmered with a golden hue as he unleashed two powerful punches. Boom, boom. The golden-hued fists, surrounded by radiant energy, surged forth like shockwaves, colliding violently with the chains and blood knives unleashed by the Qingxuan duo. In an instant, clang, clang, a dazzling explosion of light erupted, as the golden mana clashed with the sinister bloodlight, creating a shockwave of energy. The iron chains and blood knives aimed at their targets were abruptly repelled by the forceful strikes of Zhang Qingxuan. The expressions of the Qingxuan duo darkened ominously as they turned to glare at Zhang Qingxuan, their eyes glinting with malice as they spat. "Cursed be it! Who dares meddle in the affairs of the Qingxuan duo?" Zhang Qingxuan, radiating with golden light, appeared as a celestial being, coldly fixing his gaze upon them as he declared, "Qingxuan duo, dare to covet the lives of my Qingxian sect members? You seek your own demise." Upon recognizing Zhang Qingxuan, the Qingxuan duo recalled his severed arm, their expressions shifting to one of caution as they realized. "So it is you, the body refinement practitioner Zhang Qingxuan." They were reminded of a previous incident when 5 rogue cultivators had banded together to ambush Zhang Qingxuan, only to be slaughtered, albeit with Zhang Qingxuan losing an arm in the process. That battle had become the talk of the region, as an obscure member of the Qingxian sect had displayed such formidable prowess, single-handedly defeating 5 opponents, even while injured, truly terrifying. Now, with one arm severed and being a body refinement practitioner, he was indeed a formidable foe. Yihan frowned as he witnessed his senior brother's unexpected appearance. Zhang Qingxuan had initially planned to observe the battle from the sidelines, allowing Zhang Sanlei and his companions to exhaust themselves before stepping in to claim the spoils. Yet, unexpectedly, the Qingxuan duo had emerged to kill and seize treasures. Yihan had not anticipated that at such a crucial juncture, Zhang Qingxuan would choose to assist Zhang Sanlei and the others. In Yihan's view, it would have been wiser to let the two parties weaken each other before swooping in to collect the benefits. Alas, Zhang Qingxuan was commendable in many respects, but his honesty and integrity might be his downfall. With a cold, detached gaze, Zhang Qingxuan addressed the Qingxuan duo, solemnly proclaiming, "Qingxuan duo, today, we of the Qingxian sect shall act on behalf of justice. We will eliminate these two practitioners of darkness." With that, he turned to Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fula, saying, "Fellow disciples, let us unite and vanquish these two." Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fula exchanged glances. Taken aback by Zhang Qingxuan's timely intervention, relieved to have regained a semblance of safety, they simultaneously felt a flicker of suspicion. How had Zhang Qingxuan come to be here? Their eyes darted towards Yihan's concealed position. And suddenly, realization dawned upon them. That wretched Zhang Qingxuan must have been in cahoots with Yihan, following them here. Infuriating. It appeared they were the real targets all along. These three were no novices. They were not easily deceived. Thus, Zhang Sanlei promptly nodded and declared, "Very well, Zhang Qingxuan, today, we shall join forces to deal with the detestable Qingxuan duo. Let us advance." As Zhang Sanlei's words resonated, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai exchanged glances. Their understanding of Zhang Sanlei's intentions forged by their relationship with him. Zhang Qingxuan harbored no doubts. With a swift motion of one hand, he chanted incantations, conjuring swirling golden light and magical energy. After performing a series of gestures and reciting spells, he struck his chest. A wave of golden radiance cascaded from his body. His muscles writhed and expanded. Zhang Qingxuan's figure seemed to swell, emanating an imposing aura. Yihan, concealed behind a large rock, witnessed this spectacle with astonishment, realizing that Zhang Qingxuan had indeed mastered the third level of blood refinement. His physical defenses and offensive power rivaled that of magical artifacts. As the golden light surged, Zhang Qingxuan's gaze flickered with intensity, and he lunged fiercely toward the Qin Mountain duo. The Qin Mountain duo, confronted by the abrupt appearance of Zhang Qingxuan, recognized him as a body-refining cultivator. Just as the legends had described, the terrifying force and pressure he exuded were beyond the capabilities of cultivators of the same realm. The larger of the two muttered incantations while rapidly forming hand seals, causing the chains he commanded to writhe like ethereal serpents, unleashing a torrent of ominous black bloodlight towards Zhang Qingxuan. The other brother moved swiftly, striking the two skulls on his back, which then surged into his bloodlight longsword. The bloodlight longsword emitted a sinister and nauseating aura, a testament to the countless lives it had claimed. In an instant, the bloodlight longsword merged into a singular, deadly beam aimed at Zhang Qingxuan. Zhang Qingxuan charged forward, unleashing a series of devastating punches fueled by a terrifying golden light. Bang, bang, bang. His fists collided with the bloodlight chains repeatedly, shattering them, while the bloodlight longsword was also deflected. The malevolent artifact wielded by the Qin Mountain duo was thwarted by Zhang Qingxuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Sanlei and his companions released their magical daggers, transforming them into a crimson beam that surged toward the Qin Mountain duo and the clawed beast nearby. Chapter 63. What treasures surrounded by the Qin Mountain duo? Zhang Qingxuan was taken aback to find that Zhang Sanlei and the others were not coming to his aid. Enraged, he shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry and help me!" As he bellowed, his arm radiated astonishing golden light, and he unleashed a flurry of punches that sent the chains and bloodlight longsword of the Qin Mountain duo vibrating outward. However, Zhang Qingxuan was not unscathed. Despite his formidable body refinement techniques, he was still recovering from injuries and unable to exert his full strength. Each clash with the Qin Mountain duo's chains and longsword caused his spirit to waver, his magical energy becoming increasingly difficult to control. The Qin Mountain duo, too, found themselves at a disadvantage. Zhang Qingxuan's body refinement techniques were exceedingly powerful, and his explosive punches were overwhelmingly destructive. The runes and captured souls within their sinister artifacts trembled violently, shattering several souls in the process. Nonetheless, they discerned that the insufferable Zhang Qingxuan was evidently still injured and unable to unleash his full potential. More importantly, Zhang Sanlei and his companions appeared to be watching the fight unfold with apparent indifference, opting instead to assault the clawed beast. Zhang Qingxuan, infuriated, had been observing the situation for quite some time, grappling with his conscience. Although Zhang Sanlei and his companions had betrayed him, he hesitated to turn against his fellow disciples. Witnessing the Qin Mountain duo's intent to kill and seize treasures, Zhang Qingxuan felt compelled to assist Zhang Sanlei and the others. He was wholly unprepared for their refusal to help, as they instead focused their efforts on eliminating the clawed beast. The Qin Mountain duo, sensing Zhang Qingxuan's frustration, began to mock him. Heh, this is your so-called good companions. They won't even lift a finger to assist you. How pathetic! It's truly tragic that you have come to their aid. Yet they regard you with disdain. It seems you are destined to perish at our hands. Even if you die by our hand, they will feel no gratitude towards you. It's rare to encounter a cultivator as foolish as you. Ha ha! Look at the comrades you sought to save. It's quite amusing. You might as well walk away. As they continued to speak, they relentlessly manipulated their chains and blood blades to assail Zhang Qingxuan. His face alternated between crimson and pallid, yet he remained silent, swiftly forming hand seals with one hand, unleashing punches like a tempest, sending chains and blood blades flying. The bloodlight longsword and chains struck Zhang Qingxuan, leaving only faint marks, failing to injure him. However, his expression grew increasingly grim. With only one hand to defend against the two attackers, he had no means to counterattack. Meanwhile, amid Zhang Sanlei and his companions' frenzied assault, the clawed beast retaliated violently. After fending off their attacks, it unexpectedly turned to flee into a cave. The three had no time to prevent its escape, watching helplessly as the creature disappeared inside. Zhang Sanlei, infuriated, exclaimed, "Damn it! Let it get away!" The trio, exhausted from their efforts, found themselves diminished as their magical energy and presence waned due to the blood sacrifice. Observing the clash between Zhang Qingxuan and the Qin Mountain duo, Zhang Sanlei and his companions exchanged glances, revealing their disdain. Wang Fulai coldly remarked, "Zhang Qingxuan, enjoy yourself. We shall not accompany you any longer." With that, they hoisted the carcass of the clawed beast and hastily departed. Yi Han, concealed in the rocky crevice, felt a surge of anxiety and frustration upon witnessing the scene. Zhang Shixiang's actions were beyond comprehension. They had ostensibly agreed to confront Zhang Sanlei, yet they had now transformed into his saviors. Furthermore, their blatant disregard for his efforts and their direct retreat left Zhang Qingxuan to face the Qin Mountain duo alone. This left Yi Han feeling utterly helpless, vowing never to emulate Zhang Qingxuan's foolishness in rescuing so-called companions, which had only led to his own peril. In the realm of cultivation, mercy and compassion only invited trouble. However, the Qin Mountain duo, noticing Zhang Sanlei and his companions attempting to flee, produced a small vial from their storage bags. As they swiftly chanted incantations, the vial trembled violently, its lid bursting open. A thick, black smoke erupted from the vial, swirling into a mass that charged toward Zhang Sanlei and his companions in the air. The smoke twisted and morphed, sprouting human limbs and transforming into 6 figures. These 6 figures, with pallid skin and hollow eyes, were adorned with peculiar runes, emanating an aura of decay. Upon seeing these 6 ghastly figures, Zhang Sanlei and his companions were filled with terror. Soul-refining corpses. You dare to summon soul-refining corpses? Soul-refining corpses are created through a nefarious technique, wherein the souls of slain cultivators are extracted to forge puppet-like bodies. This method is among the most sinister of dark arts, transgressing the natural order and deserving of universal condemnation. To their astonishment, the Qin Mountain duo had managed to conjure such horrific entities. The 6 soul-refining corpses, imbued with black light and pulsating runes, surged toward the trio. Initially, the 3 had no choice but to unleash their magical daggers, engaging in combat with the 6 soul-refining corpses. Although their daggers inflicted wounds upon these abominations, the injuries rapidly healed, rendering them seemingly impervious to harm. Zhang Sanlei and his companions were forced to fight while retreating, realizing that the Qin Mountain duo was even more formidable than rumored. Just then, Zhang Qingxuan bellowed, "Break for me." Suddenly, a resplendent golden axe materialized in his hand, crashing down upon the chains and bloodlight longsword. Clang! The chains and bloodlight longsword were violently deflected, their malevolent energy dissipating into chaos. The Qin Mountain duo had not anticipated the emergence of this weapon, let alone its overwhelming power, which shattered their control over the bloodlight longsword and their very consciousness. With their minds shaken, they staggered back, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The two stared in horror at the weapon in Zhang Qingxuan's grasp, the axe radiating an astonishing golden brilliance that was clearly no ordinary artifact. The Qin Mountain duo gasped. What treasure is this? Chapter 64. Zhang Shixiao. I come to aid you, seeing Zhang Qingxuan wielding an axe of tremendous power that had just shattered the onslaught of Bloodlight longsword and chains. The Qin Mountain duo's expressions darkened with avarice as they fixed their greedy gazes on the axe. Indeed, this was no mere magical artifact. It was an extraordinary treasure. However, with the axe in hand, Zhang Qingxuan unleashed a full-powered strike against the chains. Bang, bang, bang. The chains quivered incessantly under the relentless assault, scattering the bloodlight and chill that enveloped them. The formidable Qingxuan, gravely wounded, staggered, his mouth opening to expel a stream of vital blood. Zhang Qingxuan, resembling a tempest of golden light, traversed dozens of zhang in mere strides, confronting the mighty Qingxuan. Prepare to meet your end, Zhang Qingxuan roared, swinging his axe with ferocity towards his foe's head. Qingxuan's complexion turned ashen, taken aback by Zhang Qingxuan's astonishing prowess and the presence of such a formidable weapon. Blood escaped talisman. Gritting his teeth, a surge of crimson radiance emanated from him, swirling with blood-red runes, encircling his form. Just as he thought he could evade Zhang Qingxuan's onslaught, a sudden tightness gripped his feet, as if ensnared by some unseen force. He had no time to look down. A radiant axe, encircled in golden light, descended upon him with lethal intent. Splatter! Qingxuan was cleaved in two, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. What had transpired? How had he suddenly been immobilized? His gaze brimmed with resentment. The diminutive Qingxuan Xiaoxiong witnessed his elder brother ensnared by a creeping vine that led to his demise at Zhang Qingxuan's hand. Blood escaped talisman? Qingxuan Xiaoxiong thought not, his face paling as he pressed a talisman to his body, enveloping himself in a surge of bloodlight, transforming into a streak of crimson as he fled towards the valleyed eye in an instant. He was over 100 zhang away. Zhang Qingxuan, witnessing this, donned a look of resignation. The rascal had invoked the blood escape talisman, a talisman that consumed the practitioner's blood essence and cultivation to enhance speed exponentially, a valuable tool for evasion. Just moments prior, Qingxuan had attempted to utilize it, but had been thwarted when his feet were ensnared by the vine at the critical moment. Only Yi Han possessed the capability to cast such an entangling spell. This crafty spirit had timed his intervention impeccably. However, allowing the other scoundrel to escape would pose significant trouble. Qingxuan Xiaoxiong, having evaded 100 zhang, turned back to glare at Zhang Qingxuan, cursing, Zhang Qingxuan, just you wait. Before he could finish his threat, the ground before him erupted as a colossal figure emerged. Two massive claws shattering the stones and crashing down upon Qingxuan Xiaoxiong. Thud! The diminutive figure was torn asunder, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could he be so unfortunate? It was utterly infuriating. He had fled so far. It was the escaped clawed beast that had surged forth, obliterating Qingxuan Xiaoxiong in its wrath. This creature harbored a deep-seated hatred for practitioners, for they had slain its mate, and upon seizing an opportunity, it struck with ferocity. After rending the scoundrel, it swiftly retreated into its lair. With the demise of the two Qingxuan brothers, the soul-forging corpses besieging Zhang Sanlei and his companions suddenly fell into a state of paralysis. Standing motionless, the three of them swiftly decapitated the reanimated corpses, which toppled at odd angles. Zhang Sanlei and his companions exchanged glances of relief. Although these 6 soul-forging corpses were not as powerful as they, the trio had exhausted much of their mana and were at the brink of collapse. Continuing the onslaught would lead only to their demise. Remarkably, the corpses had ceased their movements. It appeared that the controlling Qingxuan brothers had perished. Zhang Sanlei and his companions turned their attention to Zhang Qingxuan, noting the extraordinary axe in his grasp, emanating a radiance and spiritual energy far beyond that of a common artifact. Damn it! When did Zhang Qingxuan acquire such a remarkable treasure? They thought, realizing that this fellow, despite his grievous injuries, had managed to slay 5 rogue practitioners and return alive. Their eyes gleamed with avarice, yet quickly tempered their desires. Zhang Qingxuan was far more formidable than they had anticipated. However, they understood Zhang Qingxuan's nature. He was a good-natured fellow, and with a few kind words, one could easily placate him. Thus, Zhang Sanlei addressed him. Senior brother Zhang, this time, truly. Before Zhang Sanlei could finish, Zhang Qingxuan bellowed, "Be cautious," and lunged towards Zhang Sanlei. Zhang Sanlei's face paled, fearing Zhang Qingxuan was turning against them, and he hastily unleashed his dagger artifact. Yet, suddenly, the ground beneath them gave way. The trio had no time to react before plunging into the collapsing earth. A roar erupted from below, the furious growl of the clawed beast resounding. Bang, bang, bang! Ah! The ground erupted in chaos as the anguished cries of Zhang Sanlei and his companions echoed. Blood sprang forth. The clawed beast had no intention of sparing the three murderers of its mate. Its lair, an intricate web of tunnels, allowed it to ambush them with ease. Zhang Qingxuan rushed forward. But it was too late. He could only watch as the clawed beast claimed the lives of Zhang Sanlei and his companions. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the massive clawed beast charged from its den. Its gaze fixed malevolently upon Zhang Qingxuan. Astonishingly, the creature appeared much improved, a wild aura emanating from it. What was happening? This beast was even more formidable than before its injuries. The bulging veins and overwhelming demonic energy sent shivers down Zhang Qingxuan's spine. Such an intense aura of malice was clearly abnormal. Zhang Qingxuan, under the beast's menacing gaze, felt a chill within. He had exhausted every means against the Qingxuan brothers, deploying his ultimate axe artifact. The toll had been tremendous. Now, facing this clawed beast, Zhang Qingxuan was no coward. Gripping his war axe tightly, he bellowed, "Come at me, roar!" The clawed beast, incited by Zhang Qingxuan's challenge, let out a deafening roar and charged at him with ferocity. At that moment, Yi Han's voice rang out, "Senior Brother Zhang, I'm coming to assist you." Chapter 65. A Bounty of Riches. The clawed beast stumbled as if tripped, crashing to the ground. Its feet had been ensnared by vines. Roar! The beast howled in rage, shaking its legs with tremendous force, shattering the vines. Just as it attempted to rise, another wave of vines ensnared its feet, wrapping tighter around its limbs. In the distance, Yi Han rapidly formed hand seals. Chanting incantations, his mana surging forth. As he cast his spell, his mana dwindled. Yet the purple cauldron in his arms continuously replenished his energy. This allowed him to unleash the vines of the soul technique. Ensnaring the clawed beast completely, the creature struggled, clawing at the vines that seemed endless. At this moment, Zhang Qingxuan let out a furious roar. Die! He raised his war axe high, unleashing a powerful arc of light that struck the beast's neck. Splatter! The clawed beast's head was severed, blood gushing forth as its body convulsed, the encircling vines dissolving into flecks of green light and vanishing. The beast's form lurched forward several zhang before collapsing awkwardly. Thud. As the dust settled, the beast's body lay still, its limbs twitching. With the beast's fall, Yi Han appeared behind it, panting as he gazed at the fallen creature. He realized that Zhang Qingxuan was nearly spent. In a direct confrontation with the clawed beast, their chances of victory were slim. Moreover, the beast harbored a deep-seated hatred for practitioners and would undoubtedly turn its wrath upon him after Zhang Qingxuan's demise. With his cultivation, 100 Yi Hans would be no match for this beast. Thus, he had resorted to his soul mastery, the vines of the soul, expending all his mana to ensnare the beast. Granting Zhang Qingxuan the opportunity for a lethal strike, he felt the energy within the purple cauldron dwindling rapidly. This time, he had truly suffered a significant loss. But in comparison to his life, what did it matter? Although he disagreed with many of Zhang Qingxuan's views, including the reckless decision to rescue Zhang Sanlei, Wang Fulai, and Li Zongqing, he believed it was vital to assess the situation before acting. How would he explain to Zhang Qingxuan his ability to continuously cast the vines of the soul? Having slain the clawed beast, Zhang Qingxuan let out a sigh of relief. He too was nearing his limit. The beast had displayed an alarming intensity, its battle prowess far exceeding that of their previous encounter with the 5 rogue practitioners. Ultimately, he considered himself fortunate. No, it wasn't mere luck. It was thanks to Yi Han's timely assistance with the vines of the soul that had saved him. Once, he vanquished the formidable Qingxuan. Another time, he ensnared the fearsome clawed beast. With but a single application of the vine soul technique, this lad exhibited an extraordinary mastery, seizing the opportune moment with unparalleled finesse. Moreover, how could he possibly execute such a technique so many times in succession? Zhang Qingxuan, lost in thought, glanced at Yi Han. Truth be told, even he would find it impossible to employ the vine soul technique repeatedly without exhausting his spiritual energy. as the consumption of this spell is nothing short of astonishing. Otherwise, it would not possess such formidable power, capable of trapping the clawed beast. This young man must harbor secrets. Yet, as a cultivator, who among them is devoid of secrets? Including himself, the last time he managed to escape the siege of so many cultivators, it was due to his deployment of his most formidable divine ability, alongside the use of his treasured axe. Zhang Qingxuan sheathed his axe and addressed Yi Han, "Junior brother Yi, you performed splendidly. You hardly seem like a novice." Indeed, Yi Han's composure and impeccable timing in striking were extraordinary, far surpassing that of an average individual. Even some well-practiced cultivators would struggle to act decisively in such critical moments, catching their foes off guard. This lad is truly remarkable. However, Yi Han could not help but voice his concerns to Zhang Qingxuan. "Senior brother Zhang, why were you so eager to come out? Those three have wronged you, yet you still rushed to their aid." Indeed, Yi Han found Zhang Qingxuan's actions quite disconcerting. Knowing full well that Zhang Sanlei and his companions were no good, yet he still sought to assist them. The toll on his own resources must have been considerable, and the essence absorbed by the purple cauldron was likely depleted long ago. He had hoped to make further progress in his cultivation. Yet, to preserve his life, he had no choice but to act as such. Zhang Qingxuan, hearing Yi Han's words, replied, "Junior brother Yi, I am actually from the same hometown as those three." As Zhang Qingxuan uttered this, a hint of melancholy crossed his face, revealing that his relationship with Zhang Sanlei and his companions was far from simple. Thus, in a moment of crisis, he chose to assist them. What does this signify? These three had plotted against him and Zhang Qingxuan beforehand. Yi Han, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes, finding it difficult to critique Zhang Qingxuan further. After all, how could a person like him, so exceedingly kind-hearted, survive in the realm of cultivation? It was baffling to him. Was it true that good deeds are rewarded? How could that be? Or perhaps senior brother Zhang harbors his own secrets. His axe, without a doubt, is no ordinary treasure. How could he possess such an exceptional artifact? Certainly, he would not be foolish enough to extend kindness to those who would do him harm. Thus, Yi Han asserted, the three of them have perished. Slain by the beast, there is nothing more to discuss. It was simply their fate. Zhang Qingxuan nodded in agreement. "Very well, junior brother Yi. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Let us hasten to tidy the battlefield and collect our spoils." He recalled that during his last hunt for beasts, he had been besieged due to his slow cleanup of the battlefield. Yi Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though this encounter had been perilous, he had not anticipated the presence of two clawed beasts, one of which was particularly formidable. Senior brother Zhang had remarked that the higher the cultivation level of a beast, the more valuable the materials it bore. Moreover, there was Zhang Sanlei's storage bag, filled with treasures and magical artifacts, not to mention the treasures on the bodies of the two Qingxuan fiends. That was no trifling sum. Zhang Qingxuan observed Yi Han, who wore an expression of avarice, and he couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. The two quickly scoured the storage bags and their possessions, stuffing the corpses of the two beasts into one or two bags. Their faces were alight with excitement. This haul was truly bountiful, yet they had no means to tally their spoils at that moment. Yi Han exclaimed, "Senior brother Zhang, we've struck it rich this time. Let us return quickly." However, Zhang Qingxuan countered, "No, we cannot return yet." "Why not?" Zhang Qingxuan gazed at the lair of the clawed beasts and stated, "These two clawed beasts have made this cave their lair. And with their cultivation having reached the second tier, there must be secrets hidden within. We should investigate." Chapter 66. The Lair of the Clawed Beasts. Upon hearing senior brother Zhang's words, Yi Han furrowed his brow. Sensing that Zhang Qingxuan surely had his own secrets, how could a person as reckless and naive as him survive in the realm of cultivation? Not only in the world of cultivation, but even in the mundane world, such individuals would face considerable oppression. Moreover, this was not the first instance. When Jinfeng had come to seek him out previously, he had already concluded that Zhang Qingxuan might be in grave danger. Yet, Zhang Qingxuan had returned, albeit injured, and judging by the tone of those two Qingxuan fiends, it seemed that he had accomplished something significant during that earlier encounter. Nonetheless, he refrained from prying into Zhang Qingxuan's secrets, for he too harbored numerous secrets of his own. Now, as Zhang Qingxuan proposed to enter the cave, it gave the impression that he was aware of what treasures lay within. After all, Zhang Qingxuan had often stated that longevity in cultivation is synonymous with victory, indicating that he was not one to seek out danger recklessly. Most of the time, he devoted himself to arduous training on the mountain. Having already accrued such a wealth of spoils, returning would yield substantial rewards. Yet, Yi Han found himself captivated by the lair of the clawed beasts, even perceiving a glint of excitement in Zhang Qingxuan's eyes. Furthermore, Zhang Qingxuan had suggested that the cave likely concealed secrets. However, since Zhang Qingxuan had expressed such intent, Yi Han was not one to shy away. He understood that if danger arose, senior brother Zhang would undoubtedly exert his utmost to assist him, for Zhang Qingxuan was simply that endearing of a person. Thus, Yi Han replied, "Very well, senior brother Zhang. If you wish to go, then let us proceed." Zhang Qingxuan nodded, saying, "Stay close behind me, and be vigilant for your safety." As he spoke, he tapped his storage bag, producing a shield imbued with a faint gray spiritual glow. Its surface marred with numerous scratches. It was the cold iron shield that Wang Fulai had previously utilized for defense, which had allowed him to fend off the assaults of the clawed beasts and the two Qingxuan fiends. Particularly the powerful strike from the larger clawed beast, which had left many of those marks. Presenting the cold iron shield, Zhang Qingxuan tossed it to Yi Han. "Though you have yet to refine this shield with your spiritual energy, it is better than having nothing. Take it." Yi Han accepted it, finding the cold iron shield quite heavy, yet manageable in his grasp. It appeared that this shield was not designed to withstand attacks solely through its weight. Rather, it must have been crafted from special materials. Observing Yi Han examining the cold iron shield with curiosity, Zhang Qingxuan chuckled. This cold iron shield represents the entirety of Zhang Sanlei and his companions' fortunes. It is their finest treasure, and they have slain many beasts with it. Once you refine it, you will have a means of protection. With a pause, his expression turned serious as he added, "However, remember that within the realm of cultivation, it is commonplace for individuals to kill for treasures. Your cultivation level is low. If not absolutely necessary, do not easily reveal it." Upon hearing this, Yi Han promptly replied, "I understand. Wealth must not be flaunted, and treasures must not be shown." At this, Zhang Qingxuan smiled slightly, nodding, "Junior brother Yi, you are far more astute than I." With that, Zhang Qingxuan beckoned Yi Han, "Let us enter. Do be cautious. Although the two clawed beasts have been vanquished, we cannot know what other dangers may lurk within." With that, Zhang Qingxuan led the way into the lair of the clawed beasts, with Yi Han following closely behind. Contrary to expectations, the lair of the clawed beasts was neither filthy nor foul-smelling. Instead, it was surprisingly dry, with a faintly pleasant aroma. It seemed that these two clawed beasts possessed a certain degree of taste. Alternatively, perhaps it was due to the fact that the two clawed beasts were a male and female pair. Thus more discerning, however, as they ventured inside, Zhang Qingxuan produced a lamp embedded with spirit stones, which shone brighter than a torch and did not flicker. A single stone radiated light, though Yi Han could not discern its mechanism. After walking several dozen paces, they encountered 3 diverging paths. Indeed, the lair of the clawed beasts was intricate and labyrinthine, making it challenging to uncover its secrets. Observing the 3 paths, Yi Han turned to Zhang Qingxuan. Zhang Qingxuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the 3 routes, and his eyes flickered momentarily before he chose to enter the rightmost path. Yi Han trailed behind, curiously asking, "Senior brother Zhang, are we not wandering aimlessly? What if we cannot find our way back?" Zhang Qingxuan casually replied, "I am not wandering aimlessly. Just follow me." With that, he continued onward. The unintentional remark caught Yi Han's attention. He regarded Zhang Qingxuan's silhouette. Glancing back, as he sensed that Zhang Qingxuan harbored secrets he was reluctant to disclose. Initially, he had thought Zhang Qingxuan was merely meandering, yet his tone was undeniably assertive, and his pace quickened. Although Zhang Qingxuan moved swiftly, he maintained a vigilant stance, ready to react should danger or an attack arise. Yi Han suddenly realized that he did not know Zhang Qingxuan as well as he thought. Perhaps Zhang Qingxuan was not simply the honest and good-natured individual he appeared to be. There might be many unspeakable secrets concealed within him. One must not merely judge others by their outward appearance. Presuming that Zhang Qingxuan is simply an honest man. It seems that his ability to navigate the realm of cultivation for such an extended period is not solely due to his simplicity. Perhaps his apparent honesty is merely a fad. Yi Han harbored a sense of suspicion. Nevertheless, The two continued on their way, traversing several dozen zhang until they encountered 3 diverging paths, each leading in a different direction. Zhang Qingxuan paused momentarily at these junctions, a hint of hesitation flickering across his visage. However, after a brief interval, he decisively chose the central path. Observing this, Yihan felt increasingly aware of the complexity of Zhang Qingxuan. For despite his relatively modest cultivation level, his spiritual awareness and senses were remarkably acute. He perceived that the 3 paths were nearly indistinguishable. Indeed, as they pressed forward, more paths emerged, yet Zhang Qingxuan only lingered briefly before selecting another route. Yihan began to seriously doubt whether Zhang Qingxuan was meandering aimlessly. After traversing over a dozen branching paths, even with an exceptional memory, it would be challenging to discern the way back. They moved ahead, encountering 3 or 4 more paths when Yihan suddenly sensed a slight tremor emanating from the purple cauldron nestled in his arms. What could this mean? It was his first experience of the cauldron vibrating independently, rather than in response to his movements. Simultaneously, Zhang Qingxuan's expression shifted to one of excitement as he hastened forward. Yihan too felt it. The air ahead was suffused with an abundant essence of spiritual energy. Chapter 67. Water Demon. Though Yihan's experience in treasure hunting was scant and he had seldom ventured out, the sudden influx of spiritual energy was overwhelmingly astonishing. It bore a refreshing aroma that invigorated his very being, causing every pore to revel in comfort. His spirit surged. This level of vitality was extraordinary. At that moment, Zhang Qingxuan had already dashed ahead, prompting Yihan to follow suit. As they sprinted onward, the spiritual energy and the captivating fragrance intensified. There must be something remarkable ahead. Zhang Qingxuan's countenance radiated enthusiasm, while Yihan's gaze sharpened. He suspected that Zhang Qingxuan had some prior knowledge that prompted their entry into this lair of the clawed beasts. Discovering such astonishing spiritual energy was hardly a coincidence. Zhang Qingxuan must have some means of uncovering treasures. As they advanced, the cave walls began to shimmer with stones emitting a faint glow, each radiating a unique spiritual essence. Soon, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and with their current cultivation levels, both Yihan and Zhang Qingxuan could see it quite clearly. The sound of dripping water resonated through the cavern. Upon reaching the cave's end, they found themselves in a broad expanse revealing a tranquil pool, above which glimmered stones and a stalactite, from which droplets of water fell rhythmically. The entire cavern brimmed with astonishing spiritual energy, far exceeding that found in Yihan's own abode. To his astonishment, within this lair of the clawed beasts lay a hidden world, a pool teeming with spiritual vitality. As Yihan gazed into the center of the pool, he noticed a plant resembling a white lotus, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Zhang Qingxuan too was captivated by the sight of the lotus, his eyes shining with disbelief as he murmured, "What treasure is this? Could it be the legendary water immortal lotus? Or perhaps a 1,000-year snow lotus? The water here possesses such remarkable spiritual energy. It is undeniably a spiritual spring." Listening to Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yihan felt a surge of excitement, sensing the cauldron in his arms vibrating with palpable enthusiasm. Yet, he too was uncertain about the identity of the lotus and the nature of the water. Could it be a spiritual spring, like the spiritual water produced by the Qingxuan sect's Qingxuan peak? Unable to restrain himself, Yihan inquired, "Zhang Shixiao, this spiritual spring and that lotus are truly extraordinary, aren't they?" Zhang Qingxuan replied without hesitation, "Indeed. The spiritual energy contained in this spring is anything but ordinary. It is no wonder those 2 clawed beasts advanced to the 2nd tier in the Black Demon Forest. They must have relied on the energy from this spring. It's clear now why they have claimed this place as their own." With that, he gazed at the white lotus, excitement brimming in his voice. "That lotus must be something exceptional. I believe it to be a 1,000-year-old specimen. With these treasures, we have struck gold. Once my injuries fully heal, I shall compete for the Foundation Establishment Pill." Hearing this, Yihan felt a swell of joy for Zhang Qingxuan, recognizing how rare it was to find a senior brother willing to assist him. He thought to himself that if Zhang Qingxuan's cultivation were to rise further, it would greatly benefit him as well. Thus, Yihan urged, "Zhang Shixiao, you must seize that treasure quickly." Zhang Qingxuan nodded, "Watch me." As he spoke, he sprang into action, leaping over the pool towards the white lotus. Just as Zhang Qingxuan lunged for the lotus, A sense of foreboding gripped Qingxuan. It struck him as odd. If this truly was the lair of the clawed beasts, why had they not claimed the lotus for themselves to enhance their cultivation? Unable to contain himself, Yihan shouted, "Zhang Shixiang, don't touch it." "There's something amiss." Zhang Qingxuan was about to grasp the lotus when he heard Yihan's urgent warning, causing him to hesitate momentarily, instinctively retracting his hand. In that instant, the lotus's petals unfurled violently, releasing a cloud of pink mist that surged towards Zhang Qingxuan's face. He gasped in shock, his power surging as golden light enveloped his arm, attempting to shield himself. Yet, the pink mist reached him, and he caught a whiff, instantly feeling lightheaded. The essence that could induce dizziness even in a cultivator at the 11th level of Qi refinement was undoubtedly extraordinary. "Prepare to perish," Zhang Qingxuan roared, his golden light exploding forth as he struck the lotus with a fierce punch. Boom! A shockwave erupted, sending the lotus and the pool into a tumultuous explosion of water, reverberating throughout the cave. A furious roar echoed from the pool, followed by a colossal beast, its maw filled with sharp teeth. Lunging at Zhang Qingxuan, he retaliated with a kick to the creature's head, sending it crashing into the pool. Boom! Water erupted in all directions as the beast's massive form vanished beneath the surface. From a distance, Yihan could see clearly. The beast bore a disguise resembling the white lotus atop its head, its massive body resembling a monstrous water creature, obscured in shadow, with a long, slender tail and scales of dark gray. Boom! Zhang Qingxuan was also violently thrown back by the impact, crashing against the cave wall. The wall cracked and crumbled, and Zhang Qingxuan spat a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Rubble cascaded down. Zhang Qingxuan had not anticipated that the enchanting fragrance of the white lotus was merely a guise for this ferocious beast. Had Yihan not warned him in time, he might have. Zhang Qingxuan sprang to his feet, suddenly beset by dizziness and a draining of his strength, his magical energy faltering. "This is disastrous. The mist from that creature was toxic. This foe is certainly formidable." Zhang Qingxuan shouted urgently to Yihan, "Yi Shidi, we must flee. This creature is beyond our capabilities." Chapter 68. Desperation. Zhang Qingxuan's voice was laced with urgency. The beast's poison rendered him lightheaded, his strength rapidly waning. Confronting such a foe, he knew he could not protect Yihan. Just as he spoke, a tremendous splash erupted from the pool, and a sinuous tail, akin to a whip, shot forth, aiming directly for Yihan. The attack was swift and fierce. Yihan's expression changed dramatically as he raised his cold iron shield in defense. However, with a resounding crash, the shield shook violently, causing searing pain to radiate from his hands. Blood seeping from his palms, the tail ensnared Yihan, dragging him toward the pool. Zhang Qingxuan gasped in horror, "Yi Shidi." He summoned his remaining magical energy, swiftly forming a hand sign, and the golden light flared around him as his battle axe materialized in his grasp. "Not on my watch." With a fierce shout, he leaped into the pool, axe in hand, ready to confront the beast. With the battle axe raised, he swung down with all his might. "Prepare to meet your end." The golden runes danced around the axe, coalescing into a massive arc of light aimed at the water demon. Boom! The axe's radiant strike shattered the surface of the water, causing the pond's water to explode into a spray, astonishingly cleaving it in twain, leaving a long, slender gash in its wake. Even the cavern wall ahead bore the marks of this violent blow. Following this formidable swing, Zhang Qingxuan felt his vitality wane in an instant, the resplendent golden aura surrounding him rapidly retracting. His complexion turned ashen, indicating he had employed some form of forbidden magic. Yet, despite the potency of this move, it failed to strike the water demon. In that fleeting moment, a grayish-white object hurtled towards Zhang Qingxuan with a fierce rush. He instinctively raised his axe to intercept it. Thud! The grayish-white entity collided with the axe, erupting in an explosion of pink mist that surged towards Zhang Qingxuan. His expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to cast a spell. However, he was already at the brink of exhaustion, the pink mist sapping his strength entirely, causing him to stagger on the ground. At that moment, a massive maw emerged from the pond, lunging towards Zhang Qingxuan to engulf him whole. Unable to maintain his footing, he was unceremoniously swallowed by this gaping maw. An overpowering stench assailed him as he desperately tried to muster his strength to retaliate. only to find himself utterly devoid of magical power. The water demon savored its victory, relishing the prospect of devouring cultivators, thinking that with a few more, it could ascend to a higher realm. Ah, and there was still a little fellow ensnared in its tail. Just then, the demon felt an intense heat radiating from its tail. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light erupted from the pond, the spiritual spring bubbling as though on the verge of boiling. The water demon sensed the rapid depletion of the spiritual energy within its pond. Drawn toward the center where the purple glow was most potent, a furious roar erupted from the demon. It had cultivated in this place for centuries, having tamed 2 clawed beasts as sentinels. This spiritual spring was everything to it, and its cultivation here was exponentially faster than elsewhere. How could the essence of heaven and earth vanish so abruptly? It lashed its tail in alarm, feeling as if it might ignite from the heat. With a fierce cry, the water demon whipped its tail, sending Yihan's form flying from the pond, crashing heavily against the mountainside. Yihan was encased in a protective barrier of purple runes, embedding himself into the rock face. At that moment, the purple glow enveloping him dissipated. The water demon perceived that the water in its pond had reverted to mere ordinary water. A roar of sheer rage escaped its throat, its small eyes ablaze with fury as they fixed on Yihan. Though it did not comprehend the source of the purple light that had erupted from Yihan, it instinctively knew that the transformation of its pond was entirely the fault of this detestable little creature. This pond was its lifeblood. It would rend this wretched being into 1,000 pieces. With a thunderous roar, the water demon surged towards Yihan's position. In that instant, it emitted a heart-wrenching wail, a brilliant golden light piercing through its abdomen. Then, with a resounding explosion, its midsection erupted, a golden battle axe cleaving through its belly, blood spraying in all directions. Qingxuan, aglow with golden runes, seemed to swell in size, descending like a celestial being. He unleashed a flurry of axe strikes. Thud, 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 thud. The water demon trembled violently, its form tearing asunder, riven by golden fissures. A wretched scream escaped the water demon, and in the blink of an eye, its massive body was marred by numerous gashes. Its eyes filled with a profound sense of unwillingness. Its essence fading, it collapsed into the pond, the waters turning a deep crimson, the scent of blood wafting through the air. Qingxuan landed heavily on the ground, collapsing to his knees, one hand propping up his battle axe. Gasping for breath, his inflated form rapidly shrank, muscles as hard as iron deflating swiftly. The once robust Qingxuan now appeared emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton, an unsettling sight. With vacant eyes, he gazed at the place where Yihan had fallen, murmuring, "Ye shitty! It is all my fault." With those words, he could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Meanwhile, Yihan watched as the purple runes on his body rapidly converged, ultimately diving into the purple cauldron nestled in his embrace. This scene filled him with immense relief. When the water demon's tail had surged from the depths, dragging him into the water, he had believed his end was nigh. After all, the aura emitted by this water demon was far more terrifying than that of the 2 clawed beasts. A creature beyond their measure. Moreover, this fiend was exceedingly cunning, having disguised itself as a white lotus to deceive Qingxuan. Although he had perceived the danger, he could not avert it. Furthermore, his senior brother Qingxuan was no match for this beast. Yet, as he was pulled into the pond, the purple cauldron at his side suddenly surged with an astonishing force, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy of the spring. Yihan flipped himself upright, discovering he was largely unscathed. He beheld the gigantic creature lying lifeless in the pond, while Qingxuan's once brawny form had been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. What should he do? Chapter 69. Yihan's decision. Yihan gazed at the colossal corpse of the water demon below, finally discerning its true form. It was covered in grayish-white scales, its head larger than that of an entire clawed beast, with a long, slender body, its tail extending an impressive 10 zhong. Its enormous head bore tiny eyes, adorned with a white lotus upon its crown. He had no inkling of what kind of demon beast this was. Yet, his concern was primarily for Qingxuan's condition. The drastic change in Qingxuan's physique suggested he had utilized some forbidden spell to reach such a state. Yihan dove down through the hole created in the wall. He lifted Qingxuan's form, only to find him unconscious, his vitality greatly diminished, as though all the blood and flesh had been drained from him. Yihan anxiously shook Zhang Qingxuan, calling out, Brother Zhang, wake up." No matter how fervently Yihan shook him, Zhang Qingxuan showed no signs of response. Yihan's heart was a tumult of emotions. His brother Zhang was a genuinely kind soul, devoid of any ulterior motives, and had always treated him with utmost kindness. He had long felt that someone like Zhang Qingxuan could not survive long in the cultivation world. Yet, as he faced the impending death of his brother, Yihan was overwhelmed with sorrow. Having grown up in solitude, believing he had endured all that life could throw at him, he was far more mature than his peers. He did not know how he had lost his parents, but the thought of losing Zhang Qingxuan felt as though his heart were breaking, as if he were losing his closest kin. "No, I must save Brother Zhang. I will save him." Yihan felt utterly powerless. Though he had become a cultivator, he could only wield the meager spell of Vine Soul technique, and his paltry cultivation level was insufficient to save Zhang Qingxuan. Wait, the purple cauldron. In his desperation, Yihan realized that the only potential means to save Zhang Qingxuan lay within the purple cauldron. He retrieved it from his robes. The cauldron now shimmered with a translucent purple hue. Not having transformed into stone, this revelation sent a tremor of unease through Yihan. How could this be? He had distinctly felt the cauldron absorb the spiritual energy from the pond, and the amount was undoubtedly far greater than the 5 top-grade refining pills that Qingfeng Xianzi had once given him. The cauldron had absorbed so much spiritual energy, yet it appeared unchanged. How could this be? Yihan stared at the cauldron and then at Zhang Qingxuan, his eyes filled with despair. If the cauldron could not save Zhang Qingxuan, what could he possibly do? He possessed no healing elixirs. Since he could remember, his parents had long been deceased, so he was not particularly affected by their loss. Yet, witnessing Zhang Qingxuan's weakening breath before him made his eyes brim with tears. He did not wish to cry. Since he had come to understand the world, he had never shed a tear. Not now, and not in the future. Yihan looked down at Zhang Qingxuan. "Brother Zhang, I am so sorry I cannot save you." Just then, crack! The purple cauldron in his grasp emitted a sharp sound, drawing Yihan's attention. He watched in astonishment as the lid of the cauldron spontaneously opened, releasing a wave of invigorating spiritual energy that filled the air with a refreshing essence. A surge of hope blossomed within Yihan. Since acquiring the cauldron, it had never opened. He had even doubted whether it had a lid at all. Believing it to be a singular entity, now, it had unexpectedly revealed its lid, emanating such potent spiritual energy. This was utterly inconceivable. Yes, the cauldron had absorbed so much spiritual energy, it could not possibly remain inert. Yihan swiftly opened the lid, revealing a small, purple pill within, no larger than a fingernail. The purple elixir emanated an intoxicating fragrance that invigorated him. He gazed at the purple pill, then glanced at the increasingly feeble Zhang Qingxuan. He understood that this purple elixir must have absorbed an immense amount of celestial energy to be concocted, undoubtedly a remarkable substance. If he were to consume it and cultivate, it might propel his cultivation to astonishing heights. Yet, there was the possibility that this purple elixir was too potent, potentially costing him his very life. However, could this item indeed save Zhang Qingxuan? His senior brother seemed to be on the brink of collapse, his flesh appearing as though it had been consumed by flames. Could the purple elixir truly restore him? If he ingested it and it failed to save Zhang Qingxuan, wouldn't that be a waste? Yihan's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. One must look after oneself, or face dire consequences. Though his time in this realm of cultivation had been brief, he had already discerned that it was rife with treachery and murder. With cultivators resorting to unspeakable acts in their pursuit of power, scheming and battling relentlessly over precious resources, the purple elixir before him was undoubtedly capable of dramatically enhancing his cultivation. Yihan found himself in a struggle of conscience, torn between saving a life or prioritizing his own advancement. Gritting his teeth, he produced the purple elixir, yearning to become a formidable cultivator akin to the celestial being Qingfeng, capable of soaring through the skies and wielding boundless power. If he grew strong enough, no one would dare to bully him. If he became powerful, the fifth elder would think twice before acting against him. If only he could become strong. Ultimately, Yihan resolved, with a firm resolve, to place the purple elixir into Zhang Qingxuan's mouth. He closed his eyes and murmured to himself, I am but a mortal. The moment the purple elixir entered Zhang Qingxuan's mouth, Yihan felt a sudden clarity, as though an invisible shackle had been shattered. Yes, he had come to understand. He was merely a mortal. Despite having gained a modicum of cultivation, he remained a mortal. What did it matter to him who was a cultivator or who held power? Zhang Qingxuan had risked his life for him against the beasts. This purple elixir indeed held the potential to elevate his cultivation, perhaps even to a higher realm. Yet, it could also claim his life, for Yihan sensed that his physical form might not withstand the elixir's potency. As for whether the purple elixir could save Zhang Qingxuan's life, Yihan had no certainty, for he was entirely ignorant of what the elixir truly was. He had just administered it to Zhang Qingxuan. It could hasten his demise, or perhaps it might indeed save him, or at least prolong his existence for a short while. Yihan was beset by a mix of emotions, anxiously observing Zhang Qingxuan's transformation. Chapter 70. An unexpected turn of events as Zhang Qingxuan consumed the purple elixir. Yihan watched intently as Zhang Qingxuan began to change. Upon the elixir entering Zhang Qingxuan's mouth, a brilliant purple light radiated from him. Following this, Zhang Qingxuan's body trembled slightly, and purple runes began to manifest upon his skin, exuding a sense of dread that sent shivers down Yihan's spine. Merely gazing upon those runes made him dizzy, as though his consciousness were being drawn in. He quickly shut his eyes, unwilling to look further, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. At that moment, Zhang Qingxuan's breathing gradually stabilized. However, his emaciated form showed no signs of improvement, and the purple runes began to fade. Subsequently, there were no further changes. This situation was entirely beyond Yihan's expectations. He was uncertain whether the purple elixir could save Zhang Qingxuan. It seemed that consuming it might either lead to his demise or facilitate his recovery, or provoke some other violent reaction. Yet, aside from the initial appearance of the purple runes, Zhang Qingxuan appeared to have fallen into a deep slumber, showing no signs of response, his vital signs remaining feeble. Nonetheless, Yihan reassured himself that this could be considered a positive outcome. If he had selfishly chosen to keep the purple elixir for himself, he might have significantly advanced his own cultivation. But he had no guarantees that it would restore Zhang Qingxuan or sustain his life. He had prepared himself for the worst-case scenario, that the elixir might be utterly ineffectual and lead to Zhang Qingxuan's death. Had he any other options, he would not have resorted to this. The current outcome allowed Yihan to breathe a little easier. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Qingxuan still clung to life. He descended, reflecting on the internal conflict he had faced earlier, his gaze falling upon the purple cauldron, which remained crystalline and jade-like, not having transformed into stone. What did this signify? It implied that the celestial energy the cauldron had absorbed had been completely depleted, making it impossible to rely on it for cultivation any longer. Though it was regrettable to have decided to give the purple elixir to Zhang Qingxuan, Yihan had always felt that his senior brother was too honest and kind-hearted. Such individuals seldom thrived in the world of cultivation. Even if he were saved, he would not alter his nature. However, Yihan too struggled with his own internal barriers. Ultimately, he chose to gamble, not only for Zhang Qingxuan's sake, but also for his own peace of mind. He believed that had he chosen to keep the purple elixir for himself, it would have set him on a different path in the realm of cultivation. In fact, the division between becoming an immortal or a demon lay within one's thoughts. Despite his challenging upbringing, having endured a decade of solitude and hardship, he had still encountered a few benevolent souls who had aided him. Perhaps it was this small measure of warmth that allowed him to maintain his humanity. Or perhaps, he and Zhang Qingxuan were simply kindred spirits, which explained their close bond. Yet now, witnessing the flicker of life in Zhang Qingxuan, Yihan felt no regret. His only struggle was the internal conflict of whether to give or withhold. But having decided to give, he felt no remorse. Zhang Qingxuan was deserving. Had it been someone else, like a scoundrel such as Zhang Sanlei, he would have never considered such an act. In summary, the world was harsh, and choices were fraught with dilemmas, leaving only Yihan to decide his own fate. Nevertheless, he promptly stowed away the purple cauldron and turned his gaze towards the now lifeless water demon. A creature of enormous size, reminiscent of a small boat, he stood in its shadow, dwarfed by its stature. The flower-like formation atop its head had withered, indicating its demise, aside from having encountered a monstrous beast in that peculiar cave. He had never seen a creature of such magnitude. Of course, he had not encountered many beasts. Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned that some legendary beasts were larger than mountains, beings capable of shaking the very earth with their presence. With a single stomp, the entire realm of cultivation would tremble. Yet, this was merely a tale. The water demon was marred by numerous gashes, evidently inflicted by the secret techniques Zhang Qingxuan had employed. The waters of the pool had turned crimson, exuding a pungent scent of blood. However, the astonishing celestial energy that had once been present was now entirely depleted, absorbed by the purple cauldron. Strangely, the stalactite that had previously dripped water from the cave's ceiling had ceased to do so. Leaving Yihan puzzled about the turn of events, he attempted to rouse Zhang Qingxuan, hoping to enlist his aid in addressing the current situation, but Zhang Qingxuan remained unresponsive. Yihan's expression turned to one of resignation. It seemed his senior brother would not awaken anytime soon. With that, he contemplated removing the storage bags from Zhang Qingxuan's person. The majority of these bags belonged to Zhang Sanlei and his accomplices. Previously, without any cultivation, Yihan had been unable to utilize storage bags. Zhang Qingxuan had only possessed one, so Yihan had never had one of his own. When they had gathered their spoils, Zhang Qingxuan had given Yihan a storage bag for his use, which involved a blood oath and marking it with his consciousness. The bag Zhang Qingxuan had provided was Zhang Sanlei's. And while its space was adequate, measuring 7 or 8 feet square, it could hold quite a bit. According to Zhang Qingxuan, merely this storage bag was worth over 100 spirit stones. Yihan, however, had no intention of seizing these spoils for himself. Rather, he aimed to clear out the contents of these storage bags. He needed to make space to store the body of the water demon. Yihan's own storage bag was already filled with the largest clawed beast, leaving little room. After inspecting the bags, he cleared out 3 empty ones. To his surprise, he found that Zhang Qingxuan's storage bag was the only one whose contents he could not see or gauge. However, among the other bags, the one Zhang Qingxuan had given him was indeed the largest. It would be impossible to fit the entire body of such a massive water demon into it. There lies an even more pressing question. How could one possibly cleave open such a formidable water demon with its tough skin and resilient flesh? Chapter 71. Dismembering the water demon. It is crucial to understand that the scales and hide of a clawed beast can withstand the assaults of daggers and magical artifacts, likely due to the protective aura of demonic energy, which grants it such formidable defense. However, even without the aid of demonic energy, it would be impossible to slice through the clawed beast's scales with mere iron blades. Yihan possessed no divine weapon capable of severing the corpse of this water demon. It must be noted that the entirety of such a large demon beast is treasure. Neglecting to collect it would indeed be a significant loss. Upon noticing the axe beside Zhang Qingxuan, Yihan felt a surge of inspiration and approached. To his surprise, the axe was not as weighty as he had imagined. It was roughly the size of 2 palms, broad yet not excessively thick, weighing perhaps only a few dozen pounds. Given Yihan's current cultivation and his prowess in body refinement techniques, wielding it felt remarkably effortless. The axe gleamed like a mirror, crafted from a single piece of golden material, adorned with countless minuscule runes that resembled fine strands of hair. The blade of this axe was extraordinarily sharp. Despite Zhang Qingxuan's numerous strikes, it bore no trace of wear. Clearly, this axe was not an ordinary item. It was no wonder that Qingxuan's second brother and Zhang Sanlei displayed covetous glances upon seeing it. Yihan sensed that this object was indeed a remarkable artifact, considering Zhang Qingxuan's inherently benevolent nature. It was perhaps his long survival in the cultivation realm that stemmed from his reclusive focus on arduous training atop the mountain, rarely descending to undertake missions, coupled with possessing such a hidden treasure. He seized the axe and approached the corpse of the water demon, bringing the axe down upon a scale. Clang! It emitted a resonant sound of metal striking metal, and the scales bore a long gash. Yet the blow penetrated only slightly. Nevertheless, the fact that it could cut in at all delighted Yihan. He channeled his magical energy and activated his blood refinement technique, instantly amplifying his strength. And then he swung the axe again. Thud! This time, a substantial portion of the axe sank into the flesh of the water demon's corpse. This was not merely due to his magical power and strength overcoming the water demon's scale defenses, but primarily because the axe was exceedingly sharp. Without hesitation, Yihan continued to swing the axe, systematically dissecting the water demon's body. Though the task was laborious, Zhang Qingxuan had previously informed him that the entirety of a demon beast's body is treasure, and merely selling the corpse could yield a substantial amount of spirit stones. To say nothing of the two clawed beasts, which could fetch 500 to 600 spirit stones. Both Zhang Qingxuan and Yi Han were in dire need of spirit stones. Yi Han was uncertain of the water demon's level, but he was certain it surpassed that of the clawed beast, and bringing it back would yield immense gains, making their fierce battle against it worthwhile. Yi Han remained in the cave for several days. He roasted the demon beast's flesh when hunger struck and meditated to restore his magical energy when weary. After consuming 3 to 4 days, he lost track of time within the cave. It took him this long to dismember the demon beast's corpse into over a dozen pieces. Fortunately, Qingxuan's second brother possessed numerous empty storage bags, which bore no blood seals or consciousness imprints. Zhang Qingxuan mentioned that these storage bags were likely taken from other cultivators whom Qingxuan's second brother had slain. It seemed these two were indeed bloodthirsty. One could only wonder how many cultivators had perished at their hands. However, these storage bags were not large. The largest was only half the size of his own. He meticulously packed the demon beast's remains into these bags, leaving no bones behind. The water demon's bones, being relatively soft, were easier to sever than he had anticipated, allowing him to dismantle all of them, save for the skull, which was too massive to fit into any bag. Throughout this endeavor, Yi Han remained vigilant for any signs of Zhang Qingxuan's condition, attempting to rouse him. Compared to a few days prior, Zhang Qingxuan's aura had improved slightly, and his previously emaciated muscles had regained some vitality. Yet, no matter how fervently Yi Han called out to him, he could not awaken him. After all, Yi Han's cultivation was limited. How many effective methods did he possess to rouse Zhang Qingxuan? Moreover, he feared inadvertently worsening Zhang Qingxuan's condition. After much labor, Yi Han concluded that waiting for Zhang Qingxuan to awaken was impractical. Given his own inadequate cultivation, carrying the unconscious Zhang Qingxuan out of the black demon forest seemed a daunting task. After all, when he had come with Zhang Sanlei and others, they had encountered several demon beasts, and he was no match for any of them in direct combat, let alone while burdened with an unconscious companion. Yi Han felt as if he were guarding an entire treasure mountain, yet was powerless to transport it away. After considerable contemplation, Yi Han rummaged through the storage bags containing the treasures of Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, Wang Fulai, and Qingxuan's second brother. Though these bags bore blood seals and consciousness imprints, their owners were dead. Yi Han easily unraveled the consciousness imprints and extracted their contents, revealing a plethora of bottles, scrolls, various peculiar materials, and a significant quantity of spirit stones. However, the magical artifacts stored by Zhang Qingxuan were beyond Yi Han's ability to utilize. What were these items? Many were entirely unfamiliar to him. Nevertheless, he separated the bottles containing heavenly spiritual energy and spirit stones, placing them aside, while the scrolls, evidently made of metal, strange ores, and semi-finished magical artifacts, were piled on another side. He organized the items this way to observe how his enigmatic purple cauldron had absorbed the 5 premium spirit refining pills gifted by the celestial phoenix fairy. He placed the purple cauldron amidst the array of bottles and positioned the spirit stones gathered from the 5 storage bags nearby. Notably, the lid of the purple cauldron was firmly sealed, with no gaps visible, indicating it would not open easily. However, the 5 individuals had provided fewer than 100 spirit stones, while the quantity of pills was considerable. Yet, which of these were usable and which were not, remained unclear to him. Thus, he placed them all around the purple cauldron, silently awaiting its response. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Yi Han observed a slight tremor in the purple cauldron, signaling its activation. His heart raced as he fixated on the cauldron. Chapter 72. The Mysterious Purple Cauldron. Before him, the translucent purple cauldron manifested numerous violet luminous runes, forming a swirling vortex of purple light. This purple vortex created a minuscule whirlpool in the air. Almost imperceptible, Yi Han widened his eyes, scrutinizing it, his gaze shimmering with a hint of spiritual brilliance. At this moment, his cultivation had progressed to the mid-stage of the Qi refinement phase, enabling him to channel magical energy to enhance his senses, eyes, ears, and other faculties, thus amplifying his auditory and visual perception. Previously, he could not see the heavenly spiritual energy, but with the enhancement of his magical energy, he could now perceive its ebb and flow. Indeed, as his eyes sparkled with spiritual light, the vortex induced by the cauldron generated ripples that oscillated through the void. With this peculiar fluctuation, the surrounding spirit stones and pill bottles emitted faint glimmers of spiritual light. Diving into the cauldron, these strands of spiritual light entered the cauldron. Within the crystalline purple jade, wisps of violet runes began to swirl, though they were minuscule, rendering them indecipherable to Yihan. Nonetheless, he sensed the power emanating from these runes, sending shivers down his spine. Previously, when the colossal water demon had dragged him into the pool, he believed his demise was imminent. Yet, the sudden and potent attraction of the purple cauldron had devoured an immense quantity of heavenly spiritual energy. An extraordinary phenomenon. Now, the pool had transformed into ordinary water, and it was nearly depleted. This indicated that the cauldron's sudden suction had drained the surrounding heavenly spiritual energy. Moreover, upon his arrival, the cauldron had exhibited an inexplicable eagerness, vibrating as if drawn to something within. For Yihan, the purple cauldron was his most vital ally in his pursuit of cultivation, especially given his limited talent and lowly cultivation level. However, as the magical energy receded from his eyes, he felt a tinge of fatigue. After all, forcibly enhancing his senses through magical energy exacted a toll on his eyes and ears. Soon, as the purple cauldron voraciously consumed, nearly 100 spirit stones disintegrated into mere stones, their spiritual energy entirely depleted within mere breaths. Yet, the bottles continued to release faint strands of spiritual light, ceaselessly flowing into the cauldron. As these strands entered, the cauldron began to undergo subtle transformations. The originally translucent purple jade material gradually commenced its petrification. This process persisted for approximately 10 breaths. Eventually, the bottles began to yield their last remaining strands of spiritual light. The entire purple cauldron had not completely petrified. Rather, it appeared to be half petrified and half composed of purple jade, resembling its condition upon his arrival. Witnessing this, Yihan's expression was one of profound astonishment. Although he could not discern the nature of the numerous vials and jars containing pills, there were at least dozens of them. Coupled with the nearly 100 spirit stones, this was merely sufficient to render the cauldron half petrified. While the purple cauldron was indeed an astonishing treasure, the rate at which resources were consumed was utterly alarming. Collectively, these items could sustain a cultivator's practice for at least a year, yet merely inhaling their essence depleted them all within a matter of mere breaths. However, Yihan had no time to ponder further, for he was uncertain of the implications should he consume these unidentified pills. Any adverse effects could spell trouble. He could not abandon Zhang Qingxuan in this place and escape alone, as he had no idea when his senior brother might awaken. If he ventured out alone from the depths of the Black Demon forest with Zhang Qingxuan in tow, encountering a ferocious beast or a treacherous cultivator would pose a grave threat. Given his current level of cultivation, this experience led Yihan to conclude that upon returning to the Qingxuan sect, he must urgently acquire a wealth of knowledge pertaining to cultivators. He realized he was woefully lacking in many areas, whether it be the names of those beasts, the properties of various materials and treasures, or the methods to identify these pills. He was entirely ignorant. He understood that since he had joined the Qingxuan sect, there must be resources available for learning about such matters. Previously, he had refrained from wandering about the Seven Xian Peak due to his lack of cultivation. But now, with even a modicum of prowess, he believed that if he could reach the late stages of the Qi refinement period, he would be able to navigate the sect without issue. Thus, from every conceivable angle, Yihan felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, entirely unbefitting of a seasoned cultivator. Certainly, while senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had provided him with ample guidance, Yihan felt that relying solely on his counsel was utterly insufficient. As Zhang might have other pressing matters to attend to, it remained uncertain whether he would awaken from his slumber. Therefore, he resolved to enhance his own cultivation, for both escaping the Black Demon mountain range and returning to the sect necessitated a degree of self-sufficiency for protection. After organizing the items, Yihan used Zhang Qingxuan's axe to carve a small cave into the mountainside. This tool could cut through iron as if it were mud. Despite the formidable hardness of the surrounding rock, he swiftly excavated a suitable hollow to accommodate Zhang Qingxuan, while Yihan also dug a small niche for himself, just large enough for his own body, and crafted a stone slab with the axe to seal the entrance. This way, Should he enter a meditative state like the last time and fail to awaken, the stone slab would serve as a barrier, leaving only a small opening for ventilation. The cave where Zhang Qingxuan lay was similarly sealed, permitting only a minuscule gap for air. After all, cultivators at this stage were not overly concerned about suffocation. With all preparations in place, Yihan settled down, placing the purple cauldron inside his robe. Turning his back to the stone slab, he began to cultivate using the Qingxuan technique. He recognized that this course of action bore its own risks. Should an outsider intrude and discover him, the outcome could be dire. Yet, venturing outside posed even greater dangers, leaving him with no option but to focus on his cultivation. Indeed, as he channeled the Qingxuan technique, he soon fell into a meditative state. Feeling the spiritual energy of the universe surge towards him, accompanied by an indescribable, potent force that penetrated his very being. He perceived that this power must emanate from the purple cauldron. As he absorbed the spiritual energy and the essence released by the cauldron, Yihan entered a state of complete immersion in his practice, entirely oblivious to the external world, as if he had slipped into a deep slumber. Nevertheless, his Qingxuan technique continued to operate at an accelerated pace, and his cultivation began to ascend rapidly. Upon completing the absorption of the cauldron's power, to what heights would his cultivation rise? Would this meditation require 3 months as before? Chapter 73. Late stage of Qi refinement? Yihan slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishing brilliance igniting within them. Reminiscent of 2 radiant orbs, he felt an overwhelming surge of magical energy coursing through his body, contrasting starkly with his previous state. He attentively sensed this newfound power, aware that he seemed to have grown taller, nearly grazing the cave's ceiling. His aura and strength had undergone remarkable enhancement. Surveying the spiritual energy and cultivation within him, he could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this the late stage of Qi refinement?" Indeed, while Yihan could not pinpoint the precise layer of his cultivation within the Qi refinement period, he was certain he had surpassed the 4th layer and had ascended to above the 7th layer. He sensed that his magical energy had multiplied several times over, leaving him feeling ethereal and invigorated. More importantly, he realized that although he had not practiced the blood refinement technique, the purple cauldron likely had a beneficial effect on it. Otherwise, his body would not have experienced such growth, and he felt that his blood refinement technique had nearly advanced to the 2nd layer. The vitality within him was unprecedented, and the abundance of magical energy was extraordinary. He savored the sensation of this cultivation improvement, feeling as if he had transformed into an entirely different individual. Utterly captivated by the sensation of power in the past, when Yihan had reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, although he had felt a surge of magical energy, he found himself constrained in his actions. Performing a Vine Soul technique was a formidable challenge. Now, he could effortlessly execute the technique, and with full exertion, he might even be able to employ the 2nd layer of the spell. Suddenly, Yihan recalled the purple cauldron and retrieved it from his robe, pondering whether his awakening was due to having fully absorbed the essence of the cauldron. To his surprise, he discovered that while the cauldron retained its translucent purple jade appearance, the base still exhibited slight petrification. This indicated that he had not awakened solely from depleting the cauldron's essence. Rather, it was likely that his body and cultivation had reached the limits of their current stage. Prompting his awakening, his body was covered in dust, and his face felt dry and caked with grime, likely accumulated during his cultivation. He could not ascertain how long he had been meditating, but he sensed that this session had not lasted as long as the previous one, which had spanned over 3 months. This time, it was likely shorter than 3 months. With a flash of insight, he stowed the purple cauldron in his storage bag, which provided him with some reassurance. As the space within it did not leak any aura, and no matter how powerful a cultivator, they could not perceive the contents of another's storage bag. He pushed aside the stone slab and emerged from the cave, stretching his limbs and experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort. However, he was still covered in dust, so he channeled his magical energy. With a resounding force, he expelled a wave of magical energy that shook off the dust clinging to him. Now, he had mastered the ability to project his magical energy outward, a feat he could not achieve when he was at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, highlighting the astonishing progress he had made during this time. Yet, he had no time to revel in his transformation. How was Zhang Qingxuan faring? Yihan anxiously glanced towards the cave where Zhang Qingxuan lay, relieved to see that the stone slab sealing his chamber remained intact. Therefore, it seemed that senior brother Zhang was likely unharmed. Suddenly, Yi Han's expression shifted as he keenly sensed a formidable aura emanating from Zhang Qingxuan's cave. His heart raced as he moved to lift the stone slab. As he did so, he was elated to discover that although Zhang Qingxuan remained unconscious, his physique had transformed from its previously gaunt state into a considerably more robust form. However, it was not the same as before Zhang Qingxuan had engaged in that fierce battle with the water demon. His muscles had once been exceptionally well defined. Now, he appeared to have lost considerable mass, yet the aura he exuded was undeniably powerful. Previously, Yi Han had been unable to discern the disparities in strength among cultivators due to his own limited cultivation, which had rendered his perception inadequate. Of course, he could only gauge another's strength if they deliberately released their aura. Otherwise, he would feel nothing. Now, he sensed that Zhang Qingxuan's aura was significantly more potent than his own, and he surmised that Zhang Qingxuan had likely experienced a breakthrough, becoming much stronger than when they had entered the Black Demon Mountain range. This development delighted Yi Han. After all, he had given Zhang Qingxuan the purple pill from the cauldron. If he had been unable to save Zhang Qingxuan's life and had instead harmed him, it would have been a considerable blow to Yi Han's psyche. Although it was regrettable that he had not consumed the purple pill himself, he believed that as long as the purple cauldron remained in his possession, he would eventually have the opportunity to obtain another such pill. While Yi Han's cultivation had indeed improved significantly, he still hoped for a safer return and sought further guidance from Zhang Qingxuan regarding his cultivation methods. Despite his advancement, he was still limited to the single vine soul technique. Thus, Yi Han called out to Zhang Qingxuan, "Senior brother Zhang, can you hear my voice?" As Yi Han called out, he gently shook Zhang Qingxuan's foot once more. Yet, it seemed that Zhang Qingxuan remained unresponsive. This left Yi Han somewhat speechless. After such a prolonged period, could Zhang Qingxuan truly not awaken? Given the state of his injuries, he should have recovered by now. Yi Han pondered the situation, realizing that he could not remain here indefinitely awaiting Zhang Qingxuan's revival. After some contemplation, Yi Han resolved to use the axe on Zhang Qingxuan, reasoning that if the sensation of pain did not rouse him, he would have to devise an alternative plan. After all, he had received some secret techniques from Zhang Sanlei and others. Although lacking guidance, he could attempt to self-learn some spells and then find a way to escort Zhang Qingxuan back to Qingxian Sect. If he could master a few more spells for self-defense, coupled with Zhang Qingxuan's treasured battle axe and the protection of the cold iron shield, it was unfortunate that he had yet to learn how to refine magical artifacts. If he could refine the cold iron shield, it would be ideal to control it freely. With this in mind, Yi Han grasped the golden battle axe and lightly pierced Zhang Qingxuan's thigh. The golden battle axe proved to be exceedingly sharp, the tip piercing effortlessly. Just then, Zhang Qingxuan exclaimed, bouncing up from the cave, his head colliding with the stone wall, causing a significant amount of rock to shatter. While he clutched his forehead and lamented, "It hurts terribly." Upon witnessing Zhang Qingxuan's awakening, Yi Han joyfully exclaimed, "Senior brother Zhang, you have awakened." Yet, to his surprise, Zhang Qingxuan, still holding his forehead, gazed at Yi Han with a look of confusion and asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 74, Pinnacle of Qi Refinement Stage 7. Yi Han, taken aback by Zhang Qingxuan's inquiry, promptly replied, "Senior brother Zhang, it is I, Yi Han." Could it be that Zhang Qingxuan had remained unconscious for too long? Or perhaps that the purple elixir had some unforeseen side effects, causing him to lose his memory? Yi Han felt a surge of anxiety as he scrutinized Zhang Qingxuan, noting that he appeared significantly emaciated. Having visibly shrunk in stature, though the aura emanating from him was undeniably powerful, as Zhang Qingxuan regained his composure, he carefully assessed Yi Han and exclaimed in astonishment, "It really is you, Yi Han. You've grown taller. I almost didn't recognize you." Relieved that Zhang Qingxuan had recognized him, Yi Han breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that the purple elixir had caused some other issues. Thankfully, Zhang Qingxuan's revival was indeed a stroke of good fortune, making their escape from the Black Demon Forest considerably safer. Yi Han then stated, "Senior brother Zhang, it is truly wonderful that you have awakened." However, he suddenly sensed the piercing intensity of Zhang Qingxuan's gaze fixated upon him. More precisely, it was directed at the item in his hand, the battle axe. Zhang Qingxuan's eyes clearly conveyed the significance he placed on this axe. Realizing this, Yi Han promptly returned the axe to Zhang Qingxuan, saying, Senior brother Zhang. I utilized it while you were unconscious. Zhang Qingxuan regarded Yi Han intently, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes as he seemed on the verge of speaking but ultimately remained silent. Accepting the axe and, with a flash of spiritual light, stowing it away in his storage pouch, it appeared he wished to avoid discussing the axe's true nature, opting instead to shift the conversation to Yi Han. Asking, Junior brother Yi, how long have I been unconscious? Yi Han shook his head, responding, I am unsure. Suddenly, Zhang Qingxuan sensed a transformation in his cultivation and exclaimed with delight, remarkable. I have actually broken through to the great perfection of the Qi refinement stage. Junior brother Yi, what exactly transpired while I was unconscious? Indeed. Zhang Qingxuan finally recalled that after his fierce battle with the beast, he had sacrificed his cultivation and vitality to vanquish the water demon. He had completely exhausted his powers and succumbed to unconsciousness, distinctly feeling his life ebbing away into an abyss of darkness. Yet amidst that darkness, a powerful aura had continuously been repairing his meridians and body. Of course, he had no knowledge of the specifics. Yi Han, too, refrained from divulging that he had saved Zhang Qingxuan with the purple elixir from his treasured purple cauldron. This cauldron was of utmost importance to him, and no one could be privy to its existence. However, Yi Han's mind was quick, and he immediately replied, Senior brother Zhang, I am also unaware of what transpired. After you defeated the water demon, I suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy emerge from the pool, and a purple orb entered your body, after which you fell into unconsciousness. At this juncture, Yi Han had crafted an elaborate narrative in his mind. In his account, Zhang Qingxuan had succumbed to unconsciousness after the purple orb penetrated his body. Yet his aura remained stable. He had not dared to wander far, and had instead moved Zhang Qingxuan into the cave, where he consumed various elixirs and absorbed spiritual stones for cultivation. During this waiting period, he had simultaneously cultivated and dealt with the beast's carcass. He had utilized Zhang Qingxuan's battle axe during this time. Now, having exhausted the elixirs and spiritual stones, his cultivation had advanced considerably. As he recounted these events, Yi Han feigned helplessness, saying, Senior brother Zhang, ever since that purple orb entered your body, the spiritual energy in the pool has been completely depleted. I truly have no idea what transpired. After hearing Yi Han's account, Zhang Qingxuan scratched the back of his head, seemingly at a loss for understanding, but after some careful reflection, he remarked, though my memories are quite hazy, I do distinctly feel that a purple entity was swirling within me. Could it be that good deeds are rewarded? Have I encountered another opportunity? Upon hearing this, Yi Han's eyes flickered with interest. He felt he had stumbled upon some insight. Zhang Qingxuan's casual remarks about rewards for good deeds and his mention of acquiring yet another opportunity piqued Yi Han's curiosity. The term yet another suggested that Zhang Qingxuan had experienced fortune before. This fellow undoubtedly harbored secrets. Nevertheless, Yi Han did not press further, as the mystery surrounding his own purple cauldron was equally significant. However, what did Zhang Qingxuan mean by rewards for good deeds? Yi Han couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Qingxuan's character had allowed him to survive in the world of cultivation for such an extended period, truly remarkable. Although the purple orb was a fabrication, it effectively obscured the depletion of the pool's spiritual energy and the circumstances surrounding Zhang Qingxuan's awakening. As for whether Zhang Qingxuan would harbor suspicions, Yi Han felt he could not afford to worry about that now. He believed that even if Zhang Qingxuan had doubts, he would not inquire too deeply. Yi Han could not discern whether Zhang Qingxuan was genuinely honest or merely feigning simplicity. In any case, he concluded that adopting Zhang Qingxuan's approach of feigning innocence might be a prudent strategy for survival. Thus, Yi Han remarked, Senior brother Zhang, good deeds are rewarded, and you are indeed fortunate. My own cultivation has also progressed considerably. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan scrutinized Yi Han once more, exclaiming in astonishment, Junior brother Yi, you are truly impressive. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage 7. What a delightful surprise, he continued with enthusiasm. I was worried about how you would fare while I attend the Ascension Conference. It seems I need not worry about you too much. Yi Han felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, Zhang Qingxuan had not pressed him for further details. Discovering that his own cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage 7 was reassuring. At the very least, such a level was not considered the lowest among inner disciples. Moreover, Yi Han had only recently joined Qingxuan Sect, Yet he had already achieved such advancement, truly a prodigy. Yi Han then inquired in surprise, "Senior Brother Zhang, you intend to participate in the Ascension Conference? Is it not perilous? We are also uncertain whether the conference has commenced." Zhang Qingxuan smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "How true, by the way. How long have I been unconscious?" Yi Han shook his head, replying, "I am not certain. It should be around 2 or 3 months." Zhang Qingxuan, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "That will not do. We must return to the sect immediately to ascertain whether the Ascension Conference has begun. If we miss this opportunity, we shall have to wait several more years." However, Yi Han interjected, "Senior Brother Zhang, there is a matter I need you to attend to." Zhang Qingxuan looked at Yi Han with curiosity. "What is it?" Chapter 75. Beast Crystal. Yi Han promptly informed Zhang Qingxuan, "Do you recall the demon beast we slew? I only severed its body. Its head remains there, and it should be worth a considerable amount of spiritual stones." Indeed, prior to his cultivation, Yi Han had used Zhang Qingxuan's treasured axe to decapitate the water demon, and now the head still resided within the cave. Remarkably, it had yet to emit any foul odor. Zhang Qingxuan immediately replied, "Let us go and take a look." "Very well." Indeed, the two re-entered the cave where the water demon had dwelled. They discovered that the pool where the water demon resided had completely dried up, yet the head of the demon remained intact. Curiously, aside from being somewhat desiccated, the water demon's head showed no signs of decay or odor. Yi Han observed the scene with astonishment, exclaiming, "It has been so long. How is it that this creature has not begun to smell?" Zhang Qingxuan elucidated, "The higher the rank of the demonic beast, the more astonishing the demonic energy contained within its flesh. This creature should be the legendary water jiao beast, which is far from an ordinary demonic entity. Given the amount of demonic energy within its body, it is entirely normal for its deceased form to remain uncorrupted for a year or two." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "It is said that some exceptionally powerful demonic beasts can preserve their corpses, even after 10,000 years, remaining vividly lifelike." Upon hearing this, Yi Han sighed and remarked, "Brother Zhang, your knowledge is truly profound. I realize I am utterly ignorant about matters concerning the realm of cultivation. Where, pray tell, can I learn these fundamental concepts?" Indeed, accompanying Zhang Sanlei and his companions on this expedition, he felt as blind as a bat. Utterly unaware of the locations of rare materials, demonic beasts, or spells. Reflecting on his own audacity, he considered it quite bold to confront Zhang Qingxuan in such circumstances, especially given the numerous unforeseen events they had encountered. It was indeed a stroke of luck that he remained alive. Desiring longevity and to become a formidable cultivator, he acknowledged that there was an overwhelming amount of knowledge yet to be grasped. Moreover, he found himself at a loss, unable to direct all his inquiries solely to Zhang Qingxuan. Thus, he posed these questions. Zhang Qingxuan responded, "Previously, your cultivation level was too low for me to permit you access to the library pavilion. However, upon our return, you should certainly visit it. There, you will find an abundance of texts that can answer many of your queries. Although we cultivators possess significantly longer lifespans than ordinary mortals, the breadth of knowledge we must acquire far surpasses that of common folk. The books in the library pavilion cover every conceivable subject, but be aware that a fee in spirit stones will be required for your reading. This is one of the advantages of being part of a sect. Many wandering cultivators seeking such knowledge are often unaware of the substantial price they must pay." Listening to Zhang Qingxuan, Yi Han nodded in agreement, responding, "I understand, Brother Zhang. I will study diligently upon our return." Yi Han was not a slothful individual. On the contrary, he was exceptionally industrious and eager to learn. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to attend Mr. Lanqing's lectures amidst his daily toil for Wang Laokai. He was willing to sacrifice anything to grow stronger and achieve longevity. Zhang Qingxuan nodded, uncertain of what else to say. After a moment's hesitation, he tapped his storage bag, and with a flicker of spiritual light, a treasured axe materialized in his hand. Gripping the axe tightly, he moved swiftly towards the water jiao beast, delivering a powerful strike. Whoosh! As Zhang Qingxuan's axe descended, it unleashed a wave of golden runes, causing the weapon to expand several-fold in an instant. Yi Han distinctly perceived that the force behind Zhang Qingxuan's blow contained formidable magical power, and the sharpness of the strike distorted the surrounding air. This single strike was far more powerful than a mere brute force attack, demonstrating a stark contrast in cultivation levels between himself and Zhang Qingxuan. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed as Zhang Qingxuan's mighty blow cleaved a deep fissure into the water Jiao beast's head, measuring several feet in length. More astonishingly, a strand of blue light emerged from the beast's skull. Witnessing this scene, Yi Han's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the creature's head would conceal something else. Zhang Qingxuan, exhilarated, exclaimed, "Fantastic! The water Jiao beast has actually produced a beast crystal. This is a valuable find. We have struck it rich." With enthusiasm radiating from him, Zhang Qingxuan began to swing the battle axe repeatedly, relentlessly hacking at the water Jiao beast in no time. The beast's incredibly hard skull was cleaved open, revealing a crystal the size of a fist, translucent and emitting blue light. Zhang Qingxuan, holding the beast crystal aloft, excitedly declared to Yi Han, "Junior brother Yi, this treasure is worth thousands of spirit stones. We have indeed struck gold." Yi Han had seldom seen Zhang Qingxuan so animated, and the revelation that the beast crystal was valued at thousands of spirit stones filled him with astonishment. He realized that Zhang Qingxuan's daily tasks for the sect, crafting fine iron, only earned him a single spirit stone each day. Thus, this beast crystal was equivalent to years of his labor. In a brief moment, Zhang Qingxuan had reduced the water Jiao beast's skull to 4 or 5 pieces, carefully stowing them in small storage bags. Then, casting a lingering glance at the axe in his hand, he turned to Yi Han and said, "Junior brother Yi, please keep the existence of this treasure a secret. Do not disclose it to anyone. Not all cultivators are as benevolent as you. If others learn of it, I could be in grave danger." Heeding Zhang Qingxuan's admonition, Yi Han nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Rest assured, brother Zhang, I will not breathe a word to anyone." Indeed, Yi Han had harbored some concern. With the wealth they had amassed, coupled with Zhang Qingxuan's possession of such a treasure, he feared that Zhang Qingxuan might eliminate him to secure their bounty. After all, if Zhang Qingxuan were to unleash his full wrath, even 10 Yi Hans would be no match for him. Of course, during Zhang Qingxuan's moment of unconsciousness, Yi Han had numerous opportunities to take his life and claim their spoils for himself. However, in this ruthless realm of cultivation, having someone like Zhang Qingxuan, an exceptionally kind-hearted individual, made it difficult for him to contemplate such an act. In truth, Yi Han had never taken a life. The thought of killing someone, particularly such a good person as Zhang Qingxuan, was something he found utterly unthinkable. He even suspected that Zhang Qingxuan's kindness toward him might be driven by ulterior motives. Yet he still could not bring himself to act against him. Zhang Qingxuan nodded in understanding. He then tapped his storage bag again, summoning a dagger-shaped magic weapon into his hand, and said to Yi Han, "Junior brother Yi, your cultivation has reached a sufficient level. It is time you possessed a protective treasure. Take this magic weapon and refine it." Chapter 76. Return to Qingxuan Sect. Yi Han gazed at the magic weapon Zhang Qingxuan had produced. Recognizing it as the dagger used by Zhang Sanlei and his companions, as he accepted it, he noted its seemingly simple design, adorned with what resembled demonic beast scales, and the hilt bore a formation rune, suggesting it was far from ordinary. Zhang Qingxuan continued, "This magic weapon is likely a flying scale dagger forged from sharp gold. Though it is a medium-grade magic weapon, it is quite valuable, worth over 100 spirit stones." Reflecting for a moment, Zhang Qingxuan produced 2 additional flying scale daggers, offering them to Yi Han, saying, "These 3 daggers were likely forged in the same batch. In the future, if you discover a technique that allows you to wield 3 magic weapons in unison, these daggers will be immensely beneficial to you. Keep them safe." Pausing for emphasis, he added, "However, you can only refine one at present. Do not be greedy. With your current level of spiritual awareness and cultivation, managing more than one will be challenging." Yi Han nodded, replying, "Understood. Thank you, brother Zhang." Zhang Qingxuan added, "Also, these 3 daggers belong to Zhang Sanlei and his companions. While I am uncertain of their origins, please try not to let this information slip when you use them." Yi Han felt a jolt of realization and nodded, suddenly perceiving that Zhang Qingxuan was not as naive as he initially appeared. Perhaps his straightforwardness was only directed towards certain individuals, while he adopted a different demeanor when dealing with strangers or outsiders. Zhang Qingxuan surveyed the cave once more, noting that the water pool had indeed run dry, and the spiritual energy in the environment was drastically diminished compared to their first visit. There was not a single drop of water to be found. It seemed that, as Yi Han had surmised, The rich spiritual energy that had allowed this cave to harbor such a formidable beast as the water jiao was solely reliant on this remarkable influx of natural energy. The beast's occupation of this place was a direct result of that same energy. After confirming there were no other remarkable features, Zhang Qingxuan turned to Yi Han and said, "Let us depart. Junior brother Yi, we are heading back with that." He turned on his heel, and Yi Han followed closely behind, summoning forth a lamp powered by spirit stones to illuminate their path. As they walked, Zhang Qingxuan spoke to Yi Han. "We have made substantial gains this time. However, you may find these items difficult to manage. I will escort you back to the sect first, and then we can divide our spoils. Any items we do not require, I will take to the black market for disposal. You have no objections, I trust?" Hearing this, Yi Han shook his head. "I have no objections. I am not knowledgeable about these matters, Brother Zhang. You may handle it as you see fit." However, a hint of confusion crossed his features as he queried, "Brother Zhang, does our sect not have a designated place for the recovery of these items? Why must we resort to the black market?" Indeed, Yi Han had noticed a marketplace during his wanderings on Qingxuan Peak, a place where various rare materials, elixirs, magic weapons, and books could be exchanged. The term black market did not evoke a sense of security. Zhang Qingxuan replied sternly, "Junior brother Yi, you must remember that not everyone in our Qingxian sect will treat you as kindly as I do. The value of these items is exceedingly high, and some belong to fellow disciples, including those from the notorious Qingxuan duo. If we were to return to the sect for recovery, it would not only draw unwanted attention, but could also lead to suspicions that we harmed our fellow disciples. Moreover, behind the notorious Qingxuan duo lies a formidable backing. Otherwise, how could they act with such audacity? With our identities exposed, we may soon find ourselves under scrutiny." After listening to Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yi Han nodded gravely and replied, "I understand, Senior Brother Zhang. I will certainly be cautious." Zhang Qingxuan's words were not mere empty rhetoric. When Jin Feng last sought trouble with him, he discovered that Zhang Qingxuan was not within his cave abode and was aware of Zhang Qingxuan's movements, including the tasks he was undertaking. If no one had leaked this information, how could Jin Feng have known? Furthermore, during Zhang Qingxuan's previous perilous encounter, his arm was severed due to the betrayal of Zhang Sanlei and others, who divulged his whereabouts to rogue cultivators. These few incidents alone illustrate that within the Qingxian sect, even among fellow disciples, there is no absolute unity. Grievances and conflicts abound, often stemming from jealousy. As the saying goes, it is not the thief who is feared, but the thief who harbors intentions. However, upon hearing Senior Brother Zhang's admonition, Yi Han realized that Zhang Qingxuan was perhaps more considerate towards him than to others. Zhang Qingxuan continued, "Very well. I shall teach you the method of refining magical artifacts. Given your current cultivation level, you can refine them while on the move. Once we have refined the artifacts, we should not lack for spirit stones. I will then assist you in finding the incantations to maximize the effectiveness of these artifacts." Excellent. The two of them made their way outside, with Zhang Qingxuan imparting his knowledge to Yi Han, guiding him on how to refine magical artifacts and share his experiences and techniques. Luckily, with Zhang Qingxuan leading the way, despite the myriad of complex paths within the lair of the clawed beasts, he appeared confident, seemingly possessing a method to discern the various routes. Their exit was markedly swifter than their entrance. After all, they had been cautious upon entering, uncertain of what dangers lay within. It took them nearly an hour to emerge from the lair of the clawed beasts. Zhang Qingxuan charged ahead, with Yi Han following closely behind, as he continued to instruct Yi Han on the use of his magical energy to enhance his speed. The two of them hastened toward the outskirts of the Black Demon Forest. This area appeared relatively devoid of other demonic beasts, likely due to the presence of the clawed beasts. However, after racing for several miles, Zhang Qingxuan's expression shifted, and he whispered to Yi Han, "Ahead, there are cultivators slaying demonic beasts. Let us take a detour and ignore them." After speaking, Zhang Qingxuan led Yi Han down an alternate path, racing away. 2 days later, at the Qingxian sect, atop the Seven Mysteries Peak, at the entrance of Yi Han's cave, Zhang Qingxuan instructed Yi Han, saying, "Junior brother Yi, I will be back within 5 days. Focus on your cultivation in the cave until my return." Yi Han immediately nodded and replied, "Senior brother Zhang, please take care on your journey. I will await your return." Zhang Qingxuan affirmed, "Very well. Over the next few days, review the materials I have left for you, and if you have time, visit the library and read more. Understood, senior brother." as Yihan watched Zhang Qingxuan's figure descend the cliff. A flicker of concern crossed his face. Chapter 77. The sudden arrival of Elder Qi. As Zhang Qingxuan's silhouette vanished from sight, Yihan's expression of worry subsided. On the return journey from the Black Demon Forest, Zhang Qingxuan was able to detect any approaching demonic beasts or cultivators, skillfully leading Yihan around them, thus avoiding any encounters. It took them twice as long to return to the Qingxian sect as it had to arrive. However, under Zhang Qingxuan's guidance, they encountered no dangers along the way. This led Yihan to understand why someone with Zhang Qingxuan's demeanor, seemingly a naive and kind-hearted individual, could survive such a long time in the realm of cultivation. He seemed to possess an innate ability to attract fortune and avoid misfortune. Whether this was truly innate, Yihan could not ascertain, as Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned having once experienced a fortuitous encounter. Perhaps he possessed some talisman or artifact that enabled him to navigate danger. This notion was reinforced during their expedition into the lair of the clawed beasts, where it became clear that Zhang Qingxuan must possess some unique treasures or specialized techniques. Yihan did not pry into the specifics with Zhang Qingxuan. Upon returning to the cave, Zhang Qingxuan meticulously unpacked his storage bag, categorizing its contents with great care. During this process, Yihan inquired about various items, learning a great deal. For instance, most of the treasures on the Qingxuan duo were sinister artifacts, crafted through particularly gruesome methods requiring living sacrifices or soul extractions from cultivators. For example, one of his artifacts, a soul-searching vial, was made using special techniques. The soul-refining corpses within were actually those of slain cultivators, reconstituted to serve as their minions. In essence, the majority of the items on the Qingxuan duo were simply too perilous for ordinary cultivators to utilize. This led Zhang Qingxuan to conclude that the Qingxuan duo undoubtedly had a powerful backing, likely a high-ranking practitioner of the dark arts, as evidenced by the numerous storage bags they possessed and the many lives they had taken over the years. Yet their cultivation remained at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. This indicated they were mere pawns, with most of their ill-gotten gains funneled into the pockets of their benefactor. Many practitioners of the dark arts follow this model, cultivating a group of subordinates to carry out their deeds of murder and theft, thereby amassing resources for their own advancement or for soul harvesting. As they too are cultivators, there is no need for them to engage in every task personally. Thus, the items on the Qingxuan duo would not be particularly useful to either of them and would likely be sold off in the black market. The only valuable items were a few skill manuals. Although these manuals were of the dark arts, they could be invaluable for Yihan's own cultivation insights. Additionally, the possessions of Zhang Sanlei and his cohorts primarily consisted of magical artifacts, though they were rather impoverished, possessing only a handful of artifacts, 4 in total, including the cold iron shield and the flying scale dagger, while the remainder were of little use and had been discarded by the sect. Consequently, Zhang Qingxuan opted to trade them for spirit stones. The more useful items comprised various techniques, manuals, and insights into spell cultivation. Essentially, Zhang Qingxuan retained all the texts and bamboo slips, entrusting them to Yihan for study in his absence, ensuring that Yihan accumulates the knowledge necessary for a cultivator. In fact, among all the spoils, the most valuable were the corpses of the 3 demonic beasts, the clawed beasts and the water flood dragon. Based on Zhang Qingxuan's assessment, one clawed beast was in the early 2nd stage, while the other was in the late 2nd stage, and the water flood dragon was even more astonishing, being a demonic beast in the early 3rd stage. The Black Demon Forest is predominantly a hunting ground for Qi refinement practitioners, where 1st stage or even unranked demonic beasts are the norm. 2nd stage demonic beasts are exceedingly rare. Therefore, when Zhang Sanlei and his companions unexpectedly discovered the clawed beasts, they devised several strategies to hunt them down, only to have the cunning clawed beasts retreat to their lair. Zhang Qingxuan and Yihan had ventured into the lair of the clawed beasts, which was a labyrinthine network of passages, deep and perilous. Hunting them there was fraught with danger. Not to mention, Zhang Sanlei and his companions had fallen victim to the labyrinthine complexities of the lair itself. Thus, confronting demonic beasts within their lair is a perilous endeavor. What was even more surprising was the presence of a 3rd stage water flood dragon within the lair. Had it not been for the miraculous spiritual water pool, the water flood dragon would have had no chance of advancing to the 3rd stage in the Black Demon Forest. For a 3rd stage demonic beast is roughly equivalent to a foundation building practitioner in strength. If not for Zhang Qingxuan wielding the battle axe artifact and attacking from within the belly of the water flood dragon, in truth, the water flood dragon had been careless, as its stomach was extraordinarily resilient. Even magical artifacts found it challenging to inflict damage. It was unexpected that Zhang Qingxuan possessed such a formidable weapon and, in a desperate act, burned through his cultivation energy. Those axe strikes were akin to the attacks of a foundation-building practitioner. This ultimately led to the swift demise of the water flood dragon. It can be said that the water flood dragon met an unjust end. Regrettably, the corpse of the water flood dragon that they brought back was not intact, having been cut into numerous pieces by Zhang Qingxuan and Yihan, rendering its value merely a third of its original worth. Nevertheless, the most valuable item remained the beast crystal of the water flood dragon. Beast crystals are typically found only in demonic beasts of the third stage or higher, and not all third-stage beasts possess them. Among all the items, the beast crystal was the most valuable. As Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned, it was worth thousands of spirit stones. Just as Yihan had estimated, this time, utilizing the purple cauldron for cultivation within the lair of the clawed beasts had saved over a month of time compared to the previous occasion. With only 10 days remaining until the various sects' ascension conference, Zhang Qingxuan was in a hurry to exchange these items for spirit stones, which he would then use to procure the magical artifacts, elixirs, and life-preserving talismans necessary for his participation in the Ascension Conference. In truth, were it not for the scarcity of foundation-building pills, this beast crystal could nearly be traded for one. However, in the realm of cultivation, foundation-building pills that circulate are typically found in the auction houses of various markets, where their value is doubled. Yet, even with spirit stones, they remain unattainable. Of course, if one were to achieve significant merit within the sect, it might be possible to exchange for a foundation-building pill. The Ascension Conference represents a prime opportunity to accrue such merit. Zhang Qingxuan declared that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage and was remarkably stable. He felt a profound confidence in his prospects at the upcoming Immortal Ascension Conference, asserting that he must attend. Yihan surveyed his own cave abode, recognizing that he had achieved the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage, and believed it was time to restore the cave's protective barriers, thus rendering the command word open unnecessary. Just then, a familiar voice unexpectedly resonated in his ear. "Are you Yihan?" The speaker's cultivation was substantial. As he had appeared silently by Yihan's side without detection, Yihan swiftly turned to find it was the 7th elder. How had he appeared so suddenly? The arrival of the 7th elder stirred a twinge of anxiety within Yihan, who feared that his dealings with Zhang Qingxuan might have been revealed. Despite his unease, he forced himself to maintain composure and respectfully bowed, saying, "Disciple Yihan pays his respects to the peak master." The 7th elder's eyes shimmered with a brilliance as he scrutinized Yihan, disbelief evident in his gaze. Yihan felt as if the elder's penetrating look could see straight through him, revealing every detail of his physical condition. Such was the terrifying prowess of a golden core cultivator. It was no wonder Zhang Qingxuan had warned him that in the realm of cultivation, strength commanded respect. Even the elder's mere presence could easily vanquish him with a flick of a finger. However, Yihan pondered the strange circumstance. According to Zhang Qingxuan, higher-tier cultivators often secluded themselves for extended periods, golden core cultivators sometimes for a decade or more. The last time the 7th elder had escorted him to this cave had been 7 or 8 months ago. Now, the elder had reappeared, seemingly with intentions to seek him out. Abruptly, the 7th elder withdrew his gaze, causing Yihan to feel a prickling pressure. Fortunately, he had recently acquired a storage pouch containing all his belongings. No matter how powerful the elder was, he could not peer through it to discover its contents. The most crucial item, the purple cauldron, was safely tucked away inside a storage pouch hidden within the cave. Once the 7th elder retracted his gaze, he spoke. "I never expected that with your pseudo-spiritual root, you could cultivate the Qingxuan Sutra to such a degree. With a solid foundation and a robust physique, it appears you have encountered significant opportunities during this time. I nearly failed to recognize you." Yihan's heart tightened at these words. Indeed, he could not conceal the state of his cultivation from a golden core cultivator. He quickly replied, "Respected Peak Master, after arriving at the 7 Xian Peak, I received guidance from senior brother Zhang Qingxuan and medicinal pills from Auntie Qingfeng, along with the benefits of this cave." Before he could finish, the 7th elder waved his hand dismissively, saying, You need not elaborate further. Where did you acquire the Qingxuan Sutra? His gaze bore into Yihan intensely. Feeling the pressure, Yihan, of course, would not divulge the truth. He recounted the narrative he had previously shared with Anti-Qingfeng. Seventh Elder, I discovered the Qingxuan Sutra within the cave, he stammered. But before he could continue, the seventh elder furrowed his brow and interjected, Enough. You needn't say more. This cave belongs to me. Would I not know what is contained within? He paused momentarily, then continued, however, since you possess the Qingxuan token and the Qingxuan Sutra, it is not surprising. You appear to have resources at your disposal, rest assured, as a golden core cultivator. I will not pry into your modest holdings, he went on. There are many disciples who have encountered opportunities within the Qingxuan sect, and we elders do not intrude upon your secrets. So long as you remember at all times that you are a disciple of the Qingxuan sect. The seventh elder then fixed his gaze upon Yihan, stating, however, you must understand the significance of the Qingxuan Sutra. Since I am aware of this matter, I cannot turn a blind eye. Thus, I will accept you as my named disciple. Before the seventh elder could finish his sentence, Yihan immediately prostrated himself, exclaiming, Disciple Yihan pays respects to my esteemed master. The reason he had previously suffered so much at the Seven Xian Peak, retreating from the cave as if it were a fortress, was due to his lack of a formidable backing. Regardless of the seventh elder's motivations for accepting him as a named disciple, he was now affiliated with the elder, elevating his status significantly. Being a named disciple of an elder far surpassed the experience of other disciples who merely sought a foundation establishment master. The advantages of having a powerful ally were clear to Yihan. Even though he was only a named disciple, Yihan understood that he would not receive direct guidance from the seventh elder. Nevertheless, this designation was extraordinary. He promptly affirmed, Yes, I will strive diligently, regardless of the circumstances. With the seventh elder as his support, he would no longer be easily bullied by the other disciples at the Seven Xian Peak. The seventh elder continued, Last time I departed in haste and did not facilitate your entry registration. You may now proceed to register. There are dedicated masters who will impart teachings to you. I have delayed your cultivation. With those words, he produced a token from his palm and handed it to Yihan, saying, This is a token for my disciples. You may access the library to study texts on cultivation methods free of charge, and you are permitted to visit the treasure hall to procure a magical artifact. Consider it a gift from me for your apprenticeship. Yihan accepted the token with astonishment, replying, Thank you for your generous gift, master. He had not anticipated receiving a gift upon becoming a named disciple, as such privileges were seldom afforded to those in his position. He was left wondering what kind of magical artifact he might obtain from the treasure hall. As Yihan exited the Seven Xian Hall, he was greeted by a middle-aged cultivator who wore a cheerful expression. The cultivator smiled warmly at Yihan and said, Junior brother Yi, travel well. Do come by to discuss cultivation insights when you have the time. Yihan bowed in return, saying, Senior brother Wang Lan, please stay. I will seek you out for guidance. Wang Lan reciprocated the gesture, saying, Of course, when you have time, feel free to visit the Seven Xian Hall. I will be here for the next few months. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yihan took his leave. As he walked away, he could not help but feel a profound sense of gratitude. Indeed, having a formidable ally made all the difference. Holding the seventh elder's disciple token, he registered at the Seven Xian Hall, where Wang Lan treated him with exceptional warmth, personally guiding him through the registration process and even accompanying him out while expressing a desire to discuss cultivation insights. This was far beyond the treatment afforded to ordinary entry-level disciples, who were often met with indifference. Previously, Yihan had to tread cautiously even when exiting his cave, fearful of being usurped. Now, others regarded him with utmost respect. It was worth noting that Wang Lan had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Had it not been for his association with the seventh elder, he would likely not have given Yihan a second glance. However, after his apprenticeship that morning, the seventh elder had not lingered, simply assisting Yihan in claiming ownership of the cave's formation restrictions by blood, thus granting him full control over the cave's defenses. Following this, the seventh elder departed, leaving Yihan to navigate the registration process with the token he had received. In truth, the seventh elder had overlooked certain protocols. New disciples like Yihan typically received foundational texts, modest resources, and guidance from a designated instructor to help them learn the Sect's rules. Instead, the seventh elder had left him behind without a second thought. It is evident that, for Yihan, An utterly unrefined mortal with a mere pseudo-spiritual root, no one regarded him with any respect. He was directly left bewildered in the cave of Qingxuan Peak, and had it not been for the guidance of senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, a kind-hearted soul, Yihan, despite his cleverness in seeking out Zhang Qingxuan, might have found himself in a vastly different predicament. However, this outcome proved fortuitous. Had he entered a sect dedicated to guiding newcomers for his initial training, the circumstances could have been far worse. After all, his spiritual root was exceedingly poor, and as a mere mortal, the other disciples entering would typically possess cultivation levels of at least the 4th or 5th stage of Qi refinement. Among the newly initiated disciples, he would likely face scorn and oppression, in stark contrast. Now, with the talisman of the 7th elder in hand, he was met with utmost respect from Wang Lan, who had reached the pinnacle of the late stage of Qi refinement. It seems that the realm of cultivation is not so different from the secular world, wherein people seek power, covet wealth, and admire beauty. It is but human nature. Nevertheless, Yihan felt somewhat disheartened, realizing how much he had missed out on. Upon entering the inner sect, he was granted 20 spirit stones, 2 inferior Qi refining pills, and the choice between 2 foundational techniques, one for cultivation and the other for spells. Both the cultivation method and the basic spells could be selected personally. As every cultivator's spiritual roots differ, and even among those with 4 spiritual roots, there exists a disparity in strength. However, since Yihan had already begun practicing the Qingxuan technique, he deemed it unnecessary to select a foundational cultivation method and instead resolved to choose an additional basic spell. As for which spell to select, he would have to peruse the library to ascertain his options. Furthermore, upon inspecting the 2 inferior Qi refining pills, he realized that the one he had hastily purchased previously was of no grade. The 2 inferior pills were intact, rounded, and plump, yet they paled in comparison to the 5 pills gifted to him by Fairy Qingfeng, which were evidently of superior quality, valued at over 100 spirit stones. It appears that he must express his gratitude to Fairy Qingfeng the next time they meet. However, Yihan did not rush to the library. Instead, he proceeded to the treasure pavilion. The 7th elder had informed him that this was partly to compensate for his previous neglect of foundational cultivation on the mountain, and also as a token of his apprenticeship, allowing him to select a magical artifact from the treasure pavilion. Thus, Yihan made his way there without haste. Soon, he arrived at the treasure pavilion, a towering structure 5 stories high, adorned with a visible array of restrictive formations. It seemed that any attempt to forcefully breach this treasure pavilion would be nothing short of a delusion, even for a high-level cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Upon entering the pavilion, he found it sparsely populated. A stunningly beautiful female cultivator was seated on a mat in the main hall, engaged in her practice. Upon noticing Yihan's entrance, her enchanting eyes glanced at him, and she spoke with a nonchalant tone. "What brings you here? Present your exchange token." Yihan was momentarily taken aback. He possessed no exchange token. However, given that the 7th elder had stated he could use his disciple token to claim treasures, he believed it should suffice. Thus, he produced the token given to him by the 7th elder and said, "The Peak Master has sent me to exchange for a magical artifact. May I inquire how I might proceed, senior sister?" The female cultivator, clearly of a higher cultivation level, did not mind being called senior sister. Upon seeing the token in his hand, her demeanor transformed instantly. She rose from her seat with a warm attitude, exclaiming, "Ah, you are a disciple of the Peak Master. How is it that I have not encountered you before?" Observing her sudden warmth, Yihan felt once more the advantages of having a powerful backing. Moments ago, she had treated him with indifference. Now, she addressed him as junior brother and inquired about him with genuine curiosity. Maintaining decorum, Yihan replied, "I am but a newly accepted disciple of the 7th elder. It is not surprising that you have not seen me before." He refrained from mentioning that he was merely a registered disciple, as that would demean the 7th elder's status. The female cultivator gazed at him with envy, saying, "So, you are indeed a new disciple of the 7th elder? How enviable! I myself have not had the fortune to be accepted as a disciple by him." She then inquired, "May I ask for your name?" "I am Hanyuan. Do feel free to seek me out in the future to discuss cultivation insights." Her bright eyes fixated on Yihan, radiating warmth and enthusiasm. Once again, he marveled at the benefits of having a robust support system. Now that he was recognized as the 7th elder's disciple, others regarded him differently. He responded, I am Yihan. Senior sister, my master has instructed me to procure a magical artifact. Could you kindly guide me on how to do so? As he spoke, Yihan suddenly sensed a reaction from the purple cauldron in his storage pouch. Chapter 80. The treasure pavilion of Qingxuan piqued the purple cauldron's sudden reaction startled Yihan greatly. Should it begin to absorb the aura of treasures within the pavilion, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of high-tier cultivators from the Qingxuan sect, and no explanation would suffice to exonerate him. The cauldron would surely be discovered, leading to an avalanche of troubles, perhaps even costing him his life. Fortunately, upon probing with his spiritual sense, he discovered that the cauldron merely trembled slightly, showing no further signs of agitation, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. His storage pouch had already been bound to him with a drop of blood, enabling him to sense the state of its contents at any time. It is worth mentioning that upon entering the Qingxuan sect, every disciple is issued a storage pouch. However, its capacity is disappointingly limited, approximately a foot in size, sufficient to hold a few pills and a couple of books before reaching its limit. This is merely for those joining the outer sect. Only upon entering the inner sect did Yihan receive the 20 spirit stones and 2 inferior qi refining pills. Among the various storage pouches given to his fellow disciples like Zhang Qingxuan, he received the largest one, boasting a size of about 5 to 6 feet. Even an adult like Yihan could easily fit 5 or 6 of these pouches, making it quite substantial and naturally quite valuable. However, it is important to note that storage pouches cannot contain living beings. Doing so would result in spatial collapse and the death of the creature. This is because the pouch exists within an independent space, and introducing a living being would disrupt the delicate array that maintains this space. Thankfully, the purple cauldron showed no further signs of agitation, and Yihan felt a measure of relief. Nevertheless, it seemed only natural for the cauldron to react. After all, a prestigious sect's treasure pavilion should certainly house treasures capable of eliciting such a response. Noticing the peculiar expression on Yihan's face, Hanyuan gazed at him curiously and asked, Yi junior brother, is something amiss? This youthful figure before her, already at the later stage of qi refinement and possessing such delicate features, certainly warranted the 7th elder's attention, leaving her to ponder why she had not been so fortunate to catch the eye of any elder. Yihan promptly replied, It is nothing, Han's senior sister. My master merely informed me that I could claim a magical artifact, yet did not specify which type. Would you kindly elaborate for me, Hanyuan? Appreciating Yihan's politeness and his consistent address of senior sister, found her attitude markedly improved, perhaps largely due to his association with the 7th elder. She explained, typically, when exchanging treasures in the pavilion, an exchange token is required. These tokens can be obtained through tasks assigned by the sect, purchased with spirit stones at the treasure pavilion, or exchanged for treasures. Each token bears a grade distinction. The level of the task completed dictates the grade of the token received. Naturally, the higher the grade, the more costly the spirit stones and the more challenging the treasure exchanges. She then gazed at Yihan with admiration and continued. With the disciple token bestowed upon you by the Peak Master, you are entitled to exchange for 1 magical artifact. Although the rules do not specify the grade of artifact you may claim, I can take it upon myself to grant you access to the various artifact chambers within the pavilion for your selection. How does that sound? Yihan felt immensely grateful, responding, I truly appreciate your kindness. Senior sister, not only are you as beautiful as a celestial being, but your heart is equally as generous. Delighted by Yihan's flattering words, Hanyuan, like any cultivator who is also human, relished the praise. Ah, Yi junior brother, you certainly know how to speak well in the future. Do come by often to discuss cultivation insights. I am here as an attendant, and you may seek me out any time. Many male cultivators had their eyes set on a figure like her, yet only Yihan had managed to capture her attention, leading her to extend such a warm invitation. In truth, Yihan had simply spoken out of courtesy, while Hanyuan was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. His thoughts remained focused on what magical artifact he might be able to select. However, Hanyuan had discerned that Yihan's attention lay elsewhere, which only served to endear him to her more. As many male cultivators pursued her relentlessly, the practitioners of the immortal path emphasized the importance of allies, resources, and location. Among these, allies not only refers to friends encountered on the journey of cultivation, but may also denote partners for mutual cultivation. It is well understood that when male and female cultivators engage in joint cultivation, their progress can be significantly accelerated. and the barriers they face can be greatly reduced. However, some cultivators stray from the righteous path, resorting to the nefarious practice of siphoning the cultivation of others, treating them merely as vessels for their own advancement, a practice often deemed sinister. Hanyuan, possessing commendable cultivation and extraordinary beauty, naturally attracts a multitude of admirers. Yet, few male cultivators catch her discerning eye, and even fewer manage to impress her. Noticing Yi Han's interest in the magical artifacts, Hanyuan remained unperturbed and said to him, "Come with me, junior brother. I shall show you." Thus, Hanyuan guided Yi Han towards the second floor of the treasure pavilion, explaining as they walked, "Junior brother Yi, our treasure pavilion at Qingxuan Peak is divided into 5 levels. The first level serves as the reception area and the training ground for the guarding cultivators. The second level is dedicated to magical artifacts, the third to spiritual tools, and beyond that, the treasures are beyond the reach of our status to know." Yi Han immediately grasped Hanyuan's implication that the treasures on the 4th and 5th levels were not meant for ordinary disciples to covet. Moreover, the exchange for such items would require an exorbitant price. Yet, Yi Han chose not to dwell on it, as those treasures were still quite distant from him. His immediate goal was to acquire the magical artifact before him. As they conversed, Hanyuan led Yi Han up to the second level, where they were met by 2 disciples stationed at the entrance, clearly of considerable cultivation themselves. Hanyuan presented her identity and introduced Yi Han, and upon learning he was a disciple of the 7th elder, the 2 disciples showed him considerable respect. They then activated the restrictions, allowing Yi Han and Hanyuan to enter. Upon opening the door to the second level, Yi Han was immediately dazzled by the radiant treasures within. The sheer abundance of artifacts was overwhelming, leaving him unsure of how to choose among them. Although he was taken aback by the sight of the gleaming magical items, Yi Han skillfully concealed his astonishment. After all, as a disciple of the 7th elder, he had to maintain an air of composure and not appear as a na-ve country bumpkin. However, he felt a twinge of frustration, for his understanding of magical artifacts was woefully lacking compared to his fellow cultivators. He had spent so much time in seclusion that he had not taken the opportunity to bolster his knowledge of essential cultivation tools. Nevertheless, given his previous low cultivation level as a mere mortal, his ignorance was somewhat excusable. Now, with access to the library and the privilege of free study, he could gradually make up for his deficiencies. As he pondered how to select an appropriate artifact from the multitude before him, he observed that the treasures were neatly arranged in compartments, larger items in spacious slots and smaller ones in more confined spaces. A cursory glance revealed thousands of items, indicating that Qingxuan Peak was far from impoverished. This was one of the advantages of joining a sect. Solitary cultivators, or those from minor sects, would never have access to such a vast array of treasures. Yi Han noticed the magical artifacts were categorized into 4 distinct zones. Hanyuan, impressed by Yi Han's calm demeanor, admired his composure in the face of such a staggering collection of treasures. She then took the initiative to explain, "Junior brother Yi, these artifacts are organized by quality, superior, medium, and inferior, with some unclassified items as well." She pointed out the respective sections for each category, advising Yi Han, "With your elder's disciple token, I recommend you select a suitable superior artifact. A quality superior artifact can serve you well for an extended period, even into the foundational stage of cultivation." As she spoke, Hanyuan regarded Yi Han with a hint of envy. It was known that acquiring a superior artifact at Qingxuan Peak required considerable effort, often taking a cultivator like her, at the 11th level of Qi refinement, several years to complete numerous tasks. Yet, Yi Han, simply by being the 7th elder's disciple, could obtain one without such arduous labor. Such fortune was indeed enviable. It was clear that Yi Han's selection as a disciple stemmed from either exceptional talent or remarkable lineage, an opportunity not afforded to everyone. Yi Han nodded and replied, "Thank you, senior sister Han. I will first examine the superior artifacts." Although he lacked profound knowledge about magical items, he could not appear timid before Hanyuan, as he needed to uphold the dignity of his status as a registered disciple. As he walked, he took in the dazzling array of magical artifacts in the pavilion. In addition to the usual weapons like swords, spears, and shields, there were also peculiar treasures resembling various vessels, bracelets, vases, and even large golden bricks, items whose purposes eluded him. He understood that each superior artifact was of considerable value, yet selecting one suitable for his needs proved to be a challenge. As he continued to peruse the artifacts, he suddenly spotted a familiar item, the cold iron shield used by Wang Fulai, which was indeed a superior artifact and currently stored in his pouch. Moreover, senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had already taught him how to refine it. However, Yihan noted that among the numerous artifacts, there were surprisingly few pieces of armor. It seemed that such defensive artifacts were highly sought after and had likely been depleted by previous exchanges. Hanyuan observed Yihan inspecting the artifacts without making a selection and fortuitously caught sight of him examining the cold iron shield. She promptly remarked, "Junior brother Yi, that cold iron shield possesses remarkable defensive capabilities and is a treasured asset for magical combat. You truly have an excellent eye. It is among the finest defensive artifacts available." Having served in the treasure pavilion for many years, Hanyuan was well acquainted with the items on this level and knew which were the most valuable. She sought to foster goodwill with Yihan. Considering his connection to the seventh elder, as cultivating such a relationship could only yield benefits, Yihan, hearing her praise, casually replied, "Thank you, senior sister Han, but I already possess a cold iron shield, so I do not require another." Upon hearing this, Hanyuan was genuinely astonished. It was evident that Yihan's cultivation was not on par with hers, yet he already owned such a precious superior artifact. Given his youth and status as a disciple of the seventh elder, it suggested a lineage of considerable distinction. Perhaps he was a direct descendant of a prominent family? With this thought, Hanyuan grew increasingly courteous towards him. "Junior brother Yi, you truly come from an extraordinary background. I am genuinely envious." Yihan smiled slightly. What seemed to be a casual remark was, in fact, a strategic maneuver to gauge Hanyuan's knowledge of the artifacts. Though uncertain about which item to choose, he was aware that Hanyuan, as a long-serving member of the treasure pavilion, possessed far greater insight into the treasures than he did. By subtly asserting his identity, he could prompt Hanyuan to assist him in selecting a suitable artifact. Thus, Yihan said, "There are simply too many treasures here, and I am pressed for time. Senior sister, could you recommend a few items that would be particularly suitable for me? Oh, by the way, I practice wood-based techniques." Listening to Yihan's words, Hanyuan's regard for him grew. While others meticulously scrutinized the treasures for days on end, junior brother Yi approached the selection process with a straightforwardness that was refreshing. Hanyuan faced a slight dilemma, yet this also presented an opportunity to strengthen her rapport with him. After careful consideration, she thought of a suitable artifact that aligned with Yihan's wood-based techniques and current cultivation level. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she said, "Junior brother Yi, there is indeed a treasure that would suit you perfectly. Follow me." She led Yihan to a compartment and pointed out an item entwined with vines, adorned with several leaves, resembling a bracelet. "This, junior brother Yi, is a superior artifact known as the Thorned Ring. It possesses the ability to ensnare foes and has a unique function that enhances the power of wood-based spells while accelerating the absorption of wood's spiritual energy, thus facilitating faster cultivation." Upon hearing Hanyuan's description, Yihan's heart raced. Not only could it ensnare enemies, but it also amplified the potency of his wood spells and expedited the assimilation of wood's spiritual energy. This treasure was unequivocally perfect for him. Without hesitation, he reached out to grasp the thorned ring, exclaiming, "Then I shall exchange for this." However, Hanyuan quickly interjected, "Junior brother, wait." Seeing her sudden urgency, Yihan inquired, "What is it?" Hanyuan, fearing Yihan might misinterpret her concern, quickly clarified, "Junior brother, these treasures are protected by restrictions. Even I cannot directly take them." Pausing briefly, she continued, "Once you have chosen the thorned ring, I will report to the supervising elder, who will retrieve it for you. We can wait outside in the meantime." Only then did Yihan comprehend that these treasures were indeed bound by restrictions, permitting only observation but not direct handling. He too refrained from revealing himself, allowing Hanyuan to discern his true nature, particularly his limited understanding of magical artifacts. If Hanyuan had not deceived him, then indeed, this thorned ring was the most suitable treasure for him. The two did not linger any longer and exited the treasure pavilion. Hanyuan instructed Yihan to wait as she took his identity token to exchange for the treasured. As Yihan observed Hanyuan's retreating figure, a slight frown creased his brow. He considered the upper floors. While examining the treasures on the magical artifact floor, his spiritual sense had been acutely attuned to the reaction of the purple cauldron. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, the purple cauldron had exhibited a flicker of interest. indicating that there was something within the pavilion that piqued its curiosity. However, while on the magical artifact floor, he had been vigilant about the purple cauldron's response, which had yielded no reaction. This suggested that the item of interest to the purple cauldron was not located on that particular floor. Nonetheless, once his cultivation advanced, he would surely ascend to the subsequent 3 floors to ascertain what treasure had elicited a reaction from the purple cauldron. He held the purple cauldron in high regard. It was solely due to its assistance that he, a person of exceedingly low talent, had made such rapid progress in his cultivation. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Hanyuan emerged from one of the lower floors, cradling a brocade box in her hands. Approaching Yihan, she opened the box, revealing a dazzling display of radiant light. Inside lay the thorn ring that Hanyuan had suggested, accompanied by a small jade slip. "Yi shitty," Hanyuan remarked. "Here is your thorn ring, along with the corresponding spell." Yihan accepted it nonchalantly, replying, "Thank you, senior sister, I appreciate your trouble." As he received the brocade box containing the thorn ring, a flash of spiritual light flickered, and he stowed it within his storage. It seemed that treasures obtained from the Sect's treasure pavilion differed significantly from those acquired through theft or of dubious origin, as they even came with matching spells. Unlike treasures seized through violence, which lacked accompanying spells and required considerable time and effort to erase the previous owner's spiritual imprint and blood recognition, such as the cold iron shield and flying scale dagger Yihan had obtained, which still bore the marks of their former master. Although he could use them now, he could not fully unleash their potential. Observing Yihan's seemingly casual manner of storing the thorned ring, this calmness caused Hanyuan to glance at him with renewed interest. Following this, Hanyuan requested Yihan to register and sign, and after completing the formalities, he finally took possession of the thorned ring. With warmth, Hanyuan escorted Yihan out of the treasure pavilion, politely stating, "Yi shitty, I will be on duty here in the pavilion. If you have time, feel free to come by and discuss cultivation insights or practice spells with me." As Hanyuan accompanied Yihan outside, 2 disciples approached the pavilion, evidently intending to exchange treasures. Upon witnessing the renowned Yuan fairy treat a stranger with such courtesy and even extend an invitation for discussion, their eyes nearly popped out. Many disciples pursued Hanyuan, yet none had witnessed her displaying such warmth toward anyone else. Who exactly was this young man? He did not seem particularly remarkable in terms of cultivation. However, Yihan's response left them speechless. He casually remarked, "We'll talk another time. Thank you, senior sister." He had matters to attend to regarding spell acquisition and had no time to engage with Hanyuan. A hint of disappointment flickered in Hanyuan's gaze, but she quickly masked it, aware of the onlookers nearby. After bidding farewell, Yihan made his way directly toward the library pavilion. Hanyuan watched his retreating figure, her expression subtly affected. Meanwhile, one of the 2 disciples turned to Hanyuan and said, "Yuan fairy, I wish to exchange for a treasure. I would like to trade for a superior magical artifact." As he spoke, his eyes reflected anticipation, knowing he had expended considerable effort to obtain this superior treasure. However, Hanyuan regarded him with a cool glance and replied, "Come in, browse for yourself, and just inform me of the item number you choose." Clearly, she held Yihan in higher esteem than this disciple. The latter felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How infuriating! He had come to exchange for a superior magical artifact, yet previously, Yuan Fairy would personally guide disciples in selecting treasures. Now, he was met with such indifference. He had hoped to cultivate a closer relationship with Yuan Fairy, yet she seemed to regard him with disdain, whereas she had shown such warmth to the earlier disciple. Could it be that the latter was exchanging for a spirit artifact? That seemed unlikely given his youth and apparent cultivation at the late stage of Qi training. What was going on? Yihan departed the treasure pavilion and walked several hundred zhang toward the library pavilion. This library pavilion sprawled impressively, consisting of only 2 floors yet covering an area several times larger than the treasure pavilion. Resembling a colossal hall, Yihan had only passed by the library pavilion once before and had not entered. According to senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, the library pavilion housed not only celestial techniques and cultivation methods, but also a plethora of texts, such as classifications of demon beasts, varieties of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, secrets and legends of the cultivation world, and even poems and articles by talented individuals from the mundane world. Truly a treasure trove of knowledge. Yihan was an avid reader. Otherwise, amid his busy life in Qingniu village, he would not have attended Mr. Launching's lectures, during which he was always captivated and reluctant to leave. This is why Mr. Launching viewed him with newfound respect and treated him kindly. Upon entering the library pavilion, he noticed it was filled with far more disciples than the treasure pavilion, each adorned in diverse attire. He realized that among the throng of disciples, his cultivation level was not the lowest. Approaching a counter, Yihan addressed a young female disciple. "Excuse me, senior sister. I am here to collect techniques and spells." He placed the exchange vouchers obtained from Wang Lan before her. The female disciple glanced up at Yihan, stating, "You are eligible to receive one foundational technique and one foundational spell." She regarded him as merely a newly initiated disciple. Noting his average cultivation level, she continued, "What type of technique would you like to receive? And which spell?" Upon observing the expression of the young woman, Yihan understood her indifference stemmed from mistaking him for a newly initiated inner disciple. The vouchers he presented were indeed issued to new disciples upon registering at the Qingxuan Hall. He then shifted his approach and said, "As for the type of spell I wish to exchange for, I am still undecided. Senior sister, could you please assist me in processing a complimentary voucher first?" With that, he produced the identity token bestowed upon him by Elder Qi, placing it before her. The female disciple frowned, about to remark that new inner disciples were not entitled to such privileges, but her expression abruptly changed upon seeing the identity token from Elder Qi. She scrutinized it closely, her expression shifting from disbelief to astonishment. The disciple of the Peak Master. When had the Peak Master taken on a new disciple? Since the incident with the senior brother, the Peak Master had not accepted any new disciples for over a decade. How could this individual, who appeared to be of similar cultivation level and seemingly just initiated, have become the Peak Master's disciple? The female disciple gazed at Yihan with incredulity. Why Yihan smiled and inquired, "What is the matter, senior sister? Is there an issue with processing?" The female disciple's demeanor shifted dramatically. She immediately brightened up, exclaiming, Of course. You are the Peak Master's new disciple? I've never seen you before." Given that Yihan was clearly a newly initiated disciple, it was likely he had just emerged from the initiation process. "Oh, how foolish of me not to recognize the esteemed individual before me, almost offending someone of such importance." This was indeed the Peak Master's disciple. Witnessing the transformation in the female disciple's attitude, Yihan felt a wave of reflection wash over him, akin to being the son of the village chief in Qingniu village, who, despite being foolish, was lauded wherever he went. It appeared that being recognized by Elder Qi as a registered disciple truly bestowed great advantages, yet this situation would inevitably come to light, and he could not afford to be overly ostentatious. Thus, he replied, "Yes, I have just initiated. The Peak Master holds me in high regard and accepted me as a registered disciple." The female disciple paid little heed to whether Yihan was a registered or formal disciple. What mattered was that he possessed an identity token bestowed by the Peak Master, marking him as someone of considerable significance. She was envious of his fortune, for being able to study under Elder Qi. A golden core cultivator would mean that in the future at Qingxuan Peak, he could walk with confidence. It was imperative that she cultivated a good relationship with him. Thus, the female disciple flattered, to be accepted as a registered disciple by the Peak Master. "You must possess extraordinary talent, unmatched spiritual roots, and your cultivation will surely soar, making it only a matter of time before you become a formal disciple or even a true disciple." Hearing this, Yihan merely smiled nonchalantly and shifted the topic, saying, "Then, senior sister, can you assist me in processing this complimentary voucher?" The female disciple adeptly adapted to the situation. Moments earlier, she had referred to him as a junior disciple. But upon learning he was the Peak Master's disciple, she immediately addressed him as a senior brother. Having a golden core cultivator as a backing truly was advantageous. The female disciple enthusiastically replied, Of course. Please wait a moment, senior brother." After speaking, she retrieved a jade token from behind the counter and handed it to Yihan, saying, "Xixiang, by dripping your blood to acknowledge your ownership of this library token, you will gain free access to the area of the library containing books." Yihan accepted it, and upon acknowledging his ownership with a drop of blood, he felt a faint connection, as if a vein of blood linked him to the library token. He nodded and said, "I understand, thank you." The female disciple then replied, "Xixiang is too polite." After a brief pause, she added, "By the way, Xixiang, do you wish to exchange for any techniques or spells?" I would like to know what you seek. Yi Han, being a disciple favored by the peak master, undoubtedly possessed extraordinary talent or status, as it was improbable for a golden core stage cultivator to take notice of just anyone in her own experience. Having been a disciple for 3 to 4 years, she had yet to even catch a glimpse of the peak master, showcasing just how difficult it was to approach those of the golden core stage. The reason Yi Han opted to first handle the library token was to assert his identity as a registered disciple of the 7th Elder, facilitating his exchange for techniques and spells. Thus, Yi Han replied, "Actually, I already have the fundamental technique I practice, so there's no need to exchange for a basic one. Instead, I would like to trade this basic technique for a celestial technique." If that is permissible, indeed, Yi Han was already practicing the Qingxuan Gong, a technique reserved for truly entrusted disciples. It would be futile to exchange for any basic technique here, as none could surpass the Qingxuan Gong. Furthermore, the celestial technique he knew was merely a single vine soul technique, which would hardly suffice when facing cultivators or demon beasts. Hence, he thought it wise to exchange for 2 celestial techniques instead. However, if he did not assert his identity as the 7th Elder's disciple, the other party might not take him seriously. Upon hearing this, the female disciple frowned slightly, being an ordinary inner sect disciple. Her authority was limited. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement, saying, "Since Xixiang is a disciple of the peak master, you must have superior techniques compared to basic ones. I will take the liberty to assist you in this exchange. However, Xixiang, you can only exchange for basic spells, and I presume you would not be interested in those, right? How about exchanging 2 basic spells for 1 intermediate spell instead?" Hearing her suggestion, Yi Han felt a spark of interest and nodded in response. "That sounds agreeable. Let us exchange for 1 intermediate spell." He understood that this female disciple would not dare to offend him, so her suggestion surely held some merit. After all, he believed that so-called basic spells would hardly be worth anything even if purchased with spirit stones. The female disciple then inquired, "So, Xixiang, what type of spells do you practice?" Yi Han replied, "Wood element." The female disciple nodded and said, "Please wait a moment." She then extracted a book from the row of texts behind the counter and handed it to Yi Han, saying, "Xixiang, this contains intermediate wood element spells suitable for the Qi refining stage. Please take a look. If you find something you like, just let me know." Yi Han took it and, after flipping through a few pages, noticed a selection of spell names accompanied by brief descriptions. It turned out that this exchange tome required one to first review the directory before retrieving the chosen text. However, after perusing just a few pages, he discovered that the Vine Soul technique he practiced was also included among them. It was indeed an intermediate spell for the Qi refining stage, which explained the substantial energy consumption he experienced during initial practice. Yet, as he continued to flip through the pages, he pondered which celestial technique to select. Suddenly, he came across a page that caught his eye and exclaimed, "Shiji, I would like to exchange for this Qingxuan sword technique." Upon hearing Yi Han's choice, the female disciple quickly replied, "Xixiang, this sword technique may not be suitable for you." Chapter 84. "Xixiang, when you have time, please guide me." Yi Han looked at her, puzzled, and asked, "Why is this sword technique unsuitable for my practice?" As he spoke, he glanced again at the introduction to the Qingxuan sword technique, which stated it was a wood element sword technique requiring the refining of multiple spirit swords to maximize its power when driven by the Qingxuan Gong. After a moment's reflection, noticing the female disciple's expression, Yi Han replied calmly, "How can I know if I am suited for it without having practiced it? I will exchange for this Qingxuan sword technique." Indeed, Yi Han could see that the female disciple believed he would lack the requisite cultivation level to wield the full power of the Qingxuan sword technique since he had not practiced the Qingxuan Gong. Furthermore, it required 3 spirit swords. While he did not possess 3 flying swords, he did have 3 flying scale daggers, which should suffice. Even if he could not fully utilize the Qingxuan sword technique at present, he could begin practicing it and harness its power once his cultivation improved. Moreover, he had little confidence in other spells, especially since Xixiang Zhang Qingxuan was not around to guide him, making this Qingxuan sword technique a fitting choice. There was no need for further deliberation. Naturally, Yi Han refrained from mentioning his practice of the Qingxuan Gong and casually stated, "I primarily focus on sword techniques and have a keen interest in various sword forms. I have yet to practice this sword technique, so I would like to take a look." Hearing Yi Han's nonchalant demeanor and indifferent expression, the female disciple suddenly realized she may have overstepped her bounds. After all, Yi Han was the disciple of the peak master and surely did not lack for techniques or spells. He was merely interested in this sword technique. How infuriating it was to compare her own experience as a novice, where she had to deliberate for ages to select a basic technique that might suit her. Meanwhile, he was simply curious about this sword technique. With this realization, the female disciple held a hint of admiration for Yi Han, though she quickly masked it, feeling slightly embarrassed as she asked, "By the way, Xixiang, how should I address you?" "I am called Yilingji." Yilingji's eyes sparkled with fervor as she gazed at Yi Han. After all, he was the disciple of the peak master and the seventh elder. How could he possibly take notice of someone like her? Yi Han replied leisurely, "I am Yi Han. It seems we share the same surname. Perhaps we are kin from 500 years ago." Upon hearing Yi Han's words, Yilingji felt a surge of joy and immediately responded, "Indeed. Perhaps we are indeed family from 5 centuries ago." Continuing, she said, "Yi Xixiang, I will fetch your sword technique with that." She produced a token and performed a series of hand seals and incantations. The token emitted a faint glow, which then slipped through a small hole behind the counter. After a few breaths, a small door behind the counter creaked open, revealing a translucent jade slip resting inside. Yilingji retrieved the slip and handed it to Yi Han, saying, "Yi Xixiang, this is your sword technique." Yi Han accepted it, nodding in appreciation, "Thank you." He then turned to leave. However, Yilingji called out to him, "Yi Xixiang, please hold on." Yi Han turned back, inquiring, "Is there anything else?" Upon hearing his words, Yilingji's eyes flickered slightly, her cheeks flushing with a hint of red while her ears turned pink. In a soft voice, she said, "Yi Xixiang, recently, I have encountered some perplexities in my cultivation and would like to request your guidance when you have the time." Yi Han was momentarily taken aback. He was still a novice himself, with much to learn about the cultivation world, possessing only the late-stage qi refining cultivation. Had he inadvertently given the impression of being knowledgeable? Not good. He didn't want to mislead anyone. Still, he didn't want to offend her, so he nodded, saying, "If the opportunity arises, we can exchange insights on cultivation." Yilingji beamed, her face radiating joy. "Wonderful, thank you, Xixiao." Yi Han nodded, offering a slight smile. "I shall take my leave." "Please, Xixiao." Yilingji watched Yi Han's departing figure with envy, wondering when she might also have the chance to apprentice under a golden core stage cultivator. After leaving the counter, Yi Han did not immediately return to his cave abode to examine the thorned hand ring and the Qingxuan sword technique. Both items were comfortably nestled in his storage bag, and neither the refining of the thorned hand ring nor the practice of the Qingxuan sword technique could be accomplished in a short period. Since he was already at the library, he was greatly intrigued by the free collection of books available there. He had always been an avid reader. Even during his time in Qingniu village, he frequently visited Mr. Lan Qing, regardless of whether he was teaching or not. For Mr. Lan Qing's home was filled with an abundance of books, and although Mr. Lan Qing seldom allowed him to read them, as long as he did a proper job of washing Mr. Lan Qing's clothes, cooking meals, and cleaning the house, if Mr. Lan Qing was pleased, he would allow him to borrow a book to peruse. It can be said that Yi Han possesses a certain scholarly aura solely because he has perused numerous books and acquired a wealth of knowledge from Master Lan Qing. Now, he has the privilege of accessing these books for free, without the obligation to wash clothes, cook, clean, or fetch water for Master Lan Qing. As Yi Han surveyed the layout of the library, he noticed it was divided into 4 distinct areas, of which 4 were marked with a fee for spirit stones. The least expensive one required 1 spirit stone for a single hour of reading, while the most exorbitant demanded an astonishing 100 spirit stones for the same duration. He was taken aback to realize that even reading a single book could cost such a fortune, which reminded him of a saying he had encountered: "Literature is worth 1,000 gold." However, the area he could access for free was that which required only 1 spirit stone. As he approached this section, a disciple stationed at the entrance called out, "1 spirit stone for entry." Yet, Yi Han paid him no heed and proceeded into the area. The disciple, noticing Yi Han's disregard, smirked with a hint of derision. After all, this was not a place to wander about recklessly. He warned himself to be cautious lest the isolation formation activate, which would surely spell trouble for this audacious youth. However, the disciple could not help but wonder if this newcomer was indeed unfamiliar with the rules. It was no surprise that he did not recognize the established customs. Chapter 85. Rapid Supplementation. The gatekeeper disciple, anticipating a spectacle, watched as Yi Han approached the threshold. To his astonishment, As Yihan stepped onto the isolation formation, a radiant array of spirit runes erupted around him. The formation immediately retracted its restraints, allowing Yihan to enter unhindered. The gatekeeper could hardly believe his eyes. This youth, whose cultivation was evidently inferior to his own, possessed the privilege of unlimited free access? Who was this individual? Who granted him such rights? Was he a member of a renowned family, or perhaps a disciple of an elder? Those with such privileges within the inner sect were invariably exceptional, either hailing from prestigious backgrounds or being the favored disciples of elders. Yet, he had never laid eyes on this fellow before. How infuriating! To gain unlimited access on his first visit was indeed enviable. Although the books within were not focused on cultivation techniques or spells, they contained invaluable knowledge essential for any cultivator, detailing the varieties of rare herbs and treasures, the traits and weaknesses of various beasts, and their habits. Additionally, there were numerous travelogues and insights penned by fellow cultivators. In summary, the more one read within these tomes, the greater the benefits reaped. Little did he expect that Yihan would possess such privileges. Typically, only foundational stage cultivators, or the disciples of esteemed elders or influential families, endowed with special tokens, could enjoy such access. It was truly unexpected that this unassuming lady, Yihan, of course, paid the gatekeeper no mind, his sole focus being to immerse himself in reading and remedying his lack of knowledge pertinent to cultivators. Upon entering this area, he discovered it to be far more expansive than he had anticipated. With rows upon rows of neatly arranged books stretching endlessly before him, there must have been at least 100,000 volumes. What a staggering concept! If he were to read them one by one, taking an hour for each, it would take over 2 centuries to finish. However, to his surprise, he initially expected to find many disciples inside. Instead, he found himself utterly alone. Upon recognizing this, Yihan understood that a fee of 1 spirit stone per hour was exorbitantly steep. Many disciples possessed far greater knowledge than he, rendering such visits unnecessary that, of course, had he been required to pay, with merely 20 spirit stones in his possession, he would have exhausted his resources in just 2 days. No wonder he had been destitute when he first encountered his senior, Qingxuan. It seemed that within the sect, one was required to expend spirit stones for nearly everything, even with frugal living. He could not escape the necessity of spending spirit stones on essential cultivation resources, techniques, and artifacts, and this was merely within the sect. Should he find himself as a rogue cultivator, the spirit stones required for acquiring goods would multiply exponentially. Yihan cherished this rare opportunity, glancing around the room, noting that the books were categorized into distinct sections. For instance, texts on rare flowers and herbs were housed in one area, while travelogues of cultivators occupied another. The works of literary masters were neatly compiled in yet another section. It was all quite orderly. Yihan chose to first delve into literature concerning treasures and antiques. His motivation lay in uncovering information about the Purple Cauldron, for he had yet to fully comprehend its usage. He had been exploring it haphazardly. Should he find a detailed account of the Purple Cauldron along with its operational methods, it would undoubtedly bolster his future cultivation endeavors. When Yihan emerged from the library, 3 days had already elapsed. Had his hunger not grown insistent, he may have lingered longer, for he had perused no fewer than 100 books during that time. Acquiring an abundance of knowledge, he had gained insights into the commonly used elixirs, rare materials, and even various artifacts. Additionally, he had read numerous travelogues penned by fellow cultivators, absorbing their reflections on the path of cultivation. It had proven immensely beneficial to him. Now, he felt equipped to venture into perilous realms in search of rare materials without being utterly bewildered and ignorant. Yihan made his way to the dining hall to procure some sustenance before returning to his cave dwelling. Though he harbored a desire to continue reading, 3 days had passed, and it was possible that Senior Qingxuan had returned, perhaps bearing valuable elixirs and resources for cultivation. After all, Qingxuan had informed him before departing that in preparation for the Immortal Ascension Conference, he needed spirit stones to procure various treasures and elixirs, promising to compensate Yihan should he ascend to the foundational stage. Yihan was well aware of the benefits that would accrue to him if Qingxuan succeeded in reaching that stage, and most of these items were rightfully earned through Qingxuan's efforts. Upon his return to the cave, Yihan found that the entrance was no longer secured by a password. Now, with a mere thought, he could open the door and enter. He had completely mastered the cave's restrictions. Zhang Qingxuan had not yet returned, and Yi Han chose to remain inside, confident that his senior would return within a couple of days. He retrieved the thorny bracelet. Observing that it indeed bore thorns up close, he recognized that the primary material of this bracelet was a thorn called Tianling thorn, which had grown for at least 200 to 300 years. He then placed the jade slip he had brought with the thorny bracelet against his forehead, allowing his consciousness to flow into the slip and examine its contents. This method of inspecting the slip's information was exclusive to cultivators, as the content would rapidly dissipate after being read once. Upon finishing the examination, Yi Han's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, Hanyuan had not deceived him. This thorny bracelet would provide him with a significant advantage in battle while cultivating wood-based techniques, enhancing the potency of his wood spells. Yet, mastering the techniques contained within would require considerable time and effort. However, should he succeed in mastering the Qingxuan sword technique with the aid of the thorny bracelet, would it not amplify his swordsmanship exponentially? Hence, Yi Han promptly retrieved the manual for the Qingxuan sword technique. Chapter 86. Refining Treasures. Yi Han placed the manual for the Qingxuan sword technique down with a sigh. As Yi Lingji had remarked, this technique was not easily mastered. Although it was also a mid-level technique of qi refinement, the comprehension and practice of the Vine Soul technique were not overly complex, especially with Zhang Qingxuan having elucidated its more challenging aspects. Thus, Yi Han's initial success in practicing the Vine Soul technique was not overly difficult, and its application had proven pivotal during his encounters in the Black Demon Forest, notably against the notorious Qingxuan duo and the two clawed beasts. The Vine Soul technique allowed him to manipulate wood-based spiritual power, forming vines to ensnare and entrap adversaries, among other ingenious applications. Of course, the efficacy of the technique ultimately depended on the practitioner's skill. For instance, Yi Han had executed the Vine Soul technique with remarkable precision, successfully capturing the fleeing Qingxuan duo and granting Zhang Qingxuan ample opportunity to strike. This underscored the critical importance of timing in employing the technique. However, Yi Han was not naturally adept. Having grown up isolated in Qingniu village, without the protection of parents or relatives, he often found himself bullied by others, including adults. Although he feigned indifference, he frequently made their lives uncomfortable and engaged in fights where, despite appearing outmatched, he was invariably the one to emerge relatively unscathed, while his opponents bore the brunt of the injuries. This was because he always timed his strikes perfectly, delivering decisive blows or luring his foes into traps. If all else failed, he would simply retreat in the village. His physical condition was notably frail, and whenever illness or injury struck, he found himself utterly incapable of affording medical treatment, forced instead to endure the hardship. Thus, when Yi Han engaged in conflict, he relied solely on his wits and cleverness, ensnaring his opponents in a web of deception. The Vine Soul technique proved to be an exceptionally practical spell, and he resolved to intensify his training in order to successfully attain intermediate mastery at the earliest opportunity. However, with regards to the equally intermediate Qingxuan sword technique, Yi Han found himself utterly confounded by the incantations and the intricacies of the moves. This sword technique, in addition to requiring the support of the Qingxuan cultivation method, also necessitated an understanding of sword intent and the application of object manipulation techniques, along with a foundational grasp of formation techniques. Crucially, a solid grounding in sword spells was essential, which would greatly enhance his proficiency. Yet, Yi Han had never practiced sword techniques before, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment. What set him apart from his former self was his current status as a named disciple of the Seventh Elder. Even if the obnoxious Fifth Elder sought to continue his harassment and exact revenge, he would have to weigh the consequences carefully. More importantly, having visited the Seven Xian Hall, the Treasure Pavilion, and the Library Pavilion, and having encountered those disciples who, upon learning of his affiliation with the Seventh Elder, treated him with exceptional respect, he now enjoyed a newfound freedom within the Seven Xian Peak. Thus, acquiring knowledge of these techniques should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had also mentioned that for cultivators, the path to immortality was fraught with difficulty, requiring relentless diligence and seclusion for arduous training, which was the norm for any cultivator. Hence, Yi Han remained patient. It is noteworthy that the sword techniques of cultivators differ vastly from those of mundane martial artists. The former primarily utilize magical energy to propel flying swords for offense and defense. Yi Han, while perusing the tomes in the Library Pavilion, came across writings by cultivators, which described how flying swords could decapitate foes from 1,000 miles away, though such claims were undoubtedly exaggerated. He also recalled witnessing Zhang Sanlei and his companions employing flying scaled daggers in their assaults, as well as the blade techniques of one of the Qin Mountain's infamous duo, both of which were conducted through celestial arts for long-range attacks, far superior to any earthly martial prowess. For instance, typical martial artists would find themselves at a disadvantage as soon as an opponent's flying sword was unleashed. The precision and lethality of a cultivator's flying sword could swiftly claim a life. Furthermore, the magical artifacts wielded by cultivators were crafted from rare materials, subjected to the forging processes of either earthly or true fire, rendering each piece akin to a mystical weapon. The artifact smiths, while forging these enchanted tools, would imbue them with divine incantations, formations, or specialized driving materials to significantly enhance their power, thereby maximizing the effectiveness of a cultivator's spells. Yi Han dedicated 3 days in the library pavilion, during which he perused over 100 books, acquiring a foundational understanding of the essential knowledge pertinent to cultivators. Yet, the world of cultivation was immensely intricate, and the plethora of texts available in the library pavilion was overwhelming. He had only skimmed a tiny fraction of it. Had he not been overcome by hunger, he would likely have continued his studies. Regrettably, despite his efforts to find accounts of treasures, he discovered no references pertaining to the purple cauldron within his storage pouch. However, while reading several travelogues by cultivators, he occasionally encountered mentions of fortunate cultivators who stumbled upon extraordinary opportunities, acquiring treasures that could expedite their training. Some items could hasten the growth of spiritual herbs, alleviating concerns of scarcity and allowing for rapid cultivation, ultimately leading to ascension. Others could enhance a cultivator's constitution, or even enable those devoid of spiritual roots to embark on the path of cultivation. These revelations piqued Yi Han's interest, and he found himself captivated by the readings in the library pavilion. It even reminded him of senior brother Zhang Qingxuan's occasional mentions of his own fortuitous encounters, particularly regarding an axe that was exceptionally sharp, certainly not an ordinary artifact, perhaps even a spiritual tool. Otherwise, how could he have so easily dismembered that water dragon beast? Yet, Yi Han had never harbored intentions of claiming such treasures for himself. Possessing a precious item could invite calamity unless he eliminated Zhang Qingxuan, which was hardly feasible. Setting aside the jade slip of the Qingxuan sword technique, Yi Han picked up the thorned ring, a treasure he had yet to refine with his spiritual sense and magical energy to recognize its master through blood. Since this artifact had been retrieved from the treasure pavilion, it bore no imprint of any cultivator's spiritual sense or blood aura, making its refinement likely swifter than that of the flying scaled dagger or the cold iron shield, both of which he had yet to successfully refine due to the lingering imprints left by their previous users. Requiring months of meticulous effort to erase, of course, the duration of this refinement was also heavily contingent upon the practitioner's skill level. Had Yi Han's cultivation level significantly surpassed that of the original owners of the flying scaled dagger and cold iron shield, he would have saved at least half the time required for refinement. The thorned ring, however, promised a quicker process. He pricked his finger and let a drop of his essence blood fall onto the thorned ring, triggering a remarkable phenomenon. As Yi Han chanted incantations and performed gestures, the drop of blood was absorbed into the ring, causing a swirl of luminous runes to manifest. The intertwined vines and thorns began to move as if animated by life itself. As the luminous runes rotated, Yi Han felt a unique connection of spiritual awareness with the thorned ring, as if he could command it at will. With a flick of his fingers and a command, he directed, "Go!" The thorned ring trembled, green luminescent runes pulsating as the vines unfurled like living entities, rapidly growing into 4 or 5 tendrils, each thicker than a thumb, swirling wildly in the air. However, this state lasted only a couple of breaths before Yi Han discerned a significant drain on his magical energy. At least a third had been expended. Indeed, this artifact consumed considerable magical energy. More crucially, since he had not fully refined the thorned ring, although it was operable, it required even more energy to wield, and its effectiveness was notably diminished. Furthermore, he had yet to master the control methods associated with this thorned ring. Yi Han, reluctant to waste energy, altered his gestures, commanding, "Return." As he did, the thorned ring twisted and reverted to a stream of spiritual light, settling onto his wrist. Beyond ensnaring enemies, this thorned ring could enhance his training speed and amplify the potency of his wood-based spells. Being in his own cave abode, wearing it posed no issue. Subsequently, he chanted incantations and pointed forward, exclaiming, "Vine Soul Technique." With his magical energy in motion, he directed his finger ahead, causing runes to swirl upon the ground, from which tendrils emerged, curling gracefully in the air. The tendrils he unleashed were impressively thick, and their magical energy consumption was minimal, allowing them to persist for a considerable duration. He guided the tendrils of the Vine Soul Technique. It felt as though they were extensions of his own limbs. After controlling them for 2 breaths, he noted that only 1/10 of his magical energy had been consumed, less than that of the thorned ring. While both techniques produced tendril-like attacks, they differed fundamentally in purpose and effect. The thorned ring's tendrils, known as heavenly spirit thorns, were rare treasures, capable of ensnaring foes with formidable strength, while the tendrils conjured by the Vine Soul Technique relied solely on magical energy for support. Consequently, the latter could be easily disrupted by ordinary artifacts or cultivators of slightly higher levels. Despite their superficial similarities, the two served entirely different functions. One was for entrapment, while the other provided unexpected distractions. Yihan felt that the interplay between the two could effectively confuse adversaries, which was one of the reasons he had eagerly acquired the Thorn Ring. Nonetheless, he had yet to begin training in the accompanying spells. So he took the time to study them, hoping to discern the techniques associated with the Thorn Ring. As for the Qingxuan sword technique, he recognized the necessity of first mastering basic sword techniques before delving deeper. Moreover, he could benefit from reading more texts on cultivator sword techniques. Although these books lacked detailed spells or insights into training, they would provide him with a preliminary understanding of the nature of cultivator sword techniques, which would ultimately enhance his study of the Qingxuan sword technique. Otherwise, given his current ignorance of the sword techniques employed by cultivators, achieving proficiency seemed an unlikely prospect. He had encountered similar examples in his readings, reinforcing the notion that a foundational understanding of an unfamiliar spell system was essential, as it would provide a framework for focused effort. To blindly delve into certain celestial techniques and martial arts only leads one to become ensnared in a web of confusion, often resulting in a state of chaotic obsession. Therefore, Yihan firmly believes that he is exceptionally suited for the path of cultivation, as his mind possesses a calmness and steadiness that surpasses that of the average individual. Much like his time in Qingniu village studying literature and calligraphy under Master Lan Qing, while other children merely wrote memorized or sporadically attended classes, Yihan consistently demonstrated an ability to draw connections and learn at a pace that far outstripped that of his peers. This distinction sets him apart from the other children. In Yihan's current assessment, the reason Master Lan Qing chose to guide him on his path of cultivation is twofold. Firstly, due to the precious silk gift Yihan once presented him. And secondly, because Master Lan Qing holds him in high regard, willing to illuminate a path of righteousness for him, thus forging a benevolent bond. As Yihan contemplates the accompanying spells of the Thorned Ring, he becomes engrossed in experimentation, often causing waves of magical energy to erupt within his cave abode. 2 days swiftly pass. Within his cave, Yihan diligently studies the celestial techniques associated with the Thorned Ring. With deft hand gestures and rapid incantations, he manipulates the Thorned Ring, which morphs into swirling tendrils that dance before him. Suddenly, with a pointed finger and a commanding shout of "Go!" the Thorned Ring disintegrates into countless luminous runes that vanish into the air. Concurrently, a cluster of these runes materializes around a distant stone bench, swiftly ensnaring it in a tight embrace. In an instant, the 200-pound stone bench cracks and shatters into a cascade of debris. Witnessing this scene, Yihan's eyes gleam with excitement. Indeed, the potency of the Thorned Ring far exceeds that of the Vine Soul technique. While the latter can tightly ensnare the stone bench, shattering it requires Yihan's utmost effort. In contrast, the Thorned Ring allows him to obliterate the bench with but a flicker of thought. The disparity in power between the two techniques is stark, just as he prepares to continue his control over the Thorned Ring. A familiar voice calls from outside, "Yi Shidi, are you there?" Yihan's heart flutters with relief. It is Zhang Qingxuan returning, and he wonders how his companion fared in procuring treasures. Chapter 88. 8,305 Spirit Stones. When Zhang Qingxuan departed from Qingxuan Peak, he assured Yihan of his swift return. After all, he had ventured to the so-called black market with a trove of valuable items. Although Yi Han is unaware of the exact circumstances there, he knows that in the realm of cultivators, danger lurks in the form of murder and theft over precious resources. Wealth should not be flaunted, and treasures must remain concealed. Naturally, he worries whether Zhang Qingxuan, with his honest demeanor, might encounter unforeseen troubles, or worse, whether he might feign innocence and abscond with the treasures for good. However, based on his understanding of Zhang Qingxuan, he knows his friend would not resort to such treachery. Still, he is concerned for Zhang Qingxuan's safety, especially with the Ascension Conference just 5 or 6 days away. Pondering this, Yi Han stores the thorned ring in his pouch and sweeps away the debris from the shattered stone bench with a gust of wind. His studies over the past few days have shown him that magical energy serves purposes beyond combat and spellcasting. It can be applied to various facets of daily life, enhancing his mastery over spells. As Yi Han opens the cave, Zhang Qingxuan sneaks in like a thief, urging him, "Quick, close the door." Startled, Yi Han promptly shuts the cave door. Observing Zhang Qingxuan's anxious demeanor, he can't help but think it resembles a criminal's. Once the door is secured, Zhang Qingxuan exhales in relief, only to realize that his usual stone bench is missing, replaced by a pile of stones that still emanate a faint magical aura. "Yi Shidi, your spellcraft has improved remarkably," he exclaims in astonishment. Yi Han nods and inquires, "Zhang Shixiang, why are you still so tense now that you have returned to Qingxian's sect?" "Indeed, now that I am back. Who would dare to harm a disciple of Qingxian's sect here?" Zhang Qingxuan replies with a bitter smile. "But Yi Shidi, you must understand. I must exercise caution. I encountered some trouble with disciples from another peak." Yi Han furrows his brow. "What? Disciples from another peak? What happened?" Zhang Qingxuan explains, "While at the black market, I nearly had my identity exposed. They followed me back, and I suspect they are disciples of Qingxian's sect. If they discover my true identity, it could spell trouble for me at the Ascension Conference." Understanding Zhang Qingxuan's concerns, Yi Han nods. The stakes are high, especially given the immense rewards involved. The Ascension Conference involves multiple sects competing for treasures, and should they learn that Zhang Qingxuan is the one who brought forth a wealth of items from his own sect, it could incite jealousy and treachery among the disciples. Zhang Qingxuan, sensing the gravity of the situation, changes the subject, pulling out a storage pouch with a smirk. "Yi Shidi, do you know how many spirit stones I garnered from selling all the materials?" Noticing the excitement in Zhang Qingxuan's eyes, Yi Han realizes the haul must exceed expectations. "Zhang Shixiang, please don't keep me in suspense. I am not well versed in these matters. I only care that you returned safely." Zhang Qingxuan, touched by Yi Han's heartfelt words, reflects on the competitive and guarded nature of the inner disciples at Qingxuan Peak, where genuine friendships are rare. Thus, he reveals, "We sold everything for a total of 8,305 spirit stones. Yi Shidi, we've struck it rich." Pausing for a moment, he continues with a sense of wonder. No wonder so many in the cultivation world resort to murder and theft. The profits are staggering. However, his expression turns serious as he adds, "But Yi Shidi, we must never engage in such nefarious acts." Yi Han, puzzled by Zhang Qingxuan's sternness, asks, "Why not?" Zhang Qingxuan hesitates, not fully divulging his thoughts, but insists, "In any case, we cannot partake in such actions. Just trust me on this." Seeing the enigmatic demeanor of Zhang Qingxuan, Yi Han remains uncertain but nods in agreement, "Understood." Yet, Zhang Qingxuan appears somewhat sheepish as he admits, "By the way, Yi Shidi, I used 5,632 spirit stones for myself, purchasing life-saving and combat items for my trip to the Dark Domain." He then hands over the storage pouch to Yi Han, stating, "With the remaining spirit stones, I procured cultivation elixirs, spiritual energy pills, body refinement pills, and fasting pills, as well as foundational cultivation methods and 3 blood escape talismans. There are only about 200 spirit stones left." After transferring the pouch to Yi Han, he adds with conviction, "Yi Shidi, if I safely return from the Dark Domain, I promise to make it up to you." Yi Han shakes his head. "Zhang Shixiang, I am already immensely grateful for your generosity in sharing these spirit stones. We cultivators should not be greedy." He glances into the storage pouch, marveling at the wealth of elixirs within, 3 bottles of energy pills, and various other potions. Zhang Qingxuan had previously advised him against relying solely on one type of elixir to avoid developing resistance, so he is pleasantly surprised to find body refinement pills included. While the sect's elixirs are cheaper than those outside, purchasing them within the sect is strictly regulated to prevent disciples from reselling for profit. Thus, the elixirs are merely sufficient for personal use. With these newfound resources, Yi Han feels a renewed confidence in his cultivation journey. Yet he cannot fathom why Zhang Qingxuan procured so many energy pills for him. So he asks, Zhang Shixiang, what do you intend for me to do with all these energy pills? Zhang Qingxuan promptly replies, Yi Shidi, these energy pills are vital for your future cultivation, which is why I took the liberty of not procuring any magical artifacts for you. Chapter 89. The senior brother of Qingxuan Peak? Indeed, when Zhang Qingxuan descended the mountain to sell those precious materials in the black market, Yi Han did indeed request him to procure any suitable treasures he might encounter that were within his financial means. Of course, the most critical items were various cultivation elixirs. He urged Zhang Qingxuan to acquire as many as possible if they were available for purchase. After all, he possessed the Ziding, a treasure capable of absorbing the essence of these elixirs, which greatly benefited his cultivation. Moreover, he felt that using the Ziding to absorb elixirs was far superior to utilizing other resources imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, as the effects of spirit stones were rather mediocre. However, Yi Han had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of the Ziding and required considerable time to explore its capabilities, as he sensed that it was not as simple as it appeared. Nevertheless, he did not request Zhang Qingxuan to bring him any body-refining treasures, believing that he had sufficiently progressed in his blood-refining technique. Noting Yi Han's hesitance, Zhang Qingxuan explained earnestly, Junior brother Yi, I have mentioned this before. While the emphasis on magical power and cultivation is undoubtedly justified, the resilience of your physical form will greatly aid you in future battles, slaying beasts, and advancing through challenges. You are still young. Pursuing both paths concurrently will yield tremendous benefits. Pausing for a moment, he looked at Yi Han sincerely. Although the blood-refining technique can enhance your physique at the next level, assistance from body-refining pills will be necessary. You must trust that your elder brother has your best interests at heart. Yi Han nodded and replied, I understand, senior brother. I will diligently cultivate. After a moment's thought, he proactively added, by the way, senior brother, I have some good news to share with you. Zhang Qingxuan looked at Yi Han inquiringly. What good news? Yi Han responded, not long after you left, I encountered Elder Seven, and he accepted me as his named disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan stared at Yi Han in disbelief. What? Elder Seven accepted you as a named disciple? He hasn't taken in a disciple for over a decade. Not even a named one. At this point, Zhang Qingxuan, with a hint of envy, clapped Yi Han on the shoulder. Your luck is truly exceptional. With Elder Seven as your backing, you will be safe on Qingxuan Peak. Very few disciples would dare to challenge you. This gives me much greater peace of mind as I head to the dark forbidden zone. Yi Han scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. I don't even know why Elder Seven took a liking to me. Perhaps I just happened to please his eye. In truth, Yi Han was genuinely puzzled as to why Elder Seven would accept him as a named disciple. Considering he was a Golden Core stage elder, and even Foundation Establishment stage cultivators often scrambled to become his disciples. Zhang Qingxuan chuckled, the first time I saw you, I thought you were extraordinary and assumed you were a disciple of Elder Seven. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed you to cultivate in this cave, even if you exchanged it for Foundation Establishment pills. Unintentionally, Yi Han's heart stirred at these words, recalling the peculiar expression of the Qingfeng fairy when she spoke of this cave. Elder Seven had also mentioned that part of the reason for accepting him as a disciple was related to the original owner of this cave. Thus, Yi Han inquired, by the way, senior brother Zhang, who was the original owner of this cave? He was indeed quite curious about this matter, partly due to the Qingfeng fairy and partly because both the Qingfeng fairy and Elder Seven seemed to hold a deep nostalgia for this original owner. Previously, he refrained from asking Zhang Qingxuan for fear of revealing any weaknesses, uncertain of his true intentions toward him. Now that he had become Elder Seven's named disciple, he felt secure enough to inquire, as even Zhang Qingxuan would likely not dare to act against him. Zhang Qingxuan replied, I have only heard rumors about this. This cave was originally the cultivation site of the senior brother of Qingxuan Peak. It is said that he was the foremost among the 7 peaks of the Qingxian sect, but for reasons unknown, he fell, and the cave was reclaimed by Elder Seven, remaining unoccupied ever since. Continuing, Zhang Qingxuan explained, I'm not entirely certain about the specifics, as by the time I entered the sect, that senior brother had already perished. I have only heard stories. During his time, Qingxuan Peak was the most prestigious among the 7 peaks. so it was only natural for the other senior brothers to treat him well. At this juncture, he turned to Yihan and said, "I truly congratulate you, junior brother." Seeing Zhang Qingxuan's heartfelt congratulations, Yihan felt quite pleased. Just as Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned, he was soon to participate in the Immortal Ascension Conference in the Dark Forbidden Zone, which would require a significant amount of time away. Zhang Qingxuan had informed him that the conference would take several months. During this period, without anyone to guide his cultivation, Zhang Qingxuan felt a bit concerned. However, now that Yihan was a named disciple of Elder Seven, he had little reason to worry. Thinking along these lines, Zhang Qingxuan said, "Junior brother Yi, I must organize the items I acquired before registering for the Immortal Ascension Conference. I will go into seclusion now." Yihan nodded, understood. Suddenly, Zhang Qingxuan seemed to remember something, saying, "By the way, I purchased 3 blood escape talismans for you. In the future, when you venture out to hunt demons and seek treasures, you can use them to escape from danger. These are meant to ensure your safety, so remember, while they are expensive, your life is far more valuable. Use them when necessary." With that, he walked toward the training room. Yihan nodded in acknowledgement and chose not to say anything further. However, Zhang Qingxuan had not mentioned what he had bought with the over 5,000 spirit stones. Yet, considering the imminent dangers of the competition, it was no surprise that he had utilized nearly all of his spirit stones to acquire items for self-preservation. After all, the more protective items one possessed for this expedition, the greater the assurance of survival. Yihan bore no ill will toward Zhang Qingxuan. On the contrary, he hoped that such a good senior brother would live a long life. In the future, should he require Zhang Qingxuan's assistance, he would undoubtedly help him, as this is the true essence of companionship in the realm of wealth, partners, and land. Yihan opened the storage pouch that Zhang Qingxuan had entrusted to him, and with a flick of his consciousness, he extracted all the items. These were worth nearly 3,000 spirit stones, leaving him dazzled. Among them were 3 types of Qi refinement pills of varying grades. Just as he had suspected, the Qi refinement pill given to him by the Qingfeng fairy was indeed of the highest quality, and when he compared it to one of the pills he had just taken out, they were identical. However, Zhang Qingxuan had only procured 5 of the highest quality Qi refinement pills. What intrigued him most were the blood escape talismans. In truth, he had seen this talisman in action when the Qin Mountain duo attempted to use it to flee but had failed due to hesitation, an opportunity that Yihan had seized. Yet, upon viewing the other collection of fundamental spells, he spotted something he desired. Chapter 90. Fundamental sword techniques. From the array of books and jade slips he had extracted, Yihan picked up a manual that detailed the cultivation method of the fundamental sword techniques. Zhang Qingxuan, though appearing somewhat simple-minded and excessively honest, was undoubtedly meticulous and considerate, as evidenced by his decision to procure the fundamental sword technique for Yihan's benefit. After all, employing a dagger, sword, or similar magical artifacts solely through the art of driving objects would only allow for basic attacks. However, integrating sword techniques with magical intent would significantly enhance the power of the attacks released by these artifacts. Additionally, certain sword techniques required specific artifacts for optimal performance. For instance, utilizing the Qingxuan sword technique in conjunction with the Qingxuan sword would yield extraordinary results. Of course, given Yihan's current level of swordsmanship, he had barely scratched the surface, making it premature to consider anything beyond that. Immediately, he began examining the principles behind the fundamental sword techniques, carefully contemplating the incantations and cultivation methods within. The fundamental sword technique was considerably simpler than the Qingxuan sword technique, and both the swordsmanship and incantations fell well within his grasp. Moreover, many specific sword techniques were documented in the fundamental sword technique. For example, within the Qingxuan sword technique, there was a saying, "The sword connects with the spirit, and the spirit connects with the sword spirit." Yihan found it utterly incomprehensible. However, the fundamental sword technique provided an explanation of the practice of connecting with the sword, clarifying that the term sword spirit did not refer to the sword's consciousness, but rather to the intent that locks onto a target. Thus, Yihan realized that his inability to comprehend the Qingxuan sword technique stemmed primarily from the foundational knowledge it required, which was well established in the fundamental sword techniques. Furthermore, the Qingxuan sword technique also intertwined with the Qingxuan art, confirming that the transition from nothing to something was indeed the most challenging aspect of cultivation. Since Zhang Qingxuan was present in the cave, Yihan refrained from taking out the ziding to absorb the essence of the elixirs. However, knowing that Zhang Qingxuan would soon depart for the Immortal Ascension Conference in 3 days, he pondered what he would do once he was alone in the cave. He would no longer have to hold back. Even though Zhang Qingxuan treated him exceptionally well, he could not divulge his greatest secret to him. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Han simultaneously refined the thorned ring while diligently practicing the fundamental sword techniques. Whenever he grew weary from his cultivation, he would peruse the basic spells that Zhang Qingxuan had brought back for him. These simple spells were documented and, given his current level of cultivation, he could master them after a few readings. However, to skillfully and adeptly wield these fundamental spells, one must invest a considerable amount of time in diligent practice and contemplation. Tireless and relentless, the days swiftly passed, with Zhang Qingxuan not having stepped outside his training chamber even once. Meanwhile, Yi Han, ensconced within his cave abode, deftly manipulated his fingers, summoning a glimmering cold light that danced through the air. Obedient to his gestures, this chilling radiance would occasionally flash with brilliance, suddenly altering its trajectory to launch an attack. Indeed, this was the result of Yi Han's comprehension of the foundational sword techniques. Employing the art of object manipulation to continuously command the flying scale dagger for offense and defense, that moment, the door to the training room's secret chamber swung open, and Zhang Qingxuan emerged. Upon seeing him, Yi Han exclaimed, "Senior brother Zhang, prepare to receive my challenge." With that, he swiftly executed a series of hand seals, pointing forward with fervor. Go! Whoosh! The flying scale dagger spiraled through the air, transforming into a streak of cold light, hurtling towards Zhang Qingxuan. Zhang Qingxuan's eyes flickered. He chanted a spell, his fingers shimmering with golden light as he directed it towards the incoming dagger. Clang! His fingertips struck the dagger's back, sending it spinning away. Yi Han's expression shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated that his flying dagger would be deflected so easily by a mere touch from Zhang Qingxuan. Channeling his magical energy, he rapidly executed a series of gestures, commanding the dagger to return with renewed vigor. As the dagger hurtled back towards Zhang Qingxuan, its speed suddenly surged, transforming into a piercing ray aimed directly at him. Zhang Qingxuan, quick to react, shifted slightly and pointed again. Clang! Once more, the flying scale dagger was struck on its back, sent flying away from him. Unyielding, Yi Han continued to unleash his magical energy, sending multiple streaks of cold light from the dagger towards Zhang Qingxuan. Yet each was effortlessly countered by Zhang Qingxuan's golden fingertip. While deflecting Yi Han's controlled dagger, Zhang Qingxuan remarked, "Junior brother Yi, you have made a preliminary foray into the foundational sword techniques. However, during your attacks, your consciousness, magical power, and the flying scale dagger are not truly unified. Though your strikes are sharp, they lack true mastery." Pausing for emphasis, his expression grew serious as he continued, "Most importantly, your swordplay lacks a sense of lethal intent. I advise you to take the opportunity to hunt some wild beasts. Once your cultivation improves, seek to slay demon beasts to enhance your practical combat skills." After exchanging blows for a while, it was clear that Yi Han's cultivation was vastly inferior to Zhang Qingxuan's, making him no match. Nonetheless, under Zhang Qingxuan's guidance, Yi Han was made aware of several flaws, enabling him to improve in subsequent training. After trading dozens of moves, Yi Han's swordplay exhibited a slight enhancement. Zhang Qingxuan then declared, "Junior brother Yi, I can no longer engage with you. I must register for the Immortal Ascension Conference." Yi Han retracted the flying scale dagger, which was a mid-grade magical artifact that he still found somewhat taxing to control, as he had yet to fully refine it. He addressed Zhang Qingxuan, "Senior brother Zhang, I wish you every success. I shall await your return here in Dongpu." Zhang Qingxuan advised, "In my absence, dedicate yourself to rigorous training, forge new friendships, and seek guidance from your elders. This will greatly benefit your cultivation. Remember, a cultivator's growth is not achieved in isolation." With that, Zhang Qingxuan imparted a few parting words of wisdom before taking his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Yi Han's gaze turned solemn. Regardless of Zhang Qingxuan's performance at the conference, he had mentioned it would take several months before he returned. With Zhang Qingxuan now absent from his cave, Yi Han seized the opportunity to utilize the Ziding to absorb the essence of the medicinal pills. Upon returning, Yi Han sealed his cave and activated the wards. Bringing forth the medicinal pills, he extracted mid-grade and low-grade Qi refining pills, along with 2 body refining pills. Curious to test whether the Ziding could absorb the essence of body refining pills in addition to Qi refining ones, he placed the Ziding amidst the pills, eager to see if it would absorb their potency. Indeed, within a quarter of an hour, the Ziding began to swirl, commencing the absorption of the medicinal essence. However, Yihan soon noticed a peculiar phenomenon. He distinctly observed that the mid-grade and low-grade qi refining pills emitted wisps of spiritual light that surged into the ziding. In stark contrast, the two body refining pills remained utterly unresponsive, leaving Yihan perplexed. Could it be that the ziding was incapable of absorbing just any medicinal pill? Yet, he recalled that during his previous encounter with the water serpent beast's lair, all the pills he had gathered from Zhang Sanlei and Qingxuan Erxiong had been absorbed without exception. Despite some not being aimed at refining magical power, as he pondered, Yihan noted that this time he had placed 100 low-grade qi refining pills and 100 mid-grade ones. The duration of the ziding's absorption of their potency was significantly longer than it had been during his previous experience with the water serpent beast's pills. Moreover, akin to the 5 high-grade qi refining pills he had absorbed last time, the ziding gradually transformed into a more substantial form. Its hue deepening. It was evident that such a large quantity of pills had yielded a substantial influx of essence. In contrast, he had chosen not to extract the high-grade qi refining pills or spirit stones, deeming it unnecessary. With the ziding having absorbed so many medicinal pills, he felt it would suffice for his cultivation for quite some time. Zhang Qingxuan had advised him that high-grade qi refining pills should be saved for moments of breakthrough, while it was preferable to utilize low and mid-grade pills for regular practice. Ideally, one should start with low-grade pills until a certain level of tolerance was achieved, and only then transition to mid-grade pills after reaching the 8th level of cultivation. However, Zhang Qingxuan remained unaware of Yihan's possession of such a wondrous treasure as the ziding. Little did he know that Yihan opted to utilize all the medicinal pills at once, leaving only 5 high-grade ones and the spirit stones behind it. As for the spirit stones, he felt no need to let the ziding absorb them since he was now free to move about and could use them to acquire various necessities, such as cultivation methods or other items requiring spirit stones. He no longer found himself in the dire straits of having to deceive Jin Feng for 2 spirit stones. Notably, ever since Jin Feng had been driven off by the Qingfeng fairy, he had not returned to trouble him again, which left Yihan feeling perplexed. Given Jin Feng's character and cultivation, how could he possibly let the matter rest? Perhaps he had gone off to fulfill some task, or even participated in the Immortal Ascension Conference himself. Once the ziding had completed absorbing the essence of the medicinal pills, it became apparent that the 2 body refining pills showed no signs of diminished potency. It seemed that the ziding was incapable of absorbing the essence of these 2 pills, suggesting that he would have to consume body refining pills through conventional means. With this thought in mind, Yihan tidied up the remnants of the medicinal pills and stored away the 2 body refining pills, still perplexed as to why the ziding could not absorb their essence and truth. He found many aspects of the ziding to be baffling. For instance, while most magical artifacts could be bound to their owners through a drop of blood, Yihan's attempts at blood binding had yielded no response from the ziding. Wasting a drop of his essence blood instead, it appeared that this ziding could not be bound in such a manner. Moreover, he had initially worried about placing the ziding alongside spirit stones or heavenly materials in his storage pouch, fearing that it might absorb their essence. However, he had deliberately placed several spirit stones in the same pouch as the ziding, and no such occurrence transpired. It occurred to him that the ziding required a certain period before it would begin to absorb anything. Each time, he had to wait about a quarter of an hour before it commenced the absorption of the medicinal pills he had provided. This suggested that the ziding could only absorb the essence of items placed outside. In summary, there remained many uncertainties regarding the ziding. Only by truly understanding the nature of this treasure and its origins could he hope to fully grasp its significance. Reflecting on the past, Yihan vividly recalled the cave where he first obtained the ziding. He remembered clearly that, in addition to discovering the ziding, there was also a piece of silk, 20 taels of silver, and the Qingxuan order. The silk had been taken by Mr. Lanqing, and judging by his demeanor and attitude at the time, Yihan sensed that the silk was no ordinary item. Otherwise, how could a cultivator like Mr. Lanqing place such importance on it? Yet, Yihan remained curious about the nature of Mr. Lanqing's cultivation level. Surely, he could not be merely a qi refining cultivator. Additionally, the Qingfeng fairy had also visited Qingniu village, startling Mr. Lanqing away. This implied that Mr. Lanqing's cultivation might be slightly below that of the Qingfeng fairy, or perhaps their levels were comparable. Mr. Lanqing's retreat seemed motivated by a desire to avoid detection in Qingniu village. He always felt that discovering the purple cauldron was not merely a coincidence. After it transformed into stone, the cauldron exuded no aura, and Mr. Lanqing had not taken it away. He believed it was likely because Mr. Lanqing was entirely captivated by that piece of silk, thus overlooking the cauldron. The reason he felt that acquiring the purple cauldron was not a matter of chance was because, in this small village of Qingniu, such a formidable demon beast had appeared. He surmised that the beast was at least a fourth-tier creature, far more powerful than the water dragon beast, considering their size difference alone was several-fold. Moreover, the emergence of two foundation-building cultivators in such a humble village, along with the discovery of the Qingxuan token in a cave, served as compelling evidence. The previous owner of the purple cauldron could very well have been a disciple of the Qingxuan sect, or perhaps a cultivator with significant ties to the sect, for otherwise, how could a Qingxuan token be found on him? Additionally, the sudden appearance of such a powerful demon beast and cultivators in Qingniu village was indeed peculiar. It suggested that there might be some hidden secrets within the village. Unfortunately, he could not return now. Perhaps in the future, he would have the opportunity to investigate. With this thought in mind, Yihan increasingly felt that the purple cauldron must not be discovered by the cultivators of the Qingxuan sect. It might very well be a treasured artifact of theirs. If they were to uncover it, these high-ranking elders and the sect leader would pursue matters rigorously, and he would have no way to explain himself. After securing the purple cauldron, Yihan resolved to elevate his cultivation once more. He entered the training room, retrieved the purple cauldron, and placed it before him. Commencing his practice, he wondered to what extent he could elevate his cultivation this time by utilizing the cauldron. Chapter 92. A reunion with Hanyuan. Yihan slowly opened his eyes, feeling his cultivation, and a hint of disappointment flickered in his gaze. He then picked up the purple cauldron, only to find that there had been no change in its stone-like texture during his meditative practice. His cultivation also remained unchanged. This indicated that during this session, Yihan had failed to absorb any aura from the cauldron. In essence, he had merely circulated the Qingxuan technique for 2 to 3 hours. This was the first time Yihan had encountered such a situation. What could it mean? He sighed and stood up, realizing that this time the cauldron had not aided him in enhancing his cultivation. Furthermore, he faced two issues. One was why he could not absorb the body refinement elixir, and the other was why he could not absorb the cauldron's aura this time. Had he encountered a so-called bottleneck? Yihan furrowed his brows, examining the purple cauldron in his hand, deep in thought. If it was not a problem with the cauldron, it must have been an issue with himself. After all, his cultivation at Qingxuan Peak was merely at a mid-low level. And as a registered disciple of the seventh elder, if his cultivation continued to stagnate at such a low tier, it would become increasingly difficult to become a formal disciple of the seventh elder, let alone attain the status of a true inheritance disciple like the fairy Qingfeng. He recalled his first encounter with Zhang Qingxuan, who had mentioned being stuck at the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage for over half a year. Zhang Qingxuan later managed to break through to the 11th level due to his study of the Qingxian technique and insights gained from Yihan's cave, where the spiritual energy was abundant. This demonstrated that when cultivators faced a bottleneck, consuming elixirs alone was often inadequate for breakthroughs. Although using the purple cauldron for cultivation was not the same as consuming elixirs, absorbing the cauldron's aura was essentially a step that omitted the refining process of elixirs. Thus, the effects should be somewhat comparable. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in whether he had encountered a bottleneck due to his insufficient foundational skills and celestial techniques, or if there were issues with his physical body. This remained unclear to him. After all, Yihan was not a long-practiced cultivator and had limited experience in cultivation. Nevertheless, he was no longer worried. As a registered disciple of the seventh elder, he would no longer need to be on guard against other disciples seeking to usurp his cave. Thus, Yihan decided to visit the library to read. On one hand, he aimed to accumulate the knowledge necessary for cultivators, familiarizing himself with rare materials, demon beasts, and cultivation insights. On the other hand, he hoped that by reading extensively, he might find a way to break through his bottleneck. He also intended to engage in body refinement using elixirs, as Brother Zhang Qingxuan had advised him that refining his body to become exceptionally resilient would greatly benefit his breakthroughs in cultivation and combat. And now, was he not facing a particularly challenging time for breakthroughs? Without further delay, Yihan made his way to the library. Upon arriving at the library, he entered the area designated for spirit stones. This time, the guarding disciple greeted Yihan with remarkable courtesy, almost reverently inviting him in. Perhaps this individual had become aware of Yihan's true identity, in Qingxuan Peak. Many secrets among cultivators were nearly impossible to conceal. Especially regarding the Peak Master's registered disciples, it is noteworthy that if the Peak Master were to formally accept a disciple, a ceremony would be held with fellow sect members coming to congratulate and present gifts. Therefore, the acceptance of a disciple by the Peak Master was indeed a significant event. Although Yi Han was only a registered disciple, his association with a Golden Core Elder elevated his status far beyond that of ordinary disciples. While his position was not as prestigious as a true inheritance disciple, being acknowledged as a registered disciple by a formidable Golden Core cultivator was a testament to his extraordinary nature. In a world where strength reigned supreme, no one dared to offend Yi Han. Seeing the dramatic shift in the disciple's attitude, Yi Han was unconcerned and responded courteously, exuding an air of humility that seemed to ease the disciple's tension. This time, Yi Han had brought food to the library, for he did not wish to repeat the experience of becoming engrossed in reading only to be interrupted by hunger. He was an avid reader. Having grown up in poverty in Qingniu village, he had often toiled for Mr. Lanqing just to access a few books. Now that he had the opportunity to read such treasures for free, he was determined to cherish this hard-earned chance. It was a pity that, despite the abundance of books in the library, very few individuals actually took the time to read there. This visit was different from the last. He noticed several cultivators present this time, whereas previously, he had been alone. Cultivators were reluctant to waste their spirit stones on idleness, focusing instead on their training. Only someone like Yi Han, who could read for free, could afford to linger so long. Indeed, within 3 hours, he observed other disciples departing. However, Yi Han paid little mind to their exits, fully engrossed in his reading. Initially, he sought out texts related to cultivation or those that piqued his interest. Eventually, he became indiscriminate, simply finishing one book before pulling out another, wholly absorbed. It is worth noting that before his cultivation, Yi Han had possessed remarkable memory and a knack for summarizing and learning. He could digest the content of a book after reading it 2 or 3 times. Now, having reached the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage, he found that his memory and comprehension had improved significantly. His senses had sharpened, allowing him to swiftly flip through a book with near-perfect recall. However, some texts remained challenging to digest. Most of the books were travelogues, works of worldly literary masters, and classic masterpieces, which he could read without expending much time to absorb. He felt like a mouse that had fallen into a rice bin, completely engulfed in the sea of literature. The more he read, the more engrossed he became, reluctant to leave the library. In the brief span of half a month, Yi Han had read over 10,000 books. However, he ultimately had to leave, for he had exhausted the food he had brought. When hunger gnawed at him, he reluctantly exited the library. Just as he stepped out, he encountered a familiar face. Hanyuan from the treasure vault. Spotting Yi Han, she exclaimed with delight, "Junior brother Yi. It is so wonderful to see you." Yi Han nodded in response. "Greetings, senior sister Han. What a coincidence to see you here. Are you also here to read, or perhaps to find some cultivation techniques?" Hanyuan shook her head, saying, "Neither, junior brother Yi. I came to find you." Taken aback by her words, Yi Han asked curiously, "Find me? Is there something you need?" To his surprise, Hanyuan gazed at him in astonishment. Junior brother Yi, your cultivation has already broken through." Chapter 93. An invitation to hunt demons. While Yi Han had initially thought it was merely a chance encounter with Hanyuan, he certainly did not expect her to seek him out personally. This was unexpected, as he and Hanyuan were only acquaintances. Despite her warm demeanor and multiple invitations to discuss cultivation insights, he had not met with her again. Could it be that his identity as the 7th Elder's disciple was truly that advantageous? However, upon Hanyuan's inquiry, Yi Han was momentarily stunned, realizing that after reading for such a long time, he had not noticed his cultivation had indeed progressed from the peak of the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage to the 8th level. When had this breakthrough occurred? He was quite astonished to discover that while immersed in reading at the library, he had unknowingly advanced to the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage. What a delightful surprise! He had failed to absorb the aura from the purple cauldron, yet managed to break through reading instead. It was remarkable that Hanyuan had discerned this at a glance. However, he felt little about this matter, as he believed his greatest gain was the profound understanding he acquired about the world of cultivators after reading numerous books within. He would no longer feel as if he were wandering blind in the future, completely oblivious to everything. Hanyuan noticed a peculiar expression on Yi Han's face and, with an air of poise, remarked, "Junior brother Yi, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Shall we find another venue?" Indeed, many disciples frequented the library, and Hanyuan, known as the Jade Fairy, was breathtakingly beautiful, drawing attention wherever she stood. Several disciples covertly observed the two of them, and those nearby cast envious glances at the interaction unfolding between Hanyuan and Yi Han. Yi Han nodded in agreement, and thus Hanyuan led him out of the library, only to encounter a familiar face upon exiting. Yi Lingji walked in, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Hanyuan with Yi Han, and promptly greeted them with respect. "Greetings, senior sister Han. Senior brother Yi. In the realm of cultivators, strength commanded respect. Thus, it was not unusual for Yi Lingji to acknowledge Hanyuan, whose cultivation level far surpassed her own. However, Yi Lingji's gaze lingered on Yi Han, pondering how he came to be alongside the Jade Fairy. Hanyuan merely nodded in response without elaborating. Yi Han smiled and greeted, "Hello, sister Yi. Yi Lingji nodded in return, her expression dimming slightly as she watched the two depart, their silhouettes fading from view. After all, she was the Jade Fairy, and Yi Han was a named disciple of Elder Qi. What was she? In comparison? Hanyuan directly escorted Yi Han to the treasure hall and led him to a secluded chamber where she brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him. Upon taking a sip of the so-called spiritual tea, Yi Han felt a smooth and soothing sensation envelop him. Although he had never tasted tea before, he was certain this tea surpassed any earthly beverage. Yet, he sensed that Hanyuan's courteous demeanor and her waiting for him outside the library indicated that her intentions were not merely to discuss cultivation insights. Thus, Yi Han took the initiative to inquire, "Sister Han, you mentioned you were waiting for me outside. May I ask what you require?" Hanyuan sighed and replied, "If there were any other way, I would not seek out junior brother. This matter may only be resolved with your assistance." Upon hearing this, Yi Han felt an urge to flee. After all, Hanyuan was at the 12th level of Qi refinement, far beyond his own capabilities, and it seemed unreasonable for him to aid her with her challenges. Besides, seeking Elder Qi's help was out of the question. He didn't even know where the Elder resided. Nevertheless, he stated, "Sister, if you could clarify our relationship, I assure you, if I am able to assist, I will certainly do so." While he spoke those words, he silently added a caveat in his mind. "This sounds too perilous. Please do not involve me." Hanyuan regarded Yi Han with a thoughtful gaze, finding him accommodating, and thus she expressed, "In truth, I wish to enlist your help in completing a task to slay a monster." Upon hearing this, Yi Han immediately responded, "Sister, although I am a disciple of Elder Qi, my own cultivation is significantly inferior to yours. How can I possibly assist you?" Hanyuan's brows furrowed slightly at Yi Han's swift refusal as she remarked, "Junior brother Yi, if you help me with this task, you will not be at a loss. In fact, it is genuinely a situation where only you can assist me." Yi Han's reluctance deepened upon hearing this. Yet he could not undermine Elder Qi's reputation. He suddenly realized that being a disciple of a high-ranking elder came with its own pressures, particularly the need to uphold his master's honor. Thus, Yi Han directly inquired, "Then sister, please elaborate on the matter at hand. Without understanding the specifics, I cannot agree to assist you." Hanyuan's demeanor shifted slightly, her irritation evident at Yi Han's evasiveness. After all, she had waited for him at the entrance of the library, granting him significant respect, yet he was being so oblique. However, she knew that only Yi Han could truly help her, that of course, she could seek assistance from more advanced foundation establishment cultivators. But the price of such aid could be steep, and there were those with ulterior motives. How could she approach a foundation establishment cultivator? Therefore, Hanyuan continued, "Junior brother Yi, my request does not necessitate a high level of cultivation. I primarily seek your assistance with the Thorned Ring to help me hunt a soil-type demon beast." Upon hearing Hanyuan's words, Yi Han understood. His recent studies in the library had not been in vain. The Thorned Ring was a high-grade wooden artifact, and according to the principles of the 5 elements, would overcome earth. Utilizing the Thorned Ring against a soil-type demon beast seemed a viable strategy. However, he was acutely aware of the dangers involved in hunting demon beasts. With his current cultivation, he might manage against typical beasts, but could Hanyuan, at the 12th level of Qi refinement, truly contend with a soil-type demon beast? There was a significant risk in this endeavor. Brother Zhang Qingxuan had always reminded him that surviving as a cultivator was the ultimate victory. Otherwise, how could one attain longevity? Yihan promptly replied. Sister Han, I cannot assist you with this. I have yet to refine the thorned ring. Before Yihan could finish his sentence, Hanyuan interjected urgently, Junior brother Yi, you are worrying needlessly. The demon beast I intend to confront is merely a first-tier creature. Yet it possesses the ability to burrow through the earth. If we fail to trap it, it will escape each time. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she looked at Yihan and continued. The thorned ring is precisely its nemesis, which is why I sought your help. Why Yihan had not anticipated that Hanyuan's purpose in seeking him was to confront a demon beast, and that she required his high-grade artifact, the thorned ring, for assistance. While it is prudent to keep one's treasures concealed, he suspected that her previous suggestion to choose the thorned ring was a premeditated maneuver to enlist his help in slaying the soil-type demon beast. Nevertheless, he ultimately resolved to decline her request. He had no obligation to assist her in slaying a demon beast. Contemplating this, Yihan stated, Sister Han, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. It is merely that while the thorned ring is in my possession, I have yet to refine it. How can I help you? This was, of course, a convenient pretext to decline her request. Why Yihan had indeed been refining the thorned ring. Although he had not completed the process, he had managed to refine it to about half of its potential. The refinement of artifacts requires one to acknowledge ownership by dripping blood and keeping the item close, continuously utilizing one's spiritual sense and mana to refine it. Once he fully mastered the formations within the artifact, it would be deemed completely refined. Thus, while studying in the library, he had kept several artifacts close to him for gradual refinement. Given the library's sparse attendance and its protective formations, cultivators were unable to probe each other's possessions with their spiritual senses. This was a technique he had discovered in a book written by a cultivator, which mentioned the possibility of refining artifacts at any time. Although this method was considerably slower than dedicated refinement, it proved advantageous as it did not interfere with his studies. Currently, he had refined over half of his artifacts, significantly reducing the mana consumed during control and enhancing their power. However, he would never divulge his secrets to Hanyuan, no matter how enchanting she was or how warm her demeanor towards him. Upon hearing Yihan's words, Hanyuan displayed a look of disappointment, her brow furrowing as she said, Junior brother Yi, the artifact has been in your possession for quite some time. Why have you not refined it yet? Indeed, the thorned ring had been in Yihan's hands for nearly 20 days, and by all accounts, he should have refined it by now. Yet, Yihan claimed to have not yet refined the thorned ring? How could anyone believe that? Yihan replied nonchalantly, It is not that I do not wish to assist you, sister. Rather, I have been busy refining other artifacts and have had no time to focus on the thorned ring. Hearing this, Hanyuan looked at Yihan in astonishment. She knew that the thorned ring was a high-grade artifact, and it was hard to fathom why Yihan would prioritize refining other artifacts over it. This disparity was truly disheartening. Despite her years of cultivation, she possessed only 2 high-grade artifacts. How many treasures did Yihan possess if he had the luxury of neglecting the thorned ring? However, her expression shifted to one of intrigue as she inquired, Junior brother Yi, do you possess any other treasures capable of trapping soil-type demon beasts? Yihan replied with a sly smile, Sister Han, your question seems a bit excessive. Indeed, one should not disclose their treasures so freely. Upon hearing this, Hanyuan felt an increased desire to persuade Yihan to assist her, realizing that it was no wonder Elder Qi had taken him as a disciple. His cunning and vigilance were not qualities typically found in ordinary disciples. Therefore, Hanyuan continued, Let me be straightforward with you, Junior brother Yi. Are you familiar with the Ascension Conference? Yihan, taken aback by the sudden shift in topic, wondered what purpose this inquiry served. However, when Hanyuan proactively brought up the Ascension Conference, he suddenly regarded her with a curious gaze. She should have been at the 11th or 12th level of the Qi refinement stage, as he sensed that her aura was quite similar to that of Zhang Qingxuan. Moreover, her cultivation was remarkably stable. Reaching the 11th or 12th level of Qi refinement essentially indicated readiness for the foundational stage. Logically, Hanyuan should also be participating in the Ascension Conference, for the opening of the Dark Forbidden Land occurs once every 5 years. If she missed this opportunity, she would have to wait another 5 years. Otherwise, Zhang Qingxuan would not have hurriedly exchanged all his spirit stones for treasures to attend the Ascension Conference in the Dark Forbidden Land. The Dark Forbidden Land is the most significant opportunity to acquire foundational pills, though it is not the only means to obtain them. For instance, completing certain special tasks within one sect can also yield foundational pills, or having a powerful backing can suffice. For example, when Yihan brought the Qingxuan order to the Qingxuan sect, he also received a foundational pill. Yet, that foundational pill was exchanged with Elder Qi for a cave dwelling. Reflecting on this, he found it somewhat perplexing. Hadn't Elder Qi claimed he hadn't taken in disciples for over a decade? He mentioned needing a foundational pill for a disciple, yet recently, Yihan learned that Elder Qi had not accepted any disciples for many years. Was it possible that Elder Qi was merely trying to vex Elder Wu? Surely, there must have been some past grievances between them. Otherwise, how could Elder Wu have orchestrated such targeting against Zhang Sanlei and the others? It is quite embarrassing for a Golden Core Elder to trouble a mere mortal. Clearly, there were hidden secrets at play. Thus, Yihan looked at Hanyuan with intrigue and inquired, "Senior Sister Han, why did you not participate in the Ascension Conference?" With a solemn expression, Hanyuan replied with a bitter smile. "To be honest, junior brother, I am afraid of attending the Ascension Conference. The Dark Forbidden Land involves several sects, and the competition within is exceedingly fierce. Murder for treasures, deception, and treachery abound. Out of the many disciples who attend, it would be fortunate if only 2 or 3 managed to survive." Upon hearing this, Yihan was momentarily taken aback, realizing why senior brother Zhang Qingxuan was so intent on exchanging so many spirit stones for life-preserving and combat treasures. The dangers of the Dark Forbidden Land were indeed grave. With a survival rate of merely 20 to 30%, could senior brother Zhang really emerge unscathed? Observing the change in Yihan's expression, Hanyuan earnestly continued, "Junior brother Yi, in fact, I am close to completing a special task for our sect, having already accomplished 80 or 90% of it. The remaining task is to hunt down a unique Earth-type demon beast. If successful, I will be rewarded with a foundational pill." She gazed at Yihan with an air of vulnerability, pleading, "Junior brother, I have never asked anyone for help, but I implore you to assist me this once. If I successfully obtain the foundational pill, I shall surely repay you." As she spoke, Hanyuan subtly leaned closer to Yihan, the alluring scent of a woman wafting towards him. Regrettably, Yihan had no interest in matters of romance. Despite Hanyuan's lengthy entreaty, she had yet to specify what benefits he would receive. Currently, he lacked neither spirit stones nor cultivation resources, nor did he require any techniques. Thus, there was no need to take such a risk. Senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had often emphasized that cultivators should prioritize self-preservation, for survival is of utmost importance. Consequently, Yihan replied, "Senior Sister Han, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. But as I mentioned earlier, I have yet to refine the thorn ring." Seeing that Yihan was completely unyielding, Hanyuan finally proposed, "Junior brother Yi, if you help me, I can offer you a secret technique in exchange. How does that sound?" Chapter 95. Negotiation. At that moment, Hanyuan unexpectedly suggested using a secret technique as compensation for his assistance. The so-called secret technique refers to a rather unique celestial method, possessing various effects such as enhancing one's spiritual awareness, amplifying sensory perception, increasing vitality, and even manifesting physical forms. These were explanations Yihan had encountered while reading in the library. It is worth noting that the blood refining technique, which he was currently practicing, passed down by senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, is also a form of secret technique, specifically designed to refine vitality and strengthen the physical body. Although Hanyuan's sudden offer of a secret technique as recompense did not overly sway Yihan, given that he already had numerous spells and techniques to cultivate, he lacked the time to focus on secret techniques. However, he was indeed curious about what secret technique Hanyuan might present. Thus, Yihan inquired, "Senior Sister Han, what secret technique do you intend to exchange?" With determination, Hanyuan replied, "This secret technique was acquired from an ancient secret realm. It possesses extraordinary effects on your usage of magical artifacts and the refinement of treasures. Not to mention, once you successfully cultivate this secret technique, the power of any artifact you wield will significantly increase, while also reducing the mana consumption. Most importantly, it will expedite the refinement process of treasures and create unique imprints." At this point, Hanyuan gazed deeply into Yihan's eyes, stating, "Junior brother Yi, I understand you are not lacking in treasures, techniques, or elixirs. This secret technique is all I can offer." Indeed, in Hanyuan's perspective, Yihan undoubtedly hailed from an extraordinary background, possessing ample magical artifacts and elixirs. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen as a disciple by Elder Qi. Moreover, she could not present anything superior to the thorn ring to entice Yihan. Furthermore, she herself had a dire need for magical artifacts and elixirs. Thus, offering a secret technique would not incur any personal loss, as she could cultivate it herself. Yihan was somewhat tempted by Hanyuan's proposal. During his recent reading, he had learned that such secret techniques are rare and difficult to come by. Additionally, he realized that several magical artifacts in his possession had yet to be refined. The crux of the matter was not merely the time required for refinement, but that the strength he could unleash with these artifacts was limited by his current cultivation level. If he could cultivate some secret techniques, he would gain a substantial advantage in combat against opponents of the same tier. Moreover, he already possessed life-preserving treasures, such as the Blood Escape Talisman and the Cold Iron Shield, which provided decent defensive capabilities. Yet, relying solely on these did not seem very secure, especially considering his limited repertoire of combat spells, which consisted mostly of the Thorn Ring and the rudimentary techniques of the Flying Scale Dagger. Should Hanyuan harbor ulterior motives, he would be left without the means to resist, which was indeed concerning. Although he felt tempted, he remained hesitant. After a prolonged discussion, Hanyuan observed Yihan's lingering indecision and felt a sense of urgency. However, if she could find someone else, she would not have sought out Yihan in the first place. Consequently, Hanyuan proactively stated, "Junior brother Yi, if you agree to help me, I can teach you the secret technique first and grant you a month to refine the thorn ring. What do you think?" Yihan was truly unyielding. Even after being offered such courtesy and treated to refreshing tea, with a hint of temptation thrown in, he showed no reaction at all. She began to doubt her own charm. After all, she was the renowned Yuan fairy of the Seven Xian Peak. Reluctantly, she decided to present her treasured secret technique, hoping to sway Yihan's resolve. Hearing her words, Yihan nodded in agreement. "Since senior sister Han has expressed such sincerity, it would be unreasonable for me not to assist you at this juncture." He shifted the conversation, adding, "However, a month may not be sufficient. Would 2 months be acceptable?" When Hanyuan proposed granting him a month to refine the thorn ring and cultivate the secret technique, he felt that this matter was indeed feasible, especially given the purported functionality of the secret technique she had described. More than a month should be enough time for him to fully refine the thorn ring. Additionally, he could also refine the 3 flying scale daggers and cultivate the Qingxuan sword technique, thereby acquiring a measure of offensive and self-preserving capability. Upon hearing Yihan's suggestion of 2 months, Hanyuan shook her head, stating, 2 months is not feasible. That would exceed the deadline for me to complete my task. 1.5 months, junior brother. I can only wait for you for that long." After a brief pause, she continued, "Junior brother, with my secret technique and the thorn ring, you will certainly be able to refine at least 1/3 of it." Yihan had been negotiating with Hanyuan for quite some time, mainly to ascertain whether she genuinely needed assistance in hunting the Earth-type demon beast. After all, if there were ulterior motives, he would be walking into a trap. However, as the terms continued to evolve, Hanyuan still sought his help, indicating that she was indeed quite anxious and had no other alternatives. Moreover, he did not believe that Hanyuan would dare entertain any ill intentions towards a recognized disciple of Elder Qi. Such was the advantage of having a powerful backing. However, what Hanyuan remained unaware of was that his thorn ring had already undergone considerable transformation. He had simply spent the past period engrossed in reading rather than focusing on cultivating celestial techniques. Most individuals would have wholeheartedly devoted their efforts to the coveted celestial techniques. Yet, Yihan understood that sharpening one's axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood. He recognized that he lacked the necessary knowledge and experience in many aspects of cultivation. If he were to force himself into practicing a celestial technique without proper understanding, he would be at a loss. Therefore, it was more prudent to first enhance his knowledge and insights regarding cultivation before attempting to practice, ensuring greater efficiency in his endeavors. Thus, Yihan nodded in agreement. "All right, senior sister Han. 1.5 months it is." Hanyuan then inquired, "By the way, where do you reside, junior brother Yi? I will come to find you." Yihan replied, "I reside in the cave located at the precipice of Qingxuan Peak." Unintentionally spoken, yet it piqued the listener's interest. Hanyuan's expression shifted abruptly, astonished as she gazed at Yihan, incredulously stating, "Junior brother Yi, you actually possess a cave dwelling?" Indeed, Yihan, merely in Qi refinement stage cultivator, had acquired a cave dwelling. Furthermore, It must be that which originally belonged to the senior brother. It seems that Elder Qi truly holds Yihan in high regard. Upon hearing this, Yihan realized that Hanyuan likely had not heard about his exchange of a foundation establishment pill with Elder Qi for the cave dwelling, which spared him the need for an explanation. Hanyuan took the initiative, saying, "Junior brother Yi, I shall now impart the secret technique to you." As she spoke, she flipped her hand, revealing a jade slip, as white and flawless as jade, and extended it towards Yihan. Chapter 96. Gaining ground. Observing the jade slip in Hanyuan's hand, Yihan did not reach for it but calmly remarked, "Sister Han, are you truly willing to give me the secret technique just like that? What if I were to go back on my word and refuse to assist you?" Hanyuan smiled. "I trust in the integrity of the disciples of the Peak Master. I also believe that junior brother Yi is not that kind of person." With that, she placed the secret technique before Yihan, adding, "After all, you are a good friend of senior brother Zhang Qingxuan. I have great faith in you, junior brother." She continued, "This secret technique is the treasure refining art, which I obtained through a fortuitous encounter in an ancient land. It has brought me considerable benefits. Otherwise, I would not have been able to complete that task." As she spoke, a fleeting look of reluctance crossed her eyes. Although the technique could be replicated, sharing it with others posed a minor threat to herself. Nevertheless, Yihan was a disciple of the Peak Master. Although currently only a nominal disciple, she believed that one day he would become an official disciple of the Peak Master, surpassing her in cultivation. Thus, it was essential to cultivate a good relationship with such a fellow disciple. Yihan was taken aback to discover that Hanyuan was aware of his friendship with senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, indicating that senior brother Zhang had an excellent reputation on Qingxuan Peak. Did this mean that he, too, was regarded as a person of integrity? However, acquiring the treasure refining art was certainly advantageous. Yihan understood that Hanyuan's eagerness to befriend him stemmed from her desire to utilize his thorn ring to deal with that earth elemental beast. Additionally, there was the matter of his association with Elder Qi. Yet, Yihan was puzzled as to why Hanyuan mentioned senior brother Zhang Qingxuan. Yihan then looked at Hanyuan and said, "Sister Han, since you have already learned the treasure refining art, why not share your insights on cultivating this technique with me?" Upon hearing this, Hanyuan, who had been smiling, furrowed her brow in displeasure. This Yihan was truly pushing his luck. She had spoken kindly and humbly to him, yet he was still unwilling to relent. It was only after she presented the treasure refining art and granted him a month and a half to refine the thorn ring that Yihan finally agreed. They had already reached an understanding, and she had already offered the technique. Yet Yihan was still unsatisfied, requesting her to explain the nuances of the treasure refining art. It was known that techniques obtained from ancient lands required considerable effort, research, and exploration of various methods to comprehend and cultivate successfully. For Yihan to ask her to provide detailed guidance on the cultivation of the treasure refining art was akin to expecting her to teach him the technique step by step. Hanyuan felt she had been taken advantage of, having initially believed he was akin to senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, a fellow disciple of integrity. Instead, this fellow turned out to be quite cunning, leaving her feeling exploited. Thus, Hanyuan replied, "Junior brother Yi, I have already entrusted the treasure refining art to you. With your talent and intelligence, I believe you will grasp it quickly without needing me to elaborate on my insights." Yihan, upon hearing this, picked up the jade slip, twirling it in his hand, and said, "Sister Han, I am merely considering your situation. If I, your junior brother, fail to master the treasure refining art within a month and a half, would that not delay the refinement of the thorn ring? It is known that having someone to guide and teach is far more effective than laboriously trying to comprehend everything alone." Yihan recalled the insights he had encountered while reading about cultivators exchanging their cultivation experiences with one another. Such exchanges typically occurred among peers and could significantly accelerate their cultivation progress while resolving various issues encountered along the way. There was also the critical importance of having a mentor. Being guided by a higher-tier cultivator made a world of difference compared to struggling alone. Yihan's previous request for guidance from senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had serendipitously led him down the right path, saving him considerable time and effort. Of course, the urgency lay with Hanyuan, not him. If he could take advantage of the situation, why not? After all, Hanyuan had already cultivated the treasure refining art, and there was no need for him to spend time pondering it anew. Hanyuan regarded Yihan with a deep look, stating, "Junior brother Yi, from the first time I met you, I knew you were a cultivator of immense potential." Sighing softly, She continued, "Very well. I shall explain the treasure refining art to you, hoping that you can assist me greatly in return." Yihan discerned the underlying dissatisfaction in Hanyuan's words, implying that he was being excessively shrewd, taking advantage of her kindness. Yet, he reasoned, why pass up an opportunity when it presented itself? Subsequently, Hanyuan had Yihan review the treasure refining art, committing it to memory, and then meticulously explained the incantations and cultivation insights in great detail. Why Yihan, unreserved, asked questions about anything he did not comprehend. Hanyuan felt compelled to respond in detail, even feeling that she had provided more instruction than a master would offer to a disciple. Under such circumstances, if Yihan still could not grasp the treasure refining art, he might as well be a block of tofu. The two remained in the inner hall for 2 to 3 hours, after which Yihan had no further questions regarding the treasure refining art and took his leave. Notably, Yihan had consumed the entire pot of spiritual tea brewed by Hanyuan, leaving her quite vexed, for the tea was quite valuable, and she had been reluctant to drink it, only to have it finished by Yihan. Nevertheless, she managed to escort Yihan out of the treasure vault. Observing the renowned ice mountain beauty, Yuan, escorting a stranger young cultivator out of the vault, onlookers were left in astonishment. However, upon hearing that he was the newly accepted disciple of the Peak Master, they soon realized, no wonder Yuan was so courteous and accommodating towards Yihan. He was indeed the disciple of the Peak Master. How enviable and coveted that was! Why had fortune not favored them in the same manner? As to be chosen by the Peak Master as a disciple, after leaving the treasure vault, Yihan, having quenched his hunger with the pot of spiritual tea, was not famished but still went to procure some food. Now that he possessed spirit stones, his diet had significantly improved, consisting of various beast meats and spiritual fruits, both delectable and beneficial for enhancing his cultivation. With the detailed instruction on the treasure refining art from Hanyuan, he felt confident that he had grasped the technique and was eager to test its efficacy. Chapter 97. Treasure Refining Art. Yihan sat cross-legged in his training chamber, a circle of treasures revolving around him. All the magical artifacts he possessed floated in mid-air, encircling him in a slow, graceful motion. As these treasures turned, Yihan chanted a series of complex incantations, his fingers swiftly performing the necessary gestures. Each time a treasure passed before him, he deftly executed the gestures and invoked a ray of spiritual light from the treasure refining art, which then penetrated the artifact before him. Indeed, after 5 days of contemplation and practice, he had finally succeeded in mastering the preliminary stages of the treasure refining art as expected. The treasure refining art was as Hanyuan had described. It was indeed a technique that expedited the refinement of treasures and infused them with specialized incantations, allowing cultivators to enhance the power of these artifacts while reducing the mana required for their use. More importantly, it also created unique spiritual imprints. These spiritual imprints made it increasingly difficult for the treasures to slip from the cultivator's control. Should they fall into the hands of another cultivator, erasing these spiritual imprints would prove exceedingly challenging, unless the adversary was at least a major realm above the original owner. For instance, when Yihan and Zhang Qingxuan defeated Zhang Sanlei and his companions in the Heiyao forest and obtained their treasures, the protective spiritual imprints on those artifacts could be easily cleared by Zhang Qingxuan due to his formidable cultivation. However, even he could not completely erase the residual aura and imprints, leaving Yihan with the task of gradually refining them himself. Furthermore, the process of harmonizing one's aura and blood recognition with the magical artifacts required a significant amount of time for refinement. Only through true refinement can one fully control a portion of oneself, allowing the power of these magical artifacts to be completely unleashed. However, this treasure refining technique is not without its drawbacks. The amount of mana consumed during the refining process is astonishingly greater than that of ordinary refinement. Furthermore, one must continuously embed the techniques of this treasure refining method into these artifacts. Otherwise, special refining imprints cannot be generated within them. It is only when such special imprints are formed that practitioners can refine these treasures more swiftly and unleash their formidable power. Along with unique spiritual imprints that render these treasures nearly unusable by others, even if they manage to seize them. While this may sound like a rather superfluous capability, it is indeed not so. It is essential to understand that in the battles of cultivators, the control over magical artifacts relies on the manipulation of spiritual power. Similarly, when two artifacts clash, both parties' spiritual powers will experience a certain degree of backlash. For instance, during the confrontation between Zhang Qingxuan and the two villains, although they did not physically engage, when Zhang Qingxuan damaged their evil artifact, the two villains also sustained injuries. This is due to the injury inflicted upon their spiritual powers, which can be extremely detrimental to cultivators. Nevertheless, despite the immense mana consumption involved in the refining process and the embedding of spiritual imprints, at his current cultivation level of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, Yihan finds that refining a single artifact can deplete his mana within 3 to 4 hours. However, the reason he is able to refine all his treasures now is that he is employing the purple cauldron for the process. Quite simply, he does not concern himself with the mana expenditure. Instead, he focuses on continuously embedding the treasure refining techniques and special imprints into these artifacts. Although the consumption is substantial, the purple cauldron possesses remarkable properties that replenish the mana it expends. Consequently, Yihan believes he can fully refine these treasures in less than a month and a half. Indeed, while utilizing the aura of the purple cauldron for treasure refining, he accomplished the complete refinement of all his magical artifacts within just 20 days, gaining mastery over them and unleashing their astonishing power. Although he remains at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, the treasures refined with the treasure refining technique, combined with the technique itself, allow him to exceed the typical capabilities of magical artifacts. With the continuous replenishment of mana, he feels confident that when he exerts his full strength in attack or defense with these treasures, he can achieve power comparable to that of a cultivator at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Nonetheless, Yihan feels a pang of regret as he realizes the considerable toll this has taken on the purple cauldron. Although all the artifacts have been successfully refined and are now under his complete control, the purple cauldron has notably deteriorated, transforming from fully stone to a half-stone, half-purple state. This indicates that the purple cauldron has consumed a substantial portion of the aura it previously absorbed from the Qi refinement pills. It is worth mentioning that Yihan attempted to continue his cultivation with the purple cauldron and managed to reach the peak of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, but he could no longer utilize the cauldron for further cultivation. Nevertheless, achieving the peak of the 8th layer in such a brief period is quite impressive. Additionally, Yihan has also trained in several foundational spells, such as the lightness technique for swift movement, the divine eye technique for enhanced vision, the divine ear technique for improved hearing, and the spiritual sound transmission technique, among others. What frustrates Yihan is that despite dedicating some time to practicing the Qingxuan sword technique, he has not succeeded, primarily due to the overwhelming number of subjects he has attempted to study without focusing intently on swordsmanship. From his readings, he has learned that cultivating sword techniques requires gradual progression. Without comprehending the true essence of swordsmanship, one can only achieve a superficial understanding, possessing technique without intent, which ultimately lacks significant power. Cultivation takes time. Moreover, given that he has devoted the last month and a half solely to enhancing his strength, it is remarkable how much he has improved in such a short span, creating a stark contrast to his previous state. Previously, Yihan was entirely unfamiliar with any spells and had not successfully refined any magical artifacts. Now, however, he has refined 5 artifacts, all through the treasure refining technique. With this newfound strength, Yihan feels capable of accompanying Hanyuan in hunting earth attribute monsters and maintaining a measure of self-preservation. Otherwise, he would never have considered such an endeavor, as expected. Just over a month and a half later, Hanyuan arrives at his cave dwelling, calling for Yihan to come forth. Having tidied up everything within his dwelling, Yihan, in a precautionary move, allows the purple cauldron to absorb 5 high-grade Qi refinement pills, restoring it to its fully stone state. Upon seeing Yihan emerge, Hanyuan breathes a sigh of relief and says, "Junior brother Yi, we are ready to depart. Are you prepared?" Chapter 98. Hanyuan's embarrassment today. Hanyuan's attire is exceptionally stunning, adorned in a white palace gown complemented by a delicate leather belt. Exquisitely embroidered to perfection, it accentuates her exceptionally graceful figure, and her ethereal beauty, with skin as fair as jade, shines radiantly under the sunlight, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, as the foremost fairy of Qingxuan Peak. Countless disciples have set their sights on her. She has meticulously prepared for this occasion, donning her treasured attire from the celestial workshop, convinced that this remarkable outfit will surely captivate Yihan. Little did she know, Yihan merely glances at her and remarks, "Senior Sister Han, you look splendid, but are you sure this attire is practical for slaying monsters?" Upon hearing Yi Han's words, Hanyuan's expression stiffens slightly, her brows furrowing as she realizes that not only does he fail to express any admiration, but he also questions the practicality of her attire. As she contemplates this, Hanyuan begins to doubt herself, wondering if Yi Han truly lacks interest in women or if her allure is insufficient to sway him. Perhaps he has cultivated some form of emotional detachment. Perplexed, Hanyuan feels increasingly uncertain about her own charm. Noticing Yi Han's seemingly innocuous expression, she becomes curious about his age. He appears to be around 16 or 17. Yet his eyes possess a remarkable clarity, unlike those of an adult cultivator. Yet, his behavior suggests maturity beyond his apparent youth, leaving her intrigued by the contradictions that define him. Thus, she inquires, "Junior brother Yi, you seem quite young. How old are you this year?" Yi Han instinctively replies, "I am around 11 or 12. Hanyuan's eyes widen in disbelief as she stares at Yi Han, exclaiming, "What? Junior brother Yi, you are only 11 or 12? The revelation leaves Hanyuan momentarily stunned, as she finds it hard to believe her ears. Why Yi Han, who appears cunning and formidable, seems far older than his stated age. She had assumed he was at least 14 or 15, if not older. The realization that he is merely a child explains his apparent disinterest in her. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, Hanyuan reflects, "How could I have harbored such thoughts about a mere child?" This realization brings her a sense of relief. It seems her charm was not the issue, but rather her misjudgment of the situation. Had she known sooner, she would not have expended so much effort. Observing Hanyuan's astonished demeanor, Yi Han suddenly realizes he may have been too candid in revealing his true age, prompting him to ask, "Is there a problem, senior sister Han?" With a hint of awkwardness, Hanyuan glances toward his cave dwelling and replies, "Junior brother Yi, may I borrow your cave for a moment?" Yi Han, sensing her hesitation, responds cautiously, "Senior sister Han, are we not about to depart? What need have you for the cave?" Hanyuan, taken aback by his wariness, finds herself at a loss for words. Typically, if she requests to use another cultivator's cave, it is welcomed, yet Yi Han appears guarded. It becomes evident that he is the same individual who exchanged the Qingxuan order for a foundation establishment pill and subsequently traded the pill for a cave. However, during her inquiries, no one mentioned his age, leading to a significant misunderstanding. Realizing he is merely a child explains his lack of interest in her. Hanyuan reassures him, "I merely wish to change my attire. I will be out shortly." She casts him a playful glance and adds, "Rest assured, I have no intention of taking over your cave." Indeed, it is quite remarkable that such a young individual as Yi Han possesses an abundance of cunning. However, in the realm of cultivation, it is not uncommon to find practitioners like Yi Han, who, despite their tender years, have physiques that resemble fully matured adults. There are even some peculiar cases of children merely 7 or 8 years old, towering and robust, appearing more mature than fully grown individuals. Typically, these individuals are prodigies in the art of cultivation. Upon learning Yi Han's true age, Hanyuan began to understand why the seventh elder had taken him as a named disciple. Perhaps this young lad is indeed a rare talent, having attained the 8th layer of Qi refinement at merely 11 or 12 years of age. She had previously pondered how Yi Han, with such a level of cultivation, could have been accepted as a disciple by the seventh elder. However, if one considers that at his age, he has reached the latter stages of Qi refinement, it becomes much more reasonable. After all, only a select few true disciples within the sect, along with some extraordinary talents from esteemed families, can achieve such a level of cultivation at such a young age. It would be prudent for Yi Han to cultivate a good relationship with him. On another note, Yi Han would not harbor ulterior motives towards her like some of the other disciples. Upon hearing Hanyuan's words, Yi Han felt a stir in his heart. Could it be that his remarks had indeed led her to realize the impracticality of his attire for slaying beasts? Yi Han proceeded to open the cave dwelling, inviting Hanyuan inside. Indeed, after a brief period, she emerged clad in a much looser outfit, predominantly in a subdued grayish-blue hue, reminiscent of her attire seen in the treasure pavilion. Observing this, Yi Han remarked, "Senior sister Han, you looked far more attractive in that white attire." Hanyuan shot him a glance and retorted, "What do you know, young one? Dressed like that, how could one efficiently hunt demon beasts?" She then expressed her concern, "Junior brother Yi, how fares your refinement of the thorned ring?" It was true. Her invitation for Yihan to assist in slaying the special Earth-type demon beast stemmed from the knowledge that the thorned ring was a nemesis to that creature. Otherwise, why would she have entrusted him with the precious refinement technique she had painstakingly acquired? Yihan, with a teasing smile, responded, "Senior Sister Han, if I were to say I've only refined a little, would you be inclined to strike me?" Chapter 99. The Earthwalker's demon beast. Upon hearing Yihan's words, Hanyuan's composure visibly wavered, her impulse to strike him growing. She had been exceedingly gracious towards him, showing him respect and offering fine tea, even bestowing upon him the refinement technique, yet he remained unsatisfied. He even requested a thorough explanation of the refinement technique, and still, that was not enough. He sought clarification on its complexities. Only then did he agree to assist her. Now, as their departure approached, if he were to reveal that, despite having the refinement technique, he had only managed to refine the thorned ring to 1/3 of its potential, it would undoubtedly lead to the failure of a task she had prepared for so long. It would be entirely justified to strike him then. However, while the refinement technique indeed demanded substantial magical energy, if Yihan were willing to make some sacrifices, he could accelerate the refinement of the thorned ring to over half its capacity. Otherwise, given the month and a half he had dedicated to refining the thorned ring, he could at least manage to refine it to 1/3, rendering it usable. Hanyuan thought this, fixing her gaze upon Yihan. "Junior brother Yi, are you jesting with me? Speak honestly, how far along are you in the refinement?" Yihan perceived that Hanyuan was genuinely concerned about this matter. Simultaneously, he aimed to gauge her intentions, to ascertain whether she was indeed seeking his assistance against the demon beast, or if she had ulterior motives. After all, he had only recently joined the 7 mysterious sect, having cultivated to the 7th and 8th layers of Qi refinement in just 7 or 8 months. If Hanyuan were to learn of his true capabilities, it would not be surprising for her to harbor designs on him. Thus, he deemed it wise to exercise caution and probe her intentions. Yihan then confidently replied, "Rest assured, Senior Sister Han, I have completely refined the thorned ring and have even mastered its associated mystical powers. This time, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall undoubtedly aid you." His words bore truth. He had fully refined the thorned ring a week prior and had taken the time to familiarize himself with its mystical abilities. The rapidity of his success was due to the fact that the thorned ring had already been partially refined by more than 1/3. Furthermore, he had taken advantage of the purple cauldron's rapid replenishment of magical energy, sparing no expense in his efforts to completely refine the thorned ring within such a short time. Moreover, he had also grasped the powers associated with it. Upon hearing this, Hanyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Yihan. "Is that truly the case? If Junior Brother has indeed fully refined the thorned ring, our chances of success are greatly enhanced." Simultaneously, she was astonished that Yihan could achieve such a feat in such a brief period. After all, the thorned ring was a high-grade magical artifact, typically requiring 4 to 5 months of refinement to transform completely. Moreover, the latter stages of refinement became increasingly challenging, especially in mastering the mystical powers associated with the thorned ring. Generally, magical artifacts do not possess inherent powers. Only those crafted with specific techniques that imbue them with mystical abilities gain such traits. The thorned ring was forged by an elder specializing in refinement within the sect, which was why it possessed complementary powers. More importantly, the accompanying mystical incantations were integral to the artifact itself. Regardless of the origins of a treasure obtained through violence or those procured from ancient secret realms, there are seldom any accompanying mystical incantations. One must deduce and study them over time, and of course, Yihan disclosed this information to Hanyuan because he had come across literature indicating that it was not uncommon for cultivators to unite in hunting demons and seeking rare materials. Mutual understanding would facilitate better cooperation and reduce the likelihood of failure. It was precisely because Yihan had tested Hanyuan several times and had clearly determined that she indeed sought his assistance in slaying the demon beast that he chose to reveal this. After all, with a basic understanding established between them, their collaboration would be less prone to failure. Nevertheless, Yihan refrained from divulging everything, as he had also refined other treasures and still possessed the Blood Shield Talisman, a crucial artifact for self-preservation. Thus, he felt confident in his ability to protect himself while hunting the demon beast. After hearing Hanyuan's words, Yihan replied, "Then, Senior Sister Han, you can rest easy now, can't you?" Hanyuan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. There is no time to waste. Junior brother Yi. Let us discuss the other details on our way. We shall set forth now. Initially, when she had invited Yi Han, a hint of trepidation lingered in her heart. However, upon hearing his assurance that he had completely refined the thorned ring, her confidence in confronting the Earth-type demon beast surged. Should they succeed, she would be rewarded with a foundation establishment pill. With that pill in hand, given her innate talent and foundation, she would have a substantial chance of successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, thus taking the pivotal first step onto the path of a true cultivator. Throughout history, countless cultivators have exhausted their lives and resources only to find themselves unable to attain the foundation establishment stage, ending their journeys in despair. Now, she finally had this opportunity, and she would stop at nothing to seize it. Under Hanyuan's guidance, Yi Han swiftly descended the mountain. During this time, in addition to refining treasures, he had also practiced various fundamental spells, such as the lightness technique for travel. He had successfully mastered this technique during this period. It was not overly difficult, requiring the practitioner to channel their magical energy to achieve an unprecedented lightness of being, somewhat akin to the lightness techniques of the mundane martial arts. However, the speed and agility of a cultivator's lightness technique far surpassed that of ordinary martial arts. Before long, the two had descended from 7 mysterious peaks, leaving the confines of the Qingxuan sect. As they flew onward, Hanyuan spoke to Yi Han, Junior brother Yi. We are headed to the Tianhuang Valley, a place perpetually shrouded in dust and haze, where numerous Earth-type demon beasts roam. I seek to locate a second-tier Earth-type demon beast known as the Earthwalker. Pausing momentarily, she looked at Yi Han and inquired, Junior brother Yi, are you familiar with this demon beast? Upon hearing this, Yi Han's expression shifted. Had it been in the past, he would undoubtedly have been unaware of this demon beast, perhaps not even having heard of it. However, during his recent visits to the library, he had become acquainted with various classifications and names of demon beasts. Thus, he nodded in affirmation, I know. The Earthwalker is an exceedingly slippery demon beast, exceptionally skilled in earth evasion. And timid as a mouse. Even the slightest disturbance sends it scurrying away. Indeed, Yi Han had encountered the Earthwalker in a bestiary he had perused. Its distinctive name had left a deep impression on him. Although the Earthwalker was a second-tier demon beast, its slippery nature and proficiency in earth evasion, combined with the fact that the Tianhuang Valley was teeming with Earth-type demon beasts, posed a significant challenge to capture it. What surprised Yi Han even more was Hanyuan's subsequent admission, however, there is something I have kept from you, junior brother. I hope you can forgive me. Upon hearing this, Yi Han furrowed his brow and asked,